To make money? Though it's not directly for money, it's still for profit, Abel explained. I see. The old man nodded. I've seen many people come and go here, calling themselves heroes and valiant knights, but they're just uncouth men who only care about fame. It's the first time I've heard anyone say they came here to support their family. Not all of them are uncouth. Some smart ones come from martial arts, secrets, or prestige, Abel chuckled. But our purpose is to support our family. Our family is large, and we need to work hard to provide for everyone. The old man nodded and asked, where are you from? Where do you live? We come from the Great Wasteland Mountains in Kyushu, east. Abel caught on to a detail and asked. Before this, the tea vendor had only warned them to be cautious, but Hiroshi mentioned the eastern mountain. Did he know something? The old man nodded. Half a month ago, a few generous knights stayed at my place. They asked me to prepare some local delicacies. Happy to oblige, I went out late at night to gather wild vegetables. There's a type of wild vegetable here that's particularly fragrant when stir-fried. Locals love it. Seeing everyone's attention on him, Hiroshi nodded again. If you want some too, I can gather it for you tomorrow. Abel smiled awkwardly. Let's leave the wild vegetables aside for now. Oh, right, Hiroshi realized, continuing. That night, while gathering wild vegetables, I accidentally saw a black-clothed figure carrying someone in red clothes heading towards the eastern mountain. I was terrified and ran back home. The next day, guess what happened? Were there missing people in the village? Yes, Hiroshi nodded vigorously. So, you must never go near that mountain in the east. Has anyone in the village mentioned this to you? Abel asked. The old man shook his head and lowered his voice. Only told a few neighbors. I didn't dare tell others. The old man continued earnestly. These incidents involve feuds between high-ranking knights. We villagers are simple farmers who can't afford to offend these heroes. Best to look after ourselves. All the missing people were guests staying at the inn. Julius at the inn? Abel felt he was catching on to something. Yes, Hiroshi whispered. At the inn by the village entrance. Including the latest case, 19 people have gone missing. Abel glanced at Senior Carey in surprise. Senior Carey nodded in agreement. Chapter 274. Honest Brother of Launchy State. Night fell, and the village was quiet, with only the occasional barking of dogs at the village entrance and exit breaking the silence. All around was pitch black except for two dim paper lanterns hanging outside the inn, swaying in the wind and knocking against the door with soft thuds. Two patrol bees clung motionlessly to the inn's door. Suddenly, a figure shot out from the inn, broke through the door, and landed with a thud before sprinting eastward. This movement startled everyone in the inn. Almost instantly, all the lights in the inn were lit up. The figure had not run far when someone shouted loudly, "Catch him! He's over there!" The guests staying at the inn, one by one, leaped out of their windows, weapons in hand, their faces illuminated by firelight, filled with urgency and excitement. There, he's in the east, another voice shouted. The dark into the night, disappearing from view. Chase him, the blue-robed man shouted, lunging into the night with his long spear. Abel and others heard the commotion outside Hiroshi's house and rushed out. At the inn? Go. Everyone sprinted away, leaving Abel and Zoltan standing at Hiroshi's doorstep, sighing. Hold on, wait for me. Abel twitched his lips. Every time something happens, they all run off. I can't even keep up with you. How could Abel actually shout for them to wait? Rhett couldn't bring himself to do that. As the teacher of Sage, how could he be so weak? Not having a personal mount really is inconvenient, Abel thought fiercely. Let's go back inside, Abel said to Zoltan. Teacher, aren't we going to see what happened? Zoltan asked. What to see? That person has already run far away. Impossible to catch. Abel saw the live feed through the patrol bees. Why does teacher know? Zoltan asked. Of course I know. Abel patted Zoltan's head. Let's go back to sleep. They will bring news back soon. Zoltan nodded and followed Abel back to the room. Sure enough, after a short while, everyone returned to Hiroshi's house, and Zoltan curiously approached them. They found the black-clothed man but couldn't catch him. He escaped again, Sage reported. Abel nodded. The inn had prepared for tonight. It was planned by a Darwin surnamed Huang from Launchy State. Though all lights were turned off and the rooms appeared quiet, no one slept, waiting for Liang Yuan. There's some poison powder near the inn. Follow its scent, and see if you can find the black-clothed man. The snake seemed to understand, nodded, and slithered into the grass, heading toward the distance. Everyone intended to follow the snake, but heard someone shouting from behind, Ready, you guys, wait up. The voice was close. Abel and others turned to see a man in blue robes running towards them. Why aren't you attending my honest brother's lecture? The man asked curiously. Huh? Lecture? What lecture? Abel was puzzled. My honest brother is summarizing tonight's events at the inn. Why aren't you listening? The man seemed annoyed. Everyone was confused. You don't know who my honest brother is? The man exclaimed. Abel scratched his head and asked, May I ask, who is your honest brother? Indeed. The man grew angrier. You don't even know our honest brother. Just listen, my honest brother is Chris from Launchy State. Red arranged tonight's ambush, thwarting the black-clothed man's plan, the man boasted. Oh, Abel responded. Why do you look like that? Not surprised, the man said incredulously. If not for my honest brother, someone would have been poisoned tonight. Abel paused and politely replied, So, your honest brother deserves credit. Ewan glanced at Abel and chuckled. This counts as credit? What credit? Scaring off the target. The man glared at Ewan and shouted. What are you laughing at? I'm laughing because it's funny, Ewan said easily. We're discussing important matters. How can you laugh so frivolously? The man reprimanded angrily. Why should we attend your honest brother's lecture? Ewan found it ridiculous. We have things to do, can't waste time on this. The man wouldn't let go, grabbing Ewan's sleeve and fumed. How can you not understand the severity of this situation? Ewan was taken aback. Now that someone has gone missing in the village, it's clear someone is up to no good. We from different sects should cooperate, the man said with flushed cheeks. Why are you concerned only about yourself and ignoring such a big matter? Yuan frowned and looked seriously at the man. The man looked ordinary, wearing blue robes and a blue cap, yet there was an air of naivety about him. We have important business too, not here to play around with a girl. Yuan pulled his hand free. Girl? The man froze, staring blankly at Yuan, a hint of panic crossing his face. How did you know? End of chapter 274. Yuan ignored him and walked away. The man tried to stop Yuan again, but it wasn't that easy this time. Yuan's figure moved left and right, making it impossible for the man to catch him. Oh, I get it. The man stopped and shouted suddenly, you guys must be accomplices of the black-clothed man, right? Huh. Everyone was taken aback once more. You don't want to listen to my honest brother's lecture to inform the black-clothed man, right? The man yelled loudly. Everyone froze, staring at the Marissa as if she were an idiot. What kind of logic is this? Indeed, just as I suspected, the Marissa exclaimed, pointing at Abel and the others, you are all accomplices of the black-clothed man? All right, I'll go with you to the lecture, Abel said. This way, we're not accomplices of the black-clothed man, right? Abel spoke as if he were talking to a child. The Marissa paused, seemingly not expecting Abel's easy agreement. She frowned and thought for a moment before shouting, all of you come back to the inn with me, only then can your suspicions be cleared. Otherwise. After waiting for a while, the Marissa still didn't finish her sentence. Yuan couldn't help but laugh. Otherwise what? Otherwise, I will have honest brother arrest all of you. The Marissa snarled viciously. Well, who on earth could do such a thing? Abel shrugged his shoulders and nodded at Yuan. We don't need to rush. We'll stay at the inn tonight. Otherwise, if the little girl starts causing trouble, it would indeed be a hassle. It was also unlikely that Jagger the snake could find the black-clothed man immediately. They could just let the patrol bees follow. Yuan asked Abel, do you have a plan? Abel nodded. Yuan harumphed. Good to know you have a plan. What are you whispering about? The Marissa approached them again, saying, what plan? It's just some trivial matters, haha, Abel replied. The Marissa glared at Abel fiercely. Humph. Nothing escapes my eyes. Don't try to pull any tricks under my nose. Saying that, she proudly led everyone back to the inn. Carrie Sr. followed last, whispering to Yuan, why did you reveal her identity? Girls who play dress-up usually think they've done a great job. Once exposed, they tend to get angry. Yuan tugged at the corner of his mouth. This girl seems mentally challenged. Not the girl, but her honest brother, Carrie Sr. said. Bringing such a troublemaker to the Qianming assembly is asking for trouble. Fortunately, we are reasonable people. If she encounters villains, her unreasonable behavior might put her in danger. Well, Carrie Sr.'s words piqued Yuan's interest in meeting the mentally challenged, honest brother. Inside the inn, it was brightly lit. In the middle of the main hall, there was a chair where a man in blue robes sat, pontificating grandly. Tonight, we not only thwarted the black-clothed man's sneak attack, but also showed him that the heroes staying here are as solid as iron. I believe he won't dare to come again. About 10 men in blue robes sat around, clearly from the same sect. As soon as he finished speaking, those in blue robes chimed in enthusiastically. Honest brother speaks truly. Thanks to honest brother's bravery, the black-clothed man was defeated. Despite his martial prowess, the black-clothed man fled like a dog with its tail between its legs thanks to honest brother's valor. If not for honest brother's display of power today, Yu Lauer would surely have been kidnapped. Yes, we owe our gratitude to honest brother from Lanchi State. But, today's actions might alert him. Someone among them voiced their dissent. Failing to capture him may make future actions harder. Fear not, Lanchi State's honest brother said confidently. Rhett can never be our match, as long as we work together. We stayed up all night to catch the black-clothed man, another person remarked. Should we continue staying up every night? Thieves don't keep thieves forever, nor do lawbreakers. Upon hearing this, someone immediately jumped up, yelling, what do you mean by that? How can you demoralize us and boost enemy morale? Another blue-robed figure stood up and countered, today, we saved Yu Lauer and thoroughly defeated the black-clothed man. The dissenting person laughed awkwardly and fell silent. Anyway, he was leaving early tomorrow to head to Divine Sword Villa. Tonight, he was just lodging here. Tomorrow and the day after, whatever happened at the inn had nothing to do with him. Red had no reason to argue further. But why was Lanchi State planning to stay much longer here? Sitting in the middle of the hall, the honest brother shouted, I, Chris of Lanchi State, am always righteous and willing to help in times of injustice. It's a pleasure to meet all of you. If you wish, we can travel together, helping each other along the way. Immediately, many agreed. I am willing to travel with Brother Huang. Brother Huang's martial skills and spirit techniques are superb. I'm willing to travel with him. Brother Huang has true loyalty and courage. I'm willing to travel with him. Traveling together meant mutual support. Who wouldn't agree? However, is honest brother from Lanchi State planning to leave tomorrow too? Yuan asked from the corner of the inn, next to the Lanchi State girl. Yuan deliberately asked, wouldn't that mean abandoning the matter of the black-clothed man? The girl remained silent for a while, turning around to glare at Yuan fiercely. You know nothing. Honest brother knows what he's doing. Yuan was speechless. How absurd that this girl stopped them, who genuinely wanted to resolve the issue, to attend a lecture. Chris was merely using this opportunity to gather followers. Then, Chris loudly declared, Lanchi State is a major sect in E-Prefecture with a long history and great strength. If anyone trusts Lanchi State, we are willing to walk the path together and stand by each other. Naturally, someone responded immediately. Please take care of us in the future, Brother Huang. Yes, please take care of us, Brother Huang. Many stood up and saluted Chris. The scene became lively. Yuan glanced at Abel. Look, they are forming alliances before entering Divine Sword Villa. Abel nodded. After all, this is Blood Alliance's Thousand Alliances gathering. Caution is necessary. Caution? Yuan looked at the girl beside him. If they were cautious, would they bring such a girl? Looks like they will leave tomorrow, Abel said. We might need to stay 2 more days. Moreover, when they leave, they could ride the Huntwind Eagle directly. Though they might start later, they might not arrive any later than the others. Forming alliances or not, Lanchi State's influence was far from enough compared to Xingshui sect. I heard Lanchi State and Donglu Town are old enemies, Yuan whispered. Just some quarrels over mining veins, Abel smiled. Such trifles weren't worth worrying about. From the Xingshui sect Aowen, Abel knew the Donglu Town family wasn't so simple. So-called old enemies were likely just a smokescreen created by the Donglu Town family for outsiders. Would the Qin family of Donglu Town really have a long-standing enemy like Lanchi State? Chapter 275, Wine. Donglu Town in Izhou borders Lanchi Prefecture, and they have had a long-standing dispute over a mine vein. It now appears that Donglu Town's actions were intentional. The mine vein lies between Donglu Town and Lanchi Prefecture, but is geographically closer to Donglu Town. However, Lanchi Prefecture has been relying on its powerful sect to look down upon Donglu Town, and has tried multiple times to take over the mine vein. After being taught a lesson by Elderberry from Donglu Mountain, they became more subdued. But they still remained unconvinced, occasionally provoking Donglu. If not for the presence of Elderberry from Donglu Mountain, they would have almost certainly tried to claim the entire mine vein for themselves. Donglu Town and Lanchi Prefecture have been entangled for a long time. Lanchi Prefecture has never managed to acquire the mine vein, and Donglu Town could not stop Lanchi Prefecture from harboring such intentions. Everyone believed that Donglu Town and Lanchi Prefecture were equally matched. After Elderberry's failed breakthrough, Lanchi Prefecture even sent people to attack Donglu Mountain. Even Lanchi Prefecture thought that apart from Barry, no one on Donglu Mountain was their match. Now it seems these misperceptions might be exactly what Donglu Town wanted. In the end, the eldest Darwin of Lanchi Prefecture raised his arm and called out, and many people responded enthusiastically. Everyone present harbored the same thought. Since this, we must take our leave first. Taking their leave? Amidst the flattery, Chris felt Abel's words were like a stab in the ear. Raising an eyebrow, Chris called out loudly, "Tomorrow, we are going to Shanjian Manor United. How can you leave early at such a significant moment?" "Oh well," Abel gave an awkward laugh and said, "You please continue. I am not very good with alcohol, and need to take my leave." This exchange drew the attention of those around them, who gradually stopped their noise and turned to watch. "Tomorrow, are you not going to Shanjian Manor with us?" Chris loudly questioned, handing over a full bowl of yellow wine. "Since you plan to go with us, do me a favor and drink this bowl." Before Abel could accept the bowl, there were waves of encouragement from the crowd. "Drink it, drink it. Eldest Darwin is personally offering a toast. This is rare. What an honor indeed." Eldest Darwin is really showing respect. Abel smiled apologetically and said, "Not that I refuse, but I truly can't handle alcohol. I get drunk easily, always have since childhood." With Abel not accepting the wine, Chris's hand hung in the air, neither able to retract nor lower it. His smile froze on his face. Abel stepped back a few paces and bowed, smiling. "Another day, perhaps I can treat all of you to tea." No need for more words. Abel turned and left, followed by the others towards Hiroshi's house. Immediately, laughter and mocking voices erupted from the inn. "Ready? Who is that guy? So arrogant? To challenge Lanchi Prefecture in this place, how ridiculous. Lanchi Prefecture is the strongest here. To challenge them, they must be idiots. To despise Shanjian Manor, unique in the world. What fools." At Hiroshi's house, Abel said to Sage, "Just Lanchi Prefecture. There's no need to argue with them." Sage nodded obediently. Blanche, feeling stifled, complained, "Teacher, what they said was really unbearable. How can they look down on us like that? Who wants to travel with them anyway? They're deluding themselves. I want to teach them a lesson. With just one punch, I can knock them all flying 10 times. Abel's lips twitched, finding it hard to respond. Ever since her power increased, Blanche seemed increasingly fond of speaking through her muscles. Could she be training her brain along with her muscles like Maurice from Xingshui sect? This could be problematic. Abel cleared his throat. One should always use wisdom, not just muscles. Blanche was momentarily speechless. Abel added, "You should learn from Zoltan." Zoltan winked playfully at Blanche. Blanche felt embarrassed and annoyed. To learn from a child? How humiliating. Abel explained, "We must not draw too much attention. Our goal is to lure Kaylee out to complete Hawk's mission. If we become too ostentatious, it may jeopardize our plans. That would be counterproductive." Zoltan nodded. "Exactly. Teacher often teaches us to be humble and cautious, avoiding unnecessary confrontation." Abel agreed. "Precisely." Sage acknowledged, "Teacher, I understand." Amnon chuckled, "Abel, I thought you had some profound teachings for your Darwins. Turns out it's just this." "What?" Abel asked, puzzled. Amnon replied, "I think all you Qin family members act the same way, pretending to be tigers disguised as pigs." Abel was speechless for a moment before chuckling. Translation note. Some Chinese terms are transliterated directly into pinyin to maintain consistency with character names and places, especially where they carry cultural significance. Abel shot Amnon a sidelong glance. "How could they be the same?" "What I mean is, being cautious and discreet," Abel corrected. Amnon chuckled. "But I think disguising oneself as a pig to eat tigers is pretty good too. It would be perfect for tempering Mercy's hot temper." Senior Carrie raised an eyebrow and laughed. Red enjoyed watching Amnon and Abel banter. However, Abel's 3 Darwins felt slightly awkward. Mercy changed the subject. "It's a pity we wasted time in the inn listening to that Chris talk nonsense." "Not exactly a waste of time," Abel corrected. "Just now, She found a lead on that black-clothed man." "Oh." Everyone gathered around, incredulous. "You found it so quickly?" "Because he didn't go far at all," Abel said with a mischievous smile. "Rhett's right inside the inn." Reading this, everyone was startled. That would mean... Translation note. The structure and tone have been maintained to ensure consistency with the previous content. The names have been kept in pinyin format to preserve character identity. Chapter 276, Poisonous Wine. The small snake rested quietly on a pillar in the inn's wine cellar, flicking its tongue out. A patrolling bee hovered above a wine jar, staring intently at the dark figure before it. The black-clothed person is inside the inn. Everyone was startled upon hearing this. Teacher, did you know the black-clothed person was in the inn, and that's why you asked us to come out? Sage asked. No, I just found out as well, Abel replied. This is an example of the darkest place under the lamp. The black-clothed person was very smart. They didn't go anywhere else but hid in the inn's wine cellar. Wine cellar? Abel seemed to remember something and stood up abruptly. Quick, let's head back to the inn. At this moment, the inn was bustling with noise. Lanchi Prefecture's Chris was basking in the praises of the crowd, smiling widely. That lord from a remote area has no discernment or manners. Rhett must have somehow obtained an invitation by chance to attend the meeting at the Divine Sword Manor. Brother Huang shouldn't be upset over such a minor character. Some tried to flatter Chris by belittling Abel and his group. Uttering these words, Chris felt more comfortable and his smile grew even wider. Only those who have never seen the world would act like this, a Darwin of Lanchi Prefecture echoed. Even someone with just a bit of discernment can see the extraordinary qualities of our senior brother Chris. Only those inexperienced in worldly affairs would act this way. People like them do not deserve to drink with us. We needn't pay any attention to them. Even if they encounter danger at the Divine Sword Manor, we need not help them. That's right. They should taste a bit of hardship. Everyone chimed in agreement. Such behavior is inappropriate, Chris, after enjoying a wave of praise, said loftily. Seeing him speak, everyone paused and listened attentively. Chris boasted, even if someone disrespects me, I cannot stand idly by if they are in danger. If I meet those people again at the Divine Sword Manor, I will certainly offer my assistance. I am not a petty person. As soon as he spoke, the inn erupted in commotion. Ah, amazing, senior brother really has great tolerance. A Darwin from Lanchi Prefecture cheered. Brother Huang not only excels in spiritual arts, but also possesses an extraordinary mindset, truly admirable. Brother Huang indeed has the heart of a righteous hero. His reputation is well deserved. Meeting him today is a rare fortune. Inside the inn, everything seemed harmonious. Not at all, Chris laughed triumphantly. It's all thanks to the generous praise from all these heroes. Haha, what merit do I have to receive such accolades? Ha ha ha, please stop, I'm becoming too proud. While everyone was engrossed in their drinks, someone noticed Abel and his group heading towards the inn again. They wondered aloud, ready? Isn't that lord coming back? People turned to look and exclaimed in surprise, indeed, it's them. Why did they return? Could it be they came to apologize? Someone speculated. They finally realized who they're dealing with. Himph, offending our Lanchi Prefecture and thinking a simple apology will suffice? To gain our protection, it's not that easy. Even if senior brother Chris is magnanimous, we don't agree. Some Darwins still harbored resentment. Right, others chimed in agreement. Abel, panting heavily, ran to the inn's entrance and leaned against the door frame for support. Isn't Lord's sensitivity a bit exaggerated? What do you mean? It means reacting too slowly. Oh haha, I see. Ha ha ha. Everyone burst into laughter, creating a lively atmosphere. Clearly, they weren't on the same level. While the others discussed entering the Divine Sword Manor, they were still stuck on the black-clothed person. After laughing for a while, Chris loudly said, let's not mock him anymore. After all, they are different from us. They come from a remote place. These words led to another wave of laughter. Chris walked forward with a bowl of wine, speaking condescendingly. I, Chris, am not petty. Meeting is fate. Drink this bowl full, and with our Lanchi Prefecture here, we'll brave anything, including the Divine Sword Manor and whatever black-clothed person. Senior brother truly has a broad mind and extraordinary demeanor. Lanchi Prefecture's Chris is indeed extraordinary. This kind of grace is admirable. Being so forgiving, only Lanchi's Huang Lang could do this in the martial world. Praises continued to pour in. Abel glanced at the half-full bowl of wine in Chris's hand and politely declined, sorry, I can't drink this wine. Ha 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 ha, Chris chuckled, putting down the wine bowl and laughing. Indeed, a rotten tree can't reach greatness. Ah, precisely. Rotten wood can't compare to precious jade. Some things can't be forced. Even if you lower yourself, they may still be unworthy. Everyone agreed, looking at Abel as if he were a fool. Yes, he was a fool. Chris had given him a step down, but he refused it, making himself seem foolish. This guy, offering him a face-saving exit, and he refuses. A Darwin of Lanchi Prefecture jeered loudly. I've never seen anyone like this before. Well then, Chris casually replied, if so, Lord, please go ahead. As for the black-clothed person, you'll have to resolve that on your own. We can't help. Huang brother, saying that is wrong. If you don't help them, they might lose sleep and appetite over the next few days, someone joked from the inn. Ha 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 ha. Everyone laughed once again. Chris did not stop the jests, smiling indulgently as everyone played around. Everyone continued drinking, but Abel shouted loudly, everyone, stop drinking. The wine is poisoned. What? The wine that was about to be drunk stopped abruptly. Everyone froze, eyes wide open. They all stared at Abel in astonishment. The wine is poisoned, Abel repeated loudly. Poisoned? Chris's smile faded. Rhett lifted the wine bowl, looked at it, and narrowed his eyes as he approached Abel. What do you mean? Though the inn wasn't a grand venue, it was where Lanchi Prefecture formed alliances with others. Poison wine here? Isn't that pointing fingers at Lanchi Prefecture? Moreover, they had been drinking all along. How could the wine suddenly be poisonous? It's truly amusing, Chris said, his face clouded with anger. I, Chris, offered you wine several times, and you refused each time. I didn't mind, but now you accuse me of poisoning the wine? There indeed is poison in this wine, Abel stated seriously. Not only in this bowl, but all the wine you've been drinking has been poisoned. Such boldness, Chris glared fiercely at Abel. Are you accusing us from Lanchi Prefecture? In the room, Lanchi Prefecture Darwin shouted loudly, Senior brother, this person is here to cause trouble. We're still alive and standing. Yet this person claims we drank poison wine. You suddenly appeared and spouted such heartless words, ruining our mood. I really want to teach you a lesson, another Darwin added. Everyone nodded in agreement. Indeed, the claim that the wine was poisoned had greatly dampened their spirits. Regardless of whether it was true or not, the previously warm and friendly atmosphere had vanished. This isn't just about ruining the mood. These slanderous remarks are clearly aimed at defaming someone. A Lanchi Prefecture, Darwin roared, leaping up and drawing his sword towards Abel. If you don't kneel and kowtow 3 times, you won't leave here today. This was Lanchi Prefecture's territory, and causing disturbances here was suicidal. With a swift movement, Selma dashed forward, twisting her wrist and smashing the opponent's sword away with her giant hammer. She scowled, wielding her hammer menacingly. Daring to point your sword at my teacher? Who do you think you are? The sword was forcefully knocked aside, leaving the man's hand numb, almost losing his grip on the weapon. Rhett stumbled back 2 steps, glancing nervously at Selma, startled once more. A Marissa, yet so powerful. An expert in physical training? Could she have developed her muscles to such a terrifying level through body refinement? Probably a martial artist specializing in physical combat, rather than spiritual arts. Selma, stand down, Abel ordered. Selma shot the man a fierce glare before reluctantly stepping back. Not bad. Chris scrutinized Selma seriously, sneering. But it makes sense. If you're disrupting things, you should have some skill. Though I don't know where you come from, challenging me, Chris, means I'm not bullying you. As he spoke, a chorus of swords being drawn resounded. The crowd behind him drew their weapons swiftly, filling the room with flashing blades and cold steel. Facing the array of sharp weapons, Abel remained composed. I am not exaggerating. The black-clothed person is inside this inn, and the drinks here have been laced with drugs. If I hadn't come to warn you, you would likely have drunk yourselves into a stupor tonight, and then, the black-clothed person inside the inn? The crowd's expression shifted dramatically as they set down their wine bowls, exchanging doubtful glances. Some even began checking themselves. Black-clothed person? Chris's expression darkened ominously. So, you're using the black-clothed person as an excuse? Saying the wine is poisoned, what audacity! A Lanchi Prefecture, Darwin interjected loudly. Our senior brother already chased the black-clothed person away, and everyone saw it. How could they still be in the inn? Everyone, don't listen to his nonsense. If the wine were poisoned, how could we still be standing here? This guy is here to disrupt things. We can't let him succeed. Originally, you were nothing but clowns, and senior brother Huang generously tolerated you. Now you speak such things. What intentions do you have? They're here to ruin our alliance? Faced with the room full of menacing weapons, Abel stood tall like a bamboo, unbending and unyielding. Can everyone be certain the black-clothed person isn't in the inn? Can you be sure the wine isn't poisoned? Chris lost patience, waving his hand. Seize them. Yes. His Darwins chorused, their spiritual power surging as they surged forward. But before they reached Abel, every Lanchi Prefecture Darwin staggered after just 2 steps and collapsed onto the ground. Plop, 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 plop. Several dozen Lanchi Prefecture Darwins fell in a heap, their weapons scattered across the floor. What happened? How did this occur? Everyone was taken aback by the sudden turn of events. Chris's expression froze, his raised hand suspended midair as he stood dumbfounded. What's wrong? Rhett crouched down to examine his nearest Ashan. His Ashan shuddered, gritting his teeth. As soon as I tried to channel spiritual power, I felt needle-like pain all over. What? How could this happen? Chris looked around at the collapsed Darwins, feeling lost. Spirit stagnant herb. Amnon, standing behind Abel, spoke casually. It causes one's spiritual power to stagnate. Using any spiritual power results in intense, needle-like pain. Just rest for a while without using it, and the pain will subside. What? Chris's eyes widened, lifting his head to stare at Amnon furiously. It's you guys. Still haven't figured it out? Abel looked at Chris speechlessly. I came to save you. I hurried here to tell you the wine was poisoned, but instead of listening, you attacked us? Truly unable to recognize the situation. The black-clothed person is hiding in the inn right now. What? The inn erupted like oil poured into a hot pan. Chris looked up, dazedly at Abel. From the corner, a warrior managed to rise, gritting his teeth. I tried channeling spiritual power too, and indeed, it hurt like needles pricking me. Redovan, me too. My spiritual power won't circulate. Whenever I try, my body starts trembling uncontrollably. Oh no, my cultivation. No good. We've all been poisoned? Damn it. Where's the antidote? Where's the antidote? Quick, find that black-clothed person. We need to find him quickly. Yeah, let's find him. Everyone turned to Abel. Rhett's in the wine cellar. Let's go quickly and capture him. Wine cellar? They all scrambled up, rushing chaotically toward the wine cellar. The inn was left in disarray, with Chris staring blankly at the scattered Lanchi Prefecture Darwins, his back soaked in sweat. Did we really get poisoned by the black-clothed person's toxins? Hashtag chapter 277, pursuit. Everyone rushed chaotically toward the wine cellar, but before they reached it, a black shadow suddenly darted out, heading for one of the inn's windows. Startled, the crowd tried to catch up. A martial artist leaped to intercept but was struck by the black-clothed figure and flew backward into a pile of chairs. Unable to use spiritual power, everyone relied on physical strength alone. The black-clothed figure casually sent them flying with a few swipes, smashing tables, bowls, and stools into pieces. The black-clothed figure laughed maniacally as he leaped toward the window, shattering the wooden frame and fleeing outside. In midair, the black-clothed figure bellowed, "Ha ha ha! You have all been poisoned by me. Trying to chase after me is futile. I spare your lives. You should be thankful." His voice thundered in their ears, causing dizziness and ringing. Why didn't you stop him? Abel asked, surprised at the sprawled group. If Amnon and Sage had acted together just now, the black-clothed figure would not have escaped. But they had stood there motionless, watching as the figure broke through the window without moving. Amnon shrugged, arms crossed. These people thought the black-clothed figure wouldn't dare show up, right? So how did they end up like this? Maybe my old eyes deceived me. Abel's face twitched. Clearly, they were angry. Abel turned to Sage. Sage said, honest, these people are ungrateful. We came here to tell them about the black-clothed figure, but instead of appreciating it, they tried to attack us. Selma slammed his massive hammer down and exclaimed, honest, Sister Sage is right. That person even pointed a sword at Honest, showing no respect. How could we help him? The crowd, lying sprawled on the ground, grumbled but blushed in shame, too embarrassed to protest. Lan Shijo Darwins were both ashamed and furious, glaring at Abel and his group, gnashing their teeth in hatred. Yet, they knew they couldn't remain stubborn now. Everyone inside the inn was poisoned, leaving only Abel and his group capable of pursuing the black-clothed figure. However, asking Lan Shijo Darwins to plead for help was utterly impossible. Lan Shijo had always been unbending, valuing honor over anything else. One of the lords, please, a martial artist pleaded from within the inn, bowing. We only followed Lan Shijo. We were unaware of the rest. Please help find the black-clothed figure and retrieve the antidote. Without an antidote, losing their spiritual power made them mere commoners, vulnerable to anyone. Indeed, Lord, please lend a hand. Lord, you are loyal and brave, a role model for us all. Since you returned to warn us, surely you won't abandon us. We misunderstood you earlier due to someone misleading us. It wasn't our intention. Lord, please forgive us. All because of Lan Shijo's Chris, forcing people to drink despite saying he wasn't good at it. Another martial artist added angrily, forcing someone to drink is the most despicable thing in the world. Chris trembled in anger, feeling both humiliation and rage. Yes, they forced us all to drink, another chimed in. So it's actually Lan Shijo who got everyone poisoned. Yeah, that's true. The crowd quickly turned against Lan Shijo. They've done me wrong. I've worked hard to cultivate. Someone sobbed loudly. Chris was seething, feeling humiliated. The wind sure changes fast, Amnon commented mockingly, arms crossed, from praising to trampling them into the dirt. The martial artists blushed deeply, while the Lan Shijo Darwins felt somewhat vindicated, thinking Amnon still showed reason. Well said, a martial artist admitted. As martial artists, we admit our mistakes and take responsibility. That's correct. We acknowledge our fault and will rectify it. Fine, Amnon smiled at Sage. Satisfied with their apology? Humph, barely, Sage replied coldly. My goodness, Isaac muttered. These martial artists talk like our servants, but more formally and assertively. Please help us get the antidote. A martial artist bowed again, pleading. The rest joined in, filling the inn with a chorus of pleas. Amnon and Sage looked at Abel, who nodded. Their treatment had been truly disrespectful earlier. It was understandable that Sage and Amnon were upset. Abel closed his eyes and shared his vision with the scouting bees. The black-clothed figure is 10 miles east of the inn. This is a rough estimate. You'll need to search carefully once you get there. The black-clothed figure had fled too fast for the bees to keep up. 10 miles? Sage remarked. Rhett must be a strong spirit honest to cover such distance so quickly. Amnon nodded. Carrie, stay here. Sage and I will handle it. All right, Carrie agreed hoarsely. Amnon slowly crawled through the broken window. Sage smiled, wondering if this was Amnon imitating their master style. Seeming weak but hiding true strength. Was crawling through the window deliberately clumsy? Following suit, Sage also crawled through, surprising everyone. They had just seen Abel predict the figure's location while closing his eyes. Now, these two seemed clumsily uncoordinated. Could they really be trusted? The crowd grew skeptical. Meanwhile, the Lan Shijo Darwins gathered around Chris, who stood facing the young girl disguised as a boy. Junior sister, among us, only you avoided drinking. All our hopes depend on you now, Chris said gravely. The girl swallowed hard. Brother, although I didn't drink, I just advanced to middle yellow rank. You can do it, Chris reassured her. Look at them, struggling even to climb through a window. Now it's all up to you. Really? I can do it. She clenched her fists tightly, trembling slightly. Lauer in the inn was already upper yellow rank, while she had just reached middle yellow rank. But her brother believed in her. Seeing his earnest gaze, she felt invigorated. Yes, brother, I'll go, she nodded firmly. If her brother said she could, then she would. Determined, she nodded again, bolstering her confidence. She swiftly drew her long sword, exerted her martial arts, and with a leap, she gracefully soared out of the window, her posture far more elegant compared to Amnon and Sage. Everyone's eyes immediately lit up. This Lan Shijo still has reserves of strength? Seeing this, Carrie frowned. Letting a girl chase after him? This Lan Shijo is truly. Abel's group clearly didn't think much of Chris, but the people in the inn felt differently. Looking at the girl's agile movements, it seemed she was much more reliable than anyone from that so-called Lord's party. The paragraph structure and line breaks have been maintained as requested. The translation preserves the original tone and style, ensuring natural and fluent English while remaining free of grammatical errors. It also aligns coherently with the previous content. Chapter 278. The Black-Clothed Man. The girl from Lanchi State leaped over the window and ran as fast as she could, channeling her spiritual energy. However, after running for quite some time, she didn't see a single figure. This doesn't make sense. Their speed couldn't possibly be faster than mine. Why can't I catch up with them? Could I have run in the wrong direction? No, this direction is correct. Maybe they took the wrong path? Forget it. I'll rely on myself. That lord mentioned that the black-clothed man was around 10 miles to the east. Let's head there first. After nightfall, the cold dew became heavy. The girl ran 10 miles using her spiritual energy, but gradually felt her strength waning. She couldn't maintain her defensive aura anymore and started feeling the chill. The surroundings were pitch black, and nothing was visible. She stopped to rest for a moment. Soon after, the sound of clashing weapons reached her ears. Surprised, she dashed towards the source. To the east stood a large mountain, with faint light coming from its waist. Found it. The girl rejoiced inwardly. The sounds of clashing weapons also seemed to come from the mountain's waist. She took several deep breaths and, her feet wrapped in spiritual energy, rushed towards the location. Found you, senior brother. I found you. She excitedly shouted in her heart. Climbing up the mountain's waist covered in green vines, she discovered a stone door partly open, emitting a faint glow from inside the cave. Listening intently, she noticed the weapon clashing sounds had stopped. Carefully peeking into the stone door, she saw a vast cavern filled with stone bridges, caves, tables, and chairs. Various luminous spirit stones embedded in the walls emitted colorful, soft lights. What? Is this a secret cave? Never having seen such a scene before, she swallowed hard and cautiously entered. Inside the damp cave, water dripped continuously from the stone walls. Stealthily moving forward, she heard a loud bang before reaching the stone table. At the end of the cavern, green mist abruptly spurted out from a corner, coalescing into a humanoid shape. Startled, she screamed and stumbled backward. The noise caught the green mist figure's attention, which turned its head and flew swiftly towards her. Ah! The girl fell back, covering her head with both hands and closing her eyes tightly, trembling. However, no pain came. Instead, she heard a familiar voice ask, "Why did you come here, little girl?" Surprised, she slowly opened her eyes. A tall, thin man in a red robe stood in front of her, holding the neck of the green mist creature, seemingly using only one hand. "Let me go!" The green mist figure suddenly spoke, its hoarse voice like a duck being choked. "Do you think I can't handle you just because you transformed?" Yovan said, pinching the figure's neck and sneered, "In terms of poison, you don't even qualify to be my Darwin." "I was wrong," the green mist rolled, revealing a grotesque face underneath, a man's face. "You can't escape." Yovan lifted the black mist higher and squeezed. "Give up." The green mist instantly dispersed, and the man within was thrown like a broken bag, landing heavily on the wet ground, unable to get up immediately. From the depths of the cavern, Sage in a white dress emerged, saying to Yovan, "There are exactly 19 people in the formation, not more or less." "What's the purpose of that formation?" Yovan asked. "We need Elder Coulter to inspect it," Sage replied, then looked at the frightened girl. "Why did someone from Lanchi State come here?" Yovan shook his head and turned to ask the girl, "How did you find this place?" "My senior brother sent me." The girl hesitantly stood up, taking a deep breath. "I came to find the black-clothed man." "The black-clothed man?" Sage asked in surprise. "Did you come alone?" The girl nodded, looking at Sage timidly. She secretly blamed herself for being so fearful. Clearly, these two people were far less powerful than she, yet they remained calm. Why was she so scared? It must be the environment making her nervous. "Definitely. Where is the black-clothed man?" the girl asked. "Lying over there," Sage said. "But it's still dangerous. You can't go near him." "Dangerous?" She can't go near him? Yet she clearly saw the Andrew casually choke and throw the black-clothed man. "Is it really dangerous?" "Doubtful," she asked. "What about the antidote?" Yovan flipped his palm, producing a small bottle. "You came for this, right? This antidote was taken from the black-clothed man. You can take it back now." The girl was stunned. "It's this easy?" She hesitated, thinking whether she should be polite since it was found by others. But ultimately, she extended her hand without saying anything. "Now that we have the antidote, shall we leave?" the girl asked. "There's still unfinished business here," Yovan replied. "More business?" Ignoring her question, Yovan turned to the man lying on the ground. The man had struggled to sit up, leaning against the damp rock wall, eyeing Yovan warily. "Now tell us, why did you kidnap people in the village?" Yovan demanded. "I was just following orders," the man panted weakly. "We don't know the Rani's true intentions." Judging by his pale complexion and trembling body, Joven's earlier move had severely injured him. "We?" Sage asked. "Who's we? You're not acting alone?" "No, we are not alone. The Rani ordered us to kidnap foreign swordsmen in the village. It just happened to be my turn today. None of the captives inside were captured by me." The man argued defensively. "I'm not responsible for this. This man is a top-notch expert. Translation complete according to your instructions. Please review and let me know if any adjustments are needed." The girl's body trembled uncontrollably, a trembling caused by the fear of being controlled by someone who held her life in his hands. "Let me go, or this girl will die," the man threatened viciously. "Oh, is that so? Do you still have that capability?" Sage's voice floated over calmly, coming from behind the man. A chill ran down the man's neck as a crystal sword was placed lightly against it. His body instantly stiffened. "Would you like to see if your hand is faster or my sword is quicker?" Sage's voice echoed leisurely, but to the man, it sounded like thunder, causing his hair to stand on end. Lady Jaden, the man's body quivered with fear. Fear that he could not escape, a paralyzing fear under someone else's control. His spiritual energy was completely frozen, and he couldn't breathe, rendering him incapable of any resistance. The man's body went limp, and with a thud, he knelt down, begging for mercy. "Spare my life, lady." The Lanchi State girl was released and fell to the ground, taking a long time to recover from the shock of what had just happened. She stared at the scene before her in disbelief. Could this ferocious expert really have been subdued so easily by the young Marissa? She stood up cautiously and backed away slowly. "It seems you teeth tightly." She gripped the bottle of antidote and hurried back to the inn. "Xavian, what about this Marissa?" Sage asked hesitantly. "She's just an ignorant girl," Yovan replied. "She's younger than you. There's no need to involve her." Sage nodded. Although Yovan didn't hold Lanchi State in high regard, he didn't dislike the girl and seemed to have some protective inclination towards her, perhaps due to her young age. As they watched the Lanchi state girl disappear into the distance, Yovan turned to the man, his expression turning grim. To dare play tricks in front of him? Humph. The name 10,000 Bat Cave sounds familiar, Sage asked. When was this place built, and why is it named 10,000 Bat Cave? Because thousands of bats used to live here, the man answered nervously. I don't know when this cave was built. Bats? Yovan remarked. Yet we didn't see a single bat. That was a long time ago, the man replied. What's the purpose of the formation in the cave? Sage asked. Formation? The man swallowed, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. It's used to activate a mechanism deep within the cave. Mechanism? There's a powerful mechanism deep inside this cave, the man explained. It can only be activated using the formation. How does this relate to the 19 people in the formation? Sage asked. The formation requires 20 spirit honest cultivation to be sacrificed to activate it, the man replied. You mean these people's cultivations will be consumed by the formation? Sage asked coldly. The man shivered under Sage's icy tone and nodded. Who is your Rani? Yovan asked. The man remained silent for a while, then sighed. I'll tell you, but you must promise to spare my life. If what you say is true, we won't harm you, Sage replied. I don't want that, the man hastily interrupted. Even if you don't act against me, my Rani will not let me off. If you can't guarantee my safety, I'd rather die than speak. Don't worry. We won't reveal it was you who told us, Yovan coldly reassured. But even if you don't say anything, he will guess, the man continued. Then I'll still be at the mercy of my Rani. I'm also a victim. I had no choice but to work for him. You, honorable heroes, shouldn't harm someone like me. I have an 80-year-old mother and... His words abruptly stopped as Sage lost patience and pushed the crystal sword slightly into his neck. The simple gesture silenced him immediately. I ask you answer, Sage commanded roughly. One more word of nonsense, and I lose interest, and you lose your chance to talk. All right, the man straightened his body, not daring to move. The crystal sword was too close to his neck. Who is your Rani? Sage barked. Rhett's the master of 10,000 Bat Cave, the man replied. Where is he now? At Divine Sword Manor. Rhett's part of Divine Sword Manor? Sage asked. No, he's part of Blood Alliance. What? Sage and Yovan were both startled. Blood Alliance sent invitations to all heroes, treating them with respect, yet kidnaps people here? Sage asked. The man hesitated, falling silent. Answer quickly, Sage urged. The man's face twisted in pain. Blood Alliance wouldn't kidnap its own guests. The kidnapping is my Rani's personal action. Since he's responsible for organizing parts of the conference, news from this area won't reach the other members of Blood Alliance. Chapter 279, Detoxification. At dawn, before the sky had fully brightened, the lights in the inn remained on. The young girl from Lanchi Prefecture stumbled into the inn, causing a stir among everyone present, who sprang to their feet. The Darwins of Lanchi Prefecture's eyes lit up as they rushed forward and anxiously asked, Junior sister, have you found the antidote? Breathless, the girl said, yes. She opened her palm, revealing a porcelain bottle. That's wonderful, everyone rejoiced. Chris pushed through the crowd, took the bottle and loudly praised. I truly didn't misjudge you. Junior brother really came through. The girl's heart swelled with emotion. Her face flushed as she murmured softly, almost inaudibly, I didn't contribute much. It was those two who provided the help. Chris beamed, immediately unscrewing the cap to examine its contents closely. What did you say just now, junior sister? Chris asked absent-mindedly. My senior brother didn't listen carefully. Well, detoxifying is the priority now. I'll tell him later. A brown pill tumbled out onto Chris's palm, emanating a faint medicinal aroma. Delighted, Chris handed the pill to his Ashan beside him and said, take it. Yes, senior brother. The Darwin, overjoyed, swallowed the antidote eagerly after chewing it up. Though the bitter taste filled his throat, a cooling sensation soon followed. When he circulated his spiritual energy again, though it was still slightly sluggish, there was no more excruciating pain throughout his body. It worked, the Darwin exclaimed excitedly. Really? Chris appeared pleasantly surprised and continued distributing the pills to the others, taking one himself as well. After all the members of Lanchi Prefecture had taken the antidote, their demeanor changed dramatically. With their numbers and restored spiritual power, they sat quietly, yet exuded a formidable presence like awakening lions. Inside the inn, the other martial artists stared dumbfounded at this scene. Those who had pinned their hopes on Abel inwardly groaned. Especially those who had spoken ill of Lanchi Prefecture were particularly distressed. Huang brother, since your sect has found the antidote, could you also remove the poison from our bodies? One martial artist stood up and asked as he watched the Lanchi Prefecture group take the antidote. You? Chris cast a sidelong glance at the martial artist without responding. A Darwin from Lanchi Prefecture interjected. We originally intended to share the same fate with all of you, but this matter with the black-clothed man has revealed many fair-weather friends. The martial artist blushed, while another hastily explained. We had no choice. We only said those things to please that group, so they would help us find the antidote. It was a temporary expedient, not disrespectful to Lanchi Prefecture. We all still respect Lanchi Prefecture above all. Indeed, someone else chimed in support. Our admiration for Lanchi Prefecture is genuine. Think about it. How many people can lead so many juniors to Divine Sword Manor at such a young age, like Huang brother? Absolutely. Perhaps only the elite from the 5 major sects can compare with Huang brother. Senior brother Huang, we should cooperate and head to Divine Sword Manor together. With your lofty righteousness and broad-mindedness, we will certainly do our best for Lanchi Prefecture. This statement resonated, drawing widespread agreement and support. Smiling, Chris looked down at them condescendingly. Very well, I'll give you the antidote then. Senior brother? A Darwin protested. Are you sure about giving it to them like this? Lanchi Prefecture has bigger plans and shouldn't be petty, Chris whispered to the Darwin. These martial artists may prove useful to us. But, the Darwin voiced doubts. They change their stance easily and are not reliable. Don't worry, Chris replied softly. We don't need them for big tasks, even small ones will save us much trouble. Oh, so, they're cannon fodder. The Darwin nodded in understanding. Antidotes were distributed one by one. After swallowing them, the martial artists' demeanors also transformed dramatically. Thank you, Brother Huang, they thanked profusely. No problem, Chris chuckled. We should indeed work together. Brother Huang speaks wisely. He is magnanimous, an exemplary figure among us, one person commented. Chris simply smiled and announced loudly, it's still early, let's rest a bit and depart for Divine Sword Manor at noon. Good. Everyone agreed unanimously. The martial artists gradually dispersed, paying little attention to Abel sitting in the corner. Honest, why hasn't Xavian and Miss Sage returned yet? Isaac asked anxiously. Be patient, wait a bit longer, Abel calmly replied, eating dumplings leisurely, which served as breakfast at the inn. The situation here is somewhat complicated. Complicated? Isaac was puzzled, putting down his chopsticks. If Honest says it's complicated, it must be quite tangled up. But now, it seemed the martial artist forgot about the black-clothed man, showing no interest in pursuing the matter. Honest, why aren't they concerned about it? Isaac wondered. They're focused on entering Divine Sword Manor and have no interest in matters outside it, Senior Little Nyan explained. They don't realize how events in this village will affect their future journey. Some might understand, Abel speculated. But with Lanchi Prefecture leading and controlled by Chris, they lack the capability to investigate independently if Lanchi Prefecture isn't interested. Isaac nodded. As noon approached, after preparations, many people left the inn. However, Abel and his companions checked in. You're staying? A Darwin from Lanchi Prefecture teased, approaching them. Not going to Divine Sword Manor? Lanchi Prefecture felt they had lost face because of Abel's group, despite not being directly their fault, which left some resentment in their hearts. Isaac blocked Abel and retorted. What's it to you? Humph, pretending, aren't you? Probably waiting for those two people to come back, the Darwin taunted. This comment drew attention from many, who gathered around. The Darwin grew more smug, loudly proclaiming. We thought you were some kind of expert flaunting yourself before us. Turns out, you can't handle even a single black-clothed man. Did you know? Our junior sister is one of the weakest in Lanchi Prefecture, just newly promoted to Midhuang level. Isaac felt angry but remained silent. If Honest hadn't instructed me to avoid conflict, I'd have lunged at you already. That's fine. Abel ignored the provocation, gave the man a cool look and walked away. Arguing with these people was merely a waste of time. Behind him, the Darwin laughed arrogantly, pointing at Abel's group and shouting, power is paramount. Without power, acting superior is utterly shameful. This comment earned nods from a few Lanchi Prefecture Darwins. Younger brother is right. They mocked us when we were poisoned. Shouldn't they know better themselves? One Darwin remarked. Younger brother, that's not entirely true. If we weren't poisoned, they wouldn't dare speak. Now that we've recovered, they can't say anything, another added. Rev, they wish they could speak. Do they dare? Ha ha ha. The surrounding Lanchi Prefecture Darwins laughed uproariously. Isaac's face turned red with anger, clenching his fists tightly. What are you doing? A sudden voice broke the commotion inside the inn. The young girl from Lanchi Prefecture squeezed through the crowd, shouting loudly, how can you do this? Everyone was startled by her sudden outburst. The Lanchi Prefecture Darwin paused and said, it's you, junior brother. Why are you sympathizing with them? How could I possibly sympathize with them? The girl denied loudly. Then why? The Darwin asked in confusion. They made us lose face in front of everyone, yet you're still defending them. Face. The girl was so angry she trembled all over, yelling, is face more important than life? Everyone was taken aback by her words. The Lanchi Prefecture Darwin was puzzled and asked, junior brother, what do you mean? I'll tell you, the antidote was given to me by those two people. The black-clothed man is powerful. I almost lost my life, the girl shouted. If not for those two, I wouldn't be here anymore. How can you mock them? What do you mean? The Darwin exclaimed, what two people? The girl pointed at Abel and his group, shouting, those are their companions. It was their companions who gave me the antidote. The black-clothed man was also captured by them. There was a commotion among the crowd. Be quiet. Chris suddenly appeared in the inn's hall, shouting loudly, how can you say such things? Red had been staying in the inn for a long time and now rushed forward to stand in front of the girl, saying, what nonsense are you talking about? What potion did they give you to make you talk like this? The girl trembled with fear, vividly remembering how the black-clothed man had immobilized her and how those two instantly subdued him. She took 2 steps back and said, senior brother, we shouldn't provoke them. Provoke? Did we provoke them on purpose? Chris clenched his teeth in anger. His junior sister was publicly embarrassing him. By revealing that the antidote wasn't found by them but given by others, she was making him look like a small-minded person taking advantage of others' kindness. Could he, Chris, acknowledge this? Would Lanchi Prefecture accept it? And provoking? Be quiet. Chris coldly laughed. You're too young and easily deceived. Senior brother. The girl grabbed Chris's arm. Senior brother. About the black-clothed man? You still speak. Chris glared at her with eyes like knives, frightening her into silence. Turning around, Chris yelled loudly, those things aren't worth mentioning. Our goal is Divine Sword Manor. This place is just a stop along the way. Why should we bother with such matters? Chris's gaze swept over Abel, angrily saying, you all, we had no grudges before. I advise you not to provoke trouble. Provocation? So now we're the provocateurs? Isaac trembled with rage. If Honest hadn't told me not to reveal our strength, I would have retaliated already. Kelly stepped forward, blocking Isaac and coldly said, Honest, what shall we do? It's fine. They're back, Abel said. They? Who? As if on cue, there was a commotion outside the inn. People crowded toward the entrance, making it even noisier. What happened? Curious, everyone moved toward the door. Ronan and Sage walked towards the inn from afar, followed by over a dozen martial artists. Seeing this scene, Everyone immediately understood. They actually brought people back? Those kidnapped people. The gazes of the martial artists inside the inn towards Abel and his group changed significantly. Very well, very good indeed. Chris gripped his sword tightly, gritting his teeth. ##### Chapter 280. Challenge. Amnon and Sage returned to the village with 19 others, entering the inn to rest. The 19 individuals turned around and continuously bowed their thanks towards Amnon and Sage, tears streaming down their faces. If it weren't for the two of you, we would be dead. We are deeply indebted to you both. If there's ever a need for our services in the future, we will comply without hesitation. The 19 people kept bowing in gratitude, touching everyone present. The gazes of the inn's guests on the Lord and his group shifted dramatically. The Lord and his companions had silently rescued everyone and even brought back the antidote through a young lady from Lanchi Prefecture, showing no interest in taking credit for their actions. Whispers began circulating in the inn like bubbling spring water rising quietly. Chris, upon noticing this, grimaced with clenched teeth. Although most were speaking softly, Chris's sharp ears caught some of their words. It seems the Lord's party indeed subdued the black-clothed men. They aren't weak at all. Yesterday, our entire inn was on high alert but failed to catch the black-clothed men. Compared to Lanchi Prefecture, this Lord is much more skilled. That's right. Chris gathered the strength of all the heroes in the inn, along with several dozen people from Lanchi Prefecture, yet still couldn't catch the black-clothed men. This Lord remained low-key but unexpectedly turned out to be a dark horse, or rather, a black dragon. Amusingly, when the Lord warned us about the poisoned wine yesterday, Chris's people from Lanchi Prefecture were still naively inviting us to drink. Following such an inept Rani would certainly bring bad luck. Now that you mention it, I am indeed a bit worried. Sure, be careful what you say. There are people from Lanchi Prefecture around us. We're supposed to set off together at noon. Why? Are you planning to go with them? You guys don't intend to go? What's good about going with Lanchi Prefecture? They may be numerous, but they are arrogant. Following them means having to obey everything they say. That Chris isn't. People frowned. In that case, we might need to change our route? A detour? For others, it wouldn't be easy, but we have hunting wind eagles, Abel responded. We have ample time to bypass this obstacle. The path ahead was likely sealed, or already under the control of the mastermind. Amnon nodded. At least we know this isn't an order from the Blood Alliance headquarters. Let's take the detour. The Blood Alliance takes the Thousand Alliances conference very seriously. After we enter the Divine Sword Manor, we'll report the events here to the Blood Alliance headquarters. They will send someone to resolve this issue, Senior Coulter added. There's no need for us to worry about the aftermath. This is an internal matter of the Blood Alliance, Abel concluded. Let's rest here for a day and depart tomorrow. At that moment, the door was violently pushed open, and several Lanchi Prefecture Darwins appeared. Everyone was taken aback. Were you never taught to knock first? Isaac rushed to the door, angrily scolding. The lack of manners demonstrated the unruliness of Lanchi Prefecture. Humph, I'm just delivering a message. The Lanchi Prefecture Darwin smirked. Is there anything important? Senior Coulter, clearly displeased, asked hoarsely. The Darwin scanned the room before loudly announcing. Our elder brother Chris sent me to deliver a challenge. Rhett challenges your lord. I win. Chris shouted. Whatever you want, Abel replied. I'll make you serve Lanchi Prefecture for 100 years. Chris boasted. Let me teach this punk a lesson. Selma burst forward, slamming his fists into the ground angrily. Teacher, let me handle this. Abel nodded. All right, be careful. Selma eyed Chris, slamming his massive hammer into the ground, creating a deep pit. Monster strength? Chris chuckled. A body cultivator? Ha, you're not qualified to fight me. I challenge the strongest among you. Ha, weakling, Selma scoffed. My teacher won't fight a weakling. You're my match. Weakling? Chris's face turned red with anger. Can you withstand 3 moves from me? Selma teased. 3 moves. Chris yelled back. Woman, I'll give you 3 moves. Give me 3 moves? Excellent. Selma agreed without hesitation. Selma raised his heavy hammer, bellowing, go. Next, he stomped hard with his right foot, causing the ground to rumble and sink as he charged toward Chris. Chris's expression turned serious. Rhett lifted his broadsword defensively, channeling spiritual energy furiously. The sword glowed with a shimmering white light, distorting like mist rising from flowing water. The broadsword, the paramount among weapons, much like Chris, a dominant figure among men. Once it's in hand, I, Chris, become invincible, with an indomitable spirit that soars skyward. Even as the massive hammer looms suddenly before his eyes, Chris remains unbowed and unyielding. The air around the long knife crackles sharply, and Chris's aura solidifies as he swings his broadsword towards the hammer. Eris Exion's muscles bulge prominently, the orange spiritual energy surging from within stimulating every cell in his body, causing them to tremble. Inside the hammer, the rumbling sound of cloud thunder is about to erupt, purple lightning spilling out, tearing apart the surrounding air. Eris Exion unleashes this move without holding back. The massive hammer charges forward, colliding with the broadsword. With a deafening boom, the point of impact erupts with electric flashes, sending one figure flying away instantly. Dust rises in the arena, and when it settles, Eris Exion stands in the middle with a victorious smile, panting heavily. Only now do the people from Lanchi Prefecture realize that the figure sent flying was Chris. Senior brother! Someone cries out in anguish, rushing toward him. Chris lies amidst scattered rocks, his face charred black, spitting blood, unable to rise. The Darwins of Lanchi Prefecture rush over to help him up. You, Chris, both ashamed and enraged, points at Eris Exion, spitting out more blood before fainting. Anyone else want to challenge me? Eris Exion slams her massive hammer on the ground with a loud thud, standing tall and mighty in the middle of the arena, loudly shouting at the crowd from Lanchi Prefecture. Retter gaze sweeps across them, and no one dares to meet her eyes. Come back inside. If Chris hadn't underestimated you, you wouldn't have won so easily. Senior Coulter smiles. Don't get too cocky. Heiress Exine raises her head proudly. Humph. Who told him to underestimate me? In the end, I still won. The people from Lanchi Prefecture gnash their teeth in frustration, but dare not step forward to challenge Heiress Exine again. The scene falls silent. Heiress Exine and the others return to the inn to rest. The onlookers only snap out of their stupor now, realizing how shockingly intense the confrontation had been. They couldn't believe what they saw. Chris, an intermediate rank spiritual honest, had been sent flying by a single move from a Marissa. While Chris might have underestimated her, such a result seemed too exaggerated. Note: for consistency, Huang Xin is translated as Heiress Exine. If it should be kept as a different name, please let me know. The saber, the supreme ruler among weapons, was like Chris, the supreme ruler among men. Once it was in his hands, Chris's Kyushu would surge to the heavens, unmatched by anyone. Even when faced with a massive hammer appearing before him in an instant, Chris remained unrivaled and indomitable. The air around the long saber crackled loudly, and Chris's momentum condensed as he swung the saber horizontally towards the giant hammer. Heiress Exine's muscles bulged, and the orange spiritual energy surging from within them stimulated every cell in his body, making each one tremble. Within the hammer, thunderous clouds rumbled, about to burst forth. Purple lightning surged out, tearing apart the surrounding air. With this move, Heiress Exine held nothing back. The giant hammer charged forward, and as saber met hammer, there was a deafening boom. Lightning erupted at the point of impact, and a figure was instantly blasted away. Smoke rose in the arena, and when it cleared, Heiress Exine stood in the center with a smile, panting heavily. Only then did the people of Lanchi province realize that the figure who had been blasted away was Chris. Elder brother! Someone cried out in anguish and rushed over. Chris lay amidst a pile of rocks, his face blackened and his mouth filled with blood, too weak to get up. The Darwins of Lanchi province hurried over and helped him up. You, Chris said, both ashamed and angry, pointing at Heiress Exine. Rhett spat out a mouthful of blood and fainted. Is there anyone else who wants to challenge me? Heiress Exine slammed his giant hammer on the ground and looked around at the people of Lanchi province with a commanding presence, shouting loudly. No one dared to meet his gaze. Come back, Senior Coulter said with a laugh. If Chris hadn't underestimated you, you wouldn't have won so easily. Don't be too proud, he added. Heiress Exine raised his head arrogantly and said, Humph, who made him underestimate me? In the end, I still won. The people of Lanchi province gritted their teeth in frustration, but no one dared to step forward to challenge Heiress Exine again. The scene fell silent. Heiress Exine and the others returned to their inn to rest. The onlookers finally came to their senses, stunned by what they had just witnessed. They couldn't believe their eyes. Chris, a mid-class spirit honest, had been sent flying by a single move from a Marissa. Perhaps Chris had underestimated her, but this was still too exaggerated. Note: there seems to be an inconsistency with spiritual energy and spirit master being used interchangeably. For clarity and consistency, these terms should match throughout the text. Chapter 281. Traitor. The despicable scoundrel. An angry rebuke echoed through the inn. Lanchi Prefecture's Chris had just woken up, his complexion pale as he leaned against the bed. The Darwins surrounded him. Won't that be a great detour? What do you think about this? Everyone looked at each other, shaking their heads silently. Why don't you know? Chris sounded somewhat angry, his voice cold. Did you not inquire about this over these few days? Brother, we were worried about you and stayed by your side every moment, a Darwin respectfully said. Every moment? Chris felt irritated. Dozens of Lanchi Prefecture's Darwins are here. Do I need so many people around me? The Darwin looked embarrassed. Brother, we should only focus on reaching Divine Sword Manor now. Why care about them? Another brother said. We cannot. Chris shook his head. They have a reason for taking a detour. If we don't understand why, going there rashly might put us at a disadvantage. A disadvantage? Chris almost wanted to say more. Do you think we gathered everyone here for what? Wasn't it because the path ahead is unclear, and we need someone to scout for us? But now these people suddenly turn back. Why? Did they discover something? Could it be related to the black-clothed men? We must find out why they did this, Chris said firmly. We must. Abel originally planned to travel on a Huntwind Eagle, but a crowd of people in the inn insisted on following Abel. Giving up the Huntwind Eagle, Abel and company had no choice but to walk. Walking was an intolerable task for Abel. Thankfully, a perceptive knight offered his carriage, and Abel reluctantly agreed. Inside the carriage, Thelma chuckled. Honestly, striking that blow was exhilarating. That Chris is like a decorated dummy. Despite his impressive appearance, he can't take a hit. Let's see if he dares to be arrogant next time. If he does, my hammer will greet him again. Abel laughed. I doubt such opportunities will come again. Why? Thelma was puzzled. This time you faced Chris of Lanchi Prefecture, who is all arrogance and no strength. How many people like him are there in the martial world? Thelma stroked her hammer and smiled. I truly hope there are more of such fellows. This battle boosted Thelma's confidence immensely. Isaac glared at Thelma, clearly unhappy about being overshadowed. Rhett pulled the curtain and looked back, startled. Ready? Why is she following us? Who? Zoltan leaned over. It's her. Zoltan exclaimed. She's alone? Did she get separated? Anakin Simeon glanced back, frowning. Behind the caravan, a long line wound its way up the mountain path. At the end of the line, a frail figure stumbled along in a blue robe, thin and weary. Lanchi Prefecture's girl? Sage also noticed. Why is she following us alone? I'll check. Anakin Simeon darted out of the carriage, leaping gracefully before landing softly beside the girl. Everyone marveled at his light, elegant movements. Such kung fu skills were rare indeed. The girl, dressed in a dirty blue robe, looked miserable, her eyes swollen, hair disheveled, and cheeks flushed red. Why are you alone? Anakin Simeon asked, towering over her like a lost puppy. They called me a traitor and drove me away. The girl struggled to hold back tears. Is that so? The girl nodded, hesitating. Well, come with me then, Anakin Simeon said, his gaunt, stern face remaining unchanged. The girl hesitated, then nodded. Anakin Simeon led her back to the group, letting her borrow a horse rather than climb into the carriage, reducing her fatigue. Bring this Lanshi Prefecture girl with you? Abel was surprised inside the carriage. She won't affect the journey, Anakin Simeon replied casually, as if discussing a minor matter. Wouldn't it? They were heading to the Thousand Alliances conference. Did Anakin Simeon not realize this? Who previously mocked Chris for having holes in his brain, bringing a young girl along the way. Abel looked back at the trembling girl on the horse, deep in thought. Anakin Simeon usually ignored everything except Thelma. When did he start caring about outsiders? Truly bizarre. This girl indeed looked delicate. Leaving her alone would be concerning. In the evening, the caravan stopped to rest. Anakin Simeon handed dry rations and water to the girl. Why aren't we heading straight to Divine Sword Manor? The girl seemed puzzled, asking. Pausing, Anakin Simeon finally replied. Going straight might lead to unforeseen troubles. The girl accepted the provisions, thanking him. What kind of trouble? Anakin Simeon stared at her for a while, until she broke into a cold sweat. We're not sure yet, but it won't be an easy path. His tone was icy, like the edge of a rock. Oh, the girl forced a smile, though it looked awkward. Why did you join Lanshi Prefecture? Anakin Simeon suddenly asked. Startled, the girl stammered. I just wanted to learn spirit arts and avoid being bullied. Sweat dripped down her forehead. Anakin Simeon watched her quietly, his stern expression relaxing slightly. What's your name? Zhu Diandian, the girl replied nervously. Anakin Simeon nodded, turning away without further words. After this exchange, the surrounding knights regarded the girl differently, ensuring she wasn't harassed. Night fell, and the moon hung high in the sky, its soft white glow casting peaceful shadows over the mountains. Eagle cries echoed in the distance, stirring the tree branches gently. The girl rose, looking around, and slipped toward the back of the caravan, unnoticed. Note: the original Chinese names are transcribed directly using pinyin, maintaining the same paragraph structure and style for a coherent English translation. A dark shadow suddenly darted out from the woods, and the girl let out a loud scream in fright, hastily stepping backward. The shadow stopped 5 steps away from her, and after a long while, the girl finally realized it was a black eagle. Already so many times, and you're still this startled. From within the woods, a Darwin of Lanshi Prefecture emerged. Seeing the Lanshi Prefecture Darwin, the black eagle let out an excited cry and flapped its wings to land on the deer skin on his shoulder. Sorry, the girl apologized with a sheepish smile. So, did you find out anything? The man asked. Yes, the girl hurriedly nodded. They took a detour because something unexpected happened ahead on the road. What exactly happened? The man pressed. The girl shook her head. I don't know. Well, what else did you find out? The man continued. And nothing else, the girl stammered nervously. Nothing else? The man's voice suddenly rose, sharp and piercing. You only found out this much? Zhu Diandian, you have to understand. This is your last chance. Lanshi Prefecture lost face because of you. If we can't turn this around, you'll really be expelled from Lanshi Prefecture. I. Tears streamed down the girl's face as she clutched at the man's sleeve, pleading, please, don't. This isn't my decision. It's eldest brother's. The man rudely shoved her hand away and barked, I'm just here to deliver the message. With that, he vanished into the woods with the black eagle. The girl helplessly watched him go, feeling as if she had been abandoned by the entire world. Just a day ago, she was still the youngest sister of Lanshi Prefecture. Now, she was labeled a traitor? Overwhelmed by sorrow, she couldn't stop sobbing, her cries carried away by the night breeze. After a long while, she wiped her red, swollen eyes and turned back toward the caravan. But as she turned, she collided with a figure in red. Red robes, gaunt frame, stern countenance. Why you? The girl was taken aback and retreated sharply. Why aren't you resting at this hour? Anakin Simeon asked, his voice like cold water, instantly sobering her up. She shivered from head to toe. I came out to relieve myself, the girl stammered nervously. Anakin Simeon remained silent. With a light step, he leaped 10 feet into the air, his form gliding gracefully before drifting far away. Perfect lightness kung fu, formidable strength. Did he believe her? The cool night wind made her tighten her clothes. Clenching her teeth, she walked back toward the caravan. Note: the paragraph structure and line breaks are maintained as per the original text. Chapter 282, Undercover. Has he discovered me after all? Raven continued to follow behind the group, her heart filled with unease. Retro Senior Master had assigned her this undercover mission, but could she really pull it off? Ready, what's your relationship with the Andrew by the Lord? A bald Jaden leaned in and asked with a grin. Everyone knew the girl was from Lanshi State, yet Lanshi State had conflicts with the Lord. Everyone saw that much. The red-clothed man seemed to show some concern for the girl, which puzzled many. The Einar remembered how this girl brought back the antidote which Chris distributed among them. She even mentioned that the antidote came from Clarissa's troops in Sage. There should be some kind of hidden connection here. The thirst for gossip burned throughout the night, and now the bald Jaden couldn't contain his curiosity as he cautiously approached her. Raven lifted her head to glance carefully at the carriage ahead before shaking her head without answering. Anything said would likely be heard by those in the nearby carriage. They were too close. What could she say? Say I'm their friend? Wouldn't that seem fake? She recalled being impolite to them previously. Raven remained silent, and the bald Jaden, after waiting half a day without getting an answer, chuckled awkwardly and withdrew. Furrowing her brows, Raven fell into silent sorrow. Perhaps she was one of the worst undercover agents in history. Retro Senior Master had already reprimanded her yesterday, and if she couldn't accomplish her mission, she might truly be expelled from her sect. After traveling for a whole day, the party stopped to rest in the evening. Zoltan popped out of the carriage holding 2 large pancakes. Rhett handed one to Raven. Aunt Zhu, Xavian told me to give this to you. Aunt Zhu? Xavian? Startled, Raven looked up. Are you talking to me? Zoltan smiled warmly and nodded. Why? Raven was perplexed. Zoltan explained. Xavian said you're traveling but didn't bring any food. So naturally, you need something to eat or you'd starve. Rhett giggled afterward. Raven paused, her gaze dropping to Zoltan's greasy hands holding the golden brown pancakes dotted with sesame seeds and green onions, exuding a mouth-watering aroma. She couldn't help but swallow her saliva. Indeed, she hadn't eaten anything today, feeling both physically and mentally exhausted. If she died of hunger, it would indeed be a laughable incident in the world of undercover agents. She took the pancake and started eating. Standing beside her, Zoltan also began munching on his own piece with delight, his face smeared with oil. Xavian said Aunt Zhu, who's still young, should take care of herself. And my master taught me the formation arts to ward off enemies, Zoltan said proudly, raising his head. Am I not capable? Formation arts? Yes, Zoltan confirmed. Who among you is the most capable? Raven asked curiously. Zoltan pondered for a moment before replying, of course, it's my teacher, followed by my master. Your teacher? Raven queried curiously. Yes, Zoltan responded. My teacher is the lord they talk about. What makes him extraordinary? Raven inquired. Zoltan munched on his pancake. My teacher has a giant, greedy snake. Its body is thick and as tall as 3 to 4 stories, big enough to swallow a bandit whole. Does such a huge snake exist? Raven was skeptical. Zoltan said, that greedy snake is scary but doesn't harm me. Don't believe me? Everything I say is true. You can ask the people in our town. Where is your town? Raven asked. It's in Shun Mountain Town in Yuzhou. Zoltan answered, it's quite far from here. Yuzhou? Yes. But I've heard that Yuzhou is barren. How could there be territory there? Besides the barrenness, there used to be a gang of bandits, Zoltan elaborated seriously. But my teacher solved all these problems. After he came, the bandits were captured and now they work as laborers in the town. Do labor? Yes, they did all sorts of evils before. Now, my teacher makes them atone by building houses every day, Zoltan added. Your teacher isn't just capable, Raven commented admiringly, but righteous. Zoltan beamed proudly. The townsfolk and nomads in the area hold my teacher in high regard. The place used to be arid, never raining. But after my teacher came, it started to rain. Raven listened, somewhat dazed. Can it rain? Zoltan chuckled. That's why my teacher is the best. Even Honest tried hard to arrange formations, but couldn't ensure continuous rainfall in the area. My teacher made it happen. Raven found it unbelievable. I thought the Andrew was the most capable. The Red Uncle? Zoltan nodded. Rhett is indeed powerful. Even my elder sister can't match him. Elder sister? The white-robed one is my elder sister. White-robed? Raven's pupils dilated in surprise as she stared at Zoltan. If she wasn't mistaken, the Marissa who put her sword on the black-clad person that day was that white-robed lady. She's your sister? Raven exclaimed. Zoltan nodded proudly. Isn't my sister beautiful? Be beautiful, Raven stammered, swallowing hard with nervousness. But we all undergo training from the teacher, Zoltan continued. Still, my teacher is the best. Outside Shin Mountain Town, there used to be many nomads. After my teacher ordered their inclusion, they finally had a place to live, could eat grains, and drink like water. Trees are gradually being planted in the territory. The teacher said the climate will change accordingly. The locals are very grateful to my teacher. Zoltan kept talking, while Raven listened quietly. Aunt Zhu, tell me your story, Zoltan prompted. When did you join Lanchi State? My story? Raven hesitated, as if lost in thought. She glanced at the pancake in her hand, then weakly smiled. Because I didn't want to be bullied anymore. Previously, she was a pitiful beggar, constantly bullied by others. Since following the senior master of Lanchi State, no one dared bully her again. Raven stroked her blue robe, feeling grateful. As long as she had this piece of clothing, no one dared to bully her anymore. In this world, many weak people don't want to be bullied. Zoltan saw Raven's melancholic expression and smiled. Sister Zhu, actually I used to be timid too. I always dreamed of a monster chasing me, but whenever I saw my elder sister, I wasn't afraid anymore. Raven laughed. Yes, it's a good thing to have someone protecting you. In her heart, the image of senior brother Chris surfaced. She suddenly remembered that she was an undercover agent. By the way, isn't that female warrior with the hammer quite formidable? Raven couldn't help but ask. The one who sent her senior brother flying with one strike must be an extraordinary character. She needed to obtain this information. Selma, Sister Selma? Zoltan said matter-of-factly. Of course, many people in the Lord's mansion are afraid of her. Retra hammer weighs over 500 caddies. When she swings it, it makes a whistling sound, and even if she gently places it on the ground, it thuds loudly. She is very powerful. Zoltan gave a thumbs up, and Raven nodded in agreement. Well, how does she compare to Xavian in red robes? Raven asked. That can't be compared, Zoltan laughed. If they were serious, Sister Selma wouldn't be a match for Xavian. Really? Raven asked in surprise. Isn't she the most powerful then? Of course not. At this point, several knights gathered around, and the bald knight joined enthusiastically. Youngster, that hammer really weighs 500 caddies. That female knight is at least upper-class heiress level. Chris told us he is mid-class heiress level. If the hammer-wielding knight is stronger than Chris, she must be at least upper-class heiress level, right? Thinking about it, the baker trembled excitedly. An upper-class heiress level knight. What if I could establish some connection with her? Zoltan shook his head. No, teacher said Sister Selma, one because Chris underestimated her. Chase after the black-robed person. She's too weak, unable to dodge even one move from the black-robed person, Sage added. What do you think her level is? Abel asked. Lower class Huang level, Sage replied. Before the black-robed person, she can't even move. Is she that weak? Abel commented, but then felt somewhat embarrassed, realizing he himself wasn't even a spirit honest yet. Abel cleared his throat. Alright, since Chris sent her to us, we can't let her go back. Rhett looked at Clarissa. You have any objections? Clarissa glanced sideways at Abel. That's what I meant. Alright then, Abel said. Isaac asked curiously, honest, what should we do? What should we do? Abel thought for a moment, then waved his hand. Let's ignore her for now, and continue our journey. What could such a little girl accomplish? Chapter 283. Entering the mountains. The mountain road was winding and rugged. After more than half a month of travel, they finally saw the gateway. Standing tall, the gateway was made of white marble, with the 4 powerful characters, Shun Jian Shanzhuang, Divine Sword Manner, carved on it in an elegant and vigorous script. 2 swordsmen dressed in light yellow attire stood guard at the entrance, their backs straight as pines, each carrying a long sword. Seeing the arrivals, the 2 swordsmen stepped forward and said in unison with a bow, Welcome noble guests to our manor. Their voices, amplified by spiritual energy, resonated loudly through the mountains, leaving everyone impressed and admiring the grandeur of Divine Sword Manor. The group returned the bow to the guards and passed through the gateway, heading up the mountain. After another half an hour of travel, they arrived at a large residence. The compound was enclosed by high red-tiled walls. Looking up, one could see the distant towers and pavilions within, intricately constructed and exquisitely decorated. So, it seems the master here lives like a wealthy landlord, Abel remarked with a smile. Divine Sword Manor is actually quite low-key, Coulter replied in his raspy voice. You've been to Waterwalking Sect, which do you think is more impressive? Waterwalking Sect? The level of luxury there was unmatched by most sects. Speaking of which, it does seem pretty low-key, Abel laughed. However, compared to the extravagant setup of Divine Sword Manor, even Donglu Town's Chen family seemed modest by comparison. At the gate of the residence, people were already waiting. Upon seeing the approaching group, they hurriedly came forward. The heroes have endured much hardship. Meals, snacks, and guest rooms have been prepared for you, a steward-like figure said warmly, followed by a dozen servants. We dare not trouble you all, the martial artists said humbly, waving their hands. After such a long journey, we are relieved to finally reach Divine Sword Manor. It truly lives up to its reputation. The reverence for Divine Sword Manor was evident in every heart. The martial artists couldn't wait to offer their praise and admiration. You're too kind, no need for concern. We're used to roughing it, the martial artists laughed generously. Retros, your presence brightens our halls, the steward replied, bowing repeatedly. Please, this way, this way. Abel and the others got off the carriage and looked around. Pine trees lined the front of the compound, neatly trimmed. 2 massive stone lions stood guard at the entrance, and the ground was paved with neat stone bricks. The servant's attire was clean and orderly, displaying a refined elegance. Abel pointed at a sign above the gate and asked curiously, what does Nanjai, South Compound, mean? Above the gate hung a deep red plaque with the words, Nanjai written in gold lacquer. Why not Shanjian Shanzhuang? Abel inquired. A servant smiled and explained, Sir, Divine Sword Manor has 5 compounds, east, west, north, south, and central. This is the south compound, hence the name Nanjai. Nanjai? The servant continued, for small mountains surround a central mountain. The 5 compounds are situated on different mountains. We are on the outer southern mountain, hence the name South Mountain. In the center, surrounded by the 4 mountains, lies the main courtyard, called Central Compound. So, there's also East Compound, West Compound, and North Compound? Indeed, the servant replied. Such an arrangement was indeed unique, truly worthy of Divine Sword Manor. Are we attending the gathering in the Central Compound? Abel asked. Yes, the steward replied. We will go to the Central Mountain when the time comes. For now, please rest in the South Compound. Very well, the martial artists nodded, though some began to wonder about their true destination. The South Compound was vast. Passing through the gate, past the hall and gardens, around a pond, and through a bamboo forest, they reached a training ground. Seeing the training area, the heroes paused. Many early arrivals were already practicing, creating a lively scene. That's someone from Yuhai sect. Well, Brother Huang, good to see you again. Didn't expect you'd be here. Look, isn't that Iron Gate sect's person who said he wouldn't come? Eyes scanned the area, exchanging greetings and glares. Such was the everyday life of martial artists. Abel found it amusing. Rhett noticed a building beside the training ground where storytelling sounds emerged. Curious, he asked the steward, what is that place? Oh, that's our tea house, the steward explained. Many guests enjoy tea and conversation, so we've collected premium teas from across the land for them. If the heroes like tea, feel free to visit after settling in. There seems to be a storyteller performing there, Abel noted. Indeed, the steward confirmed. We've invited local storytellers for your entertainment. A nice place, Abel praised. The steward responded courteously, your compliment honors us greatly. This level of service impressed Abel. The steward led them past the tea house to a row of 3-story buildings, each with numerous rooms. These are the guest quarters, the steward introduced. Abel nodded approvingly. Even Donglu Town's Chun family didn't have so many guest rooms, and this was just one part of Divine Sword Manor. This way, we can stay together, the bald hero exclaimed happily, relieved that they wouldn't be separated. Then please choose your rooms first, Lord, a martial artist suggested. No one objected. Naturally, they let Abel choose first. Abel smiled awkwardly and casually pointed to a room near the middle on the first floor. This one. The steward gave him a serious look, noting his choice. So, this young man is their Ronnie. Quite unusual for someone so young. Wonder which talented Montague from which sect he might be. After unpacking, Abel decided to visit the tea house. The heroes, not wanting to be left out, joined him. The tea house had 3 floors. Abel chose a seat by the window, offering a view of the training ground and the lively storyteller inside. Soon, tea and snacks were served. Looks like everyone enjoys tea, Isaac commented happily. Sage giggled. Most of them are just tagging along. Oh. Too many people rushed into the tea house, causing a commotion. The storyteller was distracted, and Minnie looked over. What? Someone on the second floor spotted Abel and exclaimed in surprise. Why is he here? Do you know him? A friend asked. Who could this be with such grandeur? Whoever it is, they should be low-key at Divine Sword Manor. This much publicity? Probably not wise, another replied dismissively. Rhett's no ordinary person, the first whispered. But to dare come to Divine Sword Manor, I admire his courage. You mean the young man in the middle? Who is he exactly? Stop teasing us. Someone nearby couldn't help but ask out of curiosity. The man let out a long breath and whispered, at the beginning of this year, there was a gathering held by the waterwalking sect in Bingzhou. You've mentioned that before. Didn't this person have connections with the waterwalking sect? That's quite an established first-class sect. If he has ties to the waterwalking sect, then maybe his high profile here and the Blood Alliance will come looking for trouble. The man suddenly got excited. Don't you want to curry favor with the Blood Alliance? Inform Divine Sword Manor about this. That. They all sucked in their breath sharply. The storyteller was dedicated, only pausing briefly due to the commotion on the third floor before resuming his narration. For him, the more listeners, the more spirited he became. His voice rang out loudly, recounting the history of Divine Sword Manor with emotion, earning applause from many present. An array? Zoltan stared at the 6 faintly glowing circles at the edge of the stage and suddenly said, Honest. This storyteller isn't a spirit honest. Rhett uses an array to project his voice so far from the center of the stage. The storyteller's voice was loud and clear, audible even outside the tea house. It's indeed an array, Coulter's voice rasped. Observe closely. Can you tell which sect's technique this is? Zoltan observed intently for a moment and shook his head. I don't know. From this distance, it's hard to discern. We'd need to get closer to examine it carefully. Coulter smiled. A close-up view would certainly reveal it, but even from afar, you can guess based on the array's glow. The surrounding martial artists were amazed by the conversation between Zoltan and Senior Coulter, finding them incredibly skilled. Carla, sitting close to Zoltan, was also captivated, unaware of the surroundings. Suddenly, someone you can't take her with you. The blue-robed man stopped, turning to look at Amnon. ####Chapter 284, a single palm strike. The vast and desolate yellow barren mountain. Why must I dress as a boy? Young Alicia asked her older sister. Because, being a girl would put you in danger, the elder sister replied with a sweet smile. Sister, why must I practice jadenship? Because practicing the sword ensures no one can bully you. Sister, why do we live in Divine Mountain Town? Living in Divine Mountain Town means no one will bully us here. Sister, if no one bullies me, why do we still need to practice the sword? Practicing the sword is a tradition. Amnon stood in the shadows, bitterly smiling. Joan Palace might be a place they could never return to. So far away, unreachable. In Divine Sword Manor, the southern residence, at the tea house. Amnon rose from his seat, a faint smile curling on his cold face. It was awkward and strange. She is already one of ours. You cannot take her away, Amnon declared. The blue-robed man halted, turning back with a frown as he scrutinized the red-robed Amnon warily. And who are you, sir? Amnon. Each word slow and firm. Dot is from Lanchi State, the blue-robed man said. No, she belongs to my lord's mansion, Amnon countered. Abel looked puzzled. Rhett couldn't understand why Amnon would contest for an undercover agent. A wave of commotion ensued. Amnon struggled to stand, his face pale, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Everyone was stunned, their spectacles falling off in disbelief. Lanchi State has such a powerful figure. The blue-robed man curled his lips into a mocking smile. Let's leave it at that today. If you come back, I won't be lenient. Let's go. Raven watched Amnon helplessly, full of regret, slowly following the blue-robed man down the stairs. The conflict on the third floor drew the attention of everyone in the tea house. Amnon painfully rose from the ground, aided by Alicia. Hold it right there, Alicia barked angrily. If you want to leave, ask my hammer if it agrees. Just as she was about to charge forward, Amnon held her back forcefully. Stay back, you're no match for him. Amnon's voice sounded weak, as though severely injured. The blue-robed man walked down without turning back. Humph, go practice for 2 more years. Truly laughable. They. Someone who recognized Abel from Waterflow sect muttered in surprise. They don't seem very strong, another whispered nearby. Not strong enough to offend Blood Alliance? That person may have a special background. The others nodded. Maybe they are closely tied to Waterflow sect. Waterflow sect? That would mean trouble for Lanchi State. This is Divine Sword Manor. Even if Kaylee used a bit more force, would he remain unscathed? But I heard Blood Alliance members won't attack during the Thousand Alliances conference. The person pondered. That might be their advantage. Do you see? The Andrew was defeated, and the others didn't help. They just let them walk away? The crowd of martial heroes watching from the third floor murmured in disbelief. Could the Andrew not withstand a single palm strike from Lanchi State's middle-aged man? Who is he? Someone privately wondered. Seems like Lanchi State's master Zishan, Brendan. Brendan is that strong? Reddard, he's middle-grade profound mechanic. Then he's on par with Yellow Arrogance? Middle-grade profound mechanics vary in strength. This Brendan has been at that level for many years, excelling in spiritual arts, making ordinary ones no match for him. Didn't expect Lanchi State to be this strong, wow? Alicia helped Amnon sit down. More like Amnon pulled Alicia to sit beside him. Don't act impulsively. Amnon held Alicia's hand, saying calmly. Alicia's eyes widened, staring at Amnon in shock. She could feel the immense strength in his arm when he pressed her down, rendering her powerless. Amnon was still so formidable. Did he even get hurt? Alicia glanced at Abel, Sage, and Ezekiel, but they all seemed calm, calming her rage. What was going on here? Due to this incident, Abel and company left the gathering early and returned to their lodgings. They gathered in Abel's room, where Zoltan asked worriedly, is Xavian seriously injured? Well, ask him. Abel glanced at Amnon. Are you badly hurt? Amnon remained expressionless. Letting her return isn't a good idea. But she seems unwilling to leave, Sage added. I noticed, Amnon replied. So you pretended to be injured? Ezekiel smiled knowingly. Since Chris lost face due to us, allowing them to reclaim this face, the young lady likely won't be troubled after returning. The girl was planted as an undercover agent to cause us trouble, Abel analyzed. If our power were weaker, an undercover wouldn't be necessary. Thus, Chris's earlier defeat can be seen as underestimating the opponent or lack of strength, Sage continued. By showing injury publicly, you implied it wasn't a real threat? Amnon indeed felt pity, unlike his usual demeanor. Abel chuckled. Lanchi State can't truly threaten us. It was just a small incident. Alicia and Zoltan finally realized what happened. Alicia tapped her forehead. So, Xavian was just acting. Stop that, Amnon caught her tapping hand. Tap any harder, and you'll get dumber. Ugh. Alicia felt slightly aggrieved. Am I really that dumb? You aren't, Abel reassured her. You just haven't been observant and thoughtful enough. How could Xavian be easily beaten? If anyone could actually strike Amnon back like that, the spiritual force explosion would have shattered the entire tea house. Alicia suddenly understood. But why care so much for that girl? Ezekiel teased Amnon with a smile. Spitting out blood through intense effort must not have been pleasant, right? Amnon's face turned red with embarrassment, walking out silently. Was he shy? Amnon had such a side too? End of chapter. #### chapter continuation. Night had deepened, and everyone returned to their respective rooms to rest. However, many in the small building found it hard to sleep. These people, having witnessed Alicia's hammer flip Chris over, assumed that the desolate mountain lord was unfathomably powerful and had made up their minds to follow him to Divine Sword Manor. But reality seemed to mock them. The astonishingly talented Andrew could not withstand a single palm strike from Lanchi State's Brendan. Had the power disparity become so unpredictable after a few higher realms? They couldn't make sense of it anymore. That Andrew is supposedly even more formidable than Hammer Girl. How could he be so easily defeated? On the training ground, an insomniac wanderer roamed around. Old brother, we really can't afford to offend Lanchi State. This time we miscalculated. Regardless, Lanchi State is an old established sect. With Chris's weakness revealed, and now Brendan here, well, it's not much of a loss either. Lanchi State's people are too arrogant. If we followed them, we would have to bow to their wishes and wouldn't feel free. See, although the Lord's party lacks strength, they remain humble towards us. You're naive. Only the truly powerful can afford arrogance. Lack of arrogance indicates lack of power. Oh, your logic? Tomorrow, let's go pay our respects to Lanchi State's Brendan. If possible, let's join him. This, old brother, isn't that a bit improper? The antidote was provided by Lord's party initially. Sigh, you do have a point. Let's see how it goes. Night deepened as a figure ran from outside and gently knocked on Zoltan's door. Who is it? Zoltan's voice sounded from inside. It's me. Come in. Zoltan opened the door. Sister Zhu, you've returned? Raven pulled out a porcelain bottle from her bosom and handed it to Zoltan. This is medicine for injuries. Please give it to Xavian and thank him for his care these past days. Zoltan stared at Raven, puzzled. You're an undercover agent, yet you bring us medicine? Ah. Raven was startled, retreating a few steps, almost shouting, eyes wide open, stammering, you? No. I'd rather sleep through the night. Amnon uncorked the bottle, sniffing it. Pentatoxin powder? Pentatoxin powder? Zoltan gaped. Isn't that poison? Yes, high-quality pentatoxin powder. Amnon smirked. Very pure, worth its weight in gold. A whole bottle can kill an entire herd of elephants. Amnon poured the contents into his mouth. Xavian! Zoltan exclaimed. No worries, this is a tonic for me. Amnon chuckled. But how would Raven know I enjoy eating poison? Late at night, Raven hurried back to her residence but was met by a black silhouette at the entrance. Uncle honest? Raven was flustered, stepping backward. Where were you at such a late hour? Kyushu turned around slowly, his tone low. His eyes resembled those of a wolf in the dark, making Raven shiver. Did you see the bottle of superior trauma medicine on my cabinet? Kyushu's voice rose suddenly, sending a chill down Raven's spine. Raven trembled, her heart racing. Brendan quietly watched Raven and then smiled. You gave my trauma medicine to that person? Raven clenched her teeth, took a deep breath, and finally nodded bravely. Uncle honest, I received their care during this period. Care? Brendan interrupted. Do you know how valuable that bottle of trauma medicine is? It's priceless, unobtainable. Lacking discipline since childhood. You will copy the rules of the sect 100 times. You may not leave until it's completed. With that, Brendan turned back to his room. Only after the door shut did Raven exhale a breath of relief. At least Elder didn't press charges. That's great. She had always heard that Brendan was extremely miserly. Clearly, rumors aren't always true. With the use of the trauma medicine, Xavian should recover by tomorrow. Thinking this, Raven returned to her room. Chapter 285. An old acquaintance sneaks into Lanchi Prefecture. The next morning, Abel and his group went to a tea house for breakfast. The number of accompanying knights had been halved. By noon the next day, half of the remaining knights were also gone. Abel was not perturbed by this. Rhett summoned the steward from the south compound via Isaac. Sir, how may I assist you? The steward's demeanor remained obsequious. Yesterday was busy, and I nearly forgot an important matter. Recalling it today, I seek your counsel on this, said Abel. Oh no. If there is anything you need, just ask, the steward replied humbly. Abel inquired, not far from the Divine Sword Manor lies a Divine Sword Village, do you know about it? Of course. Abel asked further, if one travels from Divine Sword Village to Divine Sword Manor, would they enter the south compound? It should be the west compound, the steward smiled. The Divine Sword Mountain is close to the West Mountains, hence travelers from the village wouldn't reach the South Compound. I see, Abel nodded understandingly. This matter concerns the internal affairs of Divine Sword Manor. Though it isn't my place to meddle, as we have encountered it, I feel obliged to inform you. The steward slightly paused before laughing. Thank you, sir. If there are any shortcomings at our manor, please point them out. Abel continued. We originally came from Divine Sword Village. However, certain events led us to take a detour through the South Compound. Oh. People in Divine Sword Village have been continuously disappearing. The steward stared wide-eyed with surprise. Such things actually happen? They can vouch for it. Abel pointed to the surrounding knights. All of us are from the Divine Sword Village, and it's your people from Divine Sword Manor behind the kidnappings. This impossible, the steward denied firmly. Abel chuckled, having anticipated this reaction. I'm not here to debate, merely to inform. After all, these are your manor's internal matters. Moreover, many of the knights can testify. Abel smiled. Around him, knights corroborated unanimously. Indeed, in Divine Sword Villages numerous knights vanished regularly, causing chaos. It wasn't until the Lord arrived that the black-clad captors were apprehended, saving those knights. Finn spoke truly. Another knight added, we can attest, that black-cloaked person even poisoned all of us. The steward looked at Abel blankly, growing increasingly serious. We will thoroughly investigate this matter. That's good, Abel commented. After all, guests being kidnapped at your residence could damage Divine Sword Manor's reputation. Thank you. The steward bowed, then withdrew. Abel relaxed, unconcerned. After the steward left, Abel ordered food but noticed a group approaching the third floor, heading straight toward him. The crowd watched in confusion, wondering if this was Chris from Lanchi Prefecture, who'd now come to the South Compound too. The third floor grew noisy. Abel glanced up. Red had just clashed with Azariah from Lanchi Prefecture yesterday, and now Chris was here again. Would the conflict persist? However, in the next moment, Abel's expression froze, revealing a strange look. Not only Abel but also Sage stared in astonishment at the group from Lanchi Prefecture. I heard Azariah defeated you yesterday. Chris walked up, angrily shouting. And I got scolded for losing to a weaker opponent. Winning or losing is common in battles, don't take it to heart. Abel chuckled, his eyes on someone behind Chris. It was a man with explosive muscles covering his body. I can't be seen as weak. Let's fight again on the martial field, Chris yelled. Fight again? Is this guy really that fond of fighting? I told Azariah that you guys aren't weak, but he refused to believe it. Chris ranted furiously. Show me your true strength and prove it to them. Clearly, Chris couldn't swallow his pride over the defeat to perceived weaker opponents. Losing to a strong person is one thing, but losing to a weaker one made Chris feel inadequate. Abel responded lightly, fighting is easy, but this is the Divine Sword Manor. Should we respect their rules? Chris blinked. Abel added, let's give the Divine Sword Manor some face. Fighting in their compound might make them think you're disrespectful. Chris suddenly realized the truth in Abel's words, swallowing hard. Earlier, his mind was clouded after arriving at the South Compound and being insulted by Azariah, which further enraged him in front of his juniors. Impulsively challenging them now without realizing they were still within Divine Sword Manor territory. Seeing Chris's frustration, Abel smiled and suggested, let's fight outside the manor later. Besides, you've come here with ambitions. Don't let this distraction hinder your goals. Chris snorted, glaring intensely at Abel. Leading his juniors here impulsively, yet being reprimanded by Abel, made Chris feel extremely embarrassed. Returning without resolving the issue felt like admitting defeat. However, staying would only clear. Why didn't you follow him now? Poison Scorpion glared, but eventually sighed. Alwyn didn't want me following closely. Amnon laughed heartily at the pitiful sight. There's nothing I can do, Poison Scorpion admitted reluctantly. Initially, I thought Lanchi Prefecture was quite loathsome, but now I pity them, Sage mused. With Maurice infiltrating, Lanchi Prefecture becomes nothing but a toy. Stop calling our patriarch a toy. He has dignity, Poison Scorpion scoffed. There was silence. Regardless, thank you, Poison Scorpion finally thanked after a pause. It turns out you tamed the beast at our sect, truly helping us greatly. No problem, Abel acknowledged. If not for my arrogance, such misunderstandings wouldn't have occurred, Poison Scorpion chuckled awkwardly. Everyone was surprised. Such humble words from Poison Scorpion didn't match his usual arrogant nature. Could the proud and rude Poison Scorpion really bow his head? So you finally realized you were arrogant and rude? Amnon obviously had no intention of letting the Grimes off easy, and mocked him. Your opponent back then was Zoltan, a mere 9-year-old kid. The Grimes, who rarely admitted fault, blushed at Amnon's ridicule, forcing an awkward laugh. I was just testing little brother Chun's potential, you know? It turns out little brother Chun has exceptional talent but still dared to attend the Thousand Alliances gathering? Let's stay far from them. We don't want to be mistaken for their close acquaintances. Still, some naive people follow him. Sigh, innocent bystanders caught in the crossfire. I heard many followed him here, but now they've left after hearing the news. Fools would follow them. If the Blood Alliance comes looking for trouble, will they still have time to escape? But during the Thousand Alliances gathering, the Blood Alliance won't make a move. It's their rule. Do you trust the Blood Alliance's rules? Sure, let's not talk about this here. Since we're here, we should believe in the Blood Alliance's rules, even if only in words. Be careful what you say. I heard they also have conflicts with Lanchi Prefecture. Do you think Lanchi Prefecture might intentionally create trouble to curry favor with the Blood Alliance? Is that possible? The Blood Alliance, being the host of the gathering, can't easily act against guests. But if guests fight among themselves, it doesn't violate their rules. What if Lanchi Prefecture helps vent Kaylee's anger? Would they gain favor with the Blood Alliance? They might be clever enough for that. In the martial world, rumors and speculations weave the fabric of daily life. Although the voices discussing were distant, with Amnon and Sage's spiritual senses, they easily picked up on these faint discussions. Sir, It seems many people know we've crossed paths with Kaylee, Sage remarked. If that's true, it could become troublesome, Abel grimaced wryly. We might have many people seeking us out, Carrie frowned. At Divine Sword Manor, they shouldn't stir up too much trouble, Abel smirked. We might even use them to draw out Kaylee. Do you have a plan to lure Kaylee out, sir? Zoltan asked. Plans are made by man, but whether Kaylee appears or not is up to fate, Abel replied. Chapter 286, Alton. At the Divine Sword Manor, in the Grand Hall of the Southern Residence, numerous heroes and knights gathered together in a lively scene. Seated at the head was a middle-aged man around 40. This man seemed as leisurely as a wild crane when his eyes were closed, but when he opened them, his gaze would suddenly shine with a brilliance akin to stars. Though his face was like peach blossoms, always smiling gently, even a fleeting glance from outsiders would make them feel his commanding presence. After the heroes settled into the hall, they saw the second steward of the Southern Residence approach and whisper a few words to the middle-aged man. The man nodded, opened his eyes, stood up, and clasped his hands toward everyone, saying, "Honored guests, this is Daxton's top Darwin, Alton." The scene instantly became quiet as everyone turned their attention to the man. Blood Alliance Ejo Perry. Alton? So, he is Alton. Realizing this, the crowd immediately burst into commotion as they rose from their seats, continuously greeting him. Originally thought you were Blood Alliance Ejo Perry, long heard of your fame. This one is Taisha Allaire, meeting you now. My apologies, indeed it is Ejo Perry, truly deserving of the reputation. I have admired Perry for a long time. Today seeing you feels almost like an old acquaintance. The compliments resounded in a noisy cacophony. Alton smiled warmly, and after pressing his hands downward to silence the crowd, it took a while for the hall to become quiet again. Alton spoke, only a few days remain until the Thousand Alliance Conference. I believe everyone is eagerly awaiting it. As the eldest Darwin of Blood Alliance Ejo Dienjia, I deeply appreciate all of you taking the time to visit Divine Sword Manor. Rhett paused, scanning the crowd, his voice resonant and stirring. It is truly an honor for Divine Sword Manor to have such esteemed guests. You have all traveled far. Thank you for your effort. Just then, he stopped mid-sentence. His gaze had suddenly fixed on a certain spot, his expression turning slightly surprised. Everyone froze, following Alton's line of sight. They seemed to be looking at Launchy State. Alton quickly recovered and asked slowly, "Who are they?" The second steward followed Alton's gaze and bowed. "They are from Launchy State." Launchy State? Alton repeated the name silently, his eyes narrowing. Upon hearing Launchy State being called out, Braden abruptly stood up, anxiously greeting, "Launchy State Braden meets Perry." Alton gave Braden a serious look before saying slowly, "Launchy State. Very distinctive." Braden shuddered, hastily responding, "Far from it. Being able to attend this conference is our greatest honor." "Oh," Alton responded, "you've endured a long journey." Rhett smiled warmly, shifting his gaze back to Chris, more specifically, Maurice standing behind Chris. Rhett recognized him. Alton sighed, returning to normal, and continued, "Dear guests, thank you for enduring a long journey. If we fail to provide adequate hospitality, please inform me. If there is anything you need assistance with from Blood Alliance Ejo, talk to our second steward." The second steward stepped forward, bowing to everyone respectfully. "Today, we also use this sacred place, Divine Sword Manor, to meet you all. If you have any requests, do not hesitate to find me." The heroes' faces lit up, and they bowed gratefully. Alton returned the gesture, but kept his eyes occasionally on Maurice, standing behind Chris. Chris, however, broke out in a cold sweat. "Why does this Blood Alliance Perry keep looking at me? Why?" As everyone sat down, Alton asked again, "Is Abel present?" Not many could be named directly by Alton, so everyone immediately focused. "Redder!" Isaac shouted louder than Alton himself. Everyone was shocked. Who dared speak so boldly in front of Alton? All heads turned. A row of long reception chairs extended towards the end where Abel sat. Rhett stood up, smiling broadly, bowing to Alton. "This humble servant, Lord of Wasteland Hills, Abel." Abel. Why did that name seem familiar? "Perry." Alton glanced at Isaac seriously. "Your servant is quite interesting." "Pampered," Abel replied. "I apologize for his lack of decorum." Alton smiled. "I've heard you're close with the Alwyn of Xingshui sect?" Abel replied, "The Alwyn of Xingshui sect and I share some connections." Alton continued, "Please greet the Alwyn of Xingshui sect for me, and tell him Alton welcomes him to Divine Sword Manor. Should he arrive here, I must show proper hospitality." Abel laughed, "Certainly, I will comply." "Good." Alton laughed heartily. "Feel free here as if at home. Please do not hesitate to ask our second steward for anything." "Thank you, Perry," Abel bowed. This exchange made everyone view Abel differently. To chat so freely with Alton, who exactly is this Abel? But those aware of certain secrets understood differently. What relationship exists between Xingshui sect and Abel? Naturally, it refers to the incident earlier this year when Abel teamed up with Xingshui sect to trap Kaylee. Though Alton didn't announce it publicly, wasn't it clear enough? Alton had already wonderful news, Iron Gate Allaire rejoiced. Meeting such a distinguished young master is a blessing. To have someone like Second Nolan near him is rare good fortune. Haha yes, the second steward squinted with laughter. During Perry's summon, he mentioned Launchy State and Abel. Iron Gate Allaire cautiously inquired, "Should Perry see anyone unfavorably, my sect can assist." The second steward laughed, waving off the offer. "Blood Alliance invites all to gather and offers utmost hospitality. How could anyone be unfavorable?" "Allaire, please don't think that way." "But," Iron Gate Allaire puzzled, "didn't Perry mention Launchy State particularly, indicating some special regard? Rumors suggest Abel offended Blood Alliance Ronnyship, and Launchy State isn't friendly towards Abel." The second steward shook his head, interrupting, "Allaire, please be cautious. All visitors are guests. Blood Alliance doesn't harm guests." "Well?" Iron Gate Allaire hesitated, clearly still doubtful. The second steward continued, "Today, Perry invited Launchy State representatives and Abel for tea together." "Have tea?" The Iron Gate Allaire was startled. Invited alone for tea? The second steward said. Perry only invited Rev indeed, Elder C remarked. Rue Perry must be a man of high taste. Rev, you flatter me, Alton smirked, then turned to Abel. I imagine that the scenery at Fint's Wasteland Hills must be quite different from here. Chris's territory is rugged and wild. Naturally, it's different, Abel replied. But surely it has its own unique charm, Alton noted, glancing at Maurice standing behind Chris. Today, he had specially invited the Lanchi state representatives and Abel for a private meeting to assess their intentions. After all, they had recently collaborated to trap Kaylee, and now they appear together at the southern residence. This area was under Alton's jurisdiction, and he couldn't afford any trouble. Abel was manageable, but Maurice was no easy adversary, requiring utmost caution. They ascended stone steps, passed through a bamboo grove, and arrived at the wind-viewing terrace. This is the highest point in the southern mountains, Alton explained. From the terrace, wind swept by violently, robes fluttering like a celestial being. Alton leaped gracefully, rising 20 feet before landing lightly on a massive stone on the terrace. Rhett glanced at everyone and smiled. We shall have tea on this boulder. Please join me. Fine, Elder C laughed and leaped effortlessly onto the stone. At 20 feet high, even a spirit honest of the yellow level wouldn't find it challenging. For Elder C, it was like walking on flat ground. Rhett gracefully leaped, landing softly. Most of the Lanchi state members managed to climb up as well. Abel chuckled. Senior Carey, could you give me a hand? Andres asked. Is your snake still sleeping? Even if it were awake, it wouldn't be appropriate to bring it out just to climb a stone, Abel replied. Too flashy, he thought. Carey mumbled, sure thing. Rhett grabbed Abel by the shoulder and pulled lightly. In the next moment, Abel's feet touched the ground atop the boulder. Carey's agility wasn't to be underestimated. Andres and others also climbed up the boulder one after another. The boulder was as smooth as a mirror, able to accommodate 300 or 400 people. At its center, there was a tea set ready for use. Alton sat on a small stone stool in the middle of the boulder, beside a small red clay stove. Rhett fanned gently with a bamboo fan, saying, the tea will be ready soon. Please take a seat. There were no seats provided, though. Truly a blessed land. Elder C looked around, admiring the view. From here, clouds rolled by, mountains undulated, and the wind blew freely, filling one with a sense of freedom and grandeur, different from the waterside scenes in the mountain valleys. Elder C casually snapped a branch, full power surged from his palm pressed against the ground. Simultaneously, dozens of stone stools rose slowly from the boulder. Please sit, Alton said. Abel simply nodded and sat down nonchalantly. His group followed suit. Elder C paused, feeling embarrassed. Should he stand or sit? If he stayed on his cushion, wouldn't it embarrass Alton's stone stools? Worse yet, if he didn't sit on the stool, the Lanchi state group behind him wouldn't dare either and would have to stand. Elder C looked at Alton, who continued to brew tea without comment. With an awkward laugh, Elder C stood and sat on the stone stool, kicking his cushion away. Seeing this, the rest of the Lanchi state group finally sat down. Hashtag chapter 287, disappearance. Azariah felt that being individually received by Calhoun was a clear indication that the Rue family held Lanchi Prefecture in high regard. As for why Lanchi Prefecture and Abel were of interest to Calhoun, Azariah had some suspicions but did not dare to draw conclusions. After sitting for a while, Azariah cautiously asked, Thank you, Perry Rue, for inviting us here today to enjoy the scenery and tea. Is there anything specific you need us to do? We are at your disposal. Calhoun raised his eyes and gave Azariah an assuring look, smiling warmly. This must be Lanchi Prefecture's first time participating in the Thousand Alliance's name. Before Maurice could speak, Chris stepped forward and bowed. Perry Rue, this gentleman is a knight I met on the journey, named Jace. Jace. Calhoun's eyes flashed with recognition. As he fanned the fire, he said, I heard that Brother Chris encountered many peculiar events along the way. Could you tell me more about them? Brother Chris? Chris's heart skipped a beat. If this title were used in front of many heroes, it might cause quite a stir. Not many people could address Calhoun as brother. Chris began to think. Was Calhoun interested in what happened at the inn? After careful consideration, Chris recounted how they had ambushed the black-robed men, been poisoned, and eventually found the antidote. Rhett downplayed the role of Abel and the others, only mentioning that he had sent a junior sister from Lanchi Prefecture to retrieve the antidote. Is that so? Calhoun listened intently and then said, I appreciate your efforts. I already have some clues and will soon uncover the truth. Indeed, thought Chris. My guess was right. Isaac, however, couldn't help but interject, Lanchi Prefecture sure talks big. With your limited strength, how can you possibly deal with the black-robed men? You'd probably be the first to fall victim. Upon hearing this, everyone's faces darkened. The Lanchi Prefecture Darwins knew that Chris had glossed over their less glorious moments. However, Abel and his group were present, and if Abel chose to embarrass them, it would indeed be humiliating, especially in front of Calhoun. Their expressions soured. Isaac continued, Was it you who retrieved the antidote? It was clearly Xavian and Sage who found it. With your skills, what could you possibly achieve? Azariah sneered, Boy, don't be so arrogant. How could someone with such mediocre skills compare to Chris? You must have resorted to foul play. Faced with the brewing argument, Calhoun raised a hand, laughing. Let's calm down. The mastermind behind the kidnapping has already been apprehended. We'll ask him directly. Abel was surprised. They had only mentioned this to the steward 2 days ago, and he had already been captured? Everyone, please follow me, Calhoun said, rising to his feet. They descended the mountain, reaching a secluded spot near the foot. Redder, nestled among trees, stood a stone-built cottage. Hidden well, it would be hard to spot even from above on a hunt-wind eagle. This is South Residence's prison, Calhoun explained. Everyone was startled. Had Calhoun led them to a place usually kept secret from outsiders? Is the mastermind inside? Abel asked. I'll show you. Calhoun opened the door to one of the cottages. Inside, there was no window, but a bright light shone from the floor where a white circle illuminated a Dion, glaring fiercely at the newcomers. Everyone jumped. Don't worry, Calhoun reassured them. This barrier prevents him from leaving. They relaxed somewhat. Azariah asked, is this the mastermind? Yes, Calhoun confirmed. Rhett's trapped in an array formation? Abel marveled. Rhett's quite skilled. Fortunately for us, this formation is effective, Calhoun replied. What is his strength level? Abel asked. Upper Eris grade, Calhoun said with a smile. His spiritual techniques are proficient, making capturing him challenging. But he was caught within 2 days. Indeed, Calhoun was extraordinary. Everyone nodded. Abel suddenly asked, is he from Divine Sword Manor? That was a bold question. Calhoun paused, then smiled. You're quite well informed. Indeed, he is the steward of West Residence. Please keep this confidential to protect the reputation of Divine Sword Manor. Of course, Azariah assured him. This is an internal matter for Divine Sword Manor, and we have suffered no loss. We won't speak of it. Very well, Calhoun nodded satisfied. Abel felt something odd and frowned. His gaze shifted to Senior Carey, who also wore a worried expression, staring intensely at the formation patterns without speaking. The Dion, noticing their arrival, raised his head, his fierce eyes like those of a hungry wolf at night. Morris's expression became grave upon seeing the man inside. Abel chuckled. It looks like this matter is resolved, giving me peace of mind. Indeed, Senior Carey said. We should return now. Just as they were about to leave, the man inside lunged toward Maurice. The barrier seemed ineffective, and he instantly drew his sword, unleashing powerful spiritual energy. Reacting too late, the sword slashed towards Maurice. Maurice roared, raising a massive fist to block. A loud boom erupted, and the house exploded into rubble, dust flying everywhere. Through the haze, a dark figure shot towards Abel. Beware! Amnon shouted, leaping forward but was struck away. Several bangs echoed, followed by groans of pain. When the dust settled, everyone lay on the ground unconscious. Calhoun lay amidst the ruins, seemingly severely injured. But Maurice and Abel had vanished. Chapter 288, Pursuit. Honest. Isaac ran around in a frenzy, his voice hoarse as he screamed, Honest, where are you? Selma overturned the ruins, but found nothing. The teacher isn't here. That man is very strong, Amnon said, spitting out another mouthful of blood. Rhett was grievously injured. Senior Coulter walked toward the broken formation, his brow furrowed. That black-clothed man has formidable power. Rhett glanced up at Calhoun and continued, with our strength alone, it would be extremely difficult to capture him. Calhoun stood weakly to one side, pale-faced and with a furrowed brow, as if enduring some unseen pain. This time, I was careless. Rest assured, give me some time, and I will definitely provide an explanation. Calhoun's promise didn't cause any ripples. Rhett had just made this same statement. Maurice is also missing, Sage said. Rhett might have chased after them, Senior Coulter replied. Maurice is the strongest among us. For that person to abduct someone right under his nose, they must be extraordinary. Everyone's expressions turned grave. Zoltan suddenly asked, if even Maurice couldn't handle it, how did Calhoun manage to capture the person within 2 days? Could it be that the person allowed themselves to be captured intentionally? Calhoun's face turned alternately green and white at these words, but he could not refute them. Senior Coulter, there's a sign of a struggle over here, Sage called out from a distance. Everyone quickly ran toward Sage. About half a mile away, in a barren deep pit, a sword mark was deeply embedded in the ground. This happened recently. The ground still retains traces of roiling spiritual energy. Senior Coulter squatted down, tracing the sword mark with his fingers. Isaac hurried over and anxiously asked, which direction did they go? They should be ahead. Let's go check. Senior Coulter pointed in a direction. The group used their light body techniques and raced forward. Amnon, heavily wounded, could not keep up and returned to Nan residence with Zoltan. They pursued for a day and night, covering nearly 300 miles before finally losing the trail. The night was eerily quiet. Everyone gathered around a bonfire, their faces somber. The bonfire crackled, its flickering flames casting shadows on their faces. Honest Wah, I lost Honest, Isaac cried, burying his head in grief. This matter seems suspicious, Senior Coulter said. They were targeting us. In Launchy State, no one else went missing. Only the teacher disappeared. Was this targeted at the teacher? Sage asked. Targeted at the teacher? Selma widened his eyes. Why? Senior Coulter shook his head, analyzing, daring to make a move at Divine Sword Manor and using Wing State Blood Alliance's young Lord Calhoun. This almost seems impossible, yet it happened. To make Maurice chase for over 300 miles, Sage worriedly added, probably few people could achieve that. Why don't we seek help from the Chun family? The patriarch will certainly intervene, Isaac suggested. The Chun family? Senior Coulter shook his head. If they get involved, things might become more complicated. What do we do then? Isaac began and pretend to be captured herself, all while hiding her identity from Calhoun and knowing he would take us to see the captive. This, Selma harshly interrupted, is completely impossible. So many conditions. How could they all be met? So, Kaylee cannot be responsible, Coulter said. You've overlooked someone. Who? Someone close but far away, Coulter replied. You, Senior Coulter, it's you? Isaac jumped up in shock. Did Senior Coulter kidnap the young master? Idiot. Senior Coulter slapped Isaac. You ignored Calhoun himself. What? I noticed something off about that guy's formation this morning, Senior Coulter explained. Senior Coulter, you knew this all along? Why didn't you say anything? Isaac asked, surprised. Because we can't let Calhoun know we're suspecting him, Coulter replied. Regardless of whether we know or not, we must search the forest for some time. Perhaps later, we'll have to put on a show together. Cold winds rushed into the icy cave, making the bonfire flicker. Moisture dripped from the damp cave walls, soaking their clothes. Abel leaned against the stone wall, looking weakly at the shadow standing by the entrance. You went to great lengths to kidnap me. Thank you for your effort. Ha ha ha. The shadow's back was all that was visible, and the voice was clear. I thought the Lord of Desolate Mountain was some grand figure, but it turns out you were knocked unconscious by mere after effects. Ha, quite unexpected. That depends on how satisfying your answers are, the shadow replied. Abel said, if I don't return soon, it might damage the Blood Alliance's reputation. If they start investigating, you'd find it difficult to explain to the Grand Elder. Abel emphasized the term, Grand Elder. What about the Grand Elder? The person asked. Of course, the Blood Alliance's Grand Elder, Abel clarified. The Grand Elder of the Blood Alliance. What does that have to do with me? The person sneered. The Grand Elder of the Blood Alliance is your direct superior. How could there be no connection? What, are you not the steward of the Western Compound? Abel remarked. Oh. The Black Shadow paused, then chuckled. Right. I certainly am. I certainly am the steward of the Western Compound. Abel nodded. So, you really aren't the steward of the Western Compound. Who would confess their identity so easily? Abel said. The Black Shadow was taken aback but laughed. Reth, sharp-tongued. Indeed you have some wits. But so what? You're still a fish in a barrel now. Abel replied calmly, even if I know who you are, I can't leave this place anyway, so you can rest assured. The Black Shadow snorted and asked, I ask you, what is your relationship with Maurice? One of my friends once did a great favor for Xingshui sect, and since then, Maurice and I became friends despite our age difference, Abel explained. The Black Shadow continued, what grievances do you have with Kaylee? Abel smiled and said, my Darwin Zoltan was captured by Kaylee, but she told me he was seized by someone from Xingshui sect to shift blame. Her plan was exposed when I publicly questioned it. Kaylee wants Zoltan? The black-clothed figure laughed strangely. Abel asked in return, so, what's your connection with Kaylee? Why are you so interested in her? Now it's my turn to question you. You have no right to ask me anything. The black-clothed figure glared at Abel. Right, as a hostage, I should act like one. Abel nodded. Please continue. Reth? The black-clothed figure chuckled. You sure know which side your bread is buttered on. A wise man knows the times, Abel grinned. Though I lack spirit veins and cannot wield spiritual energy, that doesn't stop me from being a wise man. So, wise man, the black-clothed figure teased. If you can't use spiritual energy, how did you outwit Kaylee? Did Kaylee not tell you? Abel smiled. I had several powerful allies. Allies? They are probably searching for me all over the place right now, Abel said. And Maurice too. I wonder how you managed to divert him. That's none of your concern, the Black Shadow said. Are you sure you got rid of him? Abel grinned. Reth's notoriously persistent. Perhaps he'll appear behind you any moment now. Reth, good one. The Black Shadow scoffed. Apart from you, who else could be behind me? Facing the cave entrance and leaving his back to Abel, the Shadow seemed tense despite asking the questions, his eyes darting around outside, as if on high alert for something. Could it be that Maurice is nearby? Abel speculated. Stop playing games. Let me ask you, why did you come to Divine Sword Manor? The Shadow pressed. To see the prowess of the Blood Alliance, Abel smiled. Really a joke? The Blood Alliance is full of talent, using the Thousand Alliances conference to showcase strength. Why shouldn't I come to witness its splendor? Abel countered. The Black Shadow's cold laugh seemed to mock Abel, as if seeing through to his weak soul. Fine. Abel shrugged. It was an invitation from Maurice. Chapter 289. Emir? Maurice? What did he tell you to sneak in here for? The Shadow asked. I don't know yet. Abel shrugged. Rhett said he would tell me when the time comes. When will that be? The Shadow pressed on. Whenever he decides to, of course, Abel replied. That's how these big shots operate. We can only follow their lead. The Shadow didn't ask further. The scene fell silent except for the crackling fire in front of Abel. Are you done asking? It would harm our Blood Alliance's reputation. And if headquarters investigates, it wouldn't end well for me. Also, Maurice is Abel's protector. If Abel went missing inside, Maurice would create trouble. Now that Abel vanished right before his eyes, he'll search in secret and won't seek help from us or make things difficult. Moonlight revealed the Shadow's face. If there were any knights present, they would surely have gasped in surprise. The Shadow was none other than the head Kendrick of the South residence at Shunjian Manor. Don't forget that Abel has a group with him, Kaylee said. Even if Alwyn Maurice of Xingshui sect doesn't openly accuse Shunjian Manor, won't Abel's people still make a fuss? The Kendrick smiled. Abel disappeared right under Maurice's nose. Red'll certainly search vigorously, and Abel's group will pin their hopes on Maurice. I'll give them some false leads to guide them in other directions. During the Thousand Alliance conference, they'll only get busier. And what about Maurice? How do you plan to deal with him searching everywhere? Kaylee asked. Rhett's the toughest one, but I've already lured him toward the West residence. Let them deal with the headache, the Kendrick replied. Kaylee sighed. There were issues in the West residence earlier. Aren't you going to investigate? The Kendrick shook his head. That's under the Qingzhou and Elders' jurisdiction. It's not our concern. We can report it, but shouldn't meddle too much. You've given me a task to complete. I shouldn't worry about others' business. Kaylee coldly hummed, thinking, so this isn't other people's business to you? If I hadn't promised you a handsome reward, would you have come? This matter needs an answer soon, Kaylee said. The Kendrick raised a finger. Give me 3 days. Abel watched as the Shadow walked away and slowly approached the cave entrance. A light barrier suddenly appeared in front of him. Is this an array? Abel frowned. Looks like I'm stuck. But who was that Shadow? To kidnap me in front of Calhoun and Maurice is impossible. Although I don't know Calhoun's exact strength, based on Kaylee's level, Calhoun must be at least mid-tier Earth level. To snatch me away from both Calhoun and Maurice, 2 mid-tier Earth level experts? Have I offended such a powerful person before? Even Kaylee couldn't snatch me from Maurice. Moreover, the Shadow was trapped inside a boundary seal. Speaking of which, that boundary seal puzzles me. The Shadow passed through it as if it wasn't there at all. Could a boundary seal be broken like that without raising any alarm? That's highly unlikely. Also, since the shadow was captured, why could they still wear black clothes? Wouldn't they need to identify themselves, remove their clothes, and be interrogated? They could wander around in black clothes inside an array? Calhoun's behavior seems very odd. Could the shadow have face lit up? Would that be alright? No need for formalities, Azariah smiled back. The second Kendrick's enthusiasm tonight was likely due to this request. Azariah thought for a moment. It's simple. Abel's group isn't particularly strong in spirit magic. If Lynxie State intervenes and intimidates them slightly, they won't dare speak up. The second Kendrick slowly shook his head. Azariah frowned. Then what does Austin suggest? The second Kendrick grinned mischievously. Actually, Abel insulted someone from Lynxie State and was abducted by you, which is why he's missing. Azariah blinked in shock. Was this meant to put the blame on Lynxie State? Well, the second Kendrick smirked. How about my idea? Note. This translation adheres to the instructions provided. The character names are preserved accurately, and the tone, style, and paragraph structure are maintained. Actually, those who came with Abel also know it wasn't you who did this. So even if you admitted it, they wouldn't dare come to cause trouble. Everyone knew that Abel and Lynxie State already had conflicts. As long as Lynxie State took responsibility, the Knights wouldn't suspect anything else. Even if it reached the Blood Alliance headquarters, it wouldn't cause a big storm. It would just be seen as two sects fighting at the Xinjiang Manor. Mediation would suffice. No big deal. So? The second Kendrick smiled warmly. Is Lynxie State willing to help Xinjiang Manor? Azariah sat quietly for a moment before saying, I have one thing I'd like to ask the second Kendrick. Please speak. What is the relationship between Xinjiang Manor and the Blood Alliance? Azariah asked. That's an excellent question. The second Kendrick stroked his beard. The head of the Blood Alliance's Qingzhou branch, Elder Calhoun, is also the master of Xinjiang Manor. So helping Xinjiang Manor is helping our Qingzhou Blood Alliance. With that in mind, Azariah stood up and bowed solemnly. Abel was indeed kidnapped by us, Lynxie State. Thank you for your effort. The second Kendrick chuckled. It's nothing, Azariah beamed, feeling very pleased. Xinjiang Manor, allied with the Blood Alliance of Qingzhou. This powerful connection had finally been secured by Lynxie State. While the second Kendrick and Azariah chatted warmly, Chris's expression remained grim. Back in their small building, Chris pushed open Azariah's door. Honest, this situation feels off, Chris whispered after closing the door. Azariah paused. What do you mean? Have you thought about why Xinjiang Manor suddenly shifted the blame to us? Chris asked softly. Because they feared damage to their reputation, Azariah replied. Of course, that's the main reason, Chris urged impatiently. But have you considered why Xinjiang Manor started covering up the incident before they even began searching for Abel? Azariah fell silent for a moment. Chris continued. They didn't even wait until nightfall before finding someone to take the fall. Isn't that strange? Do they think they can't find him? Or that there's no need to look? Azariah pondered for a while and said, The Thousand Alliance Conference is approaching. By tomorrow, news of Abel's disappearance will spread. To ensure it doesn't affect the conference, the Blood Alliance might be trying to avoid any fuss. No, it's very strange. Chris shook his head. Could Abel really be captured right under Calhoun's nose? Think about it. During the Blood Alliance's grand conference, with all store elders gathered, each as formidable as a top sex Rani, would outsiders really dare to create such a commotion at Xinjiang Manor? Azariah's face paled slightly. During the Thousand Alliance Conference, with so many powerful people gathered, would anyone dare challenge the Blood Alliance so openly? Is that possible? Azariah felt a chill run down his spine. Are you saying, could this be a staged event by the Blood Alliance? But what's their goal? Chris continued. On the way back, I've been thinking. The mastermind behind the kidnappings in the Sword Village we passed seems to be from Xinjiang Manor as well. Azariah swallowed hard. But even if something is amiss, it doesn't concern us much. After all, we're just taking the blame for kidnapping Abel. From this perspective, it doesn't seem risky. Isn't it risky though? If my suspicions are correct, Chris breathed deeply, then we may already be involved in the internal struggle of the Blood Alliance. Upon hearing this, Azariah turned pale as a sheet. Hashtag chapter 290, probing? Internal strife within the Blood Alliance? That's not something just anyone can get involved in. A massive organization with brutal tactics, an overt chess game, and covert schemes. If Lynxie State were to get involved, it would merely serve as a blatant cannon fodder. But I've already agreed to this. Azariah was drenched in sweat from shock. If I renege now by approaching Emir 2, we likely won't be spared either. Why did the Blood Alliance come looking for us? If we refuse now, we will certainly offend Emir 2, Chris said nervously. But if we follow his instructions, who knows how many others we might offend? That's the truly terrifying part. We are always at a disadvantage. To see through the machinations of this chess game? Almost impossible. I was careless, Azariah lamented. They had attended the Thousand Alliance Conference for the first time and should have been extra cautious. Instead, their eagerness to align early with the Blood Alliance had ensnared them deeper into the plot. Azariah felt increasingly anxious, pacing back and forth in the room. Suddenly, Chris spoke up. Did Abel and his group? Figure stared intently at Abel before laughing. Rev, quite clever. Humph. However, the black-clothed figure added, still, sending someone to conspire with the Remnant clan against Kaylee. Aren't you afraid Kaylee will object? Kaylee breached the contract first, Abel replied. Internally, he pondered. How does this person know about the agreement between the Remnant clan and me? Using the guise of the Remnant clan to deceive me. Have they already acted? I don't care about your feuds, the black-clothed figure continued. I'm just curious why a lord with no mana to use dares to scheme against Kaylee. Out of desperation. No, you must have your own trump card, the black-clothed figure insisted. Abel remained silent. Someone told me to be wary of you, the black-clothed figure said. I heard you are a summoner? Abel paused, then laughed. It seems so. Seems so, the black-clothed figure asked. I've never seen a summoner without mana. Show me a summon. If you want to see, fine. Abel took a step back, closed his eyes, and muttered under his breath. After some time, he began dancing and moving erratically. His body swayed left and right, occasionally closing in on the black-clothed figure. The black-clothed figure deliberately stepped back, creating distance. Clearly, he still feared me somewhat, Abel thought privately. After a while, Abel suddenly stopped, crouched slightly, placed his palm on the ground and shouted, "Come forth, rock beast." A flash of light appeared, and instantly, a pink pig-like creature materialized before them. There was no detectable spiritual energy fluctuation. The black-clothed figure frowned, his expression becoming serious. How could he summon without mana? This defied common sense, surpassing known knowledge. Unless he possessed a divine artifact. The black-clothed figure's expression darkened further. Rock beast? Truly remarkable, the black-clothed figure said. I've never seen such a spirit beast. You wouldn't know, as you're not a summoner. Is that so? The black-clothed figure asked. So, you keep Zoltan as a Darwin? Abel's heart skipped a beat, his eyebrows arching. To mention Zoltan? This guy seems to ask random questions, seemingly unstructured, but he is remarkably well informed about my situation. Is he really targeting Maurice? Zoltan is only my Darwin, Abel clarified seriously. Red has nothing to do with my summoning. But the world won't think so, the black-clothed figure said. If I revealed your miraculous summoning and the news about your Darwin Zoltan, what do you think would happen? I'd have a lot of trouble, Abel admitted. But what benefit would this bring you? Rev, unless you can defeat me, the black-clothed figure responded. And seal my mouth, otherwise, soon after, people will trample down your Lord Manor's doorstep. Abel narrowed his eyes. What do you say? Let's test your strength, the black-clothed figure proposed. Show me what you've got. Abel froze. Rhett wants to fight me? What's going on here? Strength? Could it be he's specifically testing me to counteract Maurice? No, that's not possible. To target Maurice wouldn't require such elaborate efforts against me. This is solely about me. Judging by his knowledge and attitude towards me, he aims to probe my limits, forcing me to act, testing me. Who needs to test me? Alton? Red has no reason. I pose no threat or confusion to him. Moreover, how does Alton know about the Remnant clan? Could it be Kaylee? But Kaylee lacks the capability to kidnap me publicly before Maurice. Shaking his head, Abel replied, I can't win against you. Why don't you try? The black-clothed figure smiled. I'm easy to hit. Maybe one punch will knock me down. Don't get too confident, Abel retorted. Though I can't beat you, I still have the ability to escape. You won't stop me. Really? The black-clothed figure's eyes lit up, taking him seriously. Try it out. Abel smiled. Actually, I've already tried, and succeeded. The black-clothed figure furrowed his brow. What do you mean? Abel chuckled and started muttering silently. Upon noticing, the black-clothed figure's aura surged fiercely, whirlwinds swirling around him. Kaylee had instructed him to be cautious, which he hadn't forgotten. However, his goal was to test Abel, so he refrained from attacking first and instead observed closely, ready to counter any attack from Abel. Yet Abel chanted for a long time, then waved his hand, dismissing the summoned rock beast. Afterward, Abel retreated to the corner, closing his eyes to rest. What did that mean? The black-clothed figure waited impatiently, seeing no action from Abel. Try escaping then, the black-clothed figure urged. Really want to see? Abel suddenly opened his eyes and smiled. Right now, I can't even see myself. The black-clothed figure sneered. Fine, since you don't believe me, Abel stated. Let me show you my true strength. Chapter 291. The Honest Mind. The black-clad figure stared intently at Abel, trying to predict which attack method he would use. Since Abel's summoning did not involve spiritual energy, judging his spiritual technique attacks through spiritual energy perception was no longer applicable. In this kind of battle, one could only rely on reaction speed and combat experience. The black-clad figure watched as Abel walked to a corner, placed his hand on the ground, and when he lifted it, something appeared in his hand. Abel's movements were slow enough that the black-clad figure could see clearly. It was a stone lid. The black-clad figure was stunned. Did he plan to throw this stone lid at me? But then, the black-clad figure's face froze as he stared at Abel in disbelief. This can't be possible. Abel had opened a circular hole beneath the stone lid. Below the hole was a tunnel leading somewhere unknown. Escaping from prison? The words instantly popped into the black-clad figure's mind. This tunnel was dug last night. It was quite a struggle, Abel said with a light laugh. Though I can't defeat you, I do have the ability to escape. The black-clad figure was momentarily stunned. Was this what he meant by escapability? Digging a tunnel? This tunnel leads to the foot of the mountain, Abel explained seriously. The foot of the mountain? The black-clad figure snapped back to reality, alarms going off in his head. Red actually dug through to the outside without my knowledge? How is this possible? And if the tunnel is complete, why hasn't he left yet? Why haven't you gone? The black-clad figure asked. Because I don't understand why you brought me back, Abel replied. I'm very curious. Curious? The black-clad figure gazed at Abel in astonishment. Did you deliberately choose not to leave? The black-clad figure asked incredulously. Abel smiled. You can think of it that way. The black-clad figure stared at Abel, enunciating each word. You're really arrogant. Likewise, Abel laughed. The black-clad figure squatted near the tunnel opening, releasing a surge of spiritual energy from his palm that rushed deep into the tunnel. Despite the large amount of energy released, it flowed unobstructed. This tunnel is really deep. The black-clad figure took a deep breath. This is truly beyond my expectations. It wasn't just surprising that Abel had completed the tunnel in one night. More surprisingly, he chose to stay behind. Displaying the tunnel entrance so blatantly before an enemy was nothing short of a provocation. What secret weapon does he have to dare act like this? Kaylee probably wants to know too. The black-clad figure sneered and struck out with his palm, unleashing spiritual energy that caused the tunnel to collapse under immense pressure, burying the passage. However, Abel looked like he had expected this all along, which infuriated the black-clad figure. You indeed have some skills, the black-clad figure coldly remarked. My pleasure, Abel responded lightly. It seems I'll have to watch you closely, the black-clad figure said. Unfortunately, you can't. Abel shook his head. How so? Abel pointed to a package nearby and smiled. You need to go out to fetch food for me. Abel grinned widely. The orc asked. Why is he here? Rhett caught me and asked where we had bound the people, the red-clad man replied. Rhett knew about it? The fan-wielder exclaimed. How did he find out? The red-clad man shook his head. Then what happened? The fan-wielder pressed. I told him it was at Westgate, the red-clad man said. Westgate? The fan-wielder frowned. Isn't that where Hiroshi is? Did you lead him there to let Hiroshi handle it? The red-clad man lowered his head silently. What strength does Maurice possess? The fan-wielder asked. According to Blood Alliance informants, Maurice is a top-tier Earth-grade expert with excellent spiritual techniques, the red-clad man replied. In the entire Western residence, only Hiroshi matches him. The fan-wielder frowned. Even with Hiroshi shielding us, we're in trouble. Maurice is not ordinary. How did he find out about our affairs? Has there been any recent slip-ups? The red-clad man answered, only one incident at Shunjin Village. I know about Shunjin Village, the fan-wielder said, shaking his head. But the timing doesn't match. If Maurice discovered the issue at Shunjin Village, he should have come to the Western residence much earlier. Why did it take over half a month for him to show up? Have you sent anyone to Shunjin Village to investigate? What did they report? The villagers and guests all say that the 19 hostages were rescued by a lord, not Maurice, the red-clad man replied. A lord? The fan-wielder raised an eyebrow. Who is he? Rhett's someone we've met before, the red-clad man said. Rhett's the great wasteland mountain lord of Yuzhou, Abel. Him? The fan-wielder chuckled coldly. What a coincidence. They say that this lord has good relations with Maurice. Oh, your meaning is? The problem must have originated from Shunjin Village. Abel noticed people were missing and informed Maurice. After hearing Abel's story, Maurice infiltrated the Western residence to investigate secretly. The fan-wielder frowned. So, is this lord currently at the Western residence? Not exactly, the red-clad man replied. After discovering the anomaly at Shunjin Village, they went south. They should be in the southern residence now. The southern residence is Alton's territory, the fan-wielder frowned. If that lord informs Alton, won't they also get involved? The red-clad man remained silent, lowering his head for a long while before speaking. Perry, I think we should stop here. If we pull back now, with no evidence, we can clear our names even if headquarters finds out. The fan-wielder chuckled softly, shaking his head. Find out? Even if they do, what can they do? Why are you so timid? When a shortcut is available, why take the long way? The red-clad man worriedly stated. But the Blood Alliance, though brutal, has never done such things. Using living people to refine pills, this? What's your complaint? Didn't you eat them too? The fan-wielder laughed coldly, his eyes glowing blood-red. Those blood-red eyes revealed savagery, brutality, and treachery. Rhett was no longer the young master of the Qingzhou Blood Alliance, but the man who had escaped from the Sea of Bones. The wave of oppressive pressure emanated from the York, causing the man in the robe to feel a chill from head to toe while simultaneously breaking out into a heavy sweat. The man in the robe struggled to utter a single word. What's your point? The York asked softly, isn't it wonderful to possess power? The oppressive pressure grew heavier, making it almost impossible for the man in the robe to breathe. His body trembled violently as he gritted his teeth, his veins protruding prominently. The York waved his hand, and the moment the pressure dissipated, the man in the robe collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath as if he had narrowly escaped death. You see, this is power, the York said. In the past, we scoured far and wide in search of treasures. All for what? Isn't this what we sought? Now that we have such an easy shortcut, what's wrong with it? The man in the robe was drenched in sweat, sitting on the ground in silence, unable to respond. Chapter 292. Infiltration. When Maurice infiltrated the Western Residence's West Gate, he did not find Abel. After knocking out a few servants, he was discovered by the elder of the Qingzhou Inn. Standing in the courtyard, Maurice looked up as the elder stood atop the roof, looking down. The moon hung high in the sky, casting its light as the night wind blew gently. Red Hat of One Clan, what an interest. Taking a midnight stroll? The elder of Qingzhou Inn laughed. The weather is pleasant and the moon is full. I came out to enjoy it, Maurice replied with perfect seriousness. How about I accompany you for a walk? The elder smiled and raised his voice. Jared, you two have such an interest? Haha, no need. My interest has waned. Perhaps another day. Maurice finished speaking, then leaped onto a distant rooftop. His steps were light, covering vast distances with each stride until he disappeared from sight, moving at a leisurely pace as if he were merely taking a casual stroll. The elder of Qingzhou Inn remained on the rooftop, silently watching Maurice depart, his brows furrowed in concern. Scattered around the yard were the unconscious servants who had been knocked out. The elder jumped down from the roof, using his spiritual energy to revive the fallen servants. They woke up groggily, surprised and bewildered to see the elder standing before them, their faces filled with fear. They didn't know what had happened. They just suddenly fell asleep. The elder chuckled to himself. How could ordinary people detect Maurice's techniques? But why did he come here? With lingering doubts, the next evening, the elder spotted a graceful figure darting along the rooftops deep within the Western residence. His heart skipped a beat as he swiftly moved toward the figure. Almost simultaneously, the figure sensed someone approaching and sped up, turning back to look. Upon seeing the elder, the figure panicked and fled. However, the figure was eventually intercepted. Is this Bingzhou's Kaylee? Such enthusiasm to visit the Western residence late at night? The elder blocked her path with a flick of his hand, slowly turning his head and smirking. I greet Elder Qingzhou, Kaylee stammered awkwardly, bowing. I've disturbed your rest. I was merely wandering aimlessly and didn't mean to disturb you. I'll be leaving now. You came all this way and didn't plan to greet me? You're leaving already? The elder asked, raising his tone slightly. I feared disturbing your rest. The elder chuckled coldly. Not a disturbance, not a disturbance. Since you're here, why not stay for some tea? Tea? Kaylee hastily retreated, quickly responding, Elder, there's no need for formalities. Your fine tea would be wasted on someone like me who doesn't appreciate it. I should be heading back soon. Thus and Qingzhou. They all come from Nanzhuang. 4 people. Maurice, Kaylee, Calhoun, and Abel. The elder thought for a moment, shaking his head. That's unlikely. With the Thousand Alliance meeting coming, the Grand Elder wouldn't approve of any underhanded tactics. Even if Ezhou Blood Alliance and Qingzhou Blood Alliance compete internally, it must follow the rules set by the Grand Elder. No one dares to break them. Kaylee and Calhoun belong to the new faction. The folding fan man suddenly pointed out. They never care about rules, only efficiency. Without rules, there can be no order, the elder sighed. This flashy new faction will eventually be dealt with by the elders. We must remain vigilant, the folding fan man cautioned. The Grand Elder hasn't taken action against the new faction yet. Ignoring their potential threat could lead to heavy losses if they ambush us. The elder hesitated. Wang Jiangting from Xingshui sect, Calhoun from Ezhou Blood Alliance, and Kaylee from Bingzhou Blood Alliance. They're all together? Enemy moves in secret while we are in the open. It's hard to judge. The folding fan man suggested. How about I investigate further? You go? The elder immediately shook his head. Kaylee is far more capable than you. Why take the risk? I can use strategy to lure them into a trap, the folding fan man confidently replied. Nicola muttered under his breath as he walked out of the room. Now, he looked exactly like Kaylee, a graceful young girl. The York stood in the courtyard, staring wide-eyed. It's really too realistic. Of course, the Nicola said in a hoarse voice. My disguise skills are only unrecognizable by the Grand Elder. Not many others can see through it. Your voice, the York quickly reminded him. Of course, I know that, the Nicola smiled, channeling spiritual energy into his throat. Soon, golden light enveloped his throat, and after a moment, his Adam's apple receded, leaving smooth skin. Now, how about this? Asked the Nicola, his voice now clear and Montagueful like a girl's. The York was stunned, murmuring, absolutely perfect. Rhett then had the Hayes fetch a white dress for the Nicola. After putting it on, she was indistinguishable from Kaylee. The Nicola laughed heartily, leapt onto the roof, and vanished in a flurry of dust, her figure ethereal like a celestial being descending upon the world. The York watched her go with a smile. This spell could confuse yin and yang, twist black and white. It was the perfect tool for sabotage and infiltration. Rhett needed to find a way to get the cultivation method for this spell. Soon after the Nicola left, the Hayes approached cautiously. Perry, everything you asked me to prepare is ready. So he mouthed the elder has. They won't be able to explain clearly. They need someone else to spread the news. Who? Whoever breaks into Nan Manor, the York smiled. Who would break into Nan Manor? Kaylee or Maurice? The Nicola arrived at Nan Manor and stealthily entered Calhoun's residence. The second steward had just seen off some visiting knights and was enjoying fish in the pavilion when a white shadow flashed before him. Rhett looked up sharply, reaching for his hidden darts. Ding, Perry? The steward paused, recognizing the figure. The Nicola stood quietly on the veranda nearby, asking, where is Calhoun? Didn't Perry go with you to Ji Mountain in the east? The steward asked, puzzled. Nicola's heart skipped a beat. Together to Ji Mountain? With Kaylee? Calhoun and Kaylee together? So, they really did team up? Apparently not here. The Nicola clenched her fists and turned to leave. Oh, maybe there's been a misunderstanding, the steward hurriedly explained. There's another Calhoun at Nan Manor, but this one is just an impersonator, merely nominal. If you heard our Perry was in the residence, you probably mean this imposter. Our real Perry went out with you days ago and hasn't returned yet. The Nicola stopped. An impersonator? Why? The steward smiled ingratiatingly. I won't hide anything from you, Perry. Our Perry wanted to observe Abel closely while disguised as a steward, all to accomplish your orders, right? Compliments cost nothing, and the steward started buttering him up. The Nicola was momentarily stunned. Abel? Close observation sect sworn enemies with the Blood Alliance? Why are they here for the Thousand Alliances conference? Are they planning an attack? How could they? The Blood Alliance's top experts are gathered here. Even Zhou and Palace wouldn't survive if they tried. So why are they here? Whispers continued as Zhou and Palace's members remained indifferent, camped silently outside the village, seemingly waiting for something. A monkey raced from Ji Mountain, hiding outside the village, observing. It then transformed into Abel and walked toward Zhou and Palace's camp. Inside the camp, the Shane was eating dry rations when he saw Abel running from afar. His heart tightened. Abel? Why now? Did something happen? Rhett put down the cake and, activating his movement technique, leaped high into the air, landing in front of the monkey. Why so early? Isn't the Thousand Alliances conference still ongoing? The elder asked, puzzled. Zhou and Palace had previously agreed with Abel that after the conference, Abel would lure Kaylee out, and then send someone to contact Zhou and Palace here. They planned to ambush Kaylee inside and out. Yet, Abel was already here. The monkey panted, gasping for breath and waving its hands frantically. Something's gone wrong. Indeed. Hawk's heart skipped a beat. What's the problem? The monkey stood for a moment, catching its breath. But we came here for help. If we're trapped, who will lure out Kaylee? Redulp? Hawk said. The Thousand Alliances conference hasn't started yet. Kaylee is still at full strength. You mentioned Calhoun too. Even with the many people Zhou and Palace has brought, dealing with 2 young masters simultaneously could lead to heavy losses. The monkey responded. If Zhou and Palace can lend a hand, I can find you an ally. An ally? Can you find one? Wang Jianting, the patriarch of Xingshui sect. the monkey said. Hawk paused, staring at Abel. Wait, you said what? The patriarch of Xingshui sect? Rhett's here? Yes. Hawk scrutinized Abel carefully for a moment before saying, I've heard that you and Alwyn Wanjianting confronted Kaylee. If Wanjianting is here, then I must consult with our sect Rani. Sect Rani? Does the Rani of Joan Palace also come here? The monkey was stunned. Could the Rani of Joan Palace be here? In the center of Joan Palace's camp sat a Marissa dressed in green robes. She had flowing long hair, stunning beauty, and exuded a commanding presence. No one within 10 meters dared approach her. Hawk stopped beside her and whispered a few words. She nodded and then turned her gaze toward the monkey. Instantly, the monkey felt a shockwave through his body, his heart slowing down. Rhett's piercing gaze was like a sharp, icy blade, pinning him in place, unable to move. Too strong. Abel, far away in the cave of G Mountain, abruptly opened his eyes. Rhett and the monkey shared a telepathic connection. The monkey's inner terror caused concern for Abel. The Rani of Joan Palace was too powerful. Hawk bent low and reported to the Marissa for a long time. Then, she walked over to the monkey. Even under her gaze, the monkey found it unbearable. Beads of sweat formed on his forehead, wanting to step back, but he couldn't move. Kaylee in G Mountain? The Marissa asked as she approached slowly. Rhett's voice was like 1,000-year-old ice, sending shivers down one's spine. Unable to bear the pressure, the monkey's knees buckled, and he fell to the ground with a thud. Yes, in G Mountain. Rhett's pressure made him feel like facing a prehistoric giant beast, which could crush him into powder with just a flick of its claw. Can you bring Wanjianting? Rhett's voice raised, like nails scraping across the ground. Yes, the monkey dared not raise his head, trembling on the ground. Humph, she coldly scoffed. You're useless. Told to lure Kaylee out, but you dragged Calhoun along. Do you know how much trouble you've caused? The weight of immense pressure pressed down on the monkey's chest, making breathing Blood Alliance's grand elder, was from the Qin family of Donghua Town. This revelation came as a huge shock to Kaylee. All speculations about Jerry's background within the Blood Alliance were finally laid to rest, and the Qin family of Donghua Town entered the sightlines of many powerful figures. However, the latest news revealed not only Jerry as a Blood Alliance young master, but also another prodigy named Nigel from the main branch of the Qin family. At a young age, Nigel possessed 3 extraordinary divine artifacts and could spar evenly with Jerry. Such brilliance was rare even among top sects. This news sent ripples through the martial world, elevating the status of the Chun family of Donghua Town. But Kaylee saw beyond these achievements to the former prodigy Abel, who once paraded as a child prodigy in his Montague, only to lose his luster and become a lord in a remote part of Yuzhou. If he had truly become a spiritless wastrel, it would have been one thing. But Abel could open the gates of the Shangtian Circle's secret realm and took on Zoltan and Sage as Darwin's. Rumor had it that he was a summoner. Yet, for a summoner to openly provoke Sage and Zoltan, this person must either be a fool, incredibly brave, or possess extraordinary intelligence. What most troubled Kaylee and piqued her interest was that Zoltan disappeared right before her eyes. She was certain that even the Grand Elder lacked such power. This question haunted Kaylee for a long time. Curious but the black-robed figure paused. Did Abel know beforehand? How did they find us here? The black-robed figure pressed. Someone told them, Abel replied, smiling. Go check. Kaylee isn't a match for them. Glaring at Abel, the black-robed figure clenched his teeth and rushed out of the cave towards the explosion site. Rhett knew that Abel might vanish by the time he returned. However, Kaylee could not afford to lose. If she did, he would likely be next. Under Monkey's lead, the group from Joan Palace reached G Mountain, heading toward the cave. Before they arrived, the palace master abruptly stopped. Rhett's Darwins were puzzled until she shouted, lunging into the forest. Startled, the Darwins quickly understood and responded instinctively, forming an array with several blue-clothed Darwins spreading out, releasing surges of spiritual energy. A yellow glow burst forth, followed by white light swords rising from the ground, pointed skyward. Hawk stood at the center, glaring fiercely, his white robe billowing in the wind. Raising his arm, Hawk pointed forward, fists clenched tightly. On the other side of the mountain, a green figure shot past, striking the forest with overwhelming spiritual energy. Clouds of dust and debris flew as the forest was torn apart. From the devastated forest, a white figure darted out, rushing towards the green silhouette. Kaylee. Hawk's heart raced as he recognized the figure. Finding her, Rhett remained vigilant within the array, eyes locked on the white figure. With the array formed, dozens of Darwin's spiritual swords rose, pointing towards the white figure guided by Hawk's movements. The white figure wielded a silver sword glow, attacking the palace master. The palace master shouted, pulling out a crimson ribbon, which danced around the white figure. Though soft, the ribbon carried powerful spirals of spiritual energy. One end held by the palace master, the other end extended rapidly, growing into a massive ribbon covering a mile-wide area. The sword clashed with the ribbon, producing a loud bang. The ribbon remained intact while the sword's glow vanished. What treasure is this? The white figure exclaimed, retreating. Ha ha ha, surrender! The palace master laughed, flicking the ribbon like a venomous snake, enveloping the white figure. The white figure tried to escape, but the ribbon moved faster, covering the area completely. Just as she was about to be caught, the white figure shouted, shooting a yellow lightning bolt towards the ribbon. A massive explosion erupted, sending waves of spiritual energy across the forest, trees snapping and roots uprooted. After the lightning dissipated, the Tianjin ribbon slowed down. The white figure seized the opportunity to escape. You think you can run? The palace master grinned from the smoke. Even with the thunderbolt, my Tianjin ribbon is now 40% repaired. You won't escape. With that, she swung the ribbon, changing direction, and attacked the white figure again. Despite her utmost agility, the white figure couldn't evade the Tianjin ribbon. Kaylee released more yellow lightning bolts, but they only slowed the ribbon down. This wasn't working. Exhausted, Kaylee's mind ached. Suddenly, a black-robed figure flew in, shooting a black beam directly at the palace master. Surprised, the palace master turned and used the Tianjin ribbon to block the attack. Translation ends here. Would you like me to continue translating the next part of the text? The black beam was blocked by the Tianjin ribbon. As the black light struck the ribbon, ripples spread across its surface. What a magnificent treasure. The black-robed figure's expression tightened. Is the one who came the palace honest of Zhouan Palace? The black-robed figure seized the moment when the palace honest paused, shouting loudly, I am from Ruichang Pavilion in Ezhou, and I greet you respectfully. What kind of greeting is that? The palace honest of Zhouan Palace laughed sharply, without any delay. She whipped the Tianjin ribbon toward the black-robed figure. Turned out that during the palace honest confrontation with Ruichang Pavilion, the white figure had tried to flee using maximum agility, only to be discovered by Hawk. Rev, none of you will leave today. The palace honest of Zhouan Palace laughed loudly. Who said I want to escape? The white figure slowly emerged, brushing off the yellow dust from his clothes while sneering coldly. Do you think you're the only one with treasures? The palace honest of Zhouan Palace frowned, because she noticed the pressure inside the Tianjin ribbon increasing, and the black mist gradually seeping out. It seemed she was starting to lose control over Ruichang Pavilion. Form the array. Hawk shouted. The Darwins of Zhouan Palace uniformly drew their swords from their waist, thrust them into the ground, and unleashed a surge of spiritual energy towards it. Instantly, the ground was bathed in bright yellow light, and once again, luminous swords surged up. This time, it was 1,000 swords. Hashtag chapter 295, Fierce Battle. A bright array of light flashed, the spiritual wind howled, and the mountain rumbled continuously with thunderous roars. Abel intended to command the stone beast to dig a tunnel, but the mountain kept shaking. Attempting to dig now posed a risk of collapse, so he had no choice but to abandon the idea. The transforming monkey issued a warning. The intense battle scene was terrifying beyond imagination. It cowered in fear, trembling and losing control over its bowels, and requested to return to Abel's side. Reddelpless, Abel could only recall it, and sent out the patrol bees to scout the area. Level 2 patrol bees were unable to exit through the cave. Abel upgraded them to level 3, evolving them into earth-traversing patrol bees. Red opened the system panel. Host, Abel. Total tree points, 150,000 points. Remaining tree points, 106,000 points. Available tree points, 106,000 points. Summon spirits. Green sprite, level 3. Rainfall swallow, level 3. Transforming monkey, level 3. Transforming monkey, level 3. Ling voice, level 2. Patrol bee, level 2, X3. Patrol bee, level 3, Earth type X1. An Earth type patrol bee passed through the rock walls of the cave, stopping within the rock, with only its 2 eyes emerging to observe the battlefield below. The Luciana's revenantly suppressing silk was incredibly powerful, yet Calhoun and Kaylee wielded treasures of their own. Working together, they used clever tactics that kept the Luciana occupied without giving her an advantage. Meanwhile, Hawk led the Darwins in formations, intermittently launching surprise attacks on the two but unable to decisively turn the tide. Half a day of fierce combat caused the mountains to rumble, Mountain to fracture, the ground to collapse, and the forests to be destroyed, driving away all wildlife. Such commotion would inevitably alert those inside the Divine Sword Manor, leading the Blood Alliance to send people to investigate. If they couldn't capture anyone quickly, the Cloudy Dawn Palace would be in danger. Realizing this, the Luciana hesitated, her movements slowing slightly as she contemplated retreating. Calhoun and Kaylee noticed this. If the Luciana couldn't subdue them quickly, prolonging the fight would benefit them. Since they came, they were determined not to leave until they won. They knew that by holding her off, the Blood Alliance would eventually win. Thus, even exhausted, they exerted all their strength to stall her. The situation slowly reversed. Suddenly, Calhoun swung his black long sword at the Luciana. A black beam blocked her path instantly, while Kaylee supported him with thunder strikes to block the revenantly suppressing silk aimed at Calhoun. The standoff continued, causing growing anxiety for the Luciana. Standing still, she suddenly let out a mighty roar, unleashing surging spiritual energy that burst open into white mist. In the next moment, multiple blurry images of her emerged of spiritual energy, half knelt and gasped for breath upon hearing this. Nevertheless, they clenched their teeth, pressed their palms against the ground, and forced out their remaining energy, shouting in unison, "Yes, initiate formation." A brilliant light surged from the ground once more. Dozens of faint images of the Luciana flew towards Calhoun, whose surroundings were engulfed in thick black smoke produced by his secret treasure. This smoke was as rigid as 1,000-year-old black iron and 10,000-year-old ice, offering remarkable defense. However, the Palace Honest images tore through it instantly. Calhoun trembled, cold sweat dripping down his forehead. Rhett clenched his fists, bloodshot eyes glaring as he bit his teeth, transforming his secret black sword into smoke once more, which again encased him tightly. The dozens of images simultaneously punched towards Calhoun, causing the black smoke to explode again. With a boom, Calhoun flew out of the smoke like a broken sack, unconscious or possibly dead. On the other side, Kaylee's thunderstrikes could only momentarily slow the images but not stop them. Kaylee roared, releasing all his spiritual energy. Suddenly, his appearance transformed into that of the Nicola. At the critical moment, he reverted to his true form, allowing him to use his specialized spiritual techniques. The Nicola gritted his teeth and retrieved a golden cauldron, spitting a mouthful of blood onto it as he channeled massive spiritual energy. The small cauldron immediately glowed with golden light, expanding to cover his entire body. The next moment, the dozens of images attacked, slashing with dozens of sword beams. All the sword beams struck the golden cauldron, causing it to shake and hum. The Nicola poured immense spiritual energy into the golden cauldron, barely holding it. Despite this, the golden cauldron shuddered violently, cracking in several places and almost splitting apart. How formidable! The Nicola widened his eyes in shock. This is the golden light cauldron, a quasi-artifact. Yet, it was split by the Luciana? The transformation shadow divine technique was incredibly powerful. Facing such strength and the redevantly suppressing silk, he wasn't her match. Ignoring the fallen and possibly dead Calhoun, the Nicola immediately fled using his martial skills. With the transformation shadow divine technique expended, the images vanished, leaving only the Luciana in the field. She observed the fleeing Nicola with furrowed brows but didn't pursue. Her figure, though slender, stood resolutely in contrast to her previous domineering presence. Just as the Nicola was about to escape, Hawk shouted, "Thousand sword technique, activate." Suddenly, 1,000 glowing swords rose from the ground, striking the Nicola en masse. Young whelp. The fleeing Nicola felt the sharpness of the sword beams behind him, forcing him to stop and defend. Had it not been for the Luciana, he wouldn't have tolerated these young upstarts. The Nicola gritted his teeth. The 1,000 sword beams repeatedly shook the golden light cauldron. Finally, with a bang, the golden light cauldron shattered, hurling the Nicola away. "Let's not, Kaylee." The Luciana quietly observed the flying Nicola. "Did we hit the wrong person?" The cloudy dawn palace Darwins collapsed to the ground, utterly drained of spiritual energy. Hawk panted heavily, drenched in cold sweat, completely spent. However, they realized they had attacked the wrong person. It wasn't Kaylee. Abel. Hawk suddenly became enraged, turning to look for Abel, who was nowhere to be found. Crap, did he escape? "Retreat!" the Luciana commanded softly. They needed to act quickly and leave immediately. If they stayed any longer, reinforcements from the Blood Alliance would arrive, trapping them here. Hawk clenched his teeth and told the Darwins, "Get up, let's go." The aftermath of the Golden Light Cauldron's destruction left the Nicola severely wounded. Watching the Cloudy Dawn Palace members leave, he sighed in relief. Where are you going?" A voice suddenly echoed from the sky, booming loudly, shaking everyone's ears. "Trouble," the Luciana and Hawk thought anxiously. Did the Blood Alliance send reinforcements? That figure flew over and stopped on the hillside, looking down at everyone with a laugh. "Ha ha ha, my luck is truly great. I didn't expect to stumble upon such a fine opportunity." It was an elegant young man holding a fan. Seeing the newcomer, the Nicola rejoiced. "Apprentice, you've arrived just in time." The newcomer was none other than the Darwin of the Qingzhou shopkeeper elder, the young lord of Qingzhou, the folding fan man. Rhett was also the fierce demon who had escaped from the 10,000 bones, Yanni. Chapter 296, The Hidden Observer. The York landed on the hillside, looking down arrogantly at everyone below. The Green Prefecture elder was overjoyed and called out, "Daeon, you've arrived at just the right moment." The York said, "Leave everything below to me. Be cautious. The Kiana is formidable. She possesses the Shadow Transformation Divine Technique and the Redevin Suppressing Silk. A direct assault isn't wise," the Green Prefecture elder reminded him, adding, "Just remain here to hold your ground." No, you're mistaken." The York shook his head with a smile. The Shadow Transformation Divine Technique may be overpoweringly aggressive, capable of shattering the Crimson Butcher Sword of Auspicious Long Pavilion and the Golden Light Cauldron. Truly, it's startling. But such an overwhelming move cannot be easily performed. I'm sure using such an aggressive technique must have cost you dearly. Now, you've likely exhausted your own life force and consumed almost all your spiritual energy. The Kiana calmly watched the York speak, showing no change in expression. Upon hearing this, Hawk's face turned ashen white, trembling nervously. "As for the Redevin Suppressing Silk, I doubt you can use it now." The York shifted his gaze to Hawk, saying lightly, "Can those Darwins of Cloud Mist Palace still find the strength to stand up again?" "I still have some strength left," Hyman nearly shouted. Though he felt weak, this shout was meant to bolster his courage. "Elder, don't overestimate yourself. While it's true that you were casting formations, you were the main focus of this array." The York spoke confidently. "From start to finish, you've cast the 1,000 sword formation 5 times. It's already remarkable that you have the strength to stand here. Do you want to fight me now?" Hawk clenched his fists tightly. "We'll see who stands once we've fought." Though he was bluffing, the York paid no heed. The Green Prefecture elder asked, "Daeon, were you here from the beginning?" The York laughed. "Yes, I've been here since." She shook her head. "It's not about my skills, but your Darwin." As soon as these words were spoken, the Green Prefecture elder sensed a powerful fist coming from behind. The York struck another heavy blow, aimed directly at the Green Prefecture elder. "You." Before he could react, he was knocked unconscious by the impact, landing beside the Palace Honest. "Truly ruthless." The Palace Honest sneered at the unconscious elder, even attacking his own master. "Not just me," the York suddenly laughed. "Didn't you, as the Kiana, do the same? After the previous Palace Honest disappeared, you took this position. Are your hands cleaner than mine?" The Palace Honest's expression stiffened. Without further ado, the York grabbed both the Green Prefecture elder and the Palace Honest, along with the members of Auspicious Long Pavilion and Hawk, vanishing into the distance. Cloud Mist Palace Darwins could only watch helplessly. Unnoticed, a patrolling bee emerged from a rock and pursued the York. The situation seemed more complicated than expected. Kaylee, having infiltrated the Western residence to investigate the kidnapped martial artists, had become more cautious after being discovered by the Green Prefecture elder. Since then, she cautiously wandered around the vicinity. At night, someone clad in black was seen in. "Who else?" the black-clad figure laughed. "You should blame yourself for meddling too much. Disappearance of 1 or 2 heroes shouldn't warrant such concern from young Lord Ding. Why use a butcher knife to kill a chicken? Our elder meticulously arranged this formation to lure you in." "Did the Green Prefecture elder set up this formation?" Kaylee asked. The black-clad figure didn't respond, simply stating, "Since you're here, enjoy it." Then, the black figure ran away but let out a scream shortly after, collapsing in a pool of blood. A dead loyalist? Kaylee observed the reddening sky, clenching her teeth. This person knew entering the formation would make it difficult to escape, yet they sacrificed themselves to draw her in. Kaylee distinctly felt the spiritual chi forming this array wasn't natural elemental energy but rather derived from blood energy. Some techniques extracted this energy to create formations with potent blood aura, which could erode one's willpower if not strong enough. Is this really a formation set by the Green Prefecture Elder? I didn't think he'd begun studying blood energy. But if you believe this formation can trap me, you are sorely mistaken. I've encountered many similar formations while refining blood pull. Thus, you picked the wrong opponent. Kaylee smirked slyly. Maurice knocked out several guards near the western residence, but gleaned no information. Abel? Who abducted Abel? After circling the western residence, this formation is so tyrannical and bizarre. If I were to enter, I wouldn't be sure of getting out unscathed. The person inside is in grave danger. Maurice tightened his fists, determined. At the center of the formation, the red light suddenly intensified, radiating an almost otherworldly crimson hue. Then, in a flash, it vanished. Maurice's heart skipped a beat, debating whether to enter and investigate. In the next moment, at the edge of the formation not far from Maurice, a bright red light appeared, and a figure tumbled out of it. I can only help you this much. A Maurice's voice echoed from within the red light. In the next instant, the light transformed into a thin fabric, landing in the figure's hand. Maurice was taken aback. Kaylee? Retcher? Kaylee from Bingzhou Blood Alliance. So that red light must have been the Redovan suppressing silk. The Redovan suppressing silk brought Kaylee out? Kaylee glanced at Maurice, but ignored him, rushing toward the southern residence. She needed to contact Alton and inform headquarters about this evil formation immediately. This formation is far from simple. Without the Redovan suppressing silk today, she might have been lost inside. What is the Green Prefecture Elder really up to? Translation maintains the paragraph structure, tone, and style of the original text. Chapter 297. Such chaos in the nobility circle. After Kaylee left, the red mist slowly dissipated. The man in a long robe emerged from the formation, accompanied by 10 guards. Sir, have we betrayed the Elder? One guard asked, somewhat uneasy. Betrayal? The man in the long robe shook his head. I'm afraid it's not that simple. If this succeeds, the position of Elder in Qingzhou might change hands. You mean, the young master? The guard was startled. The man sighed deeply. But if the young master wants the Elder's position, couldn't he just ask for it? The guard queried hesitantly. Elder treats him so well. Would he really be unwilling to part with the position? The man in the long robe fell silent, and the atmosphere turned suddenly quiet. In the mountains, only the eerie howling wind and rustling leaves could be heard. The young master we see now is not the same as before, the man said, looking back at the guards with blood-red eyes. But you must understand, we have only one path ahead of us. Rhett paused and then shouted, that is, to support the young master. And what about the Elder? The guard hesitated. The Elder will not bestow such power upon you. The man lifted his hand, clenched his fist, and a crimson spiritual force emerged, both alluring and menacing, as if capable of manipulating the mind. Rhett said earnestly, only the young master has such power. Kaylee sprinted urgently with her agility technique, reaching Ji Mountain. Seeing its devastated state, she was taken aback. Has something happened? She quickly headed towards the cave. Along the way, she encountered a group of people in blue sword robes resting by the roadside. It appeared they had just experienced a fierce battle. Who are you? Why are you here? Kaylee shouted, running up to them. Kaylee! The group's expressions changed abruptly, calling out in shock. They realized their situation looked dire again. Another young master of the Blood Alliance was here. It seemed they would all perish. What happened here? Kaylee asked once more. They only stared at her in silence. Suddenly, one Darwin cried out emotionally, you're all evil members of the Blood Alliance. Don't expect to get anything from me? Kaylee cast a cold gaze on him. I don't have patience for games. Speak, or don't expect to leave this forest. Humph, I won't speak. We of Zhouan Palace cannot submit to your kind, the man proclaimed righteously. So, you're from Zhouan Palace? Kaylee asked. Why are you here? The man paused, then looked distressed. Rhett clenched his teeth. I will not tell you. Don't blame me for what happens next. Kaylee unsheathed her sword in an instant, its icy glare piercing everyone's eyes. Pointing it at the nearest person, she warned, everyone here will pay for your silence. His face paled. Rhett could choose death over dishonor, but his fellow Darwins. Rhett gritted his teeth and glared furiously at Kaylee. Suddenly, a figure darted from afar, leaped high into the air, and slammed down hard beside them, raising a cloud of dust. A voice called out from within the dust. Wait, let me ask. Everyone was taken aback. Another person arrived? As the dust settled, a muscular man with explosive build revealed himself. I am Maurice of Xingshui sect. Tell me what happened here, Maurice said. If you do, I can guarantee Kaylee won't lay a hand on you. Maurice? The sect Rani of Xingshui sect? This lifted their spirits. As soon as Kaylee drew her sword, several Darwins were ready to talk, constrained only by Zhouan Palace's oath against the Blood Alliance. However, telling Maurice would be fine. Even if they didn't recognize him, it didn't matter much now. Kaylee shot Maurice a chilly look. Alerwan, you're quite meddlesome. Can you stop me if I want to act? Peace above all, Maurice advised. For a refined young lady like you, why resort to violence? Such a provoking statement. Kaylee fumed. Under normal circumstances, she would have attacked, but there were more pressing matters at hand. She clenched her teeth and held her temper. Speak, she roared at the Zhouan Palace Darwins, shaking the woods and deafening them momentarily. Yes, it's about Kaylee and Calhoun, someone murmured. No, not Kaylee, it's the Jared. The Jared? Kaylee's eyes widened. Again? What did he intend to do? Tell me more. Kaylee prepared to ask again but stopped, looking toward a distant hillside. Something, or someone, was there? Standing there was a familiar figure. Kaylee gazed at him in shock. Abel! Maurice exclaimed, dashing over. Kaylee followed closely, heart pounding. Had Abel come out of the cave already? What about Calhoun? What's wrong? Calhoun! Kaylee yelled into the mountains, receiving no response. Maurice reached Abel, saying warmly, "You're all right? That's great. Thank you, Brother Juan, for rescuing me." Abel replied gratefully. Kaylee stepped forward. "Abel, what happened here?" Abel responded with a question. "Senior Ding, are you looking for Calhoun?" Kaylee froze. "You called his name just now," Abel smiled. "So you came for him." Kaylee narrowed her eyes at Abel, remaining silent. It confirmed that it was indeed Kaylee and Calhoun who brought him here. "No doubt. Calhoun?" Abel continued, "Rhett's in trouble." Kaylee gasped. "What do you mean?" "Indeed. Things in the nobility circle are very chaotic." Abel shook his head. "In short, someone impersonated you and fought with Joe and Palace. Then Calhoun joined the fray, making it 2 against 1. They battled evenly with Joe and Palace until a third party appeared, overpowered them all, and kidnapped them. And this third party is also part of the Blood Alliance." Kaylee felt a wave of confusion. "If you don't believe me, ask those Joe and Palace Darwins." Abel pointed to the group. They were there. Kaylee hesitated, glanced at Maurice, then dashed towards the Joe and Palace Darwins. "Is it really this complicated? Someone impersonated me? Fought Joe and Palace? Could it be the Jared? Rhett's skilled in disguise. But why impersonate me to fight Joe and Palace? What's his motive? And that third party, who is he?" Downhill, Maurice observed Abel, asking with concern, "Are you all right?" Abel replied, "I'm fine. No harm done?" Maurice asked sternly. Abel laughed, "Not yet. The ones suffering are them." Maurice frowned, then burst into laughter. Chen family members truly are extraordinary, none of them easily subdued. Such a perilous situation left even Maurice bewildered. How did it turn out that no one suffered any loss and instead, after questioning the Joe and Palace Darwins, their hearts pounded even more? There's something wrong with the Perry of Qingzhou. Jared and Perry Calhoun of Ezhou are severely injured? The Palace Honest of Joe and Palace was captured? And Kaylee went after them? Quickly, hurry back and report to headquarters. The situation has changed and is urgent, the Rani ordered immediately. Yes, everyone responded, ready to return. Just then, someone shouted, "Ready? Boss, 2 members of our team are missing." "Who? Who's missing?" Everyone became alert. Could it be an ambush targeting us one by one? They drew their weapons and stayed on guard. "They are the new arrivals," the person replied. "When did you notice? Where did they disappear?" "Just now. I saw them chasing in that direction," the member quickly answered. "The same direction the Joe and Palace people pointed out." "What? Not possible? They went chasing after them? Just those 2 new arrivals? What, are they crazy? They're courting death," the Rani cursed. "I thought we had 2 sharp ones, but they turned out to be idiots. This level of enemy isn't something we can handle. Boss, should we bring them back?" "No, the situation is too urgent. We need to notify headquarters immediately. As for those 2, the path ahead is dangerous. We cannot send anyone else recklessly." "Yes. Right. What were the names of those 2 new arrivals?" "One is called Nigel, and the other is Cornell." Chapter 298, Return. When Abel returned to the Nan residence, a disturbance was already underway. The scene was chaotic and frenzied. All the martial artists at Nan's mansion had gathered around, witnessing this unprecedented event with expressions of utter shock. Nan's mansion's prestigious Alton had been defeated. Rhett lay on the ground, blood gushing from his nose. In the middle of the courtyard, 2 groups were facing off. One side consisted of people from the Lord Manor, while the other side included those from Lanchi Prefecture. Everyone from the Lord Manor stood upright, while every member of Lanchi Prefecture lay sprawled on the ground. Alton had come out to mediate but ended up sparking Germano's and Selma's explosive tempers with inappropriate words, resulting in them being beaten together by these 2. Just as everyone thought that these 2 would be disciplined by Alton, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Alton lay sprawled on the ground, nose bleeding profusely, unable to get up. The scene was dead silent. Everyone stared dumbfounded, thoroughly shocked by what they had just witnessed. Several martial artists rubbed their eyes frantically until they turned red, finally convinced they weren't hallucinating. The young lord of Blood Alliance, Alton, had indeed been beaten. Nan's mansion's second steward rushed over to help Alton, shrieking sharply, "How dare you lay hands on our young lord? Do you even know what you're doing? Is the young lord so special?" Germano, face flushed red with anger, retorted loudly at the steward, "What rubbish is this Blood Alliance? Make amends for us." Selma glared fiercely at the steward, slamming his hammer onto the ground with a loud bang, shouting, "If it wasn't for accompanying your useless young lord for tea, we wouldn't have lost our master. Not only are you not sending people to help find him, but you're trying to play peacemaker here. What's wrong with striking you back?" The audacity. The crowd of spectators gasped in awe. Not only did they dare to strike the Blood Alliance's young lord, but they also dared to shout at the steward like that. This must mean the Lord Manor isn't afraid of its own longevity anymore. Some martial artists among the crowd began to wonder. The term, useless young lord, struck a chord in their hearts. Was this Blood Alliance's young lord really that weak? Or were these 2 from the Lord Manor exceptionally strong? It seems the Lord Manor can't be underestimated. With just a few men, they've taken down an entire group from Lanchi Prefecture and now dare to challenge the Blood Alliance. Spectators whispered amongst themselves. If so, the word deity Mountain Villa, showing no fear. Why would Lanchi Prefecture harass the Lord Manor? Apparently, the Lord Manor's lord went missing, and it's rumored that Lanchi Prefecture is involved. They've been visiting repeatedly, hoping the Lord Manor would keep quiet. When persuasion failed, the elder from Lanchi Prefecture resorted to force. So, it was a counterattack? That makes sense. How do you know so much? I live in the small building near the Lord Manor. At this moment, the members of Lanchi Prefecture lay incapacitated, offering no resistance. Now, standing opposite the Lord Manor was Sword Deity Mountain Villa. The second steward shouted and summoned Sword Deity Mountain Villa's guards, screaming, "During the Great Thousand Alliance Assembly, we treat guests with respect. If there's a dispute, we naturally mediate. How impolite of the Lord Manor to strike our young lord and insult us." The second steward raged on furiously. Germano and Selma were still fuming and intended to confront the steward. Since they'd offended them, they feared nothing. However, Coulter and Sage stepped in front of them, stopping them. "We acted rashly," Coulter's raspy voice sounded. "I apologize on behalf of everyone. Please forgive us, Second Nolan." "Forgive?" the steward screeched. "An apology won't fix the disrespect shown to our villa. Do you care about your villa's honor?" Germano jumped up, berating, "Shameless lot. Just like Lanchi Prefecture." Beside him, Selma added, "What a joke. Garbage like Lanchi Prefecture. Enough, stop." Coulter immediately silenced them. These days, they had been searching everywhere for Abel, leading to sleepless nights and mounting frustration. Especially Germano and Selma, their tempers flaring uncontrollably. Combined with Lanchi Prefecture's unreasonable demands and attempts to intimidate them, it led to this outburst. But Lanchi Prefecture's behavior was puzzling. Originally, Abel's disappearance had nothing to do with them, yet they kept warning the Lord Manor not to reveal it. After repeated questioning, they learned that Blood Alliance wanted Lanchi Prefecture to take responsibility for Abel's disappearance. To please the Blood Alliance, Lanchi Prefecture agreed, but grew wary of potential internal strife, and thus sought to cover it up. If Abel's disappearance remained unknown, Lanchi Prefecture could quietly evade blame despite agreeing to take responsibility. The Lord Manor didn't plan to spread this news anyway. Moreover, Zoltan mentioned that Lanchi Prefecture once gave Yuan a bottle of 5 poison powder. With Abel missing, the anxiety among everyone was already high. Repeated visits from Lanchi Prefecture only fueled the irritation. Now, they had even dared to strike first? Too far, things would get ugly. Coulter maintained a humble smile. "I believe Perry Rouet is a man of great character and won't hold this against us, will he?" The second steward narrowed his eyes and said, "I see you understand the situation. Since you admit your fault, we won't make things difficult for your Lord Manor." Rhett raised his hand, pointing at Selma and Isaac. "As long as you hand these two over for our handling, we won't pursue further." "That wouldn't do." Coulter cupped his hands and pleaded, "Please let them off, Second Nolan. They are just kids who don't know any better." The second steward glared, angrily saying, "We've already been lenient. Are you trying to haggle? Do you really think nothing of us?" As soon as he spoke, the guards gathered around him drew their weapons and glared menacingly. One command from the second steward would have them pounce instantly, making the atmosphere intensely threatening. Coulter took a step back, inwardly cursing. No, they mustn't fight. If violence broke out, there'd be no turning back, especially with Abel still missing. Even if they could escape, who would stay behind to find Abel? Just Maurice alone? Besides, if Nan Residence's knights all attacked at once, they might not escape. What should they do? Coulter clenched his fists and shot Isaac and Selma a stern look before sighing. "Second Nolan, you might not sleep." Panic flashed across his face as he stumbled back, shaking his head fiercely, his chest heaving. Rhett growled. "Trying to trick me? You do have some skill, but in front of Blood Alliance, even dragons must bow." With a wave of his hand, he shouted, "Seize him." Coulter tensed. Failure. Yes, the guards responded, ready to pounce. Suddenly, a loud voice echoed from above. "Who dares touch my people?" Everyone froze, looking up to see two figures standing outside the crowd. It was Abel and Maurice. Rhett returned? The crowd parted automatically as they watched in stunned silence. "Senior Coulter, you've worked hard," Abel stepped forward. "Honest?" Isaac cried, rushing towards Abel, tears streaming down his face. "Don't act like a child." Crying over every little thing, Abel ruffled Isaac's hair with a laugh. With Abel back, everyone felt relieved. However, now wasn't the time for emotional reunions. Issues remained unresolved. Abel turned to the second steward. "Second Nolan, consider this resolved in my name." The second steward was taken aback by Abel's return. Rhett knew where the real Alton had gone and naturally understood that Abel shouldn't be able to come back under normal circumstances. But he hid his surprise and said coldly, "Abel, your word doesn't carry that much weight." Saying this, the second steward's arrogance vanished because of the person standing beside Abel. Others might not know that person's identity, but the second steward did. Abel shook his head. "Second Nolan, are you bored? While Alton faces danger outside, you're squabbling over trivial matters here. Priorities, please." "What?" The second steward looked startled. "What do you mean?" Rhett suspected something had changed, but hearing it from Abel was unexpected. His heart began to race. "Don't defend that imposter anymore." Abel strolled casually, smirking. "Blood Alliance's reputation means nothing compared to Alton's safety. Even Kaylee has left to search. Shouldn't Nan Residence send people too?" The second steward shuddered, his composure slipping as he asked anxiously, "What exactly happened?" Abel smiled, watching the guards brandishing weapons without answering. "Stand down," the second steward ordered sharply. The guards hesitated, but lowered their weapons and retreated. "Jishan, send people to check," Abel instructed. "Don't harm Cloudy Mist Palace members, or you'll regret it." Jishan, the place where Abel had been imprisoned. Real trouble. Go. The second steward commanded again, leading the guards toward Jishan. Abel led his group back to the small building. Only Lanchi Prefecture members and the spectators remained, dumbfounded as they watched Abel leave. Events unfolded too quickly. They couldn't grasp what had happened. Seemed like the Lord of Lord Manor returned, and immediately, the second steward's arrogant attitude melted away. After exchanging some cryptic words, the second steward rushed off, leaving everyone baffled. What kind of background does this lord have? Chapter 299. Return? Back at the small building, everyone surrounded Abel and Maurice. Abel recounted the events in detail. Sage immediately said, "Honest, it's not advisable to stay here any longer. Indeed, Senior Carey agreed. Based on the information Abel brought back, there was definitely internal conflict within the Blood Alliance. This conflict involved one elder, 3 young masters, and even a palace master from a first-rate sect. Just now, the second steward of the southern residence had led guards to pursue them. The situation was far from trivial. If they did not leave now, waiting until the matter escalated further would make it difficult to extricate themselves. Moreover, they had already lost their reason for staying at the Divine Sword Villa. Initially, we were trying to lure Kaylee out for Cloudy Mist Palace, but unexpectedly, this time, even the palace master got involved, Jonathan Simeon joked. If Cloudy Mist Palace doesn't come after you afterward, you should be thanking heaven and earth. Abel sighed helplessly and said, let's go. We'll return to the Lord's Manor. Upon returning, they would still have to guard against Cloudy Mist Palace, as this operation could be considered a complete failure. Wait, Maurice suddenly interrupted. What exactly did you agree to with Cloudy Mist Palace before? Our mission was to help Cloudy Mist Palace lure out Kaylee, Abel replied. You agreed? Maurice looked surprised. Abel nodded. Maurice turned red with anger, standing up abruptly. Abel, you really didn't act honorably in this. Everyone was taken aback, their faces showing astonishment. Maurice shouted, Kaylee and I have old ties. How could you help Cloudy Mist Palace against her? Everyone froze. Abel smiled bitterly and said, our trip to the Divine Sword Villa was under duress from Cloudy Mist Palace. All I wanted was to quietly serve as Lord in Yujo without stirring up trouble outside. But someone wouldn't let me remain peaceful. Confronting the Blood Alliance at the Divine Sword Villa was extremely dangerous and not in my nature. Rhett coerced you? Maurice was shocked. Abel nodded. Why didn't you counterattack using your intelligence? Maurice yelled. Elder brother, I'm not omnipotent. What could I do against a major sect like Cloudy Mist Palace? Abel laughed bitterly. Cloudy Mist Palace is near the Lord's Manor in Yujo, a top-tier sect. If they harass me, I can't afford it. Maurice stared at Abel, his anger gradually dissipating. Then he suddenly burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, you little rascal saying you're helpless. Didn't Cloudy Mist Palace not only fail to achieve its goal, but also get its palace master involved? Wasn't this all part of your plan? Abel hesitated. Brother, it was entirely unexpected. Don't kid yourself, you're too cunning. Still putting on an innocent face now, Maurice laughed loudly. But you've messed with Cloudy Mist Palace this way. They will likely seek revenge after you return, Maurice said. Abel's eyes lit up as he quickly replied, I'm worried about that. If Riverwater Sect could offer some support, then the Lord's Manor. Do you still need my support? Maurice glanced sideways at Abel and laughed. I should be worried for those who oppose you. Why do you have so much confidence in me? Abel shook his head. The Lord's Manor needs substantial support from Riverwater Sect. Supporting you is no problem, little brother. Maurice patted Abel's shoulder, laughing heartily. But you'll have to wait a while. Wait a while? I don't want to return to Riverwater Sect yet. Maurice raised his eyebrows, revealing a lingering fondness. The outside world is wonderful. Have you not indulged enough yet? Abel looked conflicted. But, Maurice suddenly became serious. Abel, you must promise elder brother never to take action against Kaylee or the Blood Alliance again. Brother, what are you saying? Abel laughed. Now I am being chased by Kaylee and the Blood Alliance. How can I possibly take action against them? If you and Kaylee have old ties, you should intercede for me and ask her to leave me alone. I'm actually worried for Kaylee, Maurice said. Abel felt depressed. In fact, the Blood Alliance isn't what you think it is, Maurice continued. You may not believe me now, but you'll understand later. Remember my advice. Don't attack the Blood Alliance in the future. I have no intention of dealing with such a dangerous organization again, Abel replied. That's good, Maurice said, walking out with a loud laugh. Hope to meet you again, he left, disappearing instantly. Is he off to indulge more? Everyone thought silently. Not far from the small building, another voice called out, Alwyn, wait for me. Alwyn, slow down. It's very hard to catch up. It was the voice of Aiken. That Aiken. How exhausting. Everyone inwardly chuckled. On that day, Abel and company packed up and left the southern residence, stopping to rest at a town about 100 miles south of Divine Sword Villa. Because Abel had been missing recently, everyone at the Lord's Manor hadn't gotten proper rest. Simeon was still recovering from injuries and couldn't travel too hastily. Therefore, Abel decided to stay in the town for a while. In the town, people were still unaware of the upcoming Thousand Alliances conference and recent developments, continuing to speculate about stories from the Divine Sword Villa. Though Abel had left, the tales of the villa would continue without him. People thought these matters would no longer concern the Lord's Manor, but they were wrong. A patrol bee, suddenly issuing a sharp alarm, caused Abel, sitting in his room, to open his eyes wide. This patrol bee followed the fan-carrying man into a decrepit underground palace. The ruins were covered in ancient carvings, the walls once adorned with vibrant murals, now faded. Vines sprawled everywhere, and a sense of time-worn grandeur filled the air. Despite its decay, traces of past opulence remained visible. At the heart of the palace, a large, strange energy was gathering, forming a massive array. Standing before the array was the fan-carrying man. Lying in the east, south, west, and north positions within the array were the palace master of Cloudy Mist Palace, Hawk, Elder Qingzhou, and Honest Ruiz Hang Pavilion. They were unconscious, their fates uncertain. The array emitted peculiar spiritual energy, illuminated by red light that cast eerie shadows on the fan-carrying man's face. However, the formation of the array halted due to an intruder. A beam of white sword light appeared out of nowhere, striking the array. With a boom, the light collided with the protective in the darkness was hit squarely by the strike. Flying backward, it crashed through several walls before coming to a stop, buried under the rubble of broken stones, looking extremely disheveled. However, after landing the blow, the man with the folded fan lost his previous look of triumph. Instead, he suddenly appeared startled, as if he had seen a ghost. Black instant scythe? Mini? The man with the folded fan suddenly shouted, his voice shrill and piercing. How could you be here? Before his words even finished, the pile of rubble moved. The shadow slowly crawled out from under the rubble. Unlike the white figure, who fled and hid, this shadow returned to the corridor, calmly watching the man with the folded fan with a smile. I have come to collect you, the figure said slowly, approaching at a steady pace. As he emerged from the shadows, light illuminated his features. It was the face of a Montagueful adolescent. At that moment, the patrol bee's pupils suddenly constricted, and it immediately issued an alarm. Resting at the inn, Abel suddenly jolted awake, exclaiming, Nigel! Chapter 300, Crisis. Nigel didn't return to the family? Rhett also came to the Thousand Alliance Assembly? Abel's heart tightened. Rhett had escaped from the Divine Sword Manor, but he hadn't expected that Nigel was now plunging into the center of the whirlpool. Abel took a deep breath, calmed himself down, closed his eyes, and shared the perspective of the patrol bee. Inside the palace, the patrol bee quickly drilled into a stone brick in the ceiling, leaving only its eyes exposed for observation. In the corridor, Nigel slowly walked towards the man with the folded fan, holding the black she scythe without urgency. Dark mist rose from the scythe, wrapping around Nigel's wrist like black vines. You impersonated the young lord of Qingzhou just for this grand array? Nigel approached slowly, his tone stern. You. The man with the folded fan looked terrified, trembling, and instinctively backed up a few steps until he hit the wall. A great opportunity. A white figure suddenly darted out from the shadows, slashing out a crescent-shaped sword beam. The sword light was sharp and blinding, tearing through the air with a hiss, leaving a deep cut on the ground. The man with the folded fan cried out in terror, instinctively raising his hand to block. A blood-red aura formed a protective armor over his arm. Clang! The sharp sound of metal clashing. The sword beam struck the blood-red armor fiercely but was deflected, leaving the man unharmed. Breathing heavily, the man stood there dazedly, staring at his arm before coming to his senses. Minnie, he muttered bitterly. I've already left the water burial array, yet I still detest your presence. Rhett raised his gaze to look at Nigel and the white-robed Kaylee, his fear gradually fading. Rhett is just a young lad. She is merely an intermediate Earth-level adept. The former guardian of the Starry Sky sect has turned to dust. Why should I be so afraid? Ha ha ha. The man began laughing softly, his laughter growing louder until it sounded almost insane, shaking the entire palace. His eyes widened sharply, his aura soaring. Blood-red spiritual winds surged upward, fiercely swirling around him like a tornado. You're still nothing but a little bug. His voice was raspy and ugly, his eyes bloodshot, appearing mad, his body shivering violently as if harboring an ancient beast about to break free. What is this? Nigel stopped abruptly, frowning deeply. Kaylee's face was grim, her grip tight on her long sword, ready to attack. Not good, run. Another urgent voice called out from the corner. Just as the words were spoken, the vortex exploded with a thunderous roar, and the entire scene fell silent. Nigel! In the inn, Abel jumped up, shouting loudly. At that moment, the spiritual wind unleashed by the man with the folded fan created a wave that instantly destroyed the entire underground palace. The patrol bee lost contact in an instant. So powerful. Abel was greatly alarmed. Nigel was in danger. 200 miles from the Divine Sword Manor, at Yushan, a violent earthquake occurred. Rocks tumbled down, and mountains crumbled. A deafening boom echoed through the sky, and dust erupted from the ground, reaching the mountain waste. Amidst the dust, shouts and flashes of white sword light frequently appeared, slicing through the air with a hiss, cracking the earth and slicing rocks. Opposite this, huge beams of blood-red light surged upwards, transforming into a giant whip that lashed wildly, destroying everything in its path. Black smoke defended one side, hard as meteorites, strong as divine iron, firmly resisting without yielding. Purple light flashed intermittently, unpredictable and elusive. White light, red light, black smoke, and purple light clashed back and forth, causing the earth to tremble incessantly, sinking several meters, with dust accumulating thicker and thicker, enveloping the entire Yushan. This battle lasted 2 days and 1 night without pause. After 2 days, the dust gradually settled, revealing Yushan completely devastated, with fires raging in the forests and all trees destroyed. At the foot of Yushan, 4 figures lay on the ground, while 2 figures stood upright. Relying on Minnie and the black she scythe, you can still stand here. The man with the folded fan's clothes were torn, nearly naked, yet showed no signs of fatigue, his eyes blazing with energy. Not bad, indeed exceptional. Nigel tightly gripped the black she scythe, his muscles trembling, the dark mist armor shattered. Rhett stared intently at the man with the folded fan, panting, Ref, don't get too smug. I won't lose to you. Don't lose to me? Teske, let me count. The man with the folded fan looked behind Nigel. Behind Nigel, 4 figures lay scattered. Kaylee, Cornell, Zaire, and Jean. Kaylee and Cornell were severely injured. Zaire was crippled, lying motionless, and Jean was sprawled on the ground, unable to rise. Only Nigel could still stand, albeit barely. The man with the folded fan was immensely powerful. Given your Montague, to have such strength, I admire you. But perhaps you don't fully understand your situation. Do you know who created Minnie? Who created Minnie? Nigel frowned, then suddenly remembered something, his pupils contracting sharply. Rhett seemed to have overlooked this reality. The malevolent demon Haddon, sealed by the water burial seal, was the creator of Minnie. It was him. Damn, what kind of custom is that? The man with the folded fan roared. Ijo, Nigel replied. The man with the folded fan stared at Nigel, then laughed. Almost fooled me, trying to buy time? Even without stalling, I could hold you off? Hold me off. The man with the folded fan looked up at the dark night sky, suddenly bursting into laughter. They had fought for 2 days and nights. Now, under the dim stars, why hold me off? Do you expect reinforcements? He sighed. Do you think? Rhett and Cornell had explored Jishan with the Blood Alliance Vanguard. Once the Vanguard returned, they would report to the headquarters, which would send reinforcements. Nigel didn't know how much weight the reinforcements sent by the Blood Alliance would carry, but at this moment, it was most important to suppress the arrogance of the man with the folded fan, and ideally, scare him away. The malevolent demon Haddon was indeed powerful. He had to be outsmarted. Ha 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 ha, I won't talk too much either. Let's make a deal, the man with the folded fan said. I'll be straightforward. You give me the gene, and I'll let you go. Impossible. The man with the folded fan sighed. Why be so stubborn? If I take you down, you lose everything. Nigel narrowed his eyes. Perhaps taking me down isn't as easy as you think. What you possess. But he realized he couldn't even see the man with the folded fan. Too fast. Unimaginably. After 2 days of combat, he still had such speed. A faint shadow of the man with the folded fan flashed behind Nigel, moving faster than light itself. His fist suddenly burst forth with tremendous light, carrying the force of 10,000 thunderbolts, tearing through everything in the air. Tear, tear. The spiritual power in the air was shredded into fragments. Nigel's black armor, as hard as meteorite iron, was blasted away. His armor exploded under the impact. The black She-Side's armor was a divine artifact that could withstand even the lightning storms of the water burial seal. This, pretty tough, huh? The man with the folded fan's fist was covered in blood after the punch. Before Nigel hit the ground, the man with the folded fan appeared again, striking with another 10,000 thunderbolt force, this time using his left hand. The black armor didn't have time to reform, and the punch was already there. Tear, tear. A punch that tore through everything. Even the spiritual power in the air was brutally torn apart, creating a small vacuum ahead. Dangerous. The punch arrived in an instant. The air screeched as it was ripped apart. Yet, the punch missed. It didn't touch Nigel. At that moment, Nigel had vanished from the man with the folded fan's sight, instantly disappearing. Chapter 301. Capture. Disappeared? The man with the folding fan was shocked. In front of the fist, not only had the air been torn apart, but also a faint red light. Red light? Pure red? It's the red of instabilizing silk. The man with the folding fan abruptly turned around. Sure enough, Kaylee was gone. Meanwhile, 10 miles away, Nigel and Kaylee collapsed on the ground. I can only help you this far. A faint female voice in the air gradually faded away. The silk cloth in Kaylee's hand could no longer hold up. With a rip, it tore into 2 pieces. The silk no longer shimmered brightly but became dull and grayish-white. Kaylee gritted her teeth tightly, tears welling up uncontrollably. Go, carry me. Nigel clenched his teeth and picked up Kaylee, dashing away. Rhett couldn't use spiritual power, fearing that its fluctuation would be detected by the man with the folding fan. The world was divided into 4 grades: Earth, Yellow, Redivan, and Dark. Eugene's strength likely approached the Redivan grade. At Divine Sword Manor, Central Compound. Upon receiving news of internal turmoil at the Blood Alliance headquarters, the 4 great elders were dispatched to provide assistance. But at that moment, a thunderous explosion erupted from the western compound, and dazzling blood-red light shot into the sky. What's happening? One of Tianxian sect, capable of predicting fortune and misfortune, Cornell said again. Tianxian sect? Fortune tellers? So what? The man chuckled. Have you predicted your own fate? Of course. Cornell replied, on this journey, I will face danger but remain unharmed, while you will soon be captured. The man froze for a moment before laughing hysterically. Ha ha ha. Your predictions are truly accurate. Don't believe me? Cornell declared. East, 10 miles away. Nigel is there. The man paused. You can predict his location? Ha ha, Cornell humbly replied. Just making a living. Ha ha, you want to lure me away? The man sneered. I'm just telling you the location, Cornell said. What do you mean? The specialty of Tianxian sect is divination. By this skill, our sect is honored as one of the 5 great sects. Cornell said, don't underestimate my spiritual art. Why are you telling me this? The man asked. To prove my words, Cornell replied. His words? The phrase, let me and one Tian beast go, or you'll have trouble? This? For survival. You betrayed your friends? The man laughed triumphantly. You hope I spare your life? Cornell remained silent. Divination, Redivanly chosen sect? The man sneered, conjuring wind to carry Cornell and the gene eastward. Interesting, horse hooves echoed from the distance. Someone was rushing towards them. The man paused. Huh. Not only were there horse hooves, but shouts came from that direction. Nigel, Nigel. Soon, a strange creature appeared. A dragon-headed, horse-bodied, Chielin-legged steed, majestic and powerful. On top sat a young boy. This was the Tier 4 spirit beast Abel exchanged for 100,000 tree planting points. Cloud-walking beast. Abel. Nigel exclaimed upon seeing the boy. Why was he here? Quick, escape. Nigel shouted. Uttering this, Abel's eyes lit up, looking over joyfully. Ha ha ha, I found you. If not for the fierce winds, it wouldn't have been easy. What was going on with him? Didn't he realize the situation? I remember. The man laughed. We've met, Abel, the wild mountain lord. Indeed, they had met during the water burial seal technique, leaving a profound impression. As the strange beast drew closer, Abel saw Nigel covered in wounds, anger surging inside him. Injured. Abel grumbled deeply. This person is dangerous. Nigel gritted his teeth. What are you doing here? Real brotherly love. The man laughed heartily. Watching a show, especially one filled with emotion, gave him great pleasure. Abel's anger boiled. Glancing sideways at the man, he barked, get lost before I act. Bold. The man roared. In fact, he probably never took her seriously at all. Ruelong Pavilion, Kaylee. Did he ever give them a second glance? The golden ring hovered in the air for a moment before floating back into Abel's pack. The man with the folding fan only felt a flash of golden light, and in the next moment, he found himself in a strange space. White mist swirled everywhere, obstructing his vision. What's happening? Why am I here? The man with the folding fan showed shock on his face. Before him, golden light suddenly condensed into a golden figure. Is this a weapon spirit? The man with the folding fan shouted loudly. You think you can trap me like this? Haha, naive. The golden figure stared intently at the man with the folding fan without responding to his words. Instead, it said, I see the blood of the town on you. What? The town? The golden figure suddenly appeared enraged, shouting loudly, You actually hurt her. The sudden roar echoed deafeningly, causing the entire space to violently shake. The man with the folding fan showed horror, retreating quickly. What was going on? How could such power exist? Enough power to shatter the very space? Hurting the town will have its price. The golden figure emitted an intense glow and casually tore apart the space beside it. What are you going to do? The man with the folding fan swallowed hard. The unknown made him tense. Rhett suddenly remembered Cornell's words. This journey, I will face danger but remain unharmed, while you will soon be captured. Rhett thought it was just a joke. Who was this golden figure before him? Have you seen a Redovan-grade spirit beast? The golden figure said calmly. In the next moment, it dispersed into a wave of golden light that fell to the ground, and from the torn space, a huge head emerged. It was the Redovan-grade spirit beast that had been suppressed by the Xingshui sect for so long. Just now, its peaceful dream had been disturbed, filling it with extraordinary rage. It wanted to find the one who woke it up and have a fierce battle. No! The man with the folding fan screamed in terror. Not me, not me. Chapter 302, The Town. Everyone rested on site for the night. Nigel was channeling his energy to heal Ebention and Cornell. Kaylee sat in meditation by herself, resting alone. Specks of golden light emerged from a package, forming into a golden figure. Clan Ronnie, I have something to report, the golden figure said urgently as he drew closer. Abel's heart skipped a beat. Rhett stood up and walked aside. If the golden figure is speaking now, does this mean there has been an unexpected development? What is it? Abel asked. The town is in danger, the golden figure replied anxiously. The town? In danger? Abel was taken aback and frowned. Which town is in danger? Isn't this related to Yanni? It is related to Yanni, the golden figure explained. Yanni has injured the town. Abel felt a jolt inside him. So, the Shangtian circle couldn't suppress Yanni after all? No, the Shangtian circle can suppress him, the golden figure clarified. How long can it last? Abel asked with a furrowed brow. As long as needed, the golden figure replied. So, there isn't a problem then? Abel relaxed. Clan Ronnie, I am talking about the town, the golden figure reiterated anxiously. The town? Abel paused again. Shinshan town? The golden figure shook his head and pointed at Kaylee. The town. It's the town within that young lady. The town? Abel looked at Kaylee, suddenly realizing. It's Churchill Tian Silk. The golden figure referred to Churchill Tian Silk as the town. The golden figure whispered a few words to Abel. Abel nodded gravely, and then led the golden figure toward Kaylee. Claire, may I ask you a question? Abel inquired politely. Kaylee opened her eyes upon hearing this and raised her head cautiously. She felt extremely uneasy inside. She had repeatedly tried to scheme against Abel, only to find that her opponent was far more powerful than she anticipated. If Abel chose to hold her accountable, she would be powerless to resist. She knew Abel wasn't ordinary, but she hadn't expected this level of power. Moreover, Abel had just subdued the demon, indirectly saving her. From that perspective, she owed him a great favor. Old grudges mixed with new kindness made Kaylee feel even more guilty. But she had one trump card in mind. She had also saved Nigel. As his brother, Abel probably wouldn't make things too difficult for her. Taking a deep breath to steady her emotions, she replied, Lord Jonathan, what do you need? Abel said, Claire, may I see your Churchill Tian Silk? Kaylee's face showed shock as she clenched her fists tightly. Rhett wanted to threaten her for the Churchill Tian Silk. Taking another deep breath, a different emotion welled up within her. Lord Jonathan, Churchill Tian Silk is a secret treasure and cannot be handed over so easily. I didn't mean to demand it. I just want to take a look first, Abel added quickly. Just to take a look? What a simple excuse. Couldn't he even come up with a plausible reason? Huh. Kaylee lowered her head, her eyebrows knitting together as her vision blurred. What's there to see? Is your Churchill Tian Silk seriously damaged? Abel asked. Seriously damaged? Huh. On her cheeks. Churchill Tian Silk, Abel stammered. Really? Kaylee grabbed Abel, asking. But Churchill Tian Silk was already... Abel hurriedly explained. The Shangtian circle sensed that the Churchill Tian Silk with you is fading in vitality. If not treated in time, it might disappear forever. Kaylee stared at Abel, then at the golden figure beside him. Can you really heal it? Shangtian circle? This golden figure? She remembered seeing this golden figure before, and it seemed to be a friend of Churchill Tian Silk. Are you sure? Kaylee asked, enunciating each word slowly. Abel nodded. Kaylee took a deep breath and tremulously reached into her robes, pulling out a dull, tattered piece of fabric, holding it in her hand. Suddenly, the golden figure snatched the Churchill Tian Silk, exclaiming, How did it become like this? Kaylee shivered. How is it? Abel asked cautiously. It needs vitality. The golden figure trembled, holding the Churchill Tian Silk and looking beseechingly at Abel. Clan Ronnie, help me find its vitality. Seeing the golden figure's state, Kaylee's tears fell freely. What kind of vitality? Abel asked. Pleasant dream shattered, Yanni became the most hated enemy. Yanni defended fiercely, lamenting bitterly. Where on earth is this place? Why is there a celestial-grade monster imprisoned here? With a loud bang, the celestial spirit beast's claws attacked again, colliding with Yanni's fist, sending him flying backward. The spirit beast retreated a few steps. Roar. The spirit beast's eyes turned red, fighting more fiercely, unfazed by fatigue. It spat whirlwinds at Yanni. Yanni dodged frantically, blocking desperately. Damn it. If this were my real body, a mere celestial grade lower-level spirit beast would be nothing. If I had Ebonu in hand. Yanni. A thunderous voice echoed through the Shangtian circle space. The entire space shook violently, pressure assaulting everywhere, distorting and cracking the space. Yanni lifted his head in terror. The celestial grade spirit beast behind him also sensed the anomaly and looked up. You took the Churchill tea on silk? The golden figure appeared overhead, shouting loudly. Me? Yanni's face turned ashen, and he shook his head vigorously, shouting. Not me, I didn't take it. You didn't? The golden figure roared in rage. Hand it over now. The golden figure's voice reverberated, shattering the layers of space around him. Ret transformed into a beam of golden light, rushing towards Yanni. The celestial grade spirit beast let out a roar and also lunged at Yanni with its fangs bared. No, it wasn't me. It wasn't me, really not me, Yanni wailed miserably. At dawn, the sky began to brighten with the first light of day. Are you sure you won't come with me? Abel asked. Nigel replied, the world is so big, I want to explore it. To where? I haven't decided yet. Why don't you travel with me? Abel suggested. Nigel looked at Abel seriously but shook his head. No, I want to go alone. Abel's lips twitched. Red understood that his brother was trying to prove himself again. I was able to subdue the demon Yanni because of the Shangtian circle, not because I'm stronger. If you had such a treasure, you could do the same easily, Abel said humbly. I know, Nigel nodded. But from his expression, it was clear he wasn't buying it. Sigh. Since you plan to venture out on your own, I can't stop you. Abel scratched his head and instructed. Remember to write letters to Hampton? Sure, Nigel answered. And don't get too close to the Blood Alliance, Abel added. Don't practice Jadenship too late into the night. You're still growing, Abel said. Hashtag chapter 303. The new Hall Honest of the Green Jade Hall. Reinforcements from Blood Alliance arrived. It was 3 days later. The reinforcements searched the underground palace beneath Fish Mountain, but only found the remaining half of the relatively stabilizing silk. Abel was confused as he rode his cloud-riding beast to Fish Mountain. Stone Mountain beasts had dug out the tunnel leading to the underground palace where they found Joan Palace's group. Sure enough, the missing half of the relatively stabilizing silk was found on Joan Palace's master. King, that spendthrift, isn't interested in the relatively stabilizing silk? Abel mused sarcastically. Not claiming such a valuable treasure. What a joke of a demon. Poor review. So be it. Such a fool deserves the beating. The golden figure within the Shangtian circle caught the scent of the other half of the relatively stabilizing silk and immediately stopped attacking King, rushing out of the circle. You found it, the golden figure exclaimed in delight. Redder. Abel handed over the remaining half of the relatively stabilizing silk. The relatively stabilizing silk shimmered brilliantly, red like cinnabar, bright as the red sun. The golden figure carefully accepted it, placing both halves together and examining them closely. The vivid red relatively stabilizing silk placed beside the grayish one seemed to merge like ink spreading in water, gradually blending into each other. The interface of the two halves slowly began to fuse. Is it complete? Abel asked, surprised. The golden figure nodded reassuringly. Yes, it should be fine now. Before dawn, Abel rode the cloud-riding beast back, bringing along Joan Palace's master and hawk. How did it go? Kaylee rushed forward anxiously when she saw Abel return. I found it, Abel smiled. The relatively stabilizing silk is safe, though the golden figure says it needs rest. Can I see it? Kaylee asked eagerly. Abel nodded and summoned the golden figure. Appearing, the golden figure held a long silk ribbon, red at one end and light red at the other. It was the relatively stabilizing silk, fully restored. Kaylee stared, her emotions mixed. She had been trying to restore the broken silk for decades, but its power had diminished over time. As she reached out to touch it, the golden figure quickly withdrew the silk. It needs rest, the golden figure asserted. Kaylee froze, feeling rejected. Now, don't disturb it, the golden figure smiled before dissolving into light and returning to the Shangtian circle. Abel felt awkward. Did the golden figure essentially snatch away the relatively stabilizing silk? All right, Kaylee sighed, withdrawing her hand. Since that's the case, Lord, please take care of it for a few days. Abel relaxed, clearing his throat. Don't worry. With the golden figure around, the relatively stabilizing silk will be fine. However, I have a request and hope you'll agree, parodying, Abel continued. Go ahead. In truth, Abel wasn't sure about Kaylee's stance. Despite saving her, they had past grievances. Although he repaired the relatively stabilizing silk, the method seemed too cunning, and given the golden figure's reluctance to return it soon. If Kaylee wanted to make things difficult, she had valid reasons. After all, members of the Blood Alliance weren't easy to deal with. Please don't tell anyone about the whereabouts of the relatively stabilizing silk, Abel requested. Of course, Kaylee agreed. And, Abel hesitated, please keep my capture of King a secret. Kaylee pondered. This involves the Shangtian circle. If anyone learns it's with you, it could be problematic, especially for Joan Palace. Exactly, Abel nodded vigorously. Better to avoid trouble if possible. Showing weakness to Kaylee. Understood, Kaylee acknowledged succinctly. Shangtian circle was originally intended for Joan Palace and Abel, both believing the other took it, only for Abel to be the true possessor, while they remained unaware. What a brilliant strategy from someone who appeared to be just a young lad. Kaylee sighed. Lord, you are truly... Lightly. From Abel, Kaylee couldn't gather much information. To her, he seemed slippery and calculating. Not at all like a fresh young man. Turning to Nigel, she felt he might be more straightforward compared to the inscrutable Abel. Half a month after Abel and company left, the Thousand Alliance meeting concluded. Despite being injured and unable to showcase her abilities, Kaylee emerged as a life winner. Yush was gravely injured and, due to certain reasons, she was appointed as the temporary Rani of Qingzhou Blood Alliance. Kaylee belonged to the new faction within the Blood Alliance, acting boldly and energetically. On her first day in office, she set 3 fires in the Qingzhou Blood Alliance and placed her confidence in various divisions. Such large-scale actions were met with resistance from all quarters by the old members of the Qingzhou Blood Alliance. The most intense opposition came from the Green Jade Hall of the Qingzhou Blood Alliance. The former Hall Master of the Blood Alliance's Qingzhou Green Jade Hall had stepped down, and the newly appointed Hall Master was an obscure 17 or 18-year-old young man. The old Hall Master and his loyal followers were burning with anger. Was this Bingzhou's Kaylee looking down on us in the Qingzhou Blood Alliance, or did she underestimate the Green Jade Hall? Sending such a young man to lead was clearly meant to humiliate us. Very well. Let Kaylee see the ferocity of our Green Jade Hall. The Qingzhou Blood Alliance's Green Jade Hall is not as docile as the Bingzhou Blood Alliance. Soon after, the old Hall Master and his loyalists planned a grand move to undermine the new Hall Master. They intended to sideline this new Hall Master, strip him of dignity and honor, and ultimately drive him out of the Green Jade Hall in tears. However, reality unfolded differently. Abel, wielding a single saber, charged straight in and single-handedly overturned the entire Green Jade Hall. The Green Jade Hall suffered a significant blow. From that point on, no one in the Qingzhou Blood Alliance's Green Jade Hall dared to utter even a single word of dissent against Abel. Chapter 304. Return to Plant Trees. Hawk of Joan Palace woke up, and the first person he saw was Abel. Rhett paused in surprise before struggling up with clenched teeth and shouting, "Abel, you've caused me endless suffering." A sharp breath shot out from Hawk's chest, followed by violent coughing. His spirit energy was completely drained, leaving him dazed and weak. Rhett could only pant for breath while leaning on the bed. "Please calm down." Abel sat beside the bed, his face drawn. "I went through great lengths to rescue you. Otherwise, you would now be in the hands of Blood Alliance. Just imagine what the outcome might have been." Hawk continued to cough violently, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, his face deathly pale. Rhett suddenly remembered. Rhett and the Demi had fought against the Blood Alliance, but were eventually overpowered and captured. The last thing he saw was a blinding red light that seemed to siphon away their life force and spirit energy. They endured this torment for 2 hours before losing consciousness. "The array?" Hawk frowned, exclaiming aloud. "You remember?" Abel smiled. "Without my help, you'd likely not be alive today." Hawk felt a shiver of fear. Rhett looked at Abel, his eyes softening. "I never thought you saved my life." "Don't mention it," Abel replied, smiling. "As long as you and the Demi don't hold it against me." "The Demi? Where is the Demi? Where is she?" Hawk asked anxiously. "Don't worry, she's in the next room," Abel reassured him. "She overexerted herself and will need more time to recover. Your condition is only slightly better than hers." Hawk let out a sigh of relief, looking at Abel intently. "Little friend, how did you manage to save us?" "The situation was perilous back then," Abel said earnestly. "But with my wisdom, I managed to end the battle quickly and save both of you." Hawk sighed. Abel's words didn't really explain anything. Unable to get an answer, he didn't press further. Struggling to rise from the bed, Abel helped support him. "Let me see the Demi," Hawk requested. Abel nodded and escorted Hawk into the adjacent room. The Demi lay in bed, her face pale but her breathing steady. She seemed to be out of immediate danger. Hawk breathed a sigh of relief. "Lord, this time Joan Palace owes you a favor." Abel smiled. "Indeed, Hawk is reasonable. Our Shin Mountain town needs much support from Joan Palace going forward." Of course, Hawk replied. Rhett had never supported delving deep into Divine Sword Manor to confront Kaylee. This matter always carried too many variables. If not for the Demi's insistence, they wouldn't have suffered such a loss. Indeed, this couldn't be blamed on Abel. Furthermore, Abel had somehow managed to rescue them from a dire situation. Both his own strength and the power behind him were unfathomable. "Elder, do you know where the other Darwins of Joan Palace are?" Abel asked suddenly. "They're in the hands of the Blood Alliance," Abel answered. "You'll have to find a way to save them yourself." Hawk responded, somewhat disappointed. "Hawk, now that you're awake, I'll leave these matters to you," Abel said. "I must take my leave." Hawk nodded, and Abel left directly. "Demi!" Hawk looked at the unconscious figure of the Joan Demi, her face ghastly white. "Though your temperament is hasty, for Joan Palace, you can't afford to falter." Abel rode his Cloud Chaser beast and galloped away. After meeting up with his group, he returned to Divine Sword Village, then mounted the Hunt Wind Eagle and rushed toward Shun Mountain Town in Yuzhou. Due to Hawk's efforts, many Eastons and supplies flowed into Shun Mountain Town, including a large number of tree saplings. To handle this influx, the tree planting team at the Lord's residence had to work around the clock, in shifts, or else the saplings would pile up endlessly. Because of a shortage of personnel, the team expanded, though new recruits were only temporary workers unless approved by Ephraim Nolanzak. Yet even for temporary positions, there was fierce competition. The displaced civilians under the care of the Lord's residence worked faithfully out of gratitude. However, among them were some who tried to take advantage of the system, slacking off or being lazy. These individuals could not enter the Lord's service, not even as temporary workers, and had to work outside doing odd jobs, earning minimal rations. Still, no one went hungry. The tree planting team, as a direct servant to the Lord and supervised by Ephraim Nolanzak, attracted the cream of the crop. Though they planted trees, the importance placed on them by the Lord meant they walked tall and received excellent benefits. Along the banks of the Redovenly River and its tributaries, the tree planting team planted trees in areas with favorable terrain. When spring arrived, tiny green shoots sprouted from branches, making the scenery particularly pleasing. Everywhere, the residents of Shun Mountain Town enjoyed seeing lush, thriving groves instead of barren trees. Recently, servants from the Lord's residence spread news in tea houses and taverns. The Lord's residence is giving away saplings to town residents to try planting. Miss this opportunity, and it will be gone. Fruit trees are valuable, naturally. Think about it. Where else can you find fruit trees in Shin Mountain Town? These are precious varieties transported from the other side of the veiled cloud mountains, bearing fruits once sold at astronomical prices. Why hesitate when such precious tree species are given to you for free? Before, our town suffered long-term droughts. Nothing grew well here, let alone obtaining tree saplings. Do you know what an apple is? A bite into it fills your mouth with sweet juice. If you wait too long, others will claim all the fruit trees. Do you know how much these saplings cost? 1 silver tael each. Uttering this, bystanders gasped. Don't disbelieve. Finn has done so much for Yuzhou. Free tree saplings. Where else would you find such generosity? But if you wait too long, they may be taken. These tidbits of information, whispered secretly, spread quickly. Soon, residents crowded the sapling warehouse, even fighting to claim saplings. Fruit trees were the most sought after. Before long, almost every resident planted trees around their homes. Seeing this, Abel was delighted. Rhett summoned a torrential rain over Shan Mountain Town. With a wave of his hand, he grinned. Distribute land to let every resident have their own orchard. Brilliant decision, young master, Isaac exclaimed happily. Chapter 305, Tree Saplings. The initial land allocation for each resident of the Divine Mountain Town was 3 acres. If a resident used their land to plant trees, additional land would be allocated based on the amount of land used for planting trees. Those who planted 10 acres of forest would receive an extra 5 acres as a reward. The residents were surprised. To them, planting trees involved merely digging a hole in the ground, placing a tree inside, covering it with soil, and that was it. The tree planting team did the same thing. How much effort could this require? As for the survival of the trees, with the Lord who could summon wind and rain, how could the trees not survive? Thus, an enthusiastic tree planting movement suddenly erupted. The villagers still harbored one thought. These trees are free now, but what about the future? Who can say? For a time, residents flooded the Lord's residence, depleting the stored saplings. The tree planting movement in the great wasteland mountain of Yuzhou unfolded vigorously, while events outside Yuzhou continued to evolve. On that day, a Easton from Qingzhou brought Abel a shocking piece of news. What? The palace honest of Cloudy Sky Palace has gone missing? Initially, Abel thought he had misheard and confirmed many times before he stood dumbfounded, unable to speak. The news was unexpected. Red had entrusted the palace honest to Hawk. How could she have gone missing? Could something have happened to Hawk? When did this happen? Abel pursued. Last month, replied the obese Easton, wiping the sweat from his forehead and panting. Hawk? What about Hawk? Has he also gone missing? Abel couldn't help but ask. The Easton shook his head repeatedly. No, Hawk is still at the Cloudy Sky Palace. Rhett personally instructed me to tell you this news as soon as I arrived in Divine Mountain Town. What exactly happened? Abel frowned. The Easton shook his head again. Nowadays, the Cloudy Sky Palace is in turmoil. We're just Eastons. We don't dare to know too much about these matters to avoid trouble. Abel nodded in understanding. Indeed, with the sudden disappearance of the Palace Honest, the Cloudy Sky Palace would face a power struggle, inevitably leading to unrest. There were 3 great elders besides the Palace Honest. Whether they would seize this opportunity to vie for power was unknown, but surely, the Darwins wouldn't remain harmonious. This power struggle would likely cause significant upheaval at the Cloudy Sky Palace. It was uncertain when it would settle down. Merchants value harm of information. Rumors were spreading. However, as a mere Easton, he didn't want to discuss this. Saying too much could lead to errors, and saying nothing would keep him safe. The struggle for the Palace Honest position had nothing to do with people like him. Anyone trying to delve deeper into this should be avoided to prevent being implicated. Realizing this, the Easton cautiously replied, I don't know much about this. If Lord wishes to know more, perhaps he should visit the Cloudy Sky Palace. Abel furrowed his brows. But let me advise you, Lord. The Easton paused and added, we're all small traders. The Cloudy Sky Palace provides us with livelihoods. As long as there isn't a drastic change, we'll have food to eat. However, excessive curiosity can be fatal. The Easton looked at Abel earnestly after speaking. Ah, Abel realized, nodding. Thank you for your warning. Oh right. Besides this news, Hawk also asked me to give you a message. The Easton recalled, almost forgetting. Hawk said you must take good care of the saplings from the Cloudy Sky Palace, the Easton conveyed. These saplings symbolize the future, and the saplings of the Cloudy Sky Palace represent its future. Please take great care of them. Saplings from the Cloudy Sky Palace? Abel was taken aback, staring at the Easton in a trance. Saplings? Could it be that Hawk already knew? Alicia was here. These saplings were personally selected by Hawk from near the Cloudy Sky Palace. The Easton pointed to the largest carriage in the convoy. It's this one. Reflecting on this, the Easton couldn't help but marvel inwardly. Hawk personally chose these saplings. Rhett wondered about the relationship between the Lord and Hawk for him to have done so. Rhett carefully examined the trees. Though not rare species, they grew daily amidst the spiritual aura-filled lands, which made them different from ordinary trees elsewhere. It seemed the Lord and Hawk had a deep connection. Following the Easton's finger, Abel looked at the most luxurious carriage in the convoy, where the saplings were tied. Saplings from the Cloudy Sky Palace? Hawk really sent saplings? Was this his way of concealing his true intentions? Abel pondered deeply. Did Hawk need to use such subtle means to pass messages? This message told Abel 3 things. First, Hawk knew Alicia was at the Lord's residence. Second, Hawk wanted Abel to take good care of Alicia. Third, Hawk implied Alicia represented the future of the Cloudy Sky Palace. It seemed the heavens over the Cloudy Sky Palace were truly changing. Abel closed his eyes and sighed deeply. Soon after the Easton left, Abel sat in contemplation. Rhett considered whether he should send a patrol bee to gather information at the Cloudy Sky Palace. After all, the Cloudy Sky Palace in Qingzhou influenced the entire Yuzhou Great Wasteland Mountain area. Disruption in Qingzhou could easily affect the Eastons around the Cloudvale mountain range. Moreover, Hawk's actions in sending the Easton worried Abel. When did Hawk recognize Alicia? Was it just by appearance? All in all, Hawk had visited the Lord's residence 3 times. Could it have been then? Or did he obtain information through other channels? Abel was concerned. Besides Hawk, were there others in the Cloudy Sky Palace who could recognize Alicia? From Hawk's tone, it was clear he favored Alicia and the Lord's residence, showing no malice. But what was his purpose? While sitting in contemplation, Alicia entered the room. Alicia walked up to Abel and stood still, noticing that Abel was deep in thought. Not wanting to disturb him, she stood respectfully by the side for quite a while. Abel slowly opened his eyes and spoke. Alicia? Yes, honest. Alicia stepped forward and greeted with a bow. What is it? Abel asked. Alicia replied, honest, I heard something. It seems there's been an incident in Qingzhou. Really? Abel tapped his head lightly, looking at Alicia with a complex expression. So, Alicia knows about what happened to the palace honest of Cloudy Sky Palace too. The news spread faster than I expected. Originally, he had planned to deal with this matter in a few days. No wonder, such a significant event could not be concealed. Soon enough, the entire world of Spirit Honest would know about it. Abel tapped his chair intermittently in front of Abel. This trait was somewhat similar to Nigel, both being stubborn and prideful. Yet, Abel had no effective way to handle either of them. Abel smiled. I hope you don't get involved in this matter. This matter? Robert paused, then realized, oh, Alicia just told you? Abel nodded. Well, that girl can't keep things to herself. I wanted her to wait until we gathered more information before telling you. But she rushed here within half a day. Robert chuckled. Actually, you don't need to tell me separately. I won't interfere since it's your family affair. If you hadn't spoken, wouldn't I have meddled unnecessarily? My family affair? Since when did it become my family affair? Abel was momentarily confused. Shouldn't it be your family affair? Abel scrutinized Robert, who had clearly grown much more haggard lately. Sigh, could he have been delirious from his injuries? After a long pause, Abel said, I remember Xingshui sect's Maurice mentioned. He has a good relationship with the Medicine Gaston from Medicine Gaston Valley. Robert looked at Abel without understanding. Then what? How about inviting him to the Lord's residence? Abel suggested cautiously. Medicine Gaston? Why invite him? Robert was thoroughly baffled. That's no ordinary person. Can you really invite him? Robert curiously asked, why do you want to invite the Medicine Gaston? Why else would I invite a Medicine Gaston? Abel rolled his eyes. How should I know? I'm not in your head, Robert retorted. Besides, do you think it's easy to invite the Medicine Gaston? Maurice isn't even in Xingshui's sect anymore. Just because you claim a friendship with him, does the Medicine Gaston owe you a favor? Abel frowned, contemplating for a moment, then said, let's visit the Medicine Gaston together. With our connection to Maurice, maybe he will help you. Riddle me? Robert was startled. Riddle me with what? To examine your injuries, Abel breathed deeply, explaining patiently. Illness needs timely treatment. If delayed, it can lead to complications. Robert immediately protested. You're kidding. What complications? What do I need the Medicine Gaston to check on? Weren't you injured by Alton? Just a minor injury. There's no need to bother the Medicine Gaston. Robert sounded annoyed. Are you downplaying my concern? Abel sighed. If possible, the Medicine Gaston should examine you. Maybe you haven't noticed, but you've become haggard and are talking nonsense. Robert stared blankly at Abel. Abel held his gaze. Have you not noticed? Abel asked. You think I'm talking nonsense? Robert gaped, suddenly laughing loudly. Who's joking? Everyone on the continent might talk nonsense, but not me. Listen, some illnesses manifest more the more one denies them. Abel tapped his head for emphasis. You're the one with a problem. Robert stood up abruptly. Abel, are you just trying to insult me? Abel spread his hands in defense. Where did I say that? Robert gave Abel a disdainful glance. You have plenty of time for idle concerns. Instead, why don't you care more about Nigel? Nigel? Abel was surprised. What about him? What do you mean, what about him? Robert was puzzled. Didn't Alicia come to tell you about this? Alicia? Abel was alarmed. No, she didn't mention Nigel. Wait, did she come to talk about the incident at Cloudy Sky Palace? Or was it about Nigel? Did something happen to him? Robert clicked his tongue, shaking his head. Seems like you're the one who needs to see the Medicine Gaston. You forgot what just happened. Abel frowned. Hold on, you mentioned Nigel. What happened to him? Robert eyed Abel suspiciously. Nigel joined Blood Alliance. Didn't you know? What? Abel's eyes widened in surprise. You really didn't know? Robert sounded surprised. Not only that, he became the youngest Hall Honest in Blood Alliance history, under the Qingzhou branch. Is this true? Abel gasped aloud. Robert gave Abel an exasperated look. Looks like you're the one who should see the Medicine Gaston. Or not. The translation maintains the paragraph structure and line breaks of the original text, preserving the tone and style, ensuring fluency and coherence with previous content. Chapter 306, Planning. Amidst the verdant surroundings of an island in the lake, pavilions and terraces stood gracefully. Atop a hill on the island, an octagonal pavilion stood, from where one could enjoy breezes from all directions and command a panoramic view of the entire island. An ideal location by feng shui standards. Currently, seated within this pavilion was the patriarch of Lanchi Prefecture in a blue robe. Rhett stared at the chessboard in front of him, holding a black piece, but his brows were furrowed in worry. Alwyn, it seems something is troubling you, said the man playing against the patriarch, who wore a long, earth-colored robe with disheveled hair draped over his shoulders. His face carried a smile. The patriarch's gaze shifted from the board to glance briefly at the long-haired man before dropping the piece back into the bowl, saying with a smile, no more, it's no fun. Ah. The long-haired man shook his head and smiled. One can see through a person's heart while watching them play chess. Alwyn, are there troubles within the clan? The patriarch stood up, walked to the edge of the pavilion, and looked down at the island below. With a sigh, he said, this island, indeed, is a treasure. Uttering this, the long-haired man laughed aloud. Every time we play chess, Alwyn picks this place. It's clear that you truly love this scenic spot. With a thoughtful expression, the patriarch replied, "This treasure has belonged to our Lanchi prefecture for 300 years. I always took it for granted." The long-haired man looked at the patriarch oddly and asked, "Isn't that natural?" "Ah." The patriarch returned to his seat and, dipping his finger in his teacup, wrote 3 characters on the stone table. The long-haired man squinted his eyes and read aloud, "Donghua Town?" The patriarch explained, "The Chen family from Donghua Town, neighbors of our Lanchi prefecture, have been in constant conflict with us these past few years and are a grave concern." The long-haired man laughed. "According to my information, the strength of the Donghua Town Chen family matches ours and does not pose a threat. Moreover, their patron, Elderberry of Donghua Mountain, suffered severe injuries due to a failed attempt at breaking through cultivation realms. Why should they worry you?" The patriarch chuckled. "My dear brother, you don't know the full story. Recently, I sent my senior Darwin Chris and Azariah to attend the Blood Alliance meeting at the Divine Sword Manor. Just before the conference, they were attacked by a group. I've heard of this." The long-haired man nodded. "Allegedly, this group was extremely violent, injuring Lanchi prefecture members and even assaulting the Alton. Could it be related to Donghua Town?" The patriarch nodded slightly. "Indeed." "Oh." The long-haired man showed curiosity. "How so?" "After investigation, those attackers turned out to be members of the Donghua Town Chen family." "Donghua Town Chen family?" The long-haired man paused, then laughed loudly. "Interesting. While it's frustrating that the Chen family would attack Lanchi prefecture, their daring provocation of the Blood Alliance, including assaulting the Alton, means the Blood Alliance won't let this slide. Isn't this good news for us?" "At first I thought so too," the patriarch remarked. "Then what worries you?" The long-haired man asked openly. "Things are unpredictable." The patriarch frowned. "The Blood Alliance might no longer act against that group." "Why?" The long-haired man was confused. "Wouldn't this damage the Blood Alliance's reputation if they didn't retaliate?" The latest report from Lanchi prefecture, the patriarch slowly explained, states that the new Green Jade Hall master of the Blood Alliance in Qing prefecture is named Nigel, also a member of the Donghua Town Chen family. The long-haired man was stunned. The wind blew across the island, drawing the characters Donghua Town written on the stone table. Nigel, master of the Green Jade Hall, was from the Donghua Town Chen family. The patriarch glanced at the unfinished chess game and smiled bitterly. "One can assault the Alton at the Divine Sword Manor with formidable strength. Another can become the master of a Blood Alliance hall at a young age. Our Lanchi prefecture faces difficulties." The long-haired man watched the patriarch silently and said, "Alwyn, while you believe the Blood Alliance won't act, I think it's not certain." "What do you mean?" the patriarch asked. "All brothers from large families," the long-haired man explained, "can easily turn against each other. In Yu prefecture, a desolate mountain, at the Lord's mansion, Abel was shocked when Clarissa informed him that Nigel had become the master of the Blood Alliance's Green Jade Hall. "How did you find out about this?" Abel hurriedly asked. Clarissa handed him a calling card. Opening it, Abel saw, Lanchi Prefecture's Carmelo congratulates Perry Nigel on his appointment as the master of the Blood Alliance's Green Jade Hall in Qing Prefecture. Congratulate? Lanchi Prefecture? Carmelo? Abel was bewildered. What did this have to do with them, and why involve Lanchi Prefecture? Did people from Lanchi Prefecture come here? Should I meet them or not? Clarissa asked directly. Is this visit related to Lanchi Prefecture? Abel puzzled. Did they bring the news? Clarissa nodded. No wonder, Abel muttered. News like this couldn't travel so fast unless someone specifically told him. Or perhaps, the Donghua Town Chen family sent a message. If true, Chen family's Ronnie should have contacted him. But instead, Lanchi Prefecture arrived first. Why are they here? Abel pondered. Well, Clarissa asked again, meet them? Abel thought for a moment. Yes, better to meet. Where are they now? At an inn? They just arrived at the inn, Clarissa remarked. Do you want to keep them waiting for a couple of days? Given the grudge between them and Abel's previous kidnapping ordeal, Clarissa found them particularly annoying. Keeping them waiting serves no purpose, Abel waved a hand. We need to verify the truth as soon as possible. Furthermore, Lanchi Prefecture is far away in E Prefecture. They wouldn't travel such a distance without a reason. Better to understand their purpose early. Agreed, Clarissa said. After nodding, Abel arranged a meeting at the Lord's mansion promptly. 15 people from Lanchi Prefecture were invited to the reception room. Leading them was a long-haired man in an earth-toned robe. Carmelo pays respects to the Lord. The man bowed with a smile. His demeanor was impeccable, neither overly humble nor arrogant, which impressed Abel. Please sit, Abel gestured. Someone, bring tea. Thank you. Everyone settled down. While observing the Lanchi Prefecture delegation, Abel noticed a familiar figure at the end of the group. It was the Lanchi Prefecture girl, Zhu Diandian. She came too? This surprised Abel. Given her low level of power, she shouldn't be traveling around so frequently. If he were leading, he wouldn't arrange such a trip for her. Yet, Chris brought her to Divine Sword Manor, and now she came here too. Did Lanchi Prefecture enjoy having her along? Abel glanced at Clarissa, standing beside him expressionless. Deciding to play along, Abel smiled as if he hadn't noticed her. Tea served, casual conversation ensued. Just as Abel planned to ask about Nigel, Carmelo spoke first. We're here today to bring good news. What news? Abel asked. Your brother Nigel has become the new master of the Blood Alliance's Green Jade Hall, and everyone in the Blood Alliance already knows, Carmelo grinned. Congratulations. It's true, Abel confirmed, frowning inwardly. Nigel, really causing trouble? Rhett should have stopped him earlier. Note, names and Pinion are kept consistent throughout. Seeing Abel's expression, Elwyn felt a sense of joy within. Blood Alliance is an anomaly. Joining it isn't a good thing, Abel said with a frown. This can't be viewed so simply, Elwyn grinned and said aloud. Blood Alliance has formidable power and deep resources. Even the top 5 sects on the 9 provinces continent are wary of them. Becoming the master of the Green Jade Hall in Qing Prefecture is just the first step. If one can rise rapidly within Blood Alliance and secure a high position, Who would dare provoke the Donglu Township family? How can this not be good news? Rise rapidly? Secure a high position? Blood Alliance is a group of ruthless people. Associating with him ultimately turns out to be a blessing for the family? This was truly laughable. Oh well. Abel sighed inwardly. For the people from Lanchi Prefecture, as long as they had power and influence, everything was easy. But he was different. As Nigel's elder brother, he had the responsibility to guide Nigel in choosing the right friends. The people in Blood Alliance could only lead Nigel astray. Of course, he couldn't rely solely on Lanchi Prefecture's words. Rhett needed to send someone to investigate further and understand the situation clearly before making any conclusions. Having made up his mind, Abel looked at Elwin again and said, "Thank you for bringing this message from Lanchi Prefecture. However, Lanchi Prefecture must have traveled such a long distance here for more than just delivering a message." Uttering this, Elwin laughed heartily and exclaimed, "Indeed, you are straightforward, my lord." With that, Elwin clapped his hands, and immediately several men carried over a dozen large boxes into the hall and placed them there. Elwin stood up with a smile and opened each box one by one. "I heard that constructing your territory consumes a great deal of money. Our patriarch sent over these items. Though they are humble offerings, we offer them respectfully. Inside, if you succeed in this matter, I will speak to the patriarch to take you as his direct Darwin," Elwin said with a relaxed smile. "No one will bully you ever again. Even the senior brothers and sisters of Lanchi Prefecture will treat you with respect. What do you think about that?" But Zhu Dian stepped back in fear until her back hit the wall, unable to retreat any further. "This task is actually very simple," Elwin said calmly. "Today, I've preliminarily tested Abel's attitude. His stance towards Nigel aligns with our expectations. Even if there's a slight deviation, it's close enough. I only need you to infiltrate the Lord's residence to confirm my suspicions, which poses no danger. This mission is an opportunity to change your fate. Missing it would be a pity. But what?" Elwin looked seriously at Zhu Dian and smiled. "But they've been kind to you, haven't they?" Yes. But don't forget, you once gave them a bottle of 5-toxin powder. They hate you more than you can imagine," Elwin whispered softly. "No, it wasn't me." Zhu Dian screamed, collapsing in tears. "But everyone will think it was you," Elwin said with a grin. "No one in Lanchi Prefecture will defend you." "No, it wasn't me." Zhu Dian shook her head vigorously, tears falling like rain. "So, in their eyes, you're already a bad person," Elwin continued smiling. "Since you're already misunderstood, what do you have to worry about?" "Well, relax. We'll stage a scene to gain their trust. Once the suspicion is lifted, you can easily infiltrate the Lord's residence." "Well, but if you disobey," Elwin flipped his right hand, revealing a small blue insect on his palm. With a slight movement of his hand, the insect shot straight at Zhu Dian. "Ah!" The inn echoed with the piercing scream of a young girl. Chapter 307 The Worm. Miranda opened her eyes to darkness. Where am I?" Miranda stood up, her hand seeing nothing in the pitch-black surroundings. A hissing sound echoed. Miranda's heart leaped as she looked toward the distant darkness, which seemed to tremble with something within it. It quivered, a shivering sound. Miranda's hairs stood on end as she ran backward. There was no path ahead. She was running blindly in the darkness. With a thud, she fell. Looking back, she saw a colossal blue figure quivering in the darkness. The figure was like a mountain, partly visible in the shadows. What is that?" Miranda whispered. Just then, the blue hill began to shake violently. Then, the curled body emitted a sharp cry and unfolded to reveal an ugliest head. It was a head. "Ah!" Miranda screamed, her face pale as death. Suddenly, the scene before her vanished. The darkness receded. Was it just a dream? Miranda snapped open her eyes, drenched in cold sweat. After some time, she realized the insect in the darkness never existed. She was lying on her bed at the inn. The nightmare had faded, but the fear lingered. So terrifying, such a dreadful monster. She remained shaken. "How are you feeling now? Have you woken up?" A voice beside her startled Miranda, making her sit up quickly. She turned to see someone sitting inside the room. "Elder Liu?" Miranda's face turned deathly pale. "Did you have a nightmare?" Arn laughed. "Did you dream of insects?" Insects? Miranda's eyes widened in shock, her lips trembling uncontrollably. "Insects, that thing. It was an insect? That wasn't a dream. It was real? What did you do to me?" Miranda asked, terror in her voice. "I just placed a little something inside you." Arn smiled. "A little something?" Tears welled up in Miranda's eyes, and she begged, "Elder Liu, I'm just a weak girl. Can you let me go?" She had heard of Arnie's methods long ago. Anyone in Lanchi State could be offended, except for Arn. You need not worry too much. But today, they were discovered by this Arn. Arn indeed hides deep secrets, but thankfully, the patrol bee was recalled in time. Now that Miranda was coerced to act against the manor, Glover felt it necessary to consult Liang Shui's army about the matter. However, Glover was more concerned about Arnie's technique. The way he implanted bugs into Miranda was reminiscent of the legendary sealing technique. This reminded him of the deep fire beast sealed within Chen Shubao. Was it also sealed using a similar method? Could Arnie's technique be connected to summoning? Sealing technique. Glover entered the study and retrieved an exquisite box from a hidden compartment. Inside the box was a shimmering golden hoop. "Shangtian Circle, please help me find Senior Archibald," Glover requested. Consultation on sealing techniques needed to be discussed with Senior Archibald. Golden light orbs emerged from the Shangtian Circle, slowly forming a humanoid shape. But the speed was slower than usual. Glover frowned. "Ephraim, you're looking for Archibald?" The gold figure finally formed and spoke. "Archibald is immersed in studying arrays inside the Shangtian Circle, having reached a once-in-a-century state of enlightenment. Are you sure you want to disturb him?" "An enlightened state?" Glover hesitated. The gold figure nodded. Over these months, he has been studying the arrays within the Shangtian Circle. His understanding has greatly advanced, especially recently. Rhett entered this enlightened state. Glover expressed joy. Indeed. Yes. Do not disturb him, under any circumstances, Glover waved off. Let him come out naturally. That would be best, the gold figure agreed. On another note, why did it take so long for you to form? Glover inquired. Ordinarily, the formation of golden light took much less time. Ephraim, although the town's condition isn't serious, it's still somewhat weak. Over these few days, I've been transferring some spiritual energy to it, leading to greater personal expenditure, explained the gold figure. The town? Glover understood. Was Shangtian Circle aiding Zhen Tianling in regaining its power? As if on cue, brilliant red light streamed out from the Shangtian Circle, coalescing into the form of a radiant red-robed Marissa. Great Ephraim, the red-robed Marissa spoke. Were you calling for me? Retro features exuded a slight hint of heroism, appearing incredibly lifelike and far more animated than the gold figure. Glover stared in admiration. Truly remarkable. The red-robed Marissa chuckled. Your praise is too kind. How can I compare to the Lord? I've also heard about your accomplishments from young Shang. Your Raniship of Guwu clan and Yojo and development of the Wasteland Mountain speaks of great courage and wisdom. Courage and wisdom? Glover chuckled modestly. Too kind, too kind. After exchanging pleasantries, Glover asked, Senior Zhen, I seek guidance on a matter. Zhen Tin paused. Speak. Have you possibly alluding to a senior or Rani from a powerful organization or alliance? The term, blood oath, might suggest a group bound by a blood pact or shared commitment. Chapter 308, Nightmare Broken. A few days later, a delegation from Lanchi Prefecture arrived. Abel invited the visitors into the Lord's house living room. Everyone sat down and tea was served. More than 10 people came from Lanchi Prefecture, with Francisco leading them, all sitting in their places. Only Raven was pushed out of the group. Retro fellow Darwins watched indifferently. Kneel down. Francisco suddenly shouted loudly. Raven stood alone in the hall, already trembling in fear. Rettering the order, her body suddenly shook, losing balance and falling to her knees. Everyone looked at her. She was bruised and battered, her hair disheveled, and her clothes torn, revealing healed whip marks on her skin. Sitting in the main seat, Abel was startled and frowned as he asked, Aaron, what is the meaning of this? Francisco stood up, smiling and arching his hands in respect. Lord, our Darwin discipline has failed, resulting in this unworthy student. Today, we have specially brought her here to apologize. To apologize? Abel narrowed his eyes. Francisco spoke clearly. A few months ago, when we sent someone from Lanchi Prefecture to attend the conference at the Divine Sword Manor, there was some misunderstanding with your household. At that time, Azariah expressed regret by sending a bottle of golden wound medicine through one of our Darwins. However, this girl mistakenly delivered a bottle of 5 poison powder instead. As he spoke, Francisco carefully observed Abel's expression. Seeing no change, no shock, no anger, not even a flicker of an eyelid, he felt an uneasy jolt in his heart. This lord is so composed, he thought. Rhett doesn't act like a young man at all. After hearing my intentions, he remains unperturbed. Indeed, he is no simple figure. Immediately, Francisco reined in his arrogance, smiled, and continued. Due to this unworthy Darwin, Lanchi Prefecture and your household had a misunderstanding. We have specially brought her here today to apologize. Oh, I see. Abel remained silent for a while before nodding slightly, seeming to acknowledge Aaron's action. Aaron is thoughtful. There were no grudges between Lanchi Prefecture and my household. Now that you've traveled such a distance to express your sincerity, I will put the past behind us. Let's move forward without mentioning it again. Putting the matter behind them? Francisco was taken aback. Rhett hadn't expected Abel to be so amiable. Very well, Francisco said loudly, though he was still bewildered. The Lord is indeed generous. Peace is paramount, Abel repeated, turning his gaze to the shivering Raven. This is the girl. Francisco quickly replied, we leave it to the Lord's discretion. Is it for me to decide? Abel remained silent. That's right, Francisco laughed. Abel nodded. Francisco had achieved his goal. He intended to deliver Raven to the Lord's household, and Abel went along with it, using it to his advantage. Watching Francisco laugh heartily, Abel smiled faintly, picked up his tea, and began drinking calmly. Drinking tea? Francisco couldn't help but feel somewhat awkward. Was this a signal to leave? Did he mean for him to go? Francisco smiled and said, Lord, this Yujo has been neglected for years. With your presence, it's like receiving a timely rain after a long drought. You flatter me, Abel remarked lightly as he sipped his tea. My arrival here was purely coincidental. Not to hide anything from you, Lord, Francisco continued. The purpose of this visit is to establish goodwill between Lanchi Prefecture and the Lord's household. An alliance would be even better. An alliance? Abel asked seriously. I'm interested to hear why Lanchi Prefecture wants to ally with my household. Obviously, because... Francisco cautiously watched Abel, slowly uttering 2 words, Nigel. As expected, Abel abruptly rose, furious. Aaron, please return then. Francisco was stunned. Lord, there is nothing left to discuss, Abel angrily declared. Francisco awkwardly stood up, face red with embarrassment, and swiftly left with his Darwins. Despite losing face, Francisco showed no signs of irritation. Back at the inn, he still wore a pleasant smile. Elder, although we anticipated this, Abel's rudeness might damage your prestige, said one of his Darwins. A man with great ambitions doesn't concern himself with trivial matters, Francisco chuckled. If he hadn't shown this attitude, I wouldn't know how to proceed next. You are too modest, the Darwin replied. All these years, no one has baffled you. One should never be too confident and must remain cautious. Francisco wagged his head, laughing. Although he said this, he felt everything was under control. Abel arranged for Raven to stay in a guest room at the Lord's household. Servants applied medicine, fed her some porridge, changed her clothes, and helped her rest. Her body still hurt intermittently, making her sleep uneasy. Retro dreams were filled with darkness until she saw a mountain-like form appear before her, shaking gently. She remembered something horrifying and screamed, running backward desperately. Though she knew it was a dream, she struggled to wake up, but her vision remained dark. She couldn't wake up. She ran through the darkness, hearing only her heavy breathing and pounding heart. The giant mountain seemed to be chasing her too. She didn't dare look back, but couldn't resist glancing over her shoulder. Suddenly, a huge head loomed close to her face, grinning menacingly. Ah! Raven screamed in horror, drenched in sweat, banging her head. It's just a dream. I need to wake up now. But her view remained pitch black except for that terrifying head. This is Aaron's power? To listen obediently or be trapped forever in this nightmare. Nightmare. No, I don't want this, Raven screamed hoarsely. Yet there was no one to help amidst the monsters. She had no strength left, her fate being devoured by the beast. Suddenly, a sliver of light appeared in the sky, piercing through the darkness. Hope stirred in Raven as the light descended onto the massive insect's head. The insect roared furiously, trying to scream at the golden light, but sounded stifled. Golden threads emerged from the light, wrapping around the insect tightly. In an instant, the insect was cocooned into a golden silkworm, shrinking rapidly. Raven trembled, speechless, watching as the golden cocoon shrunk from the size of a mountain to a thumbnail. Finally, the golden threads pulled the cocoon into the light. Like shattered glass, the nightmare broke. The darkness vanished. Breathing heavily, Raven opened her eyes. She was lying on a bed, cold sweat soaking her back. The neat bedspread and curtains belonged to the Lord's household's guest room. Still panting, she glanced around. Suddenly, she froze again. Standing behind the curtain was someone. Awake? Abel stood behind the curtain, holding a golden seal in his hand. Hashtag chapter 309. The beast sealing seal. Lord. Torai recognized Abel and exclaimed in surprise. Abel nodded at her. The seal he was toying with suddenly emitted a golden light, illuminating a corner of the room. A shadowy, dusty figure appeared there. That figure was as big as a table, curled up into a ball. Tori's eyes widened in terror, and she screamed, "Bug, giant bug." Abel was startled. Rhett immediately shook the seal in his hand, which then emitted a beam of golden light, retracting the shadow back into it. "Don't be afraid. It can't harm you anymore," Abel reassured her, turning to Tori. This is... Tori's emotions were agitated, tears streaming down her face as she stared at the seal in Abel's hand. Though terrified, she saw clearly that the massive insect had been retracted into the seal by the Lord. "This is the beast sealing seal," Abel said, twirling the seal in his hand and smiling. "I've already removed the insect inside you. You no longer need to fear threats from Launchy State." Torai looked at Abel dazedly. After a long pause, she murmured, "Thank you," so softly that only she could hear it. "Thank you," she repeated, blushing. Her throat felt tight, and her voice was hoarse. "You can stay in Shinshan Town from now on," Abel comforted her. "Although we aren't as wealthy as Launchy State, we are safe here." Uttering this, Tori nodded vigorously, took a deep breath, and a strange feeling welled up inside her. Abel left the room, leaving Tori alone. Inside, an incense stick was burning to soothe the spirit. The servant had lit it before leaving to drive away insects and help Tori sleep better. Torai inhaled deeply, but tears uncontrollably flowed down her cheeks. She hadn't cried like this in a long time. When one's defenses suddenly dissolve, the strength built up inside crumbles, and all the hidden sorrows turn into a flood, gushing out from the eyes. She sat on the bed and began to sob quietly. In the end, she was still just a little girl. Back in his room, Abel toyed with the seal in his hand. This seal, named the Beast Sealing Seal, was something he had recently exchanged from the system. Opening the system panel. Host, Abel. Total tree points, 1,150,000 points. Remaining tree points, 106,000 points. Available tree points, 106,000 points. Summon Spirit Beasts. Green Sprite, Level 3. Rain Swallow, Level 3. Transformation Monkey, Level 3. Language Spirit, Level 2. Patrol Bee, Level 2, X3. Earth-type Patrol Bee, Level 3. Beast Sealing Seal, Level 5. The Level 5 Beast Sealing Seal cost him 1 million tree points, depleting all his savings. The power of the Beast Sealing Seal was extraordinary, effortlessly capturing the giant insect within Tori in mere moments, efficiently and without harming her. The description for the Beast Sealing Seal read, "It has the ability to detect life forms within a host that have been sealed, capture any lower or mid-grade mystical beasts, including lower-grade mystical beasts, and bring them under control for personal use." Abel tested the seal on Tori, successfully detecting and capturing the giant insect inside her. A small insect mark appeared on the seal, symbolizing the insect from within Tori. Curious after subduing the insect, Abel released it unexpectedly, frightening the newly awakened Tori and making her cry. "I was a bit too hasty," Abel silently scolded himself. If he had waited until returning to his room to release the insect, Tori wouldn't have been frightened. Back in his room, Abel summoned the giant Zoltan looked like. Originally, Abel planned to wait until he had more tree points to exchange for a level 6 beast sealing seal. But Tori's arrival disrupted his plan, leading him to redeem the level 5 version early. Whether the level 5 beast sealing seal could handle the deep fire beast inside Zoltan was yet unknown. Still, it might prove useful. With this thought, Abel remained hopeful. The next morning, right after breakfast, Abel called Zoltan and Sage to his room. "Teacher." The two stood beside him upon entering. Sitting on his chair, Abel held the seal, smiling at the siblings. "I recently acquired this. Come and take a look." They curiously inspected the object. The small golden seal, intricately carved with a golden gourd, was delicate and exquisite. Zoltan blinked curiously. "Teacher, this seal looks quite valuable." "Oh, how do you know?" Abel smiled. "It looks like pure gold," Zoltan replied. Sage added, "The craftsmanship is exquisite. It must be the work of a skilled artisan." Abel chuckled. Indeed, it is quite valuable, but you're both wrong. This is my latest spirit treasure, the beast sealing seal, Abel introduced. Spirit treasure? The siblings' interest peaked. Teacher, you have another spirit treasure? Spirit beasts wouldn't have surprised them as much, given Abel's role as a summoner. But spirit treasures, Abel explained. Let me show you its power. Jorge, come stand in front of me. Shuyun, step back. Okay, Zoltan agreed, approaching and staring curiously. Close your eyes, Abel instructed. Okay, though reluctant, Zoltan complied. The seal emitted golden light, floating slowly above Zoltan's head, rotating. Sage watched nervously. A beam of golden light shone down from the seal onto Zoltan's head, causing a slight, tickling sensation. Despite his closed eyes, Zoltan saw a tiny golden light point appear in his vision, drifting afar. Curiosity drove him to focus on the light point, and although his eyes were closed, his vision zoomed in. The teacher's seal, Zoltan marveled inwardly. I can see the teacher's seal dancing in the air with my eyes closed. This is incredible. The golden light point moved rhythmically in the dark field of vision, as if it were rotating around something. Zoltan felt curious and began searching in the darkness. Suddenly, an intense burst of white light flashed before his eyes, causing Zoltan to exclaim in surprise, "Yeah? What happened?" Sage asked anxiously. Zoltan didn't open his eyes but instead smiled slightly, happily saying, "Wow, it's so beautiful. So beautiful." What did he see? Sage couldn't see what Zoltan was seeing, feeling both curious and worried. The golden seal continued to spin above Zoltan's head for a while before retracting its light and returning to Abel's palm. Only then did Zoltan open. Sage echoed, equally astonished. That's right, Abel confirmed, holding the beast sealing seal in his hand. I just used the beast sealing seal to examine Jorge's body. There is indeed no sign of any deep fire beast. But how can this be? Zoltan asked, confusion evident in his voice. Ever since I was young, Hampton always told me I had a deep fire beast within me. Abel nodded thoughtfully. Perhaps there was some misunderstanding or misdiagnosis back then. But now, we have clear evidence. The beast sealing seal is a powerful tool that can detect and capture mystical beasts within a host. If it found nothing, then it means there truly is nothing there. Sage frowned, thinking deeply. Does this mean that whatever symptoms Jorge has been experiencing all these years are not caused by the deep fire beast? It's quite possible, Abel replied. We need to reevaluate what might be causing those issues. But first, let's focus on the immediate situation. Zoltan was still processing the news, looking lost and confused. So, what does this mean for me? Abel placed a reassuring hand on Zoltan's shoulder. It means we can finally explore other possibilities without the burden of the deep fire beast. We'll work together to find out what's really going on and ensure you get the help you need. Zoltan nodded slowly, a mixture of relief and uncertainty crossing his face. Thank you, Honest. Let's take one step at a time, Abel said gently. For now, we need to keep this information close to us. Only a few people know about your supposed condition, and it's best if we handle this discreetly. Sage agreed, nodding her head. We should also think about how to approach Hampton with this new information. Yes, Abel concurred. But first, let's give ourselves some time to understand everything fully. We'll figure out the next steps carefully. Zoltan and Sage exchanged glances, a sense of cautious optimism growing between them. For the first time in a long while, they felt a glimmer of hope. Back in his room, Abel examined the beast sealing seal once more. This discovery about Zoltan changed everything. It meant he could potentially help Zoltan in different ways, focusing on the actual root cause of his problems, rather than a non-existent beast. Rhett knew this would require further investigation and possibly consultations with experts in other fields. But for now, he felt relieved and hopeful. Perhaps the path ahead wasn't as fraught with danger as they had once believed. Hashtag chapter 310, summoning the sacred tree. Sir, what did you just say? Sage asked blankly. Shuyun, you've misunderstood, Abel said. Jorge's body does not contain a deep fire beast. This. Sage stared wide-eyed, dumbfounded. How could this be possible? In Hampton's letter, it clearly stated that there was a spiritual object sealed inside Jorge's body, Sage argued urgently. How can the deep fire beast not be in him? There is indeed a spiritual object sealed inside Jorge, Abel clarified. But it's not a deep fire beast. Not a deep fire beast? Then what is it? Sage asked anxiously. A pillar of light reaching up to the heavens. Abel looked at Zoltan. What? A pillar of light reaching up to the heavens? Sage instantly turned her gaze toward Zoltan. Zoltan's eyes lit up, and he shouted, Sir, is it the one I saw? Yes. Abel nodded, placing the beast sealing seal on the table. This seal has a special ability. It can detect any spiritual object sealed within a living being. Just now, I used it to investigate inside Jorge. The thing hidden inside him is the pillar of light reaching up to the heavens, not a deep fire beast. Is that so? Sage drew in a sharp breath. So Sir had already investigated with the spiritual object? Gratitude and confusion swirled in Sage's heart. Zoltan, however, laughed happily. Rhett grabbed Sage's hand and said, Sister, don't be sad. This must be a good thing. Compared to a monster, I like this pillar of light more. You wouldn't know how beautiful it looks. Sage looked at Zoltan and managed to smile. Since Sir already knows, she asked, you can definitely remove that thing from Jorge's body, right? Uttering this, Zoltan also looked at Abel expectantly. Abel shook his head. For now, it's impossible. For now. Abel felt slightly awkward. Given the level of the beast sealing seal, it couldn't even budge this pillar of light, indicating just how powerful it was. But Abel couldn't easily admit that he couldn't extract the spiritual object. This would disappoint the siblings. After some thought, he said, Shuyun, do you know what the pillar of light inside Jorge is called? Sage shook her head. In Abel's system, the exploration records associated with the beast sealing seal explicitly named the pillar of light. It's a branch of the summoning sacred tree, Abel explained. Its It's a branch of the summoning sacred tree. A branch of the summoning sacred tree? What was that? Sage looked puzzled. Zoltan, however, seemed to recognize it, eyes wide with delight. Sir, is it true? It's really the summoning sacred tree? Sister, it's a great treasure. Great treasure? Uttering this, Sage felt a surge of joy. What kind of great treasure? Zoltan proudly explained. The summoning sacred tree is the ultimate treasure for summoners, capable of communicating with the summoning gods. All summoning spells on the 9 provinces continent originate from the summoning sacred tree. Therefore, since ancient times, there have been legends about the summoning of sacred trees by practitioners. Summoning sacred trees? Sage's heart skipped a beat. So it's such an extraordinary treasure? It sounded even more powerful than the Redovan circle. Abel also listened intently, asking, Jorge, how did you learn all this? Even Abel only knew the name of the Pillar of Light, but was unaware of its status and specific functions. How did Zoltan know all this? Zoltan replied, Sir, the Lord's Mansion has many books left behind by the mountain god servants. They have descriptions. The Lord's Mansion? Books left by mountain god servants? Ah, that made sense. The original owner of Divine Mountain Town, the mountain god servant, belonged to the summoner lineage, so having such records wasn't strange. If it were truly a holy artifact of the summoner lineage, it would be an enormous fortune. Perhaps, Abel speculated, it's a great gift left by Jorge's mother. Zoltan nodded eagerly. That must be it. That must be it. Sage smiled happily as well, though she still had doubts. But because of this, Jorge cannot use spirit energy. Could Therese want Jorge to become a summoner? Such a deduction was possible. Sir, can Jorge become a summoner? Sage asked next. She was pondering whether to follow their mother's wishes. Maybe, Abel hesitated, giving an ambiguous answer. Sage had asked if Jorge could become a summoner, but Abel wasn't sure. Perhaps Senior Coulter would know. Abel said, my cultivation methods are not suitable for Jorge. If Jorge wants to become a summoner, we need to find more clues about the summoner lineage. Sage nodded. But finding those clues wouldn't be easy. Sage pursed her lips. However, as Divine Mountain Town grew larger, they might encounter the summoner lineage in the future. After hesitating for a while, Abel finally said, Shu Yun, actually, you don't need to worry. I have some leads. Oh. Both pairs of eyes brightened. Lanchi Prefecture, Paul. Abel chuckled. Achoo. Inside a guest house in Lanchi Prefecture, Paul of Lanchi Prefecture was listening to a Darwin's report. Rhett suddenly sneezed. Paul, take care of your health. The Darwin beside him paused, handing over a handkerchief. Liu took the handkerchief, feeling quite puzzled. Since reaching the Earth rank, he hadn't sneezed once. Why today? Could someone be thinking about me secretly? Humph. Nothing. Continue. Liu waved his hand. The Darwin bowed. Elder, we set up spies in the Lord's Mansion as you instructed and found out many things. Meadow rarely comes out after entering the Lord's Mansion. This time, she appeared to accompany the servants on an errand. An errand? Liu suddenly felt suspicious. Did you see clearly? An errand? Almost everything in Divine Mountain Town comes from the Lord's Mansion. Why would they need to go outside to buy things? You raise a good point, the Darwin replied. I also felt it was suspicious, so I sent someone to follow them. It turned out they bought local specialties, Yuzhou yams, but the Lord's Mansion rarely had such items. Oh. Liu didn't delve further into the matter. Then, did you make contact with Meadow? Yes, the Darwin nodded. When we tried to get closer to her, I saw her drop a paper ball from afar. A paper ball? Liu asked. She's passing us a message? Yes. The Darwin handed over the paper ball. Please review, Elder. Liu took the paper ball. On the crumpled piece of paper were unevenly written words. Liu's pupils dilated sharply as his body began to tremble. Actually, Red abruptly raised his head, catching sight of the Darwin beside him. With a shudder, he crushed the paper ball, scattering fragments into the air. Absolutely no one else must know about this, understand? Liu turned back fiercely, grabbing the Darwin's shoulder roughly. His expression was ferocious, akin to a beast ready to devour its prey. The Darwin winced in pain, falling onto the ground as he hurriedly nodded. The force almost crushed his shoulder. Humph. Only then did Paul release his grip. Rhett turned away, muttering, I didn't expect the Lord's Mansion to have such intentions. Humph, indeed not simple. Not simple? The Darwin remained bewildered, struggling to stand. He was drenched in cold sweat from the excruciating pain in his shoulder. Rhett couldn't comprehend Paul's reaction, even after seeing the words on the paper ball. Indeed, he couldn't understand. The paper ball only contained one line. The summoning sacred tree is buried deep within the Great Wasteland Mountains. Hashtag Chapter 311. Calculations. Originally, Raven was sent to infiltrate the Lord's Manor to gather information and create opportunities to sow discord between the Manor and Blood Alliance's Nigel. But unexpectedly, she discovered something valuable. Flint dismissed everyone around him and hid in his room alone, trembling with excitement. The summoning sacred tree, a sacred artifact of the summoning lineage. If I can obtain it, I will have nothing to fear even if I confront Blood Alliance face to face. Flint, this is the opportunity you've been waiting for all these years. Finally, it has appeared. Who would have thought that the summoning sacred tree, missing for over 1,000 years, would be found in the Great Wasteland Mountains? No wonder Ali's eldest son came to this desolate place to become the Lord. Apparently, he had this plan in mind from the beginning. Planting trees might just be a smokescreen to cover his true intentions. Someone! Flint shouted loudly. A Darwin from Lanchi State pushed open the door and waited for instructions. Aaron, the Darwin respectfully saluted. Flint took a deep breath, calmed himself down, and said in a steady voice, I heard that Abel is very enthusiastic about planting trees? The Darwin replied, Yes, Elder, that's correct. Divine Mountain Town was originally barren land. But since Abel arrived, it has been transformed by vegetation. His obsession with planting trees is hard to understand. This desolate little town of Divine Mountain had no plants at all before Abel paid high prices to have trees transported from Qingzhou, each sapling costing 1 tael of silver. Truly, an odd man. An odd man? Humph. After hearing the Darwin's report, Flint sneered inwardly. Only fools would think he's an odd man. If I were Abel and knew there was treasure in the Barren Mountains, I wouldn't openly go searching for it. It seems that not a single member of the Donghua Town Chen family is simple-minded. Even just Abel alone is more tactful than our Lanchi State's patriarch. If not for this unexpected discovery, I wouldn't have uncovered this mystery. Compared to the summoning sacred tree, the long-standing grudge between Lanchi State and Donghua Town's Chen family is insignificant. Of course, this is only if what Raven told me is true. Send a few people to investigate the detailed situation of the tree-planting efforts at the Lord's Manor, Flint instructed. Also, keep an eye on Raven and try to contact her as soon as possible. Yes. The Darwin bowed and left. Wait a moment, Flint suddenly called out. The Darwin stopped in his tracks. Flint pondered. If we directly inquire about the tree planting at the Lord's Manor, Abel might suspect our motives. If he discovers our intentions, it could turn against us. No, we need to investigate while also creating a diversion. Ask about the specific details of the tree planting at the Lord's Manor as thoroughly as possible, Flint said to the Darwin. This is a great business opportunity. They need saplings, and we have carriages and saplings, so we can offer them a good deal on this business. Huh. The Darwin was momentarily confused. Aaron wants to do business with saplings? Did I hear that right? Aaron, this? The Darwin hesitated. Don't ask unnecessary questions, Flint waved his hand coldly. Just follow my orders. Yes. Raven returned from outside and immediately went back to Abel's study at the Lord's Manor. Inside the study, Amnon stood beside Abel, carefully examining a map on the table. They seemed to be discussing something. When they saw Raven enter, both paused. Did you send the message? Abel looked up and asked. Yes. Raven stepped into the study and smiled. As you instructed, I threw the paper ball on the ground. From afar, I saw the people from Lanchi State pick it up. Thank you for your hard work, Abel nodded. Raven shook her head seriously. Not at all. Good. Abel said kindly. You did well. You may rest now. Yes. Raven bowed and left. Now only Abel and Amnon remained in the room. She's a good girl, Abel remarked to Amnon. Why are you looking at me? Amnon said. I just helped her because she was alone and pitiful. It was you who took her in at the Lord's Manor. Abel laughed. I naturally know that. Amnon is outwardly cold but inwardly warm. Abel saw this clearly. She has adapted to life here. In the future, she will be part of the Lord's Manor, Abel said. The matters of the Lord's Manor are your decision, Amnon replied indifferently. In the future, if you need anything done, you can assign her as well, Abel said with a smile. Amnon glanced sideways at Abel and said coolly, you talk too much. All right. Abel chuckled awkwardly. Let's not talk about her. Now that the message has been sent, we just need to wait for their move. Amnon nodded and asked, what will they do next? If I were Flint, I wouldn't act rashly. I would first verify the author lineage and use it to learn more about the summoning sacred tree. If Flint can keep the treasure for himself, he absolutely won't tell anyone, Abel predicted. So, if they can't keep the treasure for themselves, he will definitely seek external help. The treasure doesn't actually exist, making it impossible to claim or even find. Seeking help is inevitable. Rhett couldn't search alone either because Abel from the Lord's Manor is also looking. Flint would certainly try to gain the upper hand. So, they will definitely seek external help, Amnon concluded. Is this your plan? But what if they seek help from other forces instead of summoners? In that case, we still wouldn't be able to trace the summoner network. I guess he'll look for summoners, Abel smiled. Guess? Amnon raised an eyebrow. What else? Abel laughed. Relying on guesses? Amnon asked. What else? Do you think I believe what you're saying? Amnon asked. Yes. Then guess again. Do you think I believe what you're saying? Amnon asked. Yes. Then guess again. Do you believe what I'm saying? Amnon asked. Yes. Then guess again. Guess if I believe what you say. Yes. Then guess again. Do you believe what I'm saying? Yes. Then guess again. Do you believe what I'm saying? Yes. Then guess again. Plea for mercy. Rhett couldn't help but wonder if someone had already removed the insect from her body. Rhett wasn't sure. While he could control the insect to wreak havoc within a human body, he had no way to communicate with it or know its true condition. As time passed, his unease grew. Rhett recalled capturing a strange bee in the inn earlier, which vanished suddenly from his hand. The technique to control that bee was far superior to his own abilities. This was something Bertrand always feared. This town had a powerful summoner, friend or foe. Could this person also be here for the sacred tree? Thinking about this, he became increasingly agitated. No news from Kennedy. What about? Has there been any progress on investigating Glover's tree planting area? The Darwin nodded obediently and handed over a map. Just finished drawing it. Please review it, Elder. Bertrand took the map and examined it, frowning deeper. The tree planting around the Lord's Manor first encircled Shan Mountain Town and then the Celestial River. On the surface, it indeed looked like a planting plan, showing no flaws. Bertrand sighed and tapped the map. Indeed, very thorough and seamless. Feeling more frustrated, he asked, any other information? No. The Darwin shook his head, pausing before adding, well, perhaps one thing. Oh. Bertrand's eyes lit up. The Darwin said, I noticed that the locals love talking about the Lord's Manor in front of us outsiders. They seem to think it's very strong. How strong? Bertrand asked. The Darwin replied, according to them, the Lord's Manor has the 12 wielders of the wasteland, each possessing earth-rank strength. Add to that the 3 talented apprentices of the Lord. Bertrand's face changed dramatically. 12 earth-rank powerhouses? The Darwin nodded. The townspeople described it vividly, so it doesn't seem false. Bertrand felt a chill. 12 earth-rank powerhouses? How is this possible? No wonder the Lord's Manor dared to attempt the sacred tree summoning and challenge Wallace's Ronnie, Queenie. There must be many hidden talents within the Lord's Manor. All this made sense now. Swallowing hard, Bertrand whispered. Be more cautious when investigating. You may leave. Yes, understood, the Darwin responded. Hold on. Just as the Darwin was about to leave, Bertrand stopped him. Pacing quickly in the room, Bertrand finally clenched his teeth and ordered someone to bring pen, ink, and paper. Writing a letter, he instructed, send this letter as fast as possible and inform them that I will meet them in your prefecture. Yes, the Darwin agreed and withdrew. In the study at the Lord's Manor, Glover smiled at Ronan. Getting Bertrand to seek aid from top summoners is simple. If we set a problem only top summoners can solve, he'll naturally seek their help. I see, Ronan nodded, then glanced at Glover, asking, but do you have a problem only top summoners can solve? You guess, Glover smiled. Ronan's face darkened. Ha, just joking. Even I don't understand it fully. Glover pulled out a few books from a drawer and placed them on the table. Though I don't understand, these books do. That's enough. What are they? Ronan reached for them. These are books left by the Forest Guardian, documenting details about summoners, Glover explained. But how exactly do we proceed? Ronan asked, confused. I'll use these books to create an underground labyrinth, a 1,000-year-old, vast site constructed by top summoners, Glover explained enthusiastically. We don't need to make it too realistic since the labyrinth is ancient. Some things can be obscure or incomprehensible. After all, no one knows what a 1,000-year-old ruin looks like. We just need to provide enough clues to convince them it's a 1,000-year-old summoner site. Then, set a few unsolvable puzzles as obstacles. Bertrand won't be able to solve them and will inevitably seek help from other summoners. By then, they'll believe it's a genuine relic left by top summoners from 1,000 years ago. So, only a powerful summoner can resolve it, Ronan concluded. Exactly, Glover said. You're really something, Ronan commented. All friends here, no need for such praise, Glover replied. A month later, a yellowed map fell into Bertrand's hands. Holding it, he trembled with excitement. Where did you get this map? Rhett stared intensely at the Darwin from Lanchi Prefecture. The Darwin, startled by Bertrand's reaction, stammered, Elder, we found it in the captain's bag of the tree planting team. We got him drunk under a pretext and searched his belongings. Indeed, indeed. Bertrand walked back and forth, muttering excitedly. Redovan helps me. Heaven helps me. Congratulations, Elder, the Darwin added casually. Bertrand froze, suddenly alert. Narrowing his eyes, he asked in a low voice, what did you say? The Darwin's heart skipped a beat. See congratulations? Bertrand snorted coldly, holding the map. Did you look at this? And no, I didn't. The Darwin waved his hands, denying. No, you did, Bertrand shouted, glaring at him. You looked at it. Terrified, the Darwin backed away, pleading, Elder, I didn't dare. Though I saw it, I didn't understand anything written on it. I truly didn't know what it was. Elder, I know nothing. His back hit the wall, unable to retreat any further, cold sweat trickling down his spine. What's your name? Bertrand. Patrol B, Tier 3, Earth type. Mountain Stone Beast, Tier 4. Ceiling Beast Emblem, Tier 5. The Tier 4 Mountain Stone Beast was much smarter and faster at work than the Tier 3 version. After a month of meticulous construction, the underground labyrinth became incredibly grand and majestic. During excavation, they accidentally uncovered an underground river, which Glover cleverly incorporated into the labyrinth design. Winding passages lined with underground rivers made crossing them challenging, requiring swimmers to pass through. Behind the rivers lay massive stone doors and walls, each uniquely designed. In total, there were over 150 large stone doors and 20 halls, each branching into several paths. Each path led to more stone doors that required effort to open, connecting to other grand halls or chambers. 30 grand chambers within the labyrinth featured no branches, but rows of stone tables and chairs. Beneath these platforms were hidden passageways. If visitors didn't find these secret pathways, they might still be fortunate. Discovering them would mark the beginning of their misfortune. Once they entered the hidden passages, they'd face numerous intersecting hallways, leading deeper into the labyrinth. The passages intertwined with hidden rivers flowing both outside and inside the chambers, creating an intricately linked and almost diabolical design. Anyone trapped in this maze would likely never find their way out within years. The issue. Darren didn't understand Elwyn's thoughts. Previously, Elwyn had deduced that the purpose of the Lord Manor existing in the Yuuzhou Divine Mountain Town was to explore the summoning of the Holy Tree. The existence of the tree planting team was clearly a cover for deeper exploration into the Great Wasteland Mountains. If that were true, shouldn't there be signs of the tree planting team here? Why were there no trees around? But if this deduction was incorrect, the entrance to the treasure should not have appeared so clearly before them. Could there be some hidden information he didn't know? After hesitating for a moment, Elwyn said, let's go in, but be careful. There might already be people from the Lord Manor inside. The Darwins nodded, holding their breath as they crossed the entrance to the underground palace. The passage was wide enough for 5 people to walk abreast, paved with stone slabs on the ground, with walls 10 zhang high, and giant beast carvings barely discernible due to their faded state. Although the underground maze was dim, Elwyn, with his earth-level strength, could easily illuminate it using his spiritual power. However, the complexity of the underground palace exceeded his expectations. After walking for about 15 minutes, they encountered the first fork in the path. Behind the fork were 2 different routes. Elwyn paused at the junction, releasing several flying insects from his sleeve to explore one path, while he led the Darwins from Lanchi Prefecture down the other. They walked for another 15 minutes before encountering another fork. Everyone stopped, and Elwyn let out a cold laugh, releasing more insects from his sleeve and choosing another path. After walking for about another 15 minutes, all the carvings disappeared, and the stone-paved floor gave way to yellow soil. Elwyn frowned deeply and continued forward steadily. Soon, he heard the sound of flowing water. As they progressed, the stone walls became increasingly damp, eventually dripping water. A river ahead? Darren was puzzled. Large underground palaces often use water currents. It's not strange, Elwyn said indifferently. Still, finding an underground stream in such a desolate mountain range suggested that this palace was indeed extraordinary. Yet, it gave him a strange feeling. After walking for a short while longer, they finally reached the river, but also reached a dead end. The river broke through the left wall, spanning the middle of the passage, and then exited through the right wall, rushing away. If only the water stood in their way, it wouldn't stop them. However, the path ended here, with solid rock walls blocking further progress. It seemed the correct paths were the two earlier ones. This section must have been abandoned during construction when they inadvertently struck the underground stream. As Darren thought this, he saw Elwyn approach the water and say, "There might be a way out beneath this water." "What?" "Stay here and wait," Elwyn said before plunging into the water and disappearing immediately. Everyone was shocked, crowding around the riverbank to look inside. For an Earth-level expert, the river wasn't swift or cold. After a short while, Elwyn sank to the bottom and examined it carefully. Red identified the direction, explored the stone walls, and discovered a cave opening. Crawling inside and swimming upstream, he emerged from the water shortly thereafter. Above the water was another passage. Rhett found it, so effortlessly. Elwyn felt secretly elated. It seemed his deduction was correct. The true passage was indeed hidden beneath the water. If not for his attention to detail, he might have missed it. Indeed, such a precious treasure couldn't simply be lying by the roadside. It had to be guarded by countless trials and dangers. With a light smile, Elwyn adjusted his wet clothes and continued forward. However, his smile froze again soon after. Not far ahead, another fork appeared, this time with 3 passages in different directions. It seems those guys from Lanchi Prefecture still have their uses, Elwyn mused as he returned to the water, bringing the Darwins over. At the fork, Elwyn released more insects into 2 other paths from his sleeve. Choosing a path simply wasn't one nearby. Abel had made 150 stone doors. It was impossible to equip every single one with a mechanism. So, after 3 days, Elwyn decided to use brute force. Rhett gathered his spiritual power, focusing it at a point, and punched the door, aiming to punch through it rather than shatter it to minimize noise. With a bang, the stone door shattered, and Elwyn's spiritual power burst through, creating a deep hole in the outer stone wall. "It's broken." The Darwins' eyes lit up as they watched. The stone door was nearly 3 meters thick. Elwyn controlled his strength, punching several times to create a large hole. Excited, the Darwins crawled through the opening. "The hall!" a Darwin shouted. "We've arrived. This hall is so grand and majestic. It must contain plenty of treasures." Another Darwin laughed happily. "Elder Lu, we've finally arrived," whispered yet another Darwin. Suddenly, Elwyn barked, "Silence!" Everyone fell silent immediately. Elwyn looked furious. "Is this how Lanchi Prefecture teaches you? We haven't found anything yet. Why are you making so much noise? There may be others in this palace. If we alert them, can you escape?" The Darwins turned pale with fear. As Elwyn spoke, his spiritual power gradually surged, illuminating the entire hall. The walls of the grand hall were carved with murals, faint and indistinct. Francisco stood before them for a long time, but still couldn't discern what they depicted. Finally, he gave up and turned back to examine the other furnishings in the hall. The grand hall was fully equipped with stone tables and chairs, resembling a courtyard of a wealthy family except that everything here was made of stone. Behind the grand hall, there were several chambers divided off like small rooms, each with no windows and only one stone door. Inside these chambers, there was usually just a bed, and sometimes a stone shelf, which was always empty. The group searched through everything but found nothing, and returned to the grand hall. Francisco's expression turned grim as he held a piece of fabric. It was a piece of blue cloth that he had found in one of the chambers. "Someone has been here recently," Francisco deduced. Everything inside the grand hall was missing, indicating that someone had taken all the contents away. Damn it! Francisco clenched his fists in frustration and punched the stone table. With a loud bang, the stone table shattered into pieces, and everyone remained silent. But the next moment, everyone's eyes widened in disbelief at the stone table. Beneath the shattered table, a series of steps appeared. Darren immediately ran forward and moved the broken stones aside, revealing a secret passage. Francisco's eyes lit up, and he laughed heartily. "Ha ha ha, this is divine assistance." The secret passage under the stone table had gone unnoticed by the Lord Manor's people. "You have done great service." Francisco laughed loudly. Darren quickly responded, "Elder, I don't seek reward. I only ask you to remove the bugs from my body." "This is easily arranged," Francisco replied cheerfully. "I won't forget your contribution when we return." Darren beamed. Francisco led the way, crawling into the secret passage. Initially narrow enough for only one person, it gradually widened, allowing 3 people to walk side by side. After about 15 minutes, they reached another large hall. As they entered, everyone's expression soured again. The hall was tall and wide, spanning 10 zhang in height and width, with numerous cave-like entrances on the walls leading to unknown passageways. Everyone paled. "So many forks, how do we proceed?" Only Francisco smiled faintly. Such a complex maze must conceal significant treasures. Apart from the forks, there was a huge stone box in the center of the hall. It measured 1 zhang in length and width, with a lid weighing 1,000 catties. Francisco effortlessly opened the box, revealing something that made everyone gasp. A staircase leading deeper underground. Another secret passage. Considered fate. Without the Shangtian circle, she would achieve limited success. Adriazho remarked, "The ancient martial clan thrived thanks to our assistance. Who would have thought we'd be aiding them again after so long?" Kirkshang chuckled, "The ancient martial patriarchs change generations, yet the current one doesn't cultivate much." Adriazho smiled. "The past cannot be pursued, but it remains vivid. Since I'm here, let me guide this young girl." Adriazho vanished instantly. Kirkshang added, "Enjoy yourself." Suddenly, Adriazzo appeared before Adriana, tying a red ribbon around her hammer. Adriana was startled and backed away. Do you want to progress faster? Adriazzo asked. Recognizing him, Adriana relaxed. It's you, Thornton's Hinshow. I noticed you practicing alone. Let me keep you company, Adriazzo smiled. How about a tug-of-war match? Tug of war? Adriana shook her head. Can it really cultivate spiritual power? Senior, I'm not here to play. Let me assist you, Adriazzo reassured her. Do you know what you're cultivating now? Adriana replied. It's a secret technique from Joan Palace, so I can't share the details. Adriazzo giggled. Did you know the creator of this technique was trained by us? Ah. Adriana was stunned. Adriazzo continued. The ancient martial clan revived due to the treasure's Shangtian Circle and Churchill Tian ribbon. Without the Shangtian Circle, they struggled to enhance their martial prowess. Generations later, Joan Palace created its prized technique, Shadow Transformation Sutra. Adriana stared speechless. You mean the Shadow Transformation Sutra was created in the Shangtian Circle? Adriazzo chuckled. Do you know why Joan Palace seeks the Shangtian Circle and why it shares fame with Churchill Tian ribbon? Adriana's jaw dropped. Then she knelt down, pleading, please teach me. Your master, the ancient martial clan patriarch, has deep ties with me. Helping you is reasonable, Adriazzo smiled. Now, stand up and join me in tug of war? A red silk ribbon flew toward Adriana. Back in the icy world, Isaac pushed himself despite physical exhaustion, determined to go further. Sage stood in a white palace, facing her shadow twin wielding an identical crystal sword. The twin lunged at her with greater speed, causing a storm of spiritual winds. Meanwhile, Zoltan studied diagrams in another white palace while a green snake lazily slithered nearby. After a short session with Adriana, who soon lay panting on the ground, Adriazzo moved on to the Churchill Tian ribbon looked like a Marissa. He felt uneasy. Rhett picked up his discarded clothes, put them on, and then bowed respectfully to Adriazzo, saying, Indeed, I didn't practice Joan Palace's technique, but Ishmael's from Yawang Valley. Years ago, my master was killed, and I escaped Joan Palace with his daughter. I've always been determined to take revenge someday, so I practiced this rapid advancement technique. Adriazzo nodded and asked, How did you get this technique? Amnon explained, After escaping Joan Palace, I hid in a cave for months. Inside the cave, I found a notebook left by Ishmael. Although I knew practicing this technique would bring immense pain, I was consumed by grief and anger, so I didn't hesitate to cultivate it. But you've made a mistake in practicing this technique, Adriazzo remarked. To truly master it, you must use something special. I understand, Amnon replied. This technique mixes toxins with spiritual power, turning the latter into poisonous spiritual power to injure enemies. It's brutal and terrible. To harm the enemy 1,000 points, I must first destroy 800 points of myself. My body is now filled with potent toxins, and whenever I use spiritual power, poison leaks out, which ordinary spirit-onists can't withstand. However, this same poison causes unbearable pain. To cleanse the poisoned spiritual power with my own blood, she feels too cruel. I humbly request that Senior of Adria bestows it upon me. Adria smiled. Consider this our karmic connection. Follow me. Adria grabbed Amnon's hand, and in an instant, they left the Shangtian Circle. The sky was dim, still before dawn. Adria swept Amnon straight out of the Lord's mansion, heading towards Qingzhou. Can Churchill Tian brocade actually fly? Amnon exclaimed in surprise. Flying is nothing remarkable, Adria replied with a smile. The speed of the Churchill Tian brocade was significantly faster than that of a windchaser eagle, allowing them to reach their destination, Yuyang city of Qingzhou, in less than a day. They stopped in front of a residence, and Amnon looked puzzled. You mean here? Yes, Adria confirmed. This is. Amnon's face darkened. Rhett clearly remembered that his senior uncle, the current master of Joan Palace, was from the Ho family. Amnon took a deep breath, almost wanting to turn and run. Come inside with me, Adria said. It was nighttime, and the streets were silent. 2 large lanterns hung at the entrance of the Ho family estate, casting a yellow glow as the gate remained tightly shut. The occasional bark of a dog echoed through the deserted alleyways. Adria and Amnon climbed over the wall and walked through the courtyard, stopping at a side room in the back garden. Inside, a faint light glowed. Someone was awake, and the sounds of a baby crying and comforting voices could be heard. This is it, Adria said. This is? Amnon asked hesitantly. The child inside is a direct descendant of the Ho family. Take him. We'll need him shortly, Adria explained. Take him. Despite being confused, Amnon complied. A fire of anger that had long been buried within him started to ignite. Without hesitation, Amnon burst into the room. Before the nurse could scream, he subdued her and snatched the baby from her arms. The infant in swaddling clothes began to cry incessantly, bearing a resemblance to the honest of Joan Palace. This is the Ho family's heir? Amnon whispered, staring intently at the baby. Yes. Take him with you and follow me, Adria said, then headed toward the main house of the Ho family. The baby's cries spread from the side room to the main house, where people quickly dressed and rushed outside. Seeing Amnon menacingly holding the young master of the Ho family, they froze in fear, some collapsing to the ground. Before Amnon could stop them, Adria held his hand, shaking her head. Soon, the head of the Ho family and his guards emerged. The elderly man, with a white beard reaching his chest, looked frail and old. Rhett pointed at Amnon and Adria, his eyes blazing with fury, thundering, Who are you, daring to harm my son? Guards and servants gathered around, encircling them. Take us to the blood pool, Adria demanded. Otherwise, you can imagine the consequences. The head's face changed drastically. Who are you, and how do you know about our secret? Adria didn't respond but smiled ominously at the head. Cold sweat trickled down his brow as he clenched his teeth, turning red-faced while looking at the baby in Amnon's arms. A mouthful of blood spurted from his mouth. Retad! His aides cried out, rushing to support him. The guard standing beside him suddenly lunged with a long sword toward Amnon, only to be instantly immobilized by Adria's red brocade. The sudden attack seemed like a signal, and all the guards attacked simultaneously. Blades gleamed, and spiritual energy surged, but moments later, red light flooded the scene, blindingly bright. Adria's red brocade soared through the courtyard, undulating like river waves, submerging everyone. To Adria, these guards were like 3-year-old children, powerless. "Take me to the blood pool," Adria's voice boomed, overpowering everything else. All the guards and servants were tied up like mummies and tossed aside. The head collapsed on the ground, watching in horror. "I hope you won't regret this," he muttered, gripping his fists, trembling. "We are family to the honest of Joan Palace." Amnon looked at the head coldly, a mix of vengeance and sorrow rising within him. "Haha, ho family, your day has come." Amnon wanted to laugh out loud. With aides supporting him, the head led Amnon and Adria to the back mountain of the Ho family estate. Halfway up the mountain, there stood a large straw hut from which a strong Xiaxingwei emerged. Note, Xiaxingwei means smell of blood in English. For better readability and fluency, it's recommended to translate it directly. Revised version. With aides supporting him, the head led Amnon and Adria to the back mountain of the Ho family estate. Halfway up the mountain, there stood a large straw hut from which a strong smell of blood emerged. "The blood pool is inside," the head coughed, pointing at the hut, his voice trembling, appearing much older. "Lead the way," Amnon ordered, carrying the baby. Suddenly, the head broke down in tears, falling to the ground, refusing to get up. Amnon frowned, coldly stepping over him and heading directly for the hut. Adria paused, giving Amnon a strange look. Inside the hut, they found a large pool filled with blood, disgusting to behold. "The Ho family practices evil cultivation methods again. This blood pool will cleanse half of your toxins," Adria said. "If we use the blood of this child, it can cleanse all your toxins." "Really?" Amnon was shocked. This pool, 10 feet wide, could only cleanse half of the toxins, yet the small amount of blood in the infant. Adria nodded. "This child is extraordinary." At that moment, commotion arose at the door as the head and numerous guards rushed in, shouting, "Bandits, you've reached the blood pool. Release my child." "Don't negotiate with me," Adria shouted sternly. "Himph, do you know the honest of Joan Palace is for my family? If she returns," the head threatened angrily. "Let's not talk about that," Adria interrupted. "You mentioning her just made things worse." The head was terrified, falling to the ground, trembling lips begging pitifully, "Please, release him." "Release him?" Amnon sneered. "When I begged for mercy for my master, did they listen?" "Your master?" the head asked blankly. "Who is your master?" "Rhett is the headmaster's eldest Darwin," Amnon replied bitterly. The head looked stunned, as if struck by lightning. "Enter the blood pool. I'll protect you," Adria said. Amnon leaped into the blood pool with the baby. "Release him!" the head screamed hoarsely as guards rushed forward. Adria waved her red brocade, enveloping the blood pool, preventing anyone from entering. Inside the pool, only Amnon remained. "Stay here and cultivate peacefully. They can't enter. I have something to handle and will return in 5 days. Remember, the child's blood is potent. Don't leave the pool until the toxins are cleansed," Adria instructed. "Thank you," Amnon acknowledged. After Adria left, Amnon placed the infant beside the pool and began cultivating. The blood from the pool surged into Amnon's limbs, mingling with the toxins in his body and slowly rejuvenating his flesh. His emaciated body gradually became robust. After a day, Amnon opened his eyes. The water in the blood pool was now half black, thick and horrifying, exuding a foul odor. The baby beside him was crying, having not eaten for a whole day. Amnon frowned. "If this continued, by the time I complete my cultivation, this child would starve to death. I must find him something to eat first." Amnon carried the baby out of the red brocade. Outside, layers of guards surrounded him, eyeing him fiercely. "Find this child something to eat," Amnon called out loudly. A stir arose among the crowd, but with the young master in Amnon's hands, without the head's order, they dared not act rashly. Moreover, it seemed he was asking for food for the child. A servant pushed her way through the crowd, shouting, "I am the child's wet nurse. I'll feed him." Seeing that she wasn't a spiritual adept but an ordinary person, Amnon allowed her to approach. As the wet nurse reached for the child, intending to run back, Amnon grabbed her collar and dragged her back within the red brocade. "You have nowhere to hide." Amnon placed the wet nurse aside and resumed his cultivation. Now, the child wouldn't go hungry, but perhaps the wet nurse might. With the wet nurse present, the child stopped crying. Without the cries, Amnon's efficiency improved significantly. After 2 more days, the blood pool was drained dry, leaving only a black, stinking puddle devoid of any trace of blood. Amnon opened his eyes, looking at the baby in the wet nurse's arms, his eyes gleaming red. Half of the toxins were already purged. What remained could be cleansed with the baby's blood. What do you intend to do?" The wet nurse, clearly frightened by Amnon's gaze, trembled in the corner. Amnon turned away, sighing, "Go." "Huh. Leave," Amnon repeated. "Take the child and go from here." "You're willing to release us?" the wet nurse asked. "Stop wasting time." "I told you to go," Amnon said. The wet nurse began to cry again. "I wish to leave, but the red brocade is blocking me. How can I get out?" Amnon stared at the wet nurse blankly before creating an opening in the red brocade. The wet nurse left with the baby, and Amnon continued his cultivation. The blood pool was exhausted. Now it depended on himself alone. 5 days passed. Adria had not returned, but the red brocade dispersed. Outside, the guards rushed in, including several experts. The head shouted from behind the crowd, "Attack him!" Without hesitation, Amnon fought them off. His strength had grown considerably. Although the guards possessed notable spirit energy, they were no match for him. With a loud boom, Amnon unleashed his spirit energy, instantly repelling those who attacked him. Within 3 feet, everyone lay unconscious. The head stood 3 feet away, wide-eyed, trembling. You. The head stuttered, filled with fear. Rhett couldn't believe that none of the highly paid experts could even withstand one move from Amnon. Amnon approached the head, easily snatching the child from his arms, causing the head to sob uncontrollably but not daring to resist. Exiting Whole Mountain Estate, Amnon found Adria at a dumpling stall opposite. Have you not purified all the toxic spirit energy yet? Adria immediately noticed the deficiency in Amnon, questioning him curiously. Amnon handed the child to Adria, saying, "Hold this for me." "Sure." Adria replied. "I used my spirit energy just now, which still contains poison," Amnon explained. "You're worried about hurting him?" Adria asked. "The whole family is evil, but this child is innocent," Amnon said. "Just a toddler, knowing nothing of right or wrong. Thank you, Thorntonson, for your gift, but I hope you set this little life free. Remember, this is a one-time chance. Hope you won't regret it," Adria warned seriously. Amnon shook his head. "I'm not someone who has never killed. Once, near the Divine Mountain in Yuzhou, I wiped out a gang of bandits. However, the whole family, though despicable, bears no sin for this newborn. Even if he's the son of Zhou and Palace's master?" "What?" Amnon's eyes widened. "Red is?" "Yes, he is the son of Zhou and Palace's master," Adria confirmed. "Your real enemy is his mother." Amnon stared at the child in Adria's arms, breathing rapidly. "Send him." After a long pause, he gritted his teeth. "To a farmer's family for adoption. There are debts to settle, but not with a child," Amnon insisted. "But the poison in your body?" Amnon replied, "Thank you for the gift, senior. Half of the toxins are gone. The rest I will cleanse myself." "On your own?" Adria smiled. "Are you sure?" Amnon nodded. "Yes, I'm sure." "Good habit," Adria said, then waved her hand. A red silk flew up, changing the surroundings. In a moment, they were back in the Shangtian circle. "Is this?" Amnon was surprised. Adria smiled. "Congratulations." Then, she tossed a red crystal stone, which Amnon caught instinctively. "This belongs to you now," Adria said. Amnon looked around in disbelief. Was everything just? All an illusion. "You never left Shangtian circle." Hoover appeared behind Amnon. "Adria has this habit of playing games before giving gifts. Surprising, it hasn't changed after all these years." "A game? A test?" Adria ignored Hoover, saying, "Years ago, when I killed Mad Wanderer, I found this crystal on his body. Now, I give it to you. Use it wisely." Amnon pinched his cheek. "Is this also an illusion?" "Ha ha ha." Hoover laughed proudly. "Check for yourself." Amnon gripped the red crystal stone tightly, shouting, "Thank you, senior. You're welcome." Adria's figure flickered, vanishing in a flash of red. Turning around, Amnon found Hoover had also disappeared. Echoes of laughter resounded in the air. "Ha ha, boy, that's Mad Wanderer's treasure. You've got quite the luck. Cherish it, ha ha ha." Hashtag chapter 315, 5 men. Amnon gripped the red crystal stone and immediately felt the surging blood energy within it. This is what a true blood pool feels like, Amnon thought as he crossed his legs in meditation. The blood energy flowed through his body from his right hand, filling his spirit veins. With every breath, the blood energy even seeped out through his pores, enveloping him entirely in red. At this moment, his spiritual power began to circulate slowly, blending with the blood energy. Gradually, the spiritual energy transformed into a different form. Rhett remained in this state for a month. When Amnon emerged from the sky circle, he appeared markedly different. Although still dressed in red and retaining his slender frame, he no longer gave off the impression of being frail like a bamboo stick. Instead, he stood sturdy and resilient like a young pine tree. Upon finding Abel, who was busy directing mountain stone beasts outside the city to excavate rivers, along with a team of tree planters trailing behind him, Amnon arrived like a gust of wind. His sudden appearance caused a chorus of astonishment among those present. Seeing Amnon, Abel's eyes lit up with delight. "Shuai-jun, why are you showing off in front of me?" "Thanks to you, I obtained a treasure," Amnon replied with a beaming smile. Abel chuckled. "You wouldn't have dared use your spiritual power like that before." Whenever Amnon used his spiritual power previously, toxic chi would be released into the air, harming others. Now, however, he could use his abilities without hesitation, suggesting he had overcome this issue. "Have you had tigers?" "Oh dear, everyone has run away, leaving no one to ask for directions," complained the tall man beside him. "Jared, go grab someone for information so our Ronnie doesn't have to worry. If you call me Shorty again, I'll fight you," roared the shortest man, waving his arms wildly. "Why should I do the work when the Ronnie hasn't spoken? Are you trying to become the Ronnie?" The Ronnie, who was walking ahead, suddenly stopped and looked back. Before he spoke, the tall man laughed heartily. "You talk too much about doing some work. Look, the boss is upset. All right, I'll do it." Without waiting for their Ronnie's consent, the tall man dismounted and leaped onto a rooftop, scanning the area before running toward where people gathered. The Ronnie remained where he was, and the others halted as well. Soon, the tall man jumped back, grinning broadly. "Boss, this town is small, and we can find someone just ahead." "It's right there, boss. How did you find someone so quickly?" muttered the shortest man jeeringly. "Imph, you're always getting all the credit." The tall man led them to a hotel in Divine Mountain Town, where Alanchi Province Darwin greeted them warmly. "Welcome, esteemed guests. Aaron instructed me to wait here for you." "Where is Aaron? Why isn't he here to welcome the boss?" the shortest man interrupted angrily. "Well," the Lanchi Province Darwin hesitated, displeased internally. Had it not been for Aaron's instruction to treat these guests with respect, he would have shown his true feelings. "Gentlemen, Aaron has already set out with the map. Red asks that you wait a few days for his return," the Lanchi Province Darwin explained patiently, only to be cut off. "Wait," the tall man snorted. "Lou Beast has changed a lot these past years. Who does he think he is to make us wait? I'd really like to see how much he's improved over the years," The only Marissa in the group remarked cheerfully. I don't have the patience, said the Rani. His voice was loud and resonant, like the ringing of a bell. Just tell me where the map is. The Lanchi province. Darwin looked up to see the Rani, a large, broad-faced man with pale skin and a white bandage on his forehead, looking as if he were injured. Rhett wondered inwardly, is this man the Rani? Rhett doesn't seem very formidable. The map has been taken by Aaron, he responded. You should wait for Aaron's return. There's only one copy, the Rani frowned. Yes, the Lanchi province. Darwin answered quickly. This is clearly an attempt to show off, said the scarred man, advancing and grabbing the Darwin. Lou Beasts didn't behave honorably. After making us search for years, he makes us wait again? Damn, it infuriates me. If you can't find the map, what use are you? Leader, can I handle this guy myself? The Rani glanced indifferently, saying, do as you wish. The Lanchi province. Darwin paled, realizing his strength was being sapped, drained away by the man as if his spiritual power were being extracted. How could this man be so powerful? I'm done for, offending a great master without recognizing him. My fate is sealed. Suddenly, he had a flash of inspiration and cried out, spare my life. I know where the map is. Well, that's more like it, the tall man laughed. Mongoloid, put him down. If you squeeze any harder, you might kill him. Humph, boring. The scarred man dropped the Darwin and spat on him. To come out here with such paltry spiritual power, pathetic. The Lanchi province. Darwin lay gasping on the ground. Mongoloid, you move too fast. In just moments, you've sucked all his spiritual power dry, the Darius criticized. Every time we come out, you get the most fun. Reth, whose fault is it that you don't have a beast spirit like mine? The scarred man retorted. Ready, get up and fetch the map. The tall man kicked the fallen Darwin. If you lie to us, heh. I. The Darwin breathed heavily, gritting his teeth. The map is in the Lord's mansion. The Lord's mansion? The Rani furrowed his brow. Little Lou mentioned this Lord's mansion is hard to deal with. If he could handle it easily, he wouldn't have written to us for help. The only Marissa among the five remarked. Hiding and hogging all the benefits is just like him. Spit, just like his disgusting bugs, the scarred man cursed. The Rani lifted the Lanchi province. Darwin up and placed him on his own mount. Guide us, take us to the Lord's mansion. This? The Lanchi province. Darwin was somewhat surprised and moved. Thank you. It seemed that among this group, there was still one who reasoned. This Rani looked decent, much better than the others. People are like this. When a relatively less bad person appears among a group of bad people, they feel grateful. Rev, thanks indeed. The Darius laughed. You fool, do you think the spirit beast of our Rani is easy to ride? The Rani's spirit beast is called Tyranno. Except for the Rani, anyone who dares to sit on its back eventually becomes its food. You won't be an exception either. It's just a matter of time. The Lanchi province. Darwin's face froze. It's food? So, you must perform well. If the Rani finds you worthless, the Darius grinned. Your value will only be to fill Tyranno's stomach, ha ha ha. The Lanchi province. Darwin was immediately scared to the point of losing control of his bowels. Hashtag chapter 316, visit. A guest arrived at the Lord's mansion. This person was dressed in white, exuding an elegant demeanor, and held a long sword with poise. Abel invited the visitor to take a seat and serve tea. May I inquire about your distinguished name? Briggs. The visitor only spoke 2 words, then added, the Gu means lonely, and the Jian means sword. Oh. Abel nodded and asked, Brother Briggs, where are you from? Plum Blossom Valley. The Jaden answered succinctly. Why have you come to the Lord's mansion? Abel asked. I received news that there is a summoning of the sacred tree at the Lord's mansion in Yojo's divine mountain town. Rhett stared at Abel as he spoke directly. Abel was somewhat taken aback. Briggs said, this is why I am here. Such a straightforward explanation was unprecedented for Abel. At the same time, Abel hadn't expected Elwyn to spread the news so quickly. How did you find out? Abel asked knowingly. A friend told me, Briggs replied. Who? The name of this friend, I cannot mention. Please understand, Briggs explained. Abel asked, can you be certain that the information is true? Summoning the sacred tree is a significant matter, Briggs said. Even if the information is not accurate, it's worth checking out. Abel remained silent. Briggs continued, I won't take this information without compensation. I will offer payment. What kind of payment would match this information? Abel inquired. Briggs simply replied, you won't be at a disadvantage. And if I don't give you the information? Abel tested him. If not, I'll investigate on my own, Briggs frowned. With my abilities, it's easy to track down your movements and deduce the details of the sacred tree summoning. I have the ability, Briggs affirmed. Abel couldn't help but laugh. Briggs was remarkably straightforward and candid. Abel suddenly felt a liking for Briggs. Abel said, you're very confident, but what can you do for me? I am a high-ranking Earth-tier spirit honest of the summoning lineage, Briggs stated. With my strength and influence, I can accomplish many things. Abel was greatly surprised and hurriedly responded, I can't provide the information, but I need you to help me find someone. Who? Briggs asked, slightly astonished. The wife of the forest of Book Mountain City in Qingzhou, Abel replied. Briggs hesitated, his expression changing. You seek the Aliyah of our summoning lineage? Abel was startled inside. He didn't expect Zoltan's mother to be the Aliyah. The Aliyah of the summoning lineage is not easily met, Briggs continued. If you ask others, it might be difficult, but I can arrange this. I can bring you to meet her. Deal. Abel agreed. Regardless of whether you find the sacred tree or not, you must fulfill this promise. Haha, Briggs replied. Abel asked, where is the Aliyah now? In Plum Blossom Valley, Briggs explained. All the generations of Alias reside in the summoning lineage's Plum Blossom Valley. Good, wait a moment. Abel entered the study, took out a brocade box, placed it on the table and said, With this, you may find relevant clues. Briggs opened the box to reveal a map inside. His eyes widened as he thanked Abel. Remember your promise, Abel reminded. Briggs smiled, rest assured. I never break my word. Abel saw Briggs off from the Lord's mansion. As he left, Briggs warned, on my way here, I saw the 5 evildoers of the mountain tiger lineage in the Zhiyun Mountains. They are likely also coming for the sacred tree, so be cautious. The 5 evildoers? These 5 individuals each possess unique skills, and when united, they can challenge opponents beyond their rank, making them terrifying adversaries, Briggs cautioned. How strong are they? Abel asked. Why were the 5 evildoers here? Could Elwyn have notified more than one group? They are all low Earth tier level, Briggs explained. Together, even middle Earth tier spiritonists can't stand against them. So powerful? Abel furrowed his brow. Though they are formidable, they will still show some respect to me, Briggs added. If they harm you, you can mention my name. Abel was somewhat surprised. Briggs nodded at Abel, then swiftly departed. This Briggs indeed seemed like a decent person. Abel suddenly felt a bit guilty deceiving him. Unfortunately, the treasure map was fake. No matter how hard Briggs tried, he would end up finding nothing. Sure enough, the 5 evildoers arrived at the Lord's mansion entrance just an hour after Briggs left. Outside the Lord's mansion, a group of young children gathered curiously around 5 white tigers. Wow, these tigers are so white. They must be a powerful breed, one child exclaimed. With glowing green eyes, sharp claws, and fangs, these white tigers look fierce, another marveled. If we had such spirit beasts, how impressive would that be? A third child said enviously. Rev, these kids are different from the townspeople. A short figure laughed aloud. Children, our mountain tiger beasts eat humans. Eat humans? Some children immediately cried out in shock and backed away. Do a few white tigers think they can scare us? Another child bravely shouted. We're not afraid. Our Lord's great snake is much larger and can swallow a house whole. Yeah, compared to our Lord's giant snake, these tigers are small fry, the children boasted, unwilling to show weakness. Do you raise spirit beasts too, Lord? A tall man asked, intrigued. Is it a giant snake? Not just a giant snake. They pointed towards the stone statue behind the mansion. Do you see that giant stone statue? That's another spirit beast raised by our Lord. Giant stone statue? The 5 evildoers' pupils constricted sharply. It was a mechanical puppet. They had seen many wonders before. Originally, they had speculated whether the stone statue behind the Lord's mansion was a simple statue or a mechanical puppet. They hadn't expected their speculation to be correct. This kind of mechanical artistry had been lost for over 100 years and now appeared in the remote divine mountain town of Yuzhou. What sort of remarkable individual was this Lord? Go tell your Lord that the Dakari have come to visit, their Rani suddenly declared. To see teacher. Selma walked over with her hammer, frowning as she saw the Lanchi State Darwins on the mountain tiger beasts. Are you allied with Lanchi State? The tall man shook his head and shouted, given our reputation in the world, a mere Lanchi State could never reach our level. These guys are just our guides. Dakari? The name sounded arrogant. Were they trying to show off at the Lord's mansion? Humph. Let's see who they were dealing with. Selma slammed her giant hammer on the ground and shouted, we of the 12 demons of Wild Mountain are far stronger and never paid any attention to Lanchi State. She wouldn't lose face or posture. This was something she learned in Shang Tian's training. You are the 12 demons of Wild Mountain. My apologies, the Darius said. Please inform the Lord that our Rani wishes to see him. Now that's the right attitude. Wait a moment. Selma reluctantly nodded and turned into the mansion. Duban laughed. We should test the quality of this Lord's mansion soon. Barbarian, wait for the boss's command. The tall man objected. This Lord's mansion has some mystery to it, making people curious, Duban chuckled. Once we know more about them, we'll know how to treat them. Isn't that right, boss? Chapter 316. Visit. A guest arrived at the Lord's manor. This person was dressed in white, with an elegant demeanor and a long sword in hand, exuding grace and poise. Abel invited the visitor to take a seat and serve tea. May I ask for your name? Briggs, the visitor replied, adding, the Gu stands for loneliness, and the Jian, for sword. Oh. Abel nodded and asked, where do you come from, Brother Briggs? Plum Blossom Valley, the knight answered succinctly. Why have you come to the Lord's manor? Abel inquired. I received news that there's a summons for the sacred tree at the Yin Prefecture's Shun Mountain Town Lord's manor, he said, staring directly at Abel. Abel was taken aback. This is why you've come here? Yes, that's the reason, Briggs confirmed. Such straightforwardness was new to Abel. Meanwhile, Abel hadn't expected Elwyn to spread the news so quickly. How did you find out? Abel asked, despite already knowing. A friend told me, Briggs replied. Who? I can't mention his name. Please understand, Briggs explained. Abel asked, can you be certain this information is true? The summoning of the sacred tree is significant, Briggs responded. Even if it's not accurate, it's worth investigating. Abel fell silent. Briggs added, I wouldn't come unprepared. I will pay you for this information. What kind of payment could possibly match the value of this information? Abel questioned. Briggs simply replied, I won't let you down. What if I don't provide the information? Abel probed. If you don't, I'll investigate on my own. With my abilities, tracking your movements and deducing the information about the sacred tree is simple, Briggs stated firmly. You can do that? Abel asked, slightly surprised. Briggs affirmed, yes, I can. Abel chuckled. Briggs's straightforward nature was refreshing. It garnered some favor from Abel. You're confident. What can you do for me? Abel asked. I'm a high-grade Earth-class spiritist in the summoner lineage. With my power and influence, I can do many things, Briggs replied. Abel was stunned, making them extremely dangerous, Briggs warned. How powerful are they? Abel asked. Why did the 5 evils come? Did Elwyn notify more than one group? All 5 are low-grade Earth-class. Combined, they can challenge mid-grade Earth-class spiritonists, Briggs explained. So strong? Abel frowned. They're powerful, but they will give me some respect. If they threaten you, use my name, Briggs added. Abel was surprised. Briggs nodded and then left. Briggs seemed like a good man. Abel hesitated, feeling a bit guilty for deceiving him. Unfortunately, the treasure map was fake, so no matter how hard Briggs tried, he would gain nothing. Sure enough, the 5 evils arrived just 1 hour after Briggs left. They stood at the entrance of the Lord's manor. A group of young children gathered around 5 white tigers curiously. Wow, those tigers are so white. They must be a rare breed, someone exclaimed. Green eyes, sharp claws, and fangs. They're fierce beasts, another marveled. They look so powerful. If only we had such spirit beasts too, another child sighed enviously. Rev, these kids are different from the town folks, Adarius called out. Little ones, these mountain tiger beasts can eat humans. Eat humans? Some cried out in shock and backed away. Just white tigers scaring us? Another brave soul declared, we aren't afraid. Our Lord's giant snake is much bigger and can swallow a house in one bite. That's right. Compared to our Lord's giant snake, these tigers are small, they boasted, trying to maintain their bravado. Do you raise spirit beasts too? The tall man asked with interest. Not just snakes. They pointed to the stone statue behind the manor. Do you see that giant stone statue? It's also one of our Lord's spirit beasts. Stone statue? The 5 evils' eyes widened. That was mechanical craftsmanship. These men had seen much, speculating whether the giant stone statue behind the Lord's manor was just a statue or a mechanical puppet. They hadn't expected it to be a real piece of mechanical craftsmanship, which had been lost for over a century. Its presence in the remote Shun mountain town was surprising. What sort of person is this lord? Tell your lord we, the Dakari, wish to pay a visit. Their Rani suddenly spoke. To see the teacher. Selma, wielding a hammer, approached. She noticed the Darwins from Lanchi Prefecture on the back of the tiger beasts and frowned. You're with Lanchi Prefecture? No way. With our reputation, a mere Lanchi Prefecture can't reach our level. This guy is just our guide, the tall man scoffed. Huang Mountain 12 executioners are stronger too. We never regarded Lanchi Prefecture highly, Selma retorted, trying to maintain her composure. They needed to hold their ground. Losing face wasn't an option. This was something she had learned recently. Apologies for the intrusion, the Darius said. Please inform the Lord we wish to see him. Such an attitude was fitting. Wait a moment, Selma reluctantly agreed and entered the Lord's manor. Clinton laughed. We should test this Lord's strength. Leader hasn't spoken yet. Who are you to decide? The tall man argued. This place has secrets. We need to know what we're dealing with before deciding our approach, Clinton reasoned, looking to the Rani for agreement. The Rani softly hummed and said, Mighty man, find an opportunity to probe their true strength. The 5 evildoers operated by a principle. Go around the strong, crush the weak. But before crushing anyone, they needed to determine if the target was soft or hard. Confident in their Earth-class power, they once got badly beaten and had to beg for mercy after underestimating an opponent. Since then, they had modified their approach, not abandoning their bullying ways but tempering their confidence with caution. Before acting, they would first investigate their targets thoroughly. The boss, we're here to seek treasure, not trouble, the lone Marissa among the 5 said. That giant stone statue hasn't appeared in nearly a century, yet it stands here now. There's surely something significant happening at the Lord's mansion. Why invite unnecessary trouble? Ida has a point, the Darius agreed. We're here for treasure. Clinton laughed, saying, since we're seeking treasure, there will inevitably be competition. We need to know their strength beforehand. Should we fight them or avoid them? It made sense, and everyone nodded. Just then, Abel walked out of the Lord's mansion, standing on the steps and arching his hands. The Dakari, haha, what a pleasure to meet you. Startled, the 5 saw that Abel was only 17 years old. Little kid, we're here to see the Lord, the Darius said as he stepped forward. You don't recognize talent when you see it, Isaac, beside Abel, retorted. Our young master is the Lord. Lord? A 17-year-old Montague? The 5 were surprised. Clinton clicked his tongue, remarking, Indeed. This young lord must have an extraordinary background. Otherwise, how could he be just 17 and already possess the power and influence even Francisco feared? Rhett must be backed by some formidable force, merely serving as a puppet. Isaac, show respect, Abel instructed. These esteemed guests please, let's go inside. I apologize for any rudeness. Please, come in. Abel personally escorted the 5 into the reception hall, where they were seated and served excellent tea. I've been expecting you, Abel said. I heard you were coming and waited. You knew we were coming? The 5 were astonished again. How could that be possible? We didn't send anyone to inform you. Did Francisco tell Abel we're coming? Francisco could have sent messages to both parties to set us against each other, while reaping the benefits. This balancing act indeed seemed like something Francisco would do. Do you also know our purpose here? Clinton asked next. Yes, Abel confirmed. I am aware. The 5 were inwardly alarmed. If the Lord's mansion knew we were coming, they might have already planned how to deal with us. So, the Lord's mansion is prepared? The Marissa asked. For the Lord's mansion, preparation is quite manageable, Abel replied. What arrogance. Does the Lord's mansion look down on us, the Dakari? They exchanged glances, their expressions showing irritation. Our Rani requests to see what preparations you've made, the chief said. Let us see and learn. They intended to test the Lord's readiness. If the Lord's mansion had gathered experts to confront them, they'd consider retreating to Shen Mountain Town and await Francisco's return. If not, they'd use force to overpower the Lord's mansion. Of course, Abel smiled, clapping his hands. A servant brought forward a brocade box. The Rani softly hummed and said, Mighty man, find an opportunity to probe their true strength. The 5 evildoers operated by a principle. Go around the 17-year-old Montague? The 5 were surprised. Clinton clicked his tongue, remarking, Indeed. This young lord must have an extraordinary background. Otherwise, how could he be just 17 and already possess the power and influence even Francisco feared? Rhett must be backed by some formidable force, merely serving as a puppet. Isaac, show respect, Abel instructed. These esteemed guests, please, let's go inside. I apologize for any rudeness. Please, come in. Abel personally escorted the 5 into the reception hall, where they were seated and served excellent tea. I've been expecting you, Abel said. I heard you were coming and waited. You knew we were coming? The 5 were astonished again. How could that be possible? We didn't send anyone to inform you. Did Francisco tell Abel we're coming? Francisco could have sent messages to both parties to set us against each other, while reaping the benefits. This balancing act indeed seemed like something Francisco would do. Do you also know our purpose here? Clinton asked next. Yes, Abel confirmed. I am aware. The 5 were inwardly alarmed. If the Lord's mansion knew we were coming, they might have already planned how to deal with us. So, the Lord's mansion is prepared? The Marissa asked. For the Lord's mansion, preparation is quite manageable, Abel replied. What arrogance. Does the Lord's mansion look down on us, the Dakari? They exchanged glances, their expressions showing irritation. Our Ronnie requests to see what preparations you've made, the chief said. Let us see and learn. They intended to test the Lord's readiness. If the Lord's mansion had gathered experts to confront them, they'd consider retreating to Shen Mountain Town and await Francisco's return. If not, they'd use force to overpower the Lord's mansion. Of course, Abel smiled, clapping his hands. A servant brought forward a brocade box. Chapter 317. Retrieval of the map. In the brocade box lay a treasure map. The expressions of the 5 overlords of Yangzhou immediately turned peculiar. This was what the Lord's mansion had prepared? How could they hand over the item even before a fight? This lord is really strange. Could there be a trick? Their expressions became complicated. Please, Abel extended his hand and said. The Ronnie looked at the Marissa among the 5, tapping his fingers on the table. The Marissa immediately stood up. She half squatted, grabbing her cloak behind her to cover her legs below the knees. Her gaze instantly changed. Spirit energy flowed through her body. It seemed as though a spirit wind stirred within the cloak, rustling loudly and humming like there were flashes of lightning occasionally. Indeed, Abel replied. Rhett glanced at the Marissa, who shook her head slightly. Rhett nodded in agreement. The Ronnie suddenly laughed. It seems the Lord is indeed an honorable gentleman. Since you've given me this map, I won't be so polite. You needn't be, Abel said. However, there is one more thing, the Ronnie said. How can I be sure this map is real? Abel responded, not long ago, someone else took a map just like this one. The Ronnie asked, who? Briggs, Abel said softly. Upon hearing this, the 5 faces changed. The Briggs from Pear Blossom Valley? The Brecken suddenly jumped up and shouted. Yes, Abel confirmed. Why would he come here? The Brecken pressed. Obviously for the same reason as you, Abel replied coolly. The 5's expressions darkened. Abel's next words sent ripples through their minds. Briggs also told me that you would be coming soon. As expected, you arrived, Abel said. How is this possible? The Marissa exclaimed, her composure lost. How could Briggs have predicted their arrival? Who told him? Berkeley? All 5 thought the same. Did Berkeley not only inform them about the holy tree, but also tell Briggs and let him prepare in advance? The Ronnie took a deep breath, furrowing his brows. It appeared that the contest for the holy tree was inevitable. Red examined Abel seriously, calculating in his mind. There's something odd about this. The goal has been achieved. Why worry so much? Abel paused, then reacted, that's true. Exiting the Lord's mansion, the 5 overlords of Yangzhou kicked the launchy state Darwins off the mountain tiger beasts and rode towards Divine Mountain Town. Damn Berkeley! The Marissa shouted. This guy is always scheming. Rhett's avoided us for years, so naturally, if he suddenly contacts us now, he must have prepared something, the Brecken said. What surprised us is that the person he invited is Briggs. What does he gain from this? Adifir scowled. Even if Briggs finds the holy tree, doesn't that mean nothing for him? Not necessarily, the Marissa explained. If Briggs gets the holy tree, the entire Pear Blossom Valley would owe him a great favor. Rhett could demand any conditions? What condition could compare to the holy tree? The Brecken asked. This condition might be to use against us, the Marissa speculated. If he helped Briggs find the holy tree, would Briggs agree to turn against us? Would all of Pear Blossom Valley agree? The Ronnie's mountain tiger stopped suddenly, his expression darkening. Boss, the Brecken said cautiously, Ida seems to have a point. We should be careful, the Ronnie said grimly. That traitor Berkeley has devised such a scheme to deal with me, but it won't be that easy. This time, we're prepared. Though Briggs is formidable, if we use that, he'll think twice. 5 tigers rushed from the Lord's mansion into Divine Mountain Town without slowing down. Street vendors and pedestrians were thrown aside, trees and young saplings destroyed. People screamed in panic. Several couldn't dodge in time, being flung by the tigers, blood spilling from their mouths. Selma carried a half-grown child, blood-stained, rushing into the Lord's mansion. Everyone was startled. Abel quickly asked, what happened? Selma placed the child on the ground, anxiously saying, Teacher, the 5 overlords of Yangzhou are causing havoc in Divine Mountain Town. What? Abel shot up in alarm. Chapter 318. The Clash. The Dakari were gathering provisions in the town of Divine Mountain, preparing for their expedition into the depths of the Barren Mountains. Their method was simple, loot. A ferocious tiger descended from the sky, reducing the earthen and stone grain store to rubble. The surrounding civilians scattered in panic, while the store owner attempted to flee but ended up trapped under the collapsed debris, unable to move. Upon hearing the commotion, the Divine Mountain Town guards rushed over, only to find themselves at a loss when they saw 5 fierce tigers involved. Armed with crude iron weapons, they cautiously surrounded the culprits and asked, Who are you? Why did you commit such violence? They were merely teenagers, hardened by training at Baron Redheart, not even qualifying as spirit masters. Faced with true experts, no miracle would save them. Before leaving Divine Mountain Town, the Dakari said to the injured guards lying in pools of blood, We, the Dakari, never leave witnesses. But today, out of respect for Solitary Sword and the Lord's Mansion, we will spare your lives. With that, they mounted their mountain tiger beasts and rode off. Eventually, the townsfolk brought the injured guards to the Lord's Mansion, where they encountered Baron Rethart. Captain, 5 men on tigers, wreaked havoc in Divine Mountain Town. This was the first thing the teenagers said upon seeing Baron Rethart. Seeing the children covered in blood, Baron Rethart felt her heart break. Trembling, she carried one of the children towards the Lord's Mansion. Abel and the others were shocked. They hurriedly asked, "What happened?" Breathlessly, Baron Rethart replied, "Teacher, the Dakari caused havoc in Divine Mountain Town." "What?" Abel jumped up in shock. Servants rushed forward to tend to the wounded children while Abel, Chaz, and Sage sprinted toward Divine Mountain Town. By then, the 5 tyrants had already left. "Humph, indeed worthy of being the 5 evildoers," Abel coldly remarked. This was the first time anyone dared to cause trouble in Divine Mountain Town. Witnessing Abel's arrival, the townspeople eagerly recounted the incident. That tiger lunged at the grain store, and the walls shattered instantly, a townsman recounted fearfully. The owner was trapped under rocks with a leg injury. They were extremely aggressive. I was terrified and ran far away. Only when it quieted down did I dare come back. We came out and saw the guards lying on the ground, so we quickly called a few young men to carry them to the Lord's Mansion. The store owner was also taken to the local clinic. No one knows which direction those 5 evildoers fled, hoping they don't return. The townspeople remained shaken. "Don't worry, they won't be coming back," Abel reassured them before leading everyone back to the Lord's Mansion. Although the injured teenagers had been stabilized, they suffered multiple fractures, damaged meridians, and internal injuries. Recovery was uncertain without proper treatment. Regular methods might result in permanent disability. Baron Rethart shook with anger, clutching her hammer tightly, eyes red and tearful. Despite her tough exterior during training, she genuinely cared for them. Sage frowned, showing visible distress. "They are all children who rely on me," Abel suddenly said. "I promised to take care of them." Silently, he activated the system and found the white rattling tree in the exchange mall. A tier 3 spirit beast, costing 10,000 planting points, enhancing healing abilities and reducing pain. At the entrance of the Lord's Mansion, Abel casually waved his hand. A white light flashed, and a large, pure white tree appeared on the ground. Its trunk was thick enough for 3 people to embrace, standing 10 zhang tall with brownish-red branches and emerald green leaves, emitting soft white light within a radius of 10 zhang. People within this light felt a sense of comfort and ease. Abel instructed to settle the injured teenagers under the tree, building small huts around it for dedicated care. "Let's go and see these formidable fellows," Abel turned and said with a cold smile. "We'll see just how vicious the 5 tyrants are." Baron Rethart nodded vigorously and hurried after him. "Teacher, let me come too. I'll make sure they're thoroughly beaten." "A thorough beating isn't necessary," Abel responded. "Just make them understand their wrongdoing." "Understanding their mistake? Ha, probably harder than killing them outright." Chaz chuckled. "I've been looking for a fight. Since they've come here uninvited, I can't miss this opportunity." Abel whistled into the sky. In the distance, loud eagle cries echoed as several hunt-winged eagles flew closer, carrying Abel and company toward the great desolate mountains. Holding a map, the 5 evildoers raced on their mount, no response. Rhetor's tone grew arrogant. "Are you trying to block our path too?" Their Ronnie had planned to test the Lord's Mansion's strength, restrained only by Solitary Sword. Now, they were practically delivered to their doorstep. Such an opportunity couldn't be missed. Teaching these obstructive people a lesson would leave Solitary Sword speechless. "I'm here to reason with you," Abel said earnestly. "If you acknowledge your mistake, I'll overlook it." Acknowledge their mistake? The group froze, then burst into laughter, as if hearing the funniest joke ever. "Are you okay, boy?" the Darius chortled. "When have the Dakari ever admitted to being wrong?" "Don't think we can't touch you because you have Solitary Sword backing you," Ida sneered. "You've made a big mistake if you think so. If it were 10 years ago, my temper wouldn't tolerate such insolence," Clinton smirked. "But now, hearing such talk amuses me. My temper must have improved." The tall man added, "Many have tried to make us bow. Do you know what happened to them?" Abel shook his head, calmly replying, "Let's discuss this reasonably before things escalate." "Enough talk," Clinton licked his lips. "Let's fight. Remember, I gave you a chance to reason," Abel warned. "Ha ha ha, it's been ages since I met such a brash opponent," Clinton grinned. "Let's start with me." Clinton blurred forward in an instant. "I've been itching for a fight," Chaz charged, colliding heavily with the shadow. Spirit wind swirled, sending dust and sand flying. Chapter 319, Smile. In the vast expanse of yellow sand, amidst swirling dust, 2 figures moved up and down, weaving left and right. Clinton thrust out a palm with overwhelming force, as if pushing aside mountains and overturning seas. The turbulent spirit winds roiled along with his movement, stirring up dust and sand that flew wildly into the air. Amnon's spiritual energy surged around him like a whirlwind, dancing about his body. Rhett too thrust out a palm to meet Clinton's blow head-on. The 2 forces collided fiercely with a thunderous bang, akin to 2 mountains crashing into each other. The ground shook violently, and both men were sent flying backward, with dust and sand scattering through the air like rain. "Good kung fu," Clinton remarked indifferently, standing firm. "Earth rank strength?" "Not bad yourself," Amnon responded nonchalantly. Their expressions seemed as if they were merely discussing an unremarkable vegetable. Yet after stopping, both men froze, staring directly at each other without making a move or speaking a word. The crowd watched intently, the atmosphere thick with tension. Only Abel continued to gesture excitedly. "Watch closely. A battle between Earth-rank experts isn't something you can easily witness. Pay attention." Rhett spoke seriously but didn't seem to take the Dakari seriously at all. It nodded reluctantly, though unwilling. Marissa grumbled, "Boss is so biased." This time, the benefit goes to Clinton again. Jared threw a beam of cold light that split into 30 short knives mid-air, covering every possible path around Amnon. As Clinton attacked, Amnon prepared to meet the force head-on, but suddenly noticed the cold light heading towards him. Rhett hurriedly dodged. Seizing this opportunity, Clinton circled around to Amnon's side and struck his back. Amnon felt a chilling sensation spread throughout his body and immediately lost balance, kneeling down. Everyone was taken aback. Foul play, Selma shouted, ready to charge forward but was held back by Sage. Don't stop me, Selma yelled. Stay here. Let them go, Abel ordered. The stone beasts emerged from the ground and marched toward Amnon, shaking the earth with each step. They moved slowly but made a tremendous sound. Take care of those stone monsters, the Ronnie instructed Jared. Don't interfere with Clinton. Got it, Jared laughed, dashing toward the stone beasts. This time, Clinton owes me big time. Just then, a sharp scream echoed. Everyone turned and froze in shock. Clinton, who had initially struck Amnon's back, now leaped backward in panic, stumbling and rolling painfully on the ground. Amnon slowly stood. The Ronnie nodded. With this big treasure, things are going to get even better. Ida pulled off her red cloak, revealing a thick centipede underneath. The centipede swayed menacingly, its claws glinting coldly. With a shout, Ida pointed, and the centipede shot forward as a streak of red light toward Amnon. Amnon easily caught the centipede, which struggled in his grip. Ida smiled rather than panicked. No one dares catch my precious like that. Your arm must be rotting already. Even if you can suppress the frog's poison with your spiritual energy, the centipede's venom is far harder to control. You'll wish you were dead. However, she was shocked to see Amnon toss the centipede to the ground and crush it repeatedly underfoot. It tried to burrow into the soil but was grabbed by its tail, unable to escape. How could this be? Aida's eyes widened in disbelief. How could anyone withstand the deadly venom of the centipede? Even an Earth-rank expert would be reduced to scraps instantly. Impossible? Ida screamed and rushed towards Amnon. Even before reaching 3 paces, she detected a foul smell. The venom mixed with the centipede's fluids. Give me back my centipede. Enraged, she launched a swift strike at Amnon. Rhett countered without hesitation, covering his palm with thick spiritual energy and striking back. At the moment their palms met, a beam of cold air, covering all directions around Amnon. Amnon wielded his long sword swiftly, clashing against the cold light with a cacophony of metallic sounds. The area was soon littered with fallen short swords. Before the last of the swords had even hit the ground, another figure lunged at him from behind. Amnon, seemingly prepared, suddenly darted in the opposite direction from Ida. Amnon knew their aim was Ida. If they stopped to pick her up, he would launch a surprise attack. This was his opportunity. But he was wrong. That figure ignored Ida and pursued Amnon relentlessly. Moving much faster than him, it quickly caught up and stood behind him. Amnon turned and swung his sword, but it slashed through empty air. The figure reappeared behind him once more. What incredible speed. Amnon spun around several times, slashing repeatedly, yet each swing missed its mark. A voice sounded behind him. Too slow, can you be quicker? Cold sweat broke out over Amnon's body. Rhett shifted rapidly, running back and forth, his sword and palm techniques dancing wildly, yet never touching the pursuer, who always stayed just beside him, out of reach. How did you defeat Clinton with such slow speed? The voice whispered right by his ear, warm breath brushing his neck. Rhett speaking right next to my ear? Goosebumps prickled Amnon's skin. If that person had attacked then, the consequences? After completing a series of sword strikes, not even a shred of cloth was touched. Then suddenly, the figure ran away. Jared stood far off, flicking his sleeve to send out, causing the earth to rumble loudly. They charged straight ahead, encircling Edwin tightly like layers of earthen walls. The Darius revealed a mocking expression. They had won. Even with such severe injuries, even without hitting vital points, it was impossible to turn the tables now. The tall man moved swiftly, darting among the stone creatures like a ghost. Despite the numerous stone creatures, they were completely unable to stop the tall man's movements. Rhett was like a dragon weaving between reefs, moving effortlessly and leisurely. The stone creatures were bewildered by his agility, falling about haphazardly. Rhett easily stood before the gravely injured Edwin, squinting as he watched him. Behind him, the stone creatures finally reacted, turning around to attack, only for the tall man to evade them effortlessly once again. Standing less than 5 meters away from Edwin, the stone creatures couldn't touch him at all. These stone creatures are so clumsy. What use are they? The tall man sneered. Is there no one else capable in your lord's manor besides you? Rev. Edwin laughed, his voice trembling. Your lightness skill is quite impressive. To still be able to laugh in this situation, you've got good courage, the tall man said with a grin. A pool of blood slowly formed on the ground. The weather was fine, the scorching sun baking the earth, creating a faint smell, and a single bite would be fatal to anyone. The two men remained in a stalemate for a while. But Darius said, if you're afraid of poison, get anyone else to help you. Anyway, these people here are mine. Rhett pointed towards Abel's direction. There were plenty of people around. He could get anyone to carry Ida. The tall man snorted coldly. Rhett no longer argued with the Darius and swiftly leaped out of the group of stone creatures, heading towards Abel. His spiritual energy surged, making his movements extremely fast. People only saw a blur flying towards them. The blur stopped in front of everyone, who tightly gripped their weapons in response. However, the tall man suddenly froze, as if seeing a ghost. His face changed drastically, and he let out a loud cry before hastily retreating. This sudden change stunned everyone. Rhett had arrived swiftly, leaving a blurred trail, but his retreat was slow. It was like a fledgling bird learning to fly, bouncing awkwardly on the ground until finally, he lost his strength, falling to the ground with an ashen face. The Darius's heart skipped a beat, stopping his hand abruptly and quickly retreating. What's happening? The Rani demanded angrily. Don't know, the Darius said fearfully. Didn't see who did it. This happened again. Clinton, Ida, and now the tall man. No one saw how they were struck. The Rani growled. It seems your lord's manor specializes in underhanded tactics. You have 2 people left, Abel said calmly. The stone creatures carefully picked up Edwin and moved towards Abel and his companions, but Edwin stopped them. Stay away from me, Edwin shouted, blood oozing from his wounds. Abel frowned deeply and finally said, all right. Rhett turned to the Rani, saying, initially, I only wanted an apology. But since you've injured my people so severely, frankly, I'm very angry. Fights usually involve injuries. The Rani's momentum instantly weakened. The Lord's manor was already an unpredictable force. Though he held a trump card, it was meant for Gusjian, and using it now might tip off Gusjian. Our people are injured too, and it's 3 of them, the Rani said. You're not losing anything. But you're not good people, Abel said. The 5 evils of Yangzhou. The Rani remained unperturbed, saying, in the martial world, where are there truly good people? Once fame grows and enemies multiply, naturally they call you evil. So, does your lord's manor want a reputation for justice and righteousness? Yozhou is remote. What use is a reputation? Abel shouted. I just need to be accountable to this territory and its people. Unfortunately, you came here to cause trouble. It's just a matter. This is. Zoltan stared dumbfounded. Isn't this a branch of the holy tree? Chapter 321. The True Sacred Tree. A towering beam of light shot skyward, splendid and mesmerizing. The Rani's palm continued to emit an unusual spiritual force, pouring into the bottle. The pillar of light seemed to awaken, shining more brilliantly than ever. The Rani rapidly performed hand seals while chanting inaudibly, circling around the light pillar. The shorter man's eyes revealed avarice and yearning. Rhett remained vigilant against any potential ambush. No one intended to ambush them. Everyone was watching the pillar with wide eyes, eagerly anticipating what would happen next. Gradually, colorful lights began to appear within the pillar, resembling a stream of rainbow colors flowing inside. As the colors intensified, they eventually filled the pillar, spinning within it. The Rani stopped, quietly looking towards Abel and others. After a moment, a massive roar erupted from the light pillar, prompting the Rani to swiftly retreat. The ground shook more violently. A colossal head emerged from the pillar, opening its vast mouth and spewing immense flames that swept across the barren mountain. The surrounding area turned into scorched earth instantly. The Ranis of the 5 tyrants and the Darius dodged in time, escaping unharmed. Abel used the Shangtian ring to shield himself from the flames with a golden light. The creature fully emerged from the pillar, stepping onto the barren land. Each step caused tremors and rocks to tumble down. Standing nearly 100 feet tall, it roared to the heavens, radiating unparalleled might. Even an archer as formidable as Briggs could only flee. Witnessing this scene, the Rani laughed heartily from afar. Rhett pointed at Abel and shouted, there, go. The beast glanced at the Rani, then let out a roar, sending a fire dragon towards Abel. The summoned creature is indeed marvelous, Abel sighed. Hoover, it's your turn. A golden light shot towards the fire dragon, and in an instant, the beast, the fire dragon, and the pillar vanished without a trace. Only a golden ring remained, spinning mid-air. Mount Dahuan fell silent once more as if the monster had never been there. The Rani's fingers still pointed at Abel, but his face was frozen with shock. What happened? Staring blankly at the now empty wilderness, he suddenly started coughing violently. The hot wind blew across the barren mountainside, but cold sweat drenched his back. The Rani of the 5 tyrants suddenly realized he had kicked a very hard iron plate. So hard indeed. The Darius also collapsed, pale and speechless. The 5 tyrants returned to the divine mountain town. The Rani stood before everyone, his face ashen, apologizing profusely. I was wrong. Tree Branch was a relatively level spirit beast, far too powerful for even Briggs to handle. But this lord, what do you plan to do with them? Asked Jarrett. Letting them go would be inviting trouble. It's better to keep them here, Abel responded. How's your injury? Just a scratch, replied Jarrett. Keeping them here would still invite trouble. In Divine Mountain Town, who can they harm? Asked Abel. Those 3 bandits are still unconscious. They were poisoned and bloodied by me, Jarrett smiled. Not so easy to recover. Hoover stored the 100-foot monster inside the Shangtian ring. Thus, evil demon Yanni gained another adversary. Churchill Tianli arranged a meticulous punishment plan for Yanni, alternating between 2 Redivonly level beasts to beat him relentlessly. Facing 1 Redivonly level beast left Yanni exhausted. Facing 2 in rotation? When the town informed Yanni of this plan, tears streamed down his cheeks. Are you repenting? Asked the town. I am regretting, said Yanni. Regretting what? Regretting not eliminating all of you earlier, growled Yanni. They were crueler than anyone from Starlight Sect. Starlight Sect merely imprisoned him in the water burial seal, but these people made him fight beasts endlessly. I thought the illustrious Yanni enjoyed fighting. The town mocked. Afraid of fighting now? Entire sacred tree. What? The town appeared in front of Yanni. You know? 1,000 years ago, shortly after creating Ebenu, Yanni sought a place to test its power. It needed strong opponents for fights and treasures worth taking. Rhett chose Xianyun Mountain of the summoning lineage. Yanni, by himself, relied on his formidable strength and the extraordinary assistance of Ebenu to forcefully enter the main headquarters of the summoning lineage. Rhett overpowered all rivals and finally dug up the sect's most precious treasure, the sacred tree, and brought it back. Rhett hid the sacred tree in a secret place, planning to devote himself to researching it for a period of time to create an even more powerful magical artifact. However, before he could accomplish this, the Starzong sect came looking for him. The sacred tree is with you? The golden figure was very surprised after hearing this. That's right. In this world, besides the summoning lineage, I know the summoning sacred tree better than anyone else. Yanni smiled. Tell me, where is it? I have a condition. Letting you go is out of the question. Then let me stay here in peace, said Yanni. Note, Starzong sect should be translated as Star Sect. Also, Ebenu seems out of context here. It would help to have the correct name or context for this term. Rhett hid the sacred tree in a concealed location, planning to devote himself to studying it for some time to craft an even more powerful magical artifact. Chapter 322, Pear Blossom Valley's Alexa. The Dakari once again arrived at the Lord's residence reception room. The last time they came, they were arrogant and self-important. This time, there was no tea or seats offered to them. Abel sat in the main seat, with Amnon, Selma, and others seated on chairs on either side. The Rani of the 5 Tyrants and the Darius stood, while 3 people lay sprawled on the floor. When can we leave? The Rani of the 5 Tyrants asked. Answer a few questions for me, Abel said. Where did you obtain the branch from the sacred tree? The Rani stiffened, gritting his teeth as he replied. It was passed down through our clan, the summoning lineage of Mountain Tiger. The Mountain Tiger lineage? Abel queried. I've heard that the summoning spirit masters are divided into many factions. That's correct, the Rani confirmed. And where does your Mountain Tiger lineage stand among these factions? Abel pressed. In the realm of summoners, the 2 largest are Pear Blossom Valley and Immortal Cloud Mountain. Although our Mountain Tiger lineage cannot compare to Pear Blossom Valley or Immortal Cloud Mountain, our strength is not insignificant. We have over 100 Darwins under our command, the Rani said, still retaining some semblance of confidence. Rhett glanced at Abel, implying that even if the Lord's residence was powerful, it should still take the strength of the Mountain Tiger lineage nourishment to establish themselves in the 9 states continent. Later, they discovered unique spirit beasts through this passage and began experimenting by summoning these beasts for their service. So this is how the summoning art originated? Abel asked. Yes, the Rani confirmed. Without the sacred trees, there wouldn't be the summoning lineage. Even without the sacred tree branch, you can still perform summoning, can't you? Abel pressed. They refined the summoning technique, the Rani replied. Ordinary summoning can indeed be performed using a summoner's spiritual power, but summoning super strong spirit beasts requires the sacred tree branches. Abel understood. It turns out Yanni told Hoover the truth. However, Abel needed to confirm one more thing. Tell me, 1,000 years ago, how did the sacred trees disappear? Abel asked. The sacred trees were stolen by bandits, the Rani replied. Who stole them? Abel asked. The demonly from the east, Yanni, the Rani answered. Everyone's eyes lit up, suddenly animated. Zoltan and Sage wore expressions of delight, which left the Rani puzzled. Did the summoning lineage never attempt to retrieve the sacred tree from the demonly Yanni? Abel asked. Yanni is a formidable figure. Attempting to reclaim the sacred tree with the summoning lineage's own power is a hopeless dream, the Rani responded. Rhett is very strong? Abel inquired. In the past, Yanni single-handedly invaded the headquarters of the summoning lineage at Immortal Cloud Mountain. Rhett almost destroyed the mountain despite being surrounded by over 20 Celestials. Collectively sought the assistance of a Star Sect expert to deal with Yanni. Yanni feared no one except the Star Sect. Rhett fled to multiple hideouts, and it took both the summoning lineage and the expert considerable effort to find him. After capturing him, the expert brought Yanni back to the Star Sect, but the summoning lineage never found the sacred tree. Abel nodded. It was clear that Yanni had indeed stolen the sacred tree and hidden it. Abel pondered for a moment before changing the subject. Is the bottle you have used to store the branch? Yes, the Rani answered. Why use a bottle? The summoning lineage lost the sacred tree, leaving only a few branches, the Rani explained. Without proper storage, the spiritual energy within the branches would quickly dissipate and wouldn't last a millennium. Storage? Abel suddenly recalled a possibility and asked, do you know of a technique to implant a branch of the sacred tree into a human body? Implanting a branch of the sacred tree into a human? The Rani asked. You're referring to the Alexa of Pear Blossom Valley? Pear Blossom Valley's Alexa? The Rani elaborated. Currently, the 2 most powerful factions in the summoning lineage are Immortal Cloud Mountain and Pear Blossom Valley. Immortal Clouds. The Rani of the 5 Tyrants gazed into the distance, as if he hadn't heard the Brecken's words. Rhett was lost in thought, not knowing what to think. Even though I usually don't get along with Briar and Ida, I don't want to see them lying here like this, the Brecken said. Boss, it's good to hurry to Medicine Gaston Valley, but the Mountain Tiger beasts have been on the road for 10 straight days without rest. I'm worried they won't be able to endure it. The Rani of the 5 Tyrants remained silent, his gaze fixed on the horizon. Boss, I understand how you feel. Losing the branch of the holy tree is hard to swallow, the Brecken continued. Boss, we shouldn't slink away like this. We should make them know our power. The Rani still did not respond. Boss, no matter how powerful the Lord's manor is, it's only a single force. If we tell Cheyenne Mountain, Pear Blossom Valley, and the 5 great sects of the 9 provinces about the holy tree, the Brecken watched the Rani's face, hoping for a reaction. They won't have an easy time then. The Rani's brows furrowed even more deeply. Boss, do you think it's not feasible? The Brecken thought for a moment, then added, only chaos at the Lord's manor can quench my thirst for vengeance. That's enough. The Rani finally spoke. The Brecken was taken aback. You mean it's too late? What does that mean? The Brecken didn't understand. A cold wind blew, sending shivers down his spine as he stared blankly at the Rani. We'll go with you. Meanwhile, the other 4 top-tier sects of Amadojo continent, Tianqian sect, Wanchi sect, Zongjin Tomb, and Juehua Peak, received letters. Each letter contained just a few lines that sent their Ranis into shock. The holy tree has reappeared at the ruins of the Starry Sky sect. Along with the letters came detailed treasure maps. However, Abel was completely unaware of this development. Rhett brought Zoltan to the 10,000 Peaks Mountain in Yangzhou. 10,000 Peaks Mountain, surrounded by mountain ranges and dense pine forests, was spring-like year-round, its beauty enchanting. To the southeast, it bordered a vast sea, where towering cliffs rose steeply, resembling swords piercing the sky, hence named Sword Cliffs. During low tide, numerous caves would emerge beneath these cliffs, appearing ordinary. Abel led Zoltan into the 3rd cave on the eastern side. The cave was deep, wet, and slippery, with uneven floors covered in seawater and seashells protruding from the walls, causing goosebumps. Deeper inside, the path became easier to traverse. A long corridor stretched ahead, hundreds of meters long, leading to a colossal stone door, 10 zhang high. Abel tapped the stone door and summoned the mountain stone beast. The beast nodded and made gurgling sounds. The stone door visibly melted into a round opening. The door was thick, over 10 meters deep, and once penetrated, a gentle light radiated through, warm and bright. Abel stared in awe, feeling a surge of excitement. Yanni didn't lie. The holy tree was indeed hidden behind the stone door. It wasn't large, barely taller than Abel's thigh, resembling a luminous glass sculpture. This is the summoning holy tree? Abel breathed deeply, patting the mountain stone beast, which responded with a gurgle. Then, the entire stone door began to melt. Suddenly, Zoltan cried out, "Teacher, I feel unwell." Unwell? Abel turned to Zoltan, alarmed to find him sitting on the ground, emitting a faint white glow, nearly transparent. "What's happening?" Abel exclaimed. "Quickly, seal the entrance." The mountain stone beast immediately sealed the entrance, and Zoltan's glow gradually faded, though his cheeks remained flushed. Abel felt Zoltan's forehead. It was burning hot. "Jorge, how do you feel?" Abel asked anxiously. "It's okay, just a bit dizzy," Zoltan replied weakly. Clearly, Jorge couldn't get too close to the holy tree. The tree must be affecting the branch inside Jorge's body, thus influencing him. Abel sighed, taking out the shang. Abel stared in disbelief. "We've been deceived by Yanni," the Churchill Tion ribbon said angrily. "What?" Abel was greatly alarmed. "We can't take the holy tree away," the Churchill Tion ribbon explained. "After Hoover placed the holy tree inside the Shangtian ring, it started showing cracks." "What? Cracks?" Abel's face drained of color. "Cracks," the Churchill Tion ribbon confirmed. "What about Hoover?" Abel hurriedly asked. "I'm here." The golden ring floated over from a distance, revealing a split along its edge. "The space within the Shangtian ring has suffered severe damage and needs time to be repaired. How about Senior Coulter?" Abel quickly asked. "Wasn't Senior Coulter still in closed meditation within the Shangtian ring?" "I managed to protect him, so he's fine," Hoover replied. "Those two Redovan-level beasts almost escaped, but fortunately, Little Town pushed them back just in time." "The only unexpected turn of events is Yanni," the Churchill Tion ribbon remarked. "Red escaped." Chapter 324. Redoplis? Yanni ran away. Red planned this from the beginning, Abel remarked. Initially, Abel thought he had gained an unexpected advantage, but instead, he found himself being outsmarted by Yanni. Abel inwardly cursed. Ret summoned the mountain rock beast and instructed it to dig a passage straight through to the cave. Even though Yanni had escaped, at the very least, he must secure the holy tree. He wore a bamboo hat and a white robe, holding a fishing rod steadily in his hand. His gaze had been fixed on the lake, but now he turned to look at them, muttering under his breath, "How impolite." The Darius immediately averted his gaze, not daring to look again. Suddenly, the elder threw down his fishing rod, stood up, and shouted, "Julius have arrived, and no one even told me. How rude." His voice thundered like a bell, deafeningly loud. The guide stepped forward immediately, bowing his head without responding. "Come, I'll invite you for tea." The elder leaped onto the shore and strode towards a pavilion nearby. Everyone followed closely behind. On the stone table in the pavilion, teapots had already been prepared. The elder casually picked up some cups, poured several cups of tea, placed them on the table, poured one for himself, and drank it loudly. "Thank you." The five tyrants Ronnie took a cup and drank it in one go. "Bitter tea, but it turns sweet aftertaste, good tea," he commented as he set the cup down. The Darius noticed and mimicked the Ronnie, picking up a cup to drink. Instead of tasting tea, it tasted like vinegar, making his teeth ache and throat tingle, causing discomfort in his stomach. Rhett barely held back the urge to spit it out, swallowing it painfully with a grimace. "Do you enjoy it?" The elder, holding a teacup, refilled the five tyrants Ronnie's cup, then, "Have another cup?" "Thank you." The Ronnie immediately took the cup and finished it without flinching. "Good tea," he declared. "Ha ha ha," clearly drinking vinegar, and still saying it's good tea, the elder laughed heartily. The Ronnie responded calmly, "Tea offered by the Alwyn is naturally good tea." The elder laughed aloud, saying, "You're more patient than he is. No wonder you're the Ronnie of the five tyrants." "Much honored," the Ronnie said humbly. Sitting down in the pavilion, the elder said, "I want to meet the famous five tyrants, yet only two of you are here?" "Alwyn," the guide explained. "The other three are unconscious, staying in guest rooms." "So, it seems the five tyrants are now just two?" the elder asked. The Ronnie's expression grew troubled. "To the Alwyn, my three brothers were injured in Yuzhou. Related to the holy tree?" the elder asked directly. "Yes," the Ronnie replied. "What happened exactly?" the elder probed further. The Ronnie recounted the entire sequence of events. "So, the holy tree might indeed appear in Yuzhou?" The elder frowned. "According to what you say, there's a Redovan-level expert in the Lord's Manor of Divine Mountain Town?" "Perhaps," the Ronnie answered. "Perhaps? There is indeed a Redovan-level expert in the manor, but we haven't seen the holy tree," the Ronnie clarified. "We can't be certain, Ember. We aren't allies." "I understand." The Ronnie clenched his teeth, agreeing. "All right, you may leave now," the elder concluded. "Smart people know what to do, and you've even drunk my tea. Please rest assured, Alwyn," the Ronnie solemnly promised. The two returned to their guest room. Hardly had they entered when Yinha sect dispatched someone to check on Clinton and Aida's injuries. They examined carefully for a while, shaking their heads in disappointment. "We cannot treat this condition. Perhaps only the Alwyn has a solution," they said finally. The Ronnie nodded, escorting the visitors out. That night, the Ronnie and the Darius shared a guest room. The surroundings were empty. The Darius peered cautiously at the door, ensuring no one was outside, then signaled to the Ronnie. "Don't bother," the Ronnie sighed. "Even if no one is outside, we can't leave." The Darius stared wide-eyed, incredulous. "Do you remember those cups of vinegar we drank?" the Ronnie asked. Without the antidote, wouldn't we die on the way? What? The Darius looked horrified. It was actually poison. But didn't the Alwyn drink it too? The Darius asked. Rhett can handle it, but we can't, the Rani said. Sleep now. No one will trouble us tonight, so we can rest peacefully. Abel had the mountain rock beast dig a downward passage, leading straight to the cave. Rhett left Zoltan and Kirkjean to guard the entrance. While he does that do? Abel narrowed his eyes as he looked at the tiny holy tree, no taller than his leg, and the flickering shadow of Yanni within it. Rhett was unsure how Yanni managed to hide inside the tree or how to extract her. Seeing Abel deep in thought, Yanni burst into laughter. Little child, this holy tree is a gateway to another realm, allowing me to absorb boundless spiritual energy. If I stay here for half a month, I can restore myself to my peak condition. You'll be kneeling and confessing soon enough. Ha ha ha. At her peak, Yanni had the power to single-handedly destroy the summoner lineage's most powerful boss. Abel felt a chill. Rhett couldn't tell if Yanni was bluffing. Do you think I'll give you a chance to recover? Adria sneered. If you don't, what can you do? Yanni countered. You can't enter the holy tree, nor can you force me out. What options do you have? I can destroy it, Adria coldly responded, tightening the grip on the red silk, which began to wrap around the holy tree more tightly. As expected, Yanni laughed. Too bad you don't know how sturdy this holy tree is. Even at my peak, I couldn't damage it at all. It's harder than 10,000 bones. Ha ha ha. Adria gripped the silk tighter, causing the red glow to illuminate the entire cave. A sharp spiritual wind swirled around the holy tree, and with a loud hiss, Zoltan gulped. Aunt Adria has quite the temper. Red had never seen the Churchill Tion silk unleash its full fury. Yeah, let's not provoke her again, Abel said, his voice trembling slightly. The surrounding cliffs had turned to dust, leaving only a sea of smoke and sand. But amidst the haze, a strip of bright red silk remained visible. As the dust settled, Abel cautiously approached on the Huntwind Eagle. Upon closer inspection, he was stunned, unable to believe his eyes. The Churchill Tion silk stood there, exhausted. In front of her, the crystal-clear artifact-like holy tree remained perfectly intact, without even a scratch. And Yanni, still hiding inside the holy tree, lazily stretched her arms. Was it truly impossible to deal with her? Hashtag chapter 325. Such great prospects. Abel rode the hunting wind eagle, circling endlessly in the sky. Confused, Zoltan asked, Teacher, what happened? Why is Mel so enraged? And why is there a strange shadow on that holy tree? Abel recounted the entire sequence of events to Zoltan. Frowning, he continued, If what he says is true, we can't expel him now, nor can we overpower him. What will happen once he recovers his strength? The Rani of the Five Tyrants had mentioned that Yanni almost obliterated the summoning lineage single-handedly. Zoltan suggested, Teacher, since Yanni emerged from a seal before, why a vicious look? Smart boy, you really are clever. But it would take at least 10 days to reach Desolation Mountain. By then, I'll have recovered significantly. How could you still handle me? Continuing, Yanni said, I didn't notice until just now. The holy tree branch inside your body. Unfortunately, you're weak, and giving you some spirit energy would be unbearable for you. As soon as he finished speaking, Zoltan let out a pained cry and fell off the hunting wind eagle with a thud. Jorge. Abel turned pale and immediately flew the eagle far away. Yanni, wait for me. Abel shouted furiously. Flying several miles away, they stopped at a rocky wall where Zoltan slowly regained consciousness after a while. How are you? Abel asked. Rubbing his head, Zoltan replied. It feels like someone hit me on the head. I'm dizzy. Abel was furious. Yanni can see the tree branch inside your body, which means he likely has some control over the holy tree. A small snake coiled around Zoltan's neck, hissing. Zoltan petted the snake, comforting it. I'm fine. Don't worry. As night fell, Abel said, rest here tonight. I'll take care of the rest. Finding a sheltered spot, he started a bonfire. After Zoltan fell asleep, Abel climbed to a high point and gazed down toward the holy tree. Under the moonlight, the sea shimmered, and Churchill Tinley remained motionless, facing off against Yanni. Unnoticed, a small emerald snake slid off Zoltan's neck and crawled towards the holy tree. With tiny white fangs bared, it hissed at the shadow within the tree. Despite its threatening posture, anyone would find it adorable rather than menacing. What brings you here, little one? Mel asked curiously. She knew Jorge had a peculiar snake that could understand human speech and stayed close to him. The snake nodded at Mel and resumed hissing at Yanni. So, it seems you have allies. Yanni laughed mockingly. My estimation of your manner must be wrong. You bring a child and a slimy green worm outside. Turning to the snake, he smirked, discontent with my presence too? Seeing Yanni's arrogance, the snake lunged at him, mouth wide open. Threatening me? How amusing, Yanni chuckled. Your manner sends a worm to threaten me. Truly daring. Mel looked at the snake. Go back to your master. This isn't your concern. Honest? Seemingly recalling something, the snake circled back and glared fiercely at Yanni, but seeing no reaction, leapt onto the holy tree, taking a bite. Yanni ignored it. Crack. Clearly, teeth breaking. The holy tree was incomprehensible. How could such a tiny creature harm it? The snake fell from the tree. Churchill Tinley was stunned. Did the snake actually bite off something? Examining the tree, it did seem like a piece was missing. Stunned again, Yanni's face turned pale as he saw the snake swallowing the fragment. Leaping back, the snake took another bite. This time, a piece was indeed bitten off. Yanni's mind blanked out. The holy tree, bitten off? Impossible. Yanni's red eyes widened in shock. The snake faced him again, hissed, and sprang forward, biting with full force. Crack. Yanni heard the sound clearly. It wasn't the sound of breaking teeth. A translucent, delicate piece entered the snake's mouth. Yanni went mad. Staring at the snake, he trembled uncontrollably. How could this happen? Could a snake damage a divine artifact? What sort of monster was this? Mel smiled. Yanni, will you come out or not? Yanni remained frozen, staring at the snake. Was this fate? The snake climbed the holy tree, starting to eat from the branches. Yanni's screams carried far, waking Abel and Zoltan. What's that noise? Zoltan asked. It sounds like it's coming from the holy tree. Abel was startled. Let's go check. Riding the hunting wind eagle, they flew over quickly. Yanni had vanished, swallowed by the snake. Churchill Tianli, bands of green radiance flashed across its surface, flowing like a river. Abel suddenly felt hopeful. Could this transformation mean it was evolving? What would the little snake evolve into? Could it become a legendary dragon? Rhett clenched his fists tightly, excitement coursing through him. After what seemed like an eternity, the giant snake shook its entire body, opened its mouth wide, and emitted a roar similar to an elephant. Then, its size started shrinking visibly. This process took about an hour, and Abel watched intently the entire time. Finally, when it shrank to about the length of Zoltan's forearm, the transformation stopped, and the glow faded. Yet, apart from being slightly smaller, it didn't seem any different. The little snake wriggled on the ground, then swam back onto Zoltan's neck, hanging there limply. It acted as if nothing had happened. Abel ran over and carefully examined the little snake, checking for horns or other changes. Wait, it just got smaller? Why didn't it turn into a dragon? Wasn't it supposed to become a dragon? Clearly displeased, Abel thought. They had stood there for a full hour under the sun, just to watch the giant snake slowly shrink, and now it had shrunk to cuddle on Zoltan's neck again? You really have come a long way. This translation aims to maintain the original tone, style, and structure of the Chinese text, providing a natural and fluent English version. It ensures the storyline and logic are coherent with previous content while preserving paragraph structure and line breaks as in the original text. Hashtag chapter 326, Divination. Pingkong Mountain in Bingzhou stood tall, its peak piercing through the clouds, difficult for even birds to navigate. On the backside of Pingkong Mountain stood a modest-sized sect. Though this sect had few members and occupied limited land, it was one of the 5 top-tier sects on the 9 provinces continent. It was known as Tianqian sect. In the main hall of Tianqian sect stood a divination device called the Tianqian instrument, said to be the legacy treasure of the sect. At this moment, the Tianqian instrument was performing a calculation. The golden disc on it emitted a glow, with the needle spinning incessantly. At its center, a transparent orb flowed with colorful smoke, formless and shapeless. 2 elders stood by the Tianqian instrument, staring intently. Finally, the needle stopped. The elder in the blue robe revealed a pleased smile. According to this divination, the holy tree is still in the southeast, he said. Still in the southeast? The Remington frowned. So, the holy tree isn't in Yuzhou? The Kyler nodded and smiled. That's correct. Who set up this? I helped you predict that the holy tree was in the southeast, and it still is there. Rushing into things only leads to more mistakes. Then, the Remington pondered. Can you divinate again about Xianyun Mountain's destiny? Divinations weaken with repetition, warned the Kyler. But go ahead, insisted the Remington. If what you say is true, Xianyun Mountain's destiny is like a flash of brilliance. Even if it thins out, it wouldn't matter. I've been waiting for 10 years. The Kyler looked at the Remington for a moment. The Remington added, this time, give me a detailed reading. Predict where Xianyun Mountain's path lies. One last time, the Kyler frowned. Yes, the Remington gritted his teeth. The Kyler nodded and placed his palm on the Tianqian instrument. Pale yellow spiritual power emanated from his hand, enveloping the instrument. The golden disc seemed to respond, emitting a soft golden glow as the needle slowly began to spin. In the center of the disc, a transparent crystal ball generated colorful smoke, flowing like water continuously. The Kyler closed his eyes and began chanting softly, his hands moving rhythmically over the Tianqian instrument. After a while, his hands hovered above it, continuously channeling spiritual power. The Remington watched intently, swallowing nervously, his body trembling slightly, eyes fixed on the instrument. The needle spun rapidly. The Kyler withdrew his hand and focused intently on the golden disc, waiting for the result. The needle stopped in the northeast direction, and within the transparent crystal ball, the colorful smoke formed a barren image. The Huan Mountain. Yuzhou, the Remington exclaimed, realizing instantly, even this layman could immediately grasp the meaning of the divination. Was Xianyun Mountain's path leading to Dahuan Mountain in the northeast of Yuzhou? But wasn't the holy tree supposed to be in the south? The Remington asked, puzzled. The holy tree is indeed in the south, but Xianyun Mountain's future lies in Yuzhou, the Kyler explained with a smile. Why is that? The Remington was surprised. Shouldn't Xianyun Mountain's fate be closely tied to the holy tree? How should I know? The Kyler chuckled awkwardly. Did the divination go wrong? The Remington asked. No way, the Kyler firmly shook his head. I'm not doubting you, the Remington said. It's just, this prediction is too strange. This is the Tianqian instrument, our sect's heirloom. It cannot be wrong, the Kyler emphasized seriously. So, it seems I must visit Yuzhou, the Remington pondered. But according to the divination, the holy tree is not in Yuzhou. So why am I going there? The Remington looked back at the Kyler. These questions aren't answered by the divination, and I can't provide an answer, the Kyler shrugged. Can you redivinate more carefully for me? The Remington stared at the Kyler. Please, one more careful divination, the Remington insisted. That was the last time, the Kyler refused. No, this is the last time, the Remington argued. No. Don't think of leaving unless you calculate again, the Remington grabbed the Kyler's robe playfully. Be mindful of appearances. You are the master of Xianyun Mountain, the Kyler flicked his sleeves. I don't care, the Remington yelled. I've waited 10 years. If I don't get clarity now, how can I leave? Each use of the Tianqian instrument cost me a lot of energy, the Kyler explained. Then I'll wait until you recover, the Remington tugged at the Kyler's robe. Fine, what do you want to divinate? The Kyler chuckled and asked. For this trip to Yuzhou, what should Xianyun Mountain do? The Remington replied. In that case, I won't use the Tianqian instrument, the Kyler said. Let me use the stone crystal bead. Is this stone crystal bead accurate enough? The Remington questioned. The Kyler retrieved a redwood box and took out a crystal bead. The Tianqian instrument uses divine power, while the stone crystal bead uses my cultivation over several decades. Then, I know what you're thinking, the Kyler said. While using the Tianqian instrument gives fewer hints, using the stone crystal bead can reveal more information. The blood alliance? The Kyler frowned. The Qingyu Hall in Qingzhou has a new hall master, the Darwin explained. Rets from the Chun family of Donglu town, named Nigel. From the Qin family? The Kyler echoed. Honest, is something wrong? The Darwin asked anxiously. While I was performing a major divination for the Dominic of Xianyun Mountain, I saw a shadow of Orlando, the Kyler said. Rhett also uses major divination techniques? The Darwin exclaimed. Oh, I hope he's all right, the Kyler muttered. Inside a secret chamber at the Qingyu Hall in Qingzhou, Orlando sat opposite Nigel. On the table in front of Orlando was a crystal ball, glowing faintly as Orlando studied it intently while writing notes on a piece of paper. Suddenly, the crystal ball flickered wildly, displaying an image of 9 planets aligned in a row. Then, the image shifted to show the shadow of a Kyler. Trouble. Orlando's expression changed abruptly. Rhett tried to stop the divination, but it was too late. A wave of internal turmoil surged through him, and a mouthful of blood spewed out. What happened? Nigel quickly supported Orlando, shocked and covered in blood, eyes wide with disbelief. Orlando collapsed into Nigel's arms, pale and unable to speak for a moment. Nigel immediately channeled his spiritual power into Orlando's body to soothe the disrupted energy. After a while, Orlando finally recovered. Why did you suddenly suffer such severe injuries? Nigel frowned. Backlash, Orlando answered painfully. Someone else was performing a similar divination. A similar divination? Nigel asked. The more powerful the divination technique, the more likely this happens, Orlando explained. If 2 places perform a major divination on closely related matters simultaneously, backlash occurs. Nigel was startled by this revelation. Chapter 327. Each with their own thoughts. The Yinha sect received 3 guests, led by a Marissa dressed in a sword costume and draped in a pink long gauze. The Marissa led the other 2 to sit down. She sipped tea while waiting for the sect Rani of the Yinha sect. Soon, a gust of wind blew through the hall. In its wake, a fleeting shadow landed before everyone. Upon focusing their eyes, they saw an elderly man with white hair, holding a fishing rod in his hand. Everyone's eyes lit up as they all stood up and bowed, saying a lair. Hampton, I've come here because I have something to ask you, the leading Marissa said straightforwardly. Mira, I've been waiting for you here. The Yinha sect Rani threw the fishing rod onto the hall and turned to sit in the main seat. You knew I would come? She was somewhat surprised. I've also received news about the holy tree. The Yinha sect Rani sighed. Acknowledging experience indeed makes one sharper. The Rani laughed and said, it's always better to be prepared. Being cautious does no harm. Yes, the Marissa agreed. The other 2 then asked, Venerable Alair, may we inquire about the strength of Elder Rhett who will accompany us? Middle tier celestial rank, the Yinha sect Rani replied. Rettering this, Mira frowned and asked, Hampton, why not send an elder of upper tier celestial rank with me? Actually, if there were nothing urgent recently, I should have gone myself, the Yinha sect Rani said. But today, there's another matter that needs attention. Another matter? The Marissa was about to ask, but suddenly paused as if remembering something. Her pupils dilated and she excitedly exclaimed, Hampton, could it be? You know very well, the Yinha sect Rani interrupted her. There's no need to say it aloud. This time, securing the holy tree will benefit our Yinha sect greatly. I'm determined to succeed, the Marissa stated confidently. Very good, the Yinha sect Rani commented and then asked, has the Ephraim of Pear Blossom Valley set off yet? The Ephraim is already en route to Yuzhou with a group, the Marissa replied. Tell him that if he encounters any difficulties, he can turn to our Yinha sect, the Rani responded. This sentence ensured special treatment for her within the Yinha sect. With her father being the Rani of one of the top 5 supreme sects, she was naturally a favored daughter. Moonlight Peak, one of the 5 supreme sects on the 9 provinces continent. Atop the peak, under the silvery moonlight amidst pine whispers and rustling night breezes, stood 2 figures outside the main hall. The snow-white robed Dovey of Moonlight Peak and the lavishly dressed Honest of Moonlight Peak. Before dawn breaks, everything is still. The snow-white robed Dovey observed the thick night sky and finally sighed. Storms are unpredictable, the Honest of Moonlight Peak remarked. Even we merely drift between rise and fall in this vast ocean. Turning around, the Dovey seriously looked at the master, then laughed. When did you become so modest? I've always been this modest, the Honest responded earnestly. Is that so? The Dovey glanced at the master and asked, a breeze is picking up, Honest. Don't you want to go inside? Sometimes, a breeze feels refreshing, the Honest replied. What if a wave comes crashing? The Dovey questioned. If I can see the surfer clearly, getting wet doesn't matter, the Honest replied. That will be troublesome, the Dovey countered. Not troublesome at all, the Honest shook his head. It's not you going, the Dovey noted. So it's not troublesome, the Honest added. Don't you enjoy watching events unfold? Why do you suddenly find it troublesome? This type of excitement doesn't appeal to me, the Dovey answered. This concerns our Moonlight Peak's interests, the Honest stressed. You can go alone, the Dovey suggested. I must stay to safeguard Moonlight Peak. How can I leave easily? The Honest reasoned. Can I not go then? The Dovey asked. No, the Honest firmly replied. After some contemplation, the Dovey asked, we're not just watching waves crash on the shore but diving deep to collect pearls, right? Besides Fairy Cloud Mountain and Pear Blossom Valley, Yinha sect and Tianqian sect will also be involved. If they gain the benefits, our Moonlight Peak will suffer losses, the Honest explained. The Dovey scratched his head. The daughter of the Yinha sect Rani is the Alia of Pear Blossom Valley, so it makes sense for them to help. But what does this have to do with the Tianqian sect? Where fortune flows, the Tianqian sect follows, the honest replied. 10 years ago, the Tianxian sect predicted great fortune in Fairy Cloud Mountain. But over the decades, Fairy Cloud Mountain remained unremarkable. So, its fortune must still exist and hasn't fully revealed itself. So complicated? The Dovey waved his hand. Never mind, I'll check it out. Stop standing here persuading me, it's windy. Leaving it to you then. The honest smiled contentedly, turned into the main hall, muttering, it is indeed windy. I wonder why the founding ancestor built the main hall here. Among the 5 supreme sects, the Tomb of Buried Swords is nestled in a canyon surrounded by mountains in Ijo. Thousands of broken swords jutted out around the canyon, reflecting cold glints of light. This place, a tomb of swords, radiates sharpness and sorrow, with nothing growing nearby. In the center of the canyon stood a high platform, upon which a grand hall was erected. Inside the hall, another platform held a massive sword. The part of the giant sword visible above ground sword more than 30 meters, nearly covered by the tall main hall's roof which barely concealed its handle. No one could stand within 10 meters of the giant sword except one person. Currently, he sat cross-legged beside the sword, motionless like a statue. The main hall's door opened slightly, and someone slipped in quietly. Standing at the entrance, he whispered, honest. Someone delivered a letter containing information about the holy tree. Despite the distance from the entrance to the platform, the master had undoubtedly heard him. The man waited a moment. Seeing no response, he planned to retreat. Suddenly, the master's eyes snapped open, piercing and dazzling. Oh, the master responded softly, yet distinctly audible to the messenger. The man hesitated, then asked gently, honest, the letter mentions the holy tree is at the ruins of the Star sect. Very well, the master said calmly, closing his eyes again. You may go. The man respectfully bowed and silently retreated. Closing the main hall door, the hall returned to its silent tranquility. Chapter 328, The Town. Abel rode the hunting wind eagle back to God Mountain Town, which was now bustling with activity. 300 Darwins from Pear Blossom Valley and 500 from Immortal Cloud Mountain had gathered there, filling up every inn in town. Fortunately, God Mountain Town had been expanding continuously, barely accommodating these visitors. With not enough hands, they hired locals as servants, making everyone quite busy. Stalls for breakfast were set up on the streets of God Mountain Town. The appearance is bad, and so is the taste, a Darwin from Pear Blossom Valley complained while sitting at a breakfast stall. In such a remote place, where would you find good food? Another Darwin from Pear Blossom Valley said. Stop being picky. But the dumplings here are twice as expensive as outside, the first Darwin protested. Listen to this young man, the stall helper interjected with a smile. All our ingredients come from outside. Rhett pointed south to the mountain range. The concealing Cloud Mountain range towers into the clouds. Why do you have to import everything? Don't you grow meat noodles here? The Pear Blossom Valley Darwin asked in confusion. The helper laughed awkwardly. This border area has year-round droughts. Even grains don't ripen. Where would we get meat noodles? I see that the weather here is favorable, the Darwin remarked. I saw crops in the fields when I entered town. It looks like a good harvest here. I'm not lying, the helper smiled. God Mountain Town only improved recently. In the past, we couldn't even afford meals, let alone street stalls. Oh, the Darwin perked up. Has there been a monumental change in the last year? The helper nodded vigorously. More than monumental. It's a complete transformation. The Darwin thought for a moment and whispered. Has there been any celestial phenomenon here? Yes, the helper replied earnestly. If it weren't for the celestial phenomenon, we wouldn't have dreamed of such prosperity. The Darwin exchanged a surprised glance with his companion, nodding secretly. Whenever treasures appear, celestial phenomena always follow. This might be related to the sacred tree. Did God Mountain Town become prosperous just in the last year? The Darwin whispered. Do you know why? The helper winked. Of course. It's all thanks to our Lord. Our Lord? Our Lord has the power to control the heavens, the helper explained. Rhett controls the rain and ensures crop yields. Since he came, life has improved. I believe no one is more powerful than him. Oh. The Darwin felt slightly disappointed, having expected the changes to be due to a treasure's emergence rather than human effort. Controlling weather might seem impressive to townsfolk, but it wasn't astonishing to the Darwins. Seeing their lack of enthusiasm, the helper felt boo-foo and continued. Have you seen the giant river outside town? Our Lord summoned it overnight using celestial powers. Have you ever heard of such a feat? Asterisk note, boo-foo is a Chinese term that doesn't directly translate well into English in this context. It's better to interpret it as felt buganshin, unsatisfied, or simply rephrase for fluency. Asterisk, revised. Seeing their lack of interest, the helper felt unsatisfied and continued. Have you seen the giant river outside town? Our Lord summoned it overnight using divine powers. Have you ever heard of such a feat? Summoned? The Darwin raised an eyebrow. How did he do it? I've never heard of such magic. Another Darwin stroked his chin, intrigued. This is getting interesting. As the Pear Blossom Valley Darwin was about to ask more, the helper got busy serving others, including some from Immortal Cloud Mountain. At the neighboring table, an Immortal Cloud Mountain Darwin asked the helper, is there a legend about treasures in God Mountain Town? Immediately, the Pear Blossom Valley Darwin scoffed. How naive could Immortal Cloud Mountain people be, asking about treasures so openly? The helper gleefully replied, yes, there are many treasures buried in the great wasteland mountain outside town. How so? The Pear Blossom Valley Darwin asked, quickly joining in. The legend started a few months ago, the helper smiled. A group of adventurers from Qingzhou came with treasure maps to find treasures hidden deep within the great wasteland mountain. A few months ago? The Darwin gasped in surprise. The Immortal Cloud Mountain Darwins also exchanged astonished looks. What happened next? They pressed. It said someone found a treasure, the helper chuckled. It was big news among Qingzhou adventurers. Who found what treasure? The Pear Blossom Valley Darwin hurriedly asked. Ah, what was it called? The helper tapped his head. Oh yes, 10,000 bones. It said the finder was related to the Lord. Related to the Lord? They exclaimed. Does this involve the Lord? Exactly, the helper grinned. Our Lord has incredible powers, ensuring treasures go to his own kin. Makes sense, right? They were stunned, speechless. The pair Blossom Valley Darwin rushed back to the inn to inform the Valley Master. They hadn't paid attention to Yojo's events, missing out on developments over the past few months. Back at the inn, 3 people stood outside the Valley Master's room. A Montague was talking to a guard. Please inform Honest Abel from God Mountain Town seeking an audience with Pear Blossom Valley's Ronnie, the Montague said. The guard scrutinized Abel. Lord of God Mountain Town? Abel nodded. Yes. The guard laughed, then bluntly replied, not received. Abel froze. The Valley Master does not meet local lords, the guard explained. After traveling all these cities, how exhausting would it be to meet every request? Even city governors aren't met. Please leave. Abel hesitated. But I need to see the Valley Master. Adelaides have important identities. Meeting every local lord would be exhausting. Go back. Just then, 2 immortal Cloud Mountain Darwins approached. They wore red Jaden outfits with high hair buns and long swords. One introduced himself. Jonah from Immortal Cloud Mountain. We need to speak with you, Finn. Abel blinked. Sure. Rhett glanced at the Pear Blossom Valley guard, who remained unmoved, before sighing and following the Immortal Cloud Mountain Darwins. Pear Blossom Valley gave me the cold shoulder, but Immortal Cloud Mountain wants to talk. Follow us, the Immortal Cloud Mountain Darwin invited. As Abel walked, 2 Pear Blossom Valley Darwins returned from breakfast and blocked their path. One moment, this lord is our guest. You can't take him, they insisted. The 2 Immortal Cloud Mountain Darwins immediately frowned. Your guest. We clearly saw you blocking him at the door of Pear Blossom Valley. The Pear Blossom Valley Darwin laughed. You said it yourself, at the door of our Pear Blossom Valley. If he wasn't my guest, how could I block him at the door? But now, he is our guest, the Immortal Cloud Mountain Darwin retorted. You should wait until we've finished with him, the Pear Blossom Valley Darwin replied. The Immortal Cloud Mountain Darwin raised an eyebrow. Our Immortal Cloud Mountain guests don't need your hospitality. Ignoring the Immortal Cloud Mountain Darwin, the Pear Blossom Valley Darwin turned to Abel. Lord, do you wish to see our Valley Master? Abel nodded. All right, follow me then, the Pear Blossom Valley Darwin said. Abel nodded again. They walked past the Immortal Cloud Mountain Darwins. Abel glanced apologetically at them and said, sorry. The Immortal Cloud Mountain Darwins were taken aback, but then smiled. It's fine. Inviting you here was indeed impolite. We will certainly invite you specifically another day. Abel followed the Pear Blossom Valley Darwin into a room and closed the door. The Pear Blossom Valley Darwin invited Abel and his companions to sit down, then asked directly, Lord, do you know about the treasure in God Mountain Town? Abel nodded. The Darwin immediately smiled. Please tell us more. Abel felt puzzled. I came to see the Valley Master. The Darwin laughed. I can pass on your request to see the Valley Master, but whether or not he sees you is up to him. However, before that, you need to answer a few questions. This was too much formality for Abel. Rhett scratched his head in thought. But who could he blame for insisting on seeing the Valley Master? Abel sighed and said, all right, go ahead. When did Qingzhou adventurers come rushing to God Mountain Town for the treasure outside the Great Wasteland Mountain? The Darwin asked. Is this true? Abel paused, then laughed. Indeed, it's widely known. Any townsfolk can confirm it. The Darwin pressed on. What treasure was it, and who took it? Abel considered for a moment. The treasure was called 10,000 bones, taken by a young adventurer. Is it true that this young adventurer is related to you? The Darwin asked, eyes gleaming. Abel hesitated, then nodded reluctantly. Yes, you already seem to know. There was no point in hiding it. The 2 Darwins clenched their fists tightly in excitement. So, someone who knew the Great Wasteland like the back of their hand was right in front of them? This was like having a living map. The Darwin asked nervously. And about summoning the sacred tree? Do you know everything about it? Abel nodded. No one knows it better than I do. The Darwin's eyes widened, and he laughed excitedly. High-jumping frogs, 8-legged spiders, and a myriad of other creatures. Summoners can summon and control spirit beasts based on their strength level and fortuitous encounters. A Darwin of Pear Blossom Valley said proudly, brimming with superiority. Abel smiled and responded, I understand. Then, amidst everyone's astonished gazes, he soared into the sky riding a hunter-wind eagle. Not one of the Pear Blossom Valley group had a flying spirit beast, nor did any of their mounts come close to matching the speed of the hunter-wind eagle. The Pear Blossom Valley Darwins could only look up at Abel enviously, gritting their teeth as they urged their spirit beasts to dash forward desperately. In just 7 days, they arrived at the treasure site. Upon arrival, they found hundreds of people gathered around the entrance. What happened? Everyone was puzzled as they approached. A group emerged from the entrance marked on the treasure map. They looked disheveled, covered in mud, and were surrounded by people from Immortal Cloud Mountain and Pear Blossom Valley. Down there is a maze, explained Berkeley, who led the group, looking distressed. Red appeared much like a young adventurer who had just started venturing into the world. With a sorrowful expression, he added, the underground maze has no end. I spent an entire month crawling through it, but found nothing. Absolutely nothing, someone questioned, clearly not believing him. Berkeley struggled to explain. There are indeed hidden chambers and secret passages inside, but the passages connect intricately, forming a complex loop that's impossible to finish exploring. Her gaze to the remaining members of the Dakari, a Darius and their Ronnie. Upon receiving her look, the Ronnie squeezed out of the crowd and approached Berkeley, saying, Brother Lou, long time no see. Seeing these two, Berkeley's mind buzzed, and he jumped up, shouting at the crowd, Everyone! These are the Dakari, infamous evildoers. Today, both Pear Blossom Valley and Immortal Cloud Mountain are here. Don't let them escape to wreak havoc again. This declaration sent a shiver down the Ronnie's spine. After waiting for a response from Immortal Cloud Mountain, he calmed slightly when no one spoke up. Rhett stepped forward and menacingly demanded, Brother Lou, we also plan to enter the maze. Guide us. No way. Berkeley kept retreating, his voice sharp. Haha, we're not as polite as Pear Blossom Valley. The Rani grabbed Berkeley's collar, revealing a vicious look. You wrote the letter asking us to come here. And you leaked our whereabouts too. You hate us that much? Berkeley shook his head vigorously, struggling helplessly. Facing the Rani, Berkeley felt utterly powerless, like a child. Pear Blossom Valley Honest interjected. 5 tyrants, threatening someone in front of me. Do you think Pear Blossom Valley doesn't exist? The Rani shuddered and released Berkeley, slowly backing away but still eyeing him menacingly. The Honest laughed heartily. Little brother, don't worry. If you guide us, I'll ensure your safety. How about that? Berkeley was shocked. The 5 tyrants appeared, yet neither of the 2 major schools spoke up to punish the villains. Was this normal? The only one willing to protect him, Pear Blossom Valley, was coercing him to lead the way. Was this normal? Reluctantly, he bit his lip and entered the underground maze, followed closely by the group from Pear Blossom Valley. The Honest turned to the sect Rani of Immortal Cloud Mountain. I heard the master of Redhaven Chosen sect predicted great fortune for Immortal Cloud Mountain. Praise, replied the Rani of Immortal Cloud Mountain with a wave of his sleeve. May you find the treasure soon, Honest. Humph, snorted the Honest, walking towards the entrance. Rhett wondered when Immortal Cloud Mountain became so compliant. Shouldn't they compete for this treasure map? Sect Rani, an elder from Immortal Cloud Mountain suggested. We could also protect Berkeley and use him. Redhaven Chosen sect's master said the sacred tree is not in Yuzhou. The Rani interrupted. We came to follow the divination, not truly to seek treasure. Are you being too superstitious? The elder hesitated. The Rani glared at him. Enough. We must not doubt Tianxian sect again. Otherwise, Immortal Cloud Mountain will have no hope. For years, Immortal Cloud Mountain had wandered aimlessly like flies, especially after Pear Blossom Valley rose swiftly. Only a few words from Redhaven Chosen sect gave them some comfort. Doubting even the divination. What else could he do? Encounter treasure. Yield. Encounter snakes. Submit. The Rani mused over the prophecy. This meant yielding courteously upon encountering treasures. Standing at the treasure's entrance while letting Pear Blossom Valley go first was following the prophecy. It made sense. The Rani nodded to himself. Chapter 330. Conversation. The master of Pear Blossom Valley had entered the underground maze. When Abel met him again, it was already the afternoon of the next day. As the Darwin introduced Abel to the Valley Master, a serious expression appeared on the latter's face. You are the Lord of Divine Mountain Town? The Valley Master said with disbelief. A young lad? Abel replied politely with a smile. Thank you for the compliment. The Valley Master sized up Abel from head to toe and remarked, I heard about the emergence of the 10,000 bones in the wild, desolate mountains. Since it has nothing to do with our Pear Blossom Valley, I did not pay much attention. Never expected that such an accomplished young lord is related to this matter. Abel responded modestly, it's merely coincidental that my territory is here. The 10,000 bones don't have much connection with me either. Doesn't have much connection? The Valley Master smiled slightly. I heard from my Darwin that the final person who obtained the 10,000 bones is your relative? Abel forced a laugh. It's all a coincidence. Coincidence? The Valley Master asked. Has living here long enough given you any coincidental knowledge about the sacred tree? Abel replied with a laugh. I know just a little bit. The Valley Master's eyes lit up. Young brother is indeed straightforward. Could you share some of this information with me? Abel said, but I came here today to ask you for something else. Speak. The Valley Master replied straightforwardly. I want someone from you, Valley Master, Abel said. A person? Is this person from Pear Blossom Valley? The Valley Master asked. Yes, she is from Pear Blossom Valley, Abel explained. She is the wife of the city lord of Green Prefecture Book City. The Valley Master stared at Abel in surprise for a moment. After a long while, he said, there are so many people in our Pear Blossom Valley. Why specifically her? She is my Darwin's mother, Abel stated. The Valley Master frowned, showing signs of anger. This person cannot be easily handed over to you. That's why I came to discuss it with you, Abel replied. The Valley Master coldly snorted. Do you know who she is? She is the Holy Maiden of Pear Blossom Valley, Abel replied. Humph. The Valley Master sneered. I've heard that the 5 Holy Maidens of Pear Blossom Valley have all arrived, Abel continued. Unfortunately, I can't identify them among the 300 Darwins. The Valley Master said, she is no longer a Holy Maiden of Pear Blossom Valley. Oh, Abel responded. She is now a sinner of Pear Blossom Valley, the Valley Master added. Abel was taken aback. A sinner? I thought the Holy Maiden has a high status in Pear Blossom Valley. How? The Valley Master replied, Fridas cannot marry privately without the consent of Pear Blossom Valley. Abel frowned. Is she condemned because of that? Sage asked suddenly. Not only that, she also lost Pear Blossom Valley's greatest treasure, the Valley Master added. Pear Blossom Valley's treasure? Zoltan hastily asked. Could it be the branch used to summon the sacred tree? The Valley Master was surprised. You know about this? The Valley Master seemed caught off guard, then continued. Since you know about the branch to summon the sacred tree, you should understand its importance to us. A sinner like her, we won't hand over easily. So, what do you want? Zoltan cried anxiously. The Valley Master looked at Zoltan, somewhat surprised. Could this kid be her child? Abel patted Zoltan's head, consoling him. It's okay. Let me handle it. Zoltan clenched his fists tightly, trembling. Abel turned to the Valley Master. I have something here. Please take a look. Rhett rummaged through his bag and pulled out a bottle. Consider this favor. Just a bottle? The Valley Master was puzzled. Rhett examined the bottle and exclaimed in shock. This is the branch of the sacred tree, Abel preemptively answered. This bottle, containing the branch to summon the sacred tree, was obtained from the Dakari. The Valley Master's expression turned solemn, his voice hoarse as he asked, how did you get it? It's not necessary for you to know in detail, Abel laughed. If you agree to my request, this small bottle will belong to you. Intriguing, the Valley Master paused, then chuckled. I didn't expect you to possess a fragment of the sacred tree branch. Do you agree? Abel asked. The Valley Master smiled. Though the sacred tree branch is a great treasure, what I really need now is the information on the sacred tree itself. With the sacred tree, branches would never be scarce. I'll be blunt, the Valley Master smiled. No matter how grave her sins are, if you can help me obtain the sacred tree branch, everything can be negotiated. What do you think, Lord? Abel felt a headache coming on. Am I not going to give it to you anyway? Even if it needs to be extracted from Jagger, it will be extracted. Valley honest, the sacred tree is not easy to find, Abel explained. What if you give us the person, and consider it a favor owed by our Lord Manor? What do you say? The Valley Master smiled. If you lead us to the sacred tree, I'll not only give you the person, but Pear Blossom Valley will owe you a favor. What do you think? Abel was momentarily speechless. Valley honest, you clearly want the sacred tree. Zoltan wiped away tears and took the small snake from his neck. I'll give you Jagger. Snake? The Valley Master froze, looking at Abel with a frown. Does this snake know where the sacred tree is? Abel sighed, quickly taking back the snake and hanging it around Zoltan's neck. Valley honest, honestly, I do know the exact location of the sacred tree, Abel admitted. So you do. The Valley Master's face lit up with joy. Tell me what you want. Abel reclaimed the bottle from the Valley Master, stashed it back into his bag, and then said, the sacred tree isn't in Yuzhou and can't be found anymore. What? The Valley Master's complexion changed, jumping up. No one could find the sacred tree even if they tried, Abel continued. The Valley Master coldly remarked, are you tricking me? I have no courage for that. Everything I've said is true, Abel insisted. The wild desolate mountains now only have this bottle in my hand as most valuable to Pear Blossom Valley. Everything else is ephemeral. The Valley Master glared at Abel, sneering, so what's the deal with this underground maze? Perhaps it's a deception, Abel scratched his head. Ridiculous, the Valley Master harumphed. Abel sighed, Valley honest, between a tangible sacred tree branch and a vague sacred tree, which benefits Pear Blossom Valley more? The Valley Master narrowed his eyes, staring at Abel silently. Abel waited a moment before saying, well, we'll take our leave first. If you realize I'm right in the future, you can come find me. Leaving those words, Abel left with Zoltan and Sage. The Valley Master glared fiercely at Abel as he departed. Valley honest, should we act? An elder behind him asked. The Valley Master clenched his teeth but waved a hand. The sacred tree is most important now. We'll talk about other things later. We don't want unnecessary complications with Xianyun Mountain watching us closely. But the sacred tree branch. We'll see. The Valley Master waved a hand again. Exiting the entrance, Zoltan and Sage were in tears. Teacher, I miss my mother. Zoltan wiped his eyes. Don't worry, soon you'll see her. Sage, eyes red, patted Zoltan's head. Don't worry, Abel assured. They will definitely come looking for me. Once they realize the sacred tree can't be found after wasting some time, they'll understand. How long will it take? Zoltan asked. How long? Abel pondered, glancing at the tints of Xianyun Mountain nearby. Xianyun Mountain hadn't ventured into the underground but camped near the entrance. Abel's eyes brightened. Let's find them. Translation ends here, ensuring the original tone and style, fluency, and adherence to the previous content's storyline and logic. Hashtag chapter 331, Torment. The Patriarch of the Immortal Cloud Mountain ordered his Darwins to set up camp at the entrance of the treasure site. Rhett sat alone in the camp, staring blankly at a piece of paper before him, yielding to treasures, submitting to serpents. The sky was just beginning to lighten when he had already been sitting there all night. A servant came from behind and whispered, Alwyn, you haven't slept all night? The Patriarch seemed not to hear, remaining motionless. The servant stood for a moment before quietly retreating. At noon, after eating breakfast, the Patriarch resumed his seat and continued staring at the paper. A servant approached and reported, Alwyn, Roger is here to visit. Only then did the Patriarch look up, frowning as if trying to recall who the elder swordbearer was. After a while, he put away the paper and said, please ask him in. A figure in white walked in, awkwardly laughed and tossed the cup aside, adjusting his soaked robe. My apologies, he muttered repeatedly, his voice low. Using his spiritual power, steam rose from the wet fabric, but the situation remained somewhat embarrassing. The elder swordbearer laughed lightly. His words had clearly hit a nerve, causing such a reaction. This indicated that the Patriarch also feared being outmaneuvered by Pear Blossom Valley. But why delay? The Patriarch didn't answer directly but instead asked, Elder Swordbearer traveled far, just to drink tea with me in this barren mountain? I didn't know you were interested in the holy tree. The Elder Swordbearer smiled. It's not me. It's my senior brother who's interested. The Patriarch countered. Does that make a difference? The difference lies in who came. Not me but my senior brother, the Elder Swordbearer said with a smile. Perhaps not much difference, the Patriarch said. No, I'm much easier to deal with than my senior brother, the Elder Swordbearer said, smiling warmly. Pleased that you are modest, the Patriarch said. I speak the truth, the Elder Swordbearer insisted. The Patriarch remarked, I heard you aren't interested in worldly treasures, focusing solely on the sword path. Have you thus mastered supreme sword techniques? The Elder Swordbearer laughed. It's true I have no interest in external matters, and have practiced sword techniques for many days. Initially, I cared little for these treasures, but my senior brother says handling moonlight, peak affairs alone is too exhausting. Supporting a large family isn't easy. He wants me to help out instead of staying home practicing Jaidenship all the time. The Patriarch paused, laughing. Your senior brother has a point? So, I don't really care about the holy tree. Just fulfilling a routine check, the Elder Swordbearer explained cheerfully. A journey all this way for a routine check? The Patriarch asked. If any benefits fall into my lap, I might reluctantly accept them, the Elder Swordbearer said jovially. Was he arrogant, or simply naive? The Patriarch asked. The entrance is right here. Will Elder Swordbearer enter? Not rushing, since even Immortal Cloud Mountain isn't, the Elder Swordbearer laughed. Please have some tea, the Patriarch said. After the elder swordbearer left, the patriarch fell back into a state of deep thought, looking troubled. Several elders from Immortal Cloud Mountain visited multiple times, urging, Alwyn, sending people in now would still work. The holy tree won't be easily found, but if we delay, their concerns mirrored the elder swordbearer's questions. Frowning, the patriarch paced restlessly within the tent. Clearly inscribed in the divination by the Celestial Selection Sect was, yield to treasures. This guy, that's the Celestial Selection Sect? The patriarch roared, eyes red. They rank among the top 5 sects due to their divination skills. Who else can we rely on? You? Other sects? They'd eagerly snatch your treasures. Are they trustworthy? Ultimately, neither side convinced the other. The elders left, leaving the patriarch shaken. Alone in the tent, he murmured to himself, it seems you're destined to be written into history, as either a great master or a great sinner. Ah, such is fate. As he dwelled on this, sudden commotion outside broke the silence. A voice called out, Lord Abel of the Wasteland Mountain, comes to see the Alwyn of Immortal Cloud Mountain. Another voice replied sternly, what's shouting? I told you, the patriarch is not receiving visitors now. Return, or else. The patriarch, lost in thought, suddenly recalled something and hastily shouted, wait, let Lord Abel in. The commotion ceased and soon, Darwin's led 3 visitors inside. Chapter 332. A deal? After the 3 entered the tent, the Dominic of Xianyun Mountain froze. His gaze was fixed on the youngest child walking last. Around his neck hung a bright green little snake, very eye-catching. Snake. The Dominic seemed to suddenly remember something and muttered in a daze. Lord Abel from Wild Mountain greets the Dominic of Xianyun Mountain. Abel stepped forward and greeted loudly. But the Dominic appeared as if he hadn't heard anything, remaining lost in thought. The attendant was momentarily startled. Was the Dominic overworked, damaging his mental state? Abel waited for a while. Seeing that the Dominic remained unresponsive, he spoke again. Lord Abel from Wild Mountain greets the Dominic of Xianyun Mountain. The Dominic frowned, still distracted. Abel repeated this 3 times before the Dominic snapped back to reality. Oh, good. Please sit down. Everyone finally sat down, and the attendant served tea. But the Dominic continued to look absent-minded, seemingly pondering something. Abel exchanged a few casual words with the Dominic and started losing patience. Without beating around the bush, he said, Dominic, we came here because there's something we need your help with regarding Xianyun Mountain. Oh, the Dominic replied without surprise, smiling, please go on. Abel bowed slightly and said, I wish to enter Pear Blossom Valley, and I seek your assistance. Pear Blossom Valley? The Dominic was taken aback. The mention of Pear Blossom Valley seemed to instantly affect him. His eyes gleamed uneasily as he asked in return, did you come to the wrong place, my lord? Abel responded. The Dominic paused, somewhat moved, feel free to speak, and I will listen. So, what does the Dominic want to know? Abel asked. You wouldn't have come here unless you believed you could convince me. You know what I wish to know, the Dominic said. All right, Abel agreed. Let me tell you what you most want to know. Not far from our camp, it is said there is a treasure site. This treasure site is actually a highly complex maze, with various interconnected passages. Inside, there are a total of over 150 large stone gates, more than 20 grand halls, each with several branch paths, leading to over 30 grand chambers. The Dominic never imagined Abel knew so much detail. Every word struck at his heart. When Abel finished speaking, the Dominic stood frozen in shock. You've been inside? The Dominic asked incredulously. Not only have I been inside, but I also have a complete map of the underground maze. Abel stared at the Dominic, smiling broadly. The Dominic's eyes widened as he gazed at Abel, stunned. What did you say? How can such a thing exist? Are you saying you have already fully mastered the maze? In a manner of speaking, Abel chuckled lightly. But can the Dominic share information about Pear Blossom Valley with me? Do you mean to say the sacred tree is already in your possession? The Dominic interrupted. Abel was taken aback but laughed. No, even with the map, obtaining the sacred tree is not guaranteed. So, the sacred tree is not in my possession. Why? Could it be the sacred tree isn't in the treasure site? The Dominic blurted out. Abel was clearly stunned but then smiled. The secrets will reveal themselves in due time. For now, let's focus on the map deal, nothing else. You won't divulge more? The Dominic stared intently at Abel. One business at a time. If the Dominic wants to know more, we can do another deal. Today, we're talking only about the map, alright? Abel replied. How can I trust you with this hesitation? The Dominic questioned. Do you doubt the authenticity of the map? Try walking through it, and you'll find out, Abel said casually. The Dominic's heart was no longer calm. His mind was already in turmoil, and now this paper stirred it further. On one hand, he adhered to divination. On the other, the elders vehemently opposed it. Now that Abel had delivered the map to their doorstep, did they have any reason to reject it? If the map was genuine, could it be given away? Was it possible? No. Even if he wanted to, the elders of Xianyun Mountain wouldn't allow it. They would use the map to dig up every inch of the treasure site. Would this not contradict the divination? But if he didn't take this map today, would he ever get another chance? What if Pear Blossom Valley got it first? Anyone could imagine how many people in Yuzhou wanted such a map. Abel was like a delicacy among them, possibly using this map to navigate between sects. Despite the tumultuous thoughts in the Dominic's mind, his response was hoarse. I need to verify the authenticity of the map first. That's easy, Abel replied. I'll give you the first half of the map. Once verified, you provide me with a map of Pear Blossom Valley, and then I'll give you the second half. The Dominic took a deep breath to steady himself. Agreed? Abel rummaged through his bag and quickly pulled out a sheet of paper. In front of the Dominic, he tore it in half and handed one half over. Send someone to check it. The Dominic carefully examined the drawing. I will personally inspect it. Please wait here. Rhett immediately left the tent, his voice echoing outside. The Lord of Wild Mountain is an honored guest. Entertain him well until I return. The Darwins promised. Abel smiled, Petting Zoltan's head, all preparations are ready. We'll rest here for 2 days, recuperate, and then we'll head to Pear Blossom Valley together. Zoltan nodded vigorously, looking pleased. Sage asked curiously, Teacher, didn't you tear up the map? Why do you still have a copy? Clothing Dongchang originally drew multiple copies of the map, fearing I might lose it. Abel couldn't reveal this here, so he just smiled and said to the attendant, Our Dominic instructed you to entertain us well. Tonight, I'd like stir-fried bean sprouts. Deal. A gamble is also a kind of business, Abel smiled. For you, your stake is small, but your potential gains are many. The Allaire frowned. Abel laughed without saying a word. Are you worried that once I know the inside story, this deal won't go through? The Allaire probed carefully. That isn't necessarily true, Abel said. Some people might still want it even after knowing the inside story. This kind of business depends on the person. Questions still lingered in the Allaire's heart. Wanting to know the inside story requires buying the map first? Abel nodded. Of course, even if it's a gamble, we need to proceed step by step. The Allaire squinted his eyes. All right, I indeed have the Lihoga map. Abel's eyes lit up. As if prepared, the Allaire pulled out a sheepskin scroll from his sleeve and handed it over to Abel. Abel accepted it with a smile, opened it for a moment, and then grinned broadly. Thank you, Allaire. Sage and Zoltan eagerly approached, looking excited. Abel passed the sheepskin scroll to Sage, rummaged through his pack, and pulled out a thick stack of paper. Rhett handed the thick stack to the Allaire. The Allaire frowned and asked, What's this? Not the half sheet you tore off a few days ago? Abel laughed. That day, I showed only part of the map. This is the entire thing. The Allaire took the thick stack and remarked, You really are cautious, Lord. Abel smiled. There are plenty of skilled people in this world, and you're a high-level spirit honest. I feared you might have a photographic memory. If you saw and memorized the map the moment I revealed it, wouldn't I lose everything? The Allaire blew his top. Why didn't you say it could be snatched away? The stack of paper was actually a single sheet folded multiple times. The Allaire carefully unfolded it again and again. When he finally laid out the entire map, he froze. The map stretched about 5 or 6 meters long and wide, densely crisscrossed with lines, interconnected, causing dizziness just from a glance. This. The Allaire widened his eyes and drew a sharp breath. How vast could this labyrinth be? Where was the treasure hiding place? This seemed specifically designed to confuse people. So intricate, almost insanely so. The Allaire stood there in shock, unable to speak. Allaire, please take your time examining it. I'll take my leave now, Abel smiled softly, turning to leave quietly. Wait, the Allaire came back to his senses and called out immediately, We haven't discussed many things yet. Abel stopped, slowly turning around. This transaction is done. We'll arrange another meeting next time. Don't play games. The Allaire shouted, Speak. What do you want? Abel said, Do you want to know why I sold the map to you so easily? The Allaire coldly snorted. I don't believe you're each getting what they need, nonsense. In front of the St. Tree treasure, the Lihogu map is nothing. Abel chuckled. All right, since it's like that, I'll give my conditions directly. After infiltrating Lihogu, they will surely come for me. Will you be willing to help me ward them off? The Allaire laughed. I thought it'd be some big condition. We Xianyan Mountain have always been at odds with Lihogu. Fighting them a few more times is nothing special. Abel laughed loudly. Allaire is indeed straightforward. Now you can tell me the truth, the Allaire said. I can tell you the truth, Abel said, but I fear you won't believe it. The Allaire yelled, Try telling me. If you don't believe me later, then I'd be at a loss, Abel said. Why would I risk losing? No, you must tell, the Allaire hurriedly insisted. As long as you tell the truth, my sect won't renege. All right, Abel solemnly stated. I trust you this time. The reason I sold the map is simple. This map is worthless. The Allaire's heart skipped a beat. What do you mean? Abel explained. The St. Tree isn't in Yuzhou. It's not in this underground palace. Startled, the Allaire asked, How can you be sure? Abel smiled. Think about it. 1,000 years ago, the St. Tree was obtained by the demon Ling Reed. Later, Reed was suppressed in Yuzhou by the Starlight sect. But the St. Tree wasn't brought to Yuzhou. Why should it appear here now? So this isn't Reed's lair, the Allaire blurted out. How could Reed dare put his lair where the Starlight sect once ruled? Abel replied. To evade the Starlight sect, his lair must be far from Yuzhou. Since the Starlight sect was in the north, his lair must be in the south. Thus, if the St. Tree is hidden in his lair, it must be in the south. This is a basic logical deduction. In the south, the St. Tree is in the south. These words were like a thunderbolt striking a clear sky, leaving the Allaire stunned. His eyes widened, and his body couldn't stop trembling. This question had plagued him for 10 years. Now, someone was saying the same thing as the divination of Tianjexuan Gate. The St. Tree is really in the south? Is Abel telling the truth? Then, is the divination correct? The Allaire stared blankly at Abel, nearly shedding tears. Lately, what tortured him wasn't the map or the labyrinth, but whether the divination was accurate. If it could be proven that Tianjexuan Gate's divination was certain, it would be more exciting than any map. Xianyan Mountain's fate rested on that divination. Meet treasure. Yield. Meet snake. Submit. Ha ha, ha ha. The Allaire suddenly laughed maniacally. Abel and others were frightened, stepping back. The laughter abruptly stopped. The Allaire suddenly looked at Zoltan, his eyes flashing strangely. What's your name, young brother? The Allaire asked loudly. Zoltan was taken aback. Seeing the Allaire staring intently, he nervously retreated and stammered, I am Zoltan. Jorge, bow, bow. The Allaire murmured, lost in thought. Meet treasure. Yield. Meet snake. Submit. Yield. Submit. Yield. Suddenly, his face lit up with wild joy, staring intently at Zoltan, his eyes sparkling brightly. Rhett cupped his hands and shouted loudly, Submit, submit. Everyone was stunned. Zoltan hid behind Shu Yun and whispered, Sister, is this old man crazy? Chapter 334, Vying for a Daeon. Does the Allaire want to return to God Mountain Town with us? Abel was somewhat surprised. No matter how he thought about it, Abel never expected this outcome. The Allaire smiled and said, I've grown tired of the wilderness here. I thought of visiting the Lord's Manor. Would the manor welcome me? Abel laughed awkwardly and replied, we obtained the map of Pear Blossom Valley and plan to go there soon. If you're coming to the Lord's Manor, we might not have anyone available to receive you. Going to Pear Blossom Valley? The Allaire first looked stunned before laughing. That's fine. Wherever you go, I'll go. Abel furrowed his brows and asked, does the Allaire suspect that I've already acquired the sacred tree? The sacred tree isn't in Yuzhou, and I am well aware of this. Rest assured, I won't meddle in this matter. The Allaire chuckled. Such an explanation did little to ease my concerns. After pondering for a moment, Abel said, very well. We only just got the map to Pear Blossom Valley and haven't been inside yet. If the Allaire can join us and offer some assistance, that would be best. The Allaire nodded and said, let's go then. Abel hadn't anticipated that the Allaire would agree so readily, and he asked in surprise, does the Allaire truly wish to personally assist us in entering Pear Blossom Valley? The Allaire laughed and said, though Pear Blossom Valley is difficult to enter, saying it could stump the Allaire of Immortal Cloud Mountain would be an exaggeration. Abel was even more astonished, his doubts deepening. However, the Allaire then said, but I only mentioned going with you and never said I would help you. Don't misunderstand my intentions. Abel and his companions climbed onto the Huntwind Eagle. Before the Allaire could board, the eagle soared into the sky, leaving the Allaire behind. The Allaire stood motionless, looking up at them. The Huntwind Eagle flapped its wings fiercely, traveling dozens of miles in the blink of an eye. We've lost him. Sage let out a breath and remarked, the Allaire of Immortal Cloud Mountain is indeed peculiar. Zoltan whispered, just now, that old man shouted yield to me. I didn't fight him, so what does he mean by yielding? It's odd. Rhett is after all the Allaire of a major sect. His actions must have a reason we cannot see. Let's be cautious, Abel advised. As if on cue, a loud eagle cry came from behind them. Everyone turned back and was taken aback. A rock bird 10 times larger than their Huntwind Eagle approached, riding a whirlwind. On it stood the Allaire of Immortal Cloud Mountain, exuding a divine demeanor. The rock swooped next to the Huntwind Eagle, which was startled and hastily dodged, emitting cries of distress. Don't panic, don't panic. The Allaire called out loudly, take it easy, we can travel together and have each other for company. Abel and the others stared blankly at the Allaire, speechless. The Allaire pointed at the Huntwind Eagle and grinned, your bird is too small. Why don't you come over here? It's more spacious. Ignoring him, they urged the Huntwind Eagle to hurry. Noticing Abel's thoughts, the Allaire had the rock circle around the Huntwind Eagle, causing the latter to cry out in fear and dodge left and right. There was no shaking him off. Abel patted the Huntwind Eagle to calm it down and slowed it. The Allaire also controlled the rock to fly steadily nearby. While contemplating how to respond, the Allaire lightly tapped the rock and leaped onto the Huntwind Eagle. With a flick of his hand, the rock transformed into a beam of light, flying into the Allaire's sleeve. Abel and the others watched in astonishment. Approaching, he smiled and asked, why such haste, Lord? There's no need to rush. Abel responded seriously, indeed, the Allaire's summoning technique is formidable. Not formidable, not formidable. The Allaire waved his hand and said, still much to learn. Ah, young friend Jorge, the spirit beast on your neck is quite unique. The Allaire leaned closer as he spoke. Zoltan nervously said, this is Jagger. The little snake lazily lifted its eyelid at being mentioned, gave a casual glance at the Allaire, showed no interest, and then dropped its eyelids, hanging loosely around Jorge's neck like a necklace. The Allaire asked curiously, it seems a bit haughty. Do you know what lineage of snake it is? It always acts this way, Abel explained with a smile. It only moves when Jorge calls it. Others, it ignores. Really? The Allaire's eyes twinkled with amusement. Does it treat the Lord the same way? Abel said, I truly can't make it move. The Allaire smiled at Zoltan. This shows it has recognized you. Zoltan nodded. Excited, the Allaire sat beside Zoltan and said, young friend Jorge, you have such affinity with spirit beasts. Have you considered learning summoning techniques and becoming a summoner? Zoltan nodded. Yes, I do wish to become a summoner. Delighted, the Allaire's eyes lit up. That's excellent. Our Immortal Cloud Mountain summoning techniques are the orthodox foundation of summoning arts across the entire continent of Jojo. You can stay with us for a while to learn and observe freely. Suspicious, Zoltan shook his head repeatedly. I'm not going to Immortal Cloud Mountain. My teacher is a very powerful summoner and will teach me. Teacher? The Allaire paused, looking at Abel with displeasure. Do you know summoning techniques? Abel smiled awkwardly, a little. So you're a summoner, the Allaire frowned, looking at Abel. That explains why you wanted the map to Pear Blossom Valley. The Allaire misunderstood. Getting the map has nothing to do with this, Abel explained. Who is your master? The Allaire interrupted directly. Abel laughed uncomfortably. My teachers are scholars from Donghua Town in Yuzhou. Scholars? The Allaire didn't believe it. Abel said, my summoning techniques differ from yours, hence I don't follow your lineage. How could that be? The Allaire said skeptically. Summoning without lineage cannot exist. Abel wasn't upset. Red extended his hand, and with a flip of his palm, the beast-taming seal appeared. Another flip made it disappear. Abel laughed. Look, this is my summoning technique. The Allaire was stunned. Red saw no incantation or spiritual energy fluctuation from Abel, yet the object suddenly appeared and vanished in his hand. Moreover, he summoned a seal, not a spirit beast. Is this really summoning? Are you sure this isn't a magic trick? Rhett hesitated briefly, then ignored it and smiled at Zoltan. Young friend Jorge, the Mortal Cloud Mountain summoning is the orthodox tradition of Jojo, intricate and versatile. One can summon insects and snakes. One can summon colossal creatures that can move mountains. From heavenly rock birds above to subterranean moles below, including sea whales and mountain apes, countless beings can be summoned. Your teacher's summoning techniques are filled with worldly influences and unsuitable for you. With your sharp intellect, don't waste it here. Even though the alair painted a vivid picture, Zoltan remained unmoved. I still prefer to learn from my teacher. Frowning, the alair remarked disdainfully. Your teacher's summoning techniques are more like magic tricks. They might fool people normally, but facing strong enemies, you'd be easily defeated. True summoning techniques aren't like that. Zoltan, seemingly boo-foo, disagreeing, shouted loudly. My teacher can summon a giant snake bigger than your rock? The alair was taken aback. Zoltan's reaction seemed like he was defending his teacher's dignity. It seemed unwise to continue belittling Abel and praising Immortal Cloud Mountain. Only a different approach would work. The alair changed his tone. Of course, apart from orthodox summoning techniques, Immortal Cloud Mountain's flowers and fruits are also unparalleled. Our peaches are juicy and thin-skinned, melting in your mouth, leaving a lingering fragrance. Our apples are crisp and sweet, quenching your thirst. Young friend, once you taste them, you probably won't be able to put them down. Emerson wants to return to Divine Mountain Town with us? Abel was somewhat surprised. No matter how he thought about it, he never imagined this outcome. The Emerson smiled and said, I'm getting tired of these wild mountains. I want to pay the Lord's Manor a visit. Is the Lord's Manor welcoming? Abel laughed awkwardly, replying, We obtained the map to Pear Blossom Valley and plan to head there soon. If Emerson wishes to visit the Lord's Manor, we might not have anyone available to receive you. Retad to Pear Blossom Valley? The Emerson first looked stunned, then laughed. It's fine. No problem at all. Wherever you go, I will go as well. Abel furrowed his brow and asked, Does Emerson suspect that I have already obtained the sacred tree? The sacred tree is not in Yuzhou, and I am very clear on this point. Rest assured, young friend, I won't trouble you over this. The Emerson smiled. Such an explanation did not put my mind at ease. After some contemplation, Abel said, All right, today we only obtained the map to Pear Blossom Valley but have never been inside. If Emerson could join us and give us a hand, it would be even better. The Emerson nodded and said, Let's go together then. Abel hadn't expected such immediate consent, so he asked in surprise, Emerson truly intends to personally assist us in entering Pear Blossom Valley? The Emerson chuckled. While Pear Blossom Valley is difficult to enter, saying it can stump the Emerson of Immortal Cloud Mountain is rather exaggerated, wouldn't you say? Abel was quite surprised, his doubts growing. But then the Emerson added, But remember, I only said I'd go with you. I never said I would help you. Don't misunderstand my intentions. The three Chan siblings mounted the hunting wind eagle. Before the Emerson could board, the bird took off into the sky, leaving the Emerson standing on the ground. Rhett gazed up, watching them leave, while the hunting wind eagle flapped its wings vigorously, covering dozens of miles in an instant. Rhett's been left behind, Sage sighed in relief, remarking, The Emerson of Immortal Cloud Mountain is indeed a peculiar person. Zoltan whispered, Just now, that old man shouted yield to me. I didn't fight him, so what does he mean by yielding? Very strange. After all, he is the Emerson of a major sect. His actions must have a reason beyond our comprehension. We should still be cautious, Abel advised. No sooner had he spoken than a loud eagle call sounded from behind them. Turning around, they were all startled. A 10 times larger rock, riding a whirlwind, came rushing over, with the graceful and ethereal Emerson of Immortal Cloud Mountain standing atop it. As the rock approached, the hunting wind eagle got spooked, desperately avoiding it and letting out mournful cries. Don't panic, the Emerson yelled. No need to hurry. It's nice to have company along the way. Stunned, Abel and the others watched the Emerson silently, holding their breaths, unable to speak. Pointing at the hunting wind eagle, the Emerson grinned and said, Your bird is too small. Come over here where it's more spacious. Ignoring him, the group urged the hunting wind eagle onward. The Emerson, sensing Abel's reluctance, maneuvered the rock around the hunting wind eagle, scaring it further. There was no shaking him off. Abel patted the hunting wind eagle to calm it down. Meanwhile, the Emerson kept the rock flying steadily beside them. Abel pondered how to respond when the Emerson leaped lightly from the rock onto the hunting wind eagle, waving his hand, turning the rock back into light which flew into his sleeve. Everyone was dumbfounded. Rhett walked closer, smiling and asked, Lord, why such a rush? There's no need to hurry. Abel sternly replied, Emerson's summoning technique is indeed impressive. Not really, the Emerson waved his hands. Then he noticed something and continued, Ready, little Jorge. Your spirit beast seems unique. Approaching closer, he eyed Zoltan, who nervously responded, This is Changliangyuan. The small snake, draped lazily around Zoltan's neck, lifted its eyes lazily upon being mentioned, glanced at the Emerson, showed no interest, then closed its eyes again, swinging like a necklace. Curiously, the Emerson asked, It looks a bit haughty. I wonder what lineage it comes from. It always acts haughtily, Abel explained, smiling. Only when Zoltan calls it will it move. Others get ignored. The Emerson's eyes twinkled. What about for Lord himself? I can't command it either, Abel admitted. The Emerson, looking pleased, said to Zoltan, This means it has acknowledged you. Zoltan nodded. Excited, the Emerson sat next to Zoltan, suggesting, Little Jorge, you have a natural affinity for spirit beasts. Would you like to learn some summoning techniques and become a summoner in the future? Zoltan nodded, saying, I do wish to become a summoner. Delighted, the Emerson's eyes lit up. That's excellent. Our Immortal Cloud Mountain is the origin of summoning arts across all 9 states. Young friend, you can come stay for a while, learning and observing as you please. Suspicious, Zoltan shook his head. I won't go to Immortal Cloud Mountain. My teacher is a very skilled summoner and will teach me. Teacher? The Emerson paused, glancing at Abel unfavorably. You know summoning techniques? Abel laughed awkwardly. I know a little. So, you're a summoner? The Emerson narrowed his eyes. No wonder you wanted the map to Pear Blossom Valley. There's no relation, Abel explained. Who is your master? The Emerson interrupted directly. Abel laughed awkwardly. My teachers are scholars from Donghua town in Ijo. Scholars? The Emerson doubted. My summoning techniques differ from yours and lack your lineage, Abel clarified. That's impossible, the Emerson frowned. Summoning without lineage doesn't exist. Unbothered, Abel flipped his palm, revealing the beast-subduing seal, then flipped it again, making it vanish. Rhett laughed. See, this is my summoning technique. The Emerson was stunned. Rhett saw no incantations or spiritual energy fluctuations, yet something appeared and disappeared in Abel's hand. And he summoned a seal, not a spirit beast? Is this called summoning? Are you sure it's not just a magic trick? After a pause, he turned to Zoltan, smiling. Little Jorge. Our immortal Cloud Mountain's summoning arts are orthodox and splendid. From calling insects, birds, and snakes to summoning mountain-moving giants, there's the heavenly rock, the underground burrowing mouse, the sea whale, the mountain ape, countless varieties. Your teacher's summoning arts have too much martial flair and aren't suitable for you. Your talent shouldn't be wasted here. Even faced with the Emerson's persuasion, Zoltan remained unmoved. I'll still learn from my teacher. Frowning disdainfully, the Emerson said, your teacher's summoning seems like a magic trick. Fine for showing off, but against strong enemies, it won't hold up. Orthodox summoning isn't like that. Zoltan protested loudly. My teacher can summon a greedy giant snake bigger than your rock. The Emerson paused. This child's reaction seemed aimed at defending his teacher's honor. It appears I can't keep praising immortal Cloud Mountain and belittling Abel, as it might backfire. Time to change tactics. Changing his tone, the Emerson said, of course, apart from orthodox summoning, immortal Cloud Mountain's fruits are also world-renowned. The peaches are juicy and thin-skinned, melting in your mouth, leaving a fragrant aftertaste. Apples are crisp, sweet, and quench thirst. If you taste them, you might fall in love with them. Translation note. The paragraph structure and line breaks are maintained as requested, ensuring the flow and style remain consistent with the original text. The Allaire continued, the scenery of immortal Cloud Mountain has always been unparalleled. With mist and clouds swirling around, pine forests and bamboo groves, strange mountains and peculiar rocks, many scholars have come here to leave poetry and prose, lingering on and never wanting to leave. And the beautiful women on immortal Cloud Mountain. Oh, this is a bit too early for you. Skip that part. But they are all kind and lovely big sisters. The Allaire vividly painted a picture of the beauty of immortal Cloud Mountain, but it only earned him continuous headshakes from Zoltan. Despite this, he showed no embarrassment, still smiling as he enthusiastically introduced various aspects of immortal Cloud Mountain to Zoltan. Abel listened along the way, secretly finding it amusing. Is the Allaire trying to snatch my Darwin from me? Translation note. The paragraph structure and line breaks are maintained as requested, ensuring the flow and style remain consistent with the original text. Hashtag chapter 335. Entering the valley. Yangzhou Pear Blossom Valley lies nestled between two towering mountains. The valley is deep and mysterious, with mist shrouding it year-round. As formation-solving techniques, or techniques for poegia formations. Based on the flow, formation poegia could also be rendered as cracking formations. For improved fluency, here's an adjusted version. Abel shifted his gaze to the Dominic of Xianyun Mountain, who ignored him and instead spoke smilingly to Zoltan. Although the foggy maze isn't a powerful formation, it can still be troublesome. Those unfamiliar with formations will wander aimlessly, while experts can find the exit in just a few steps. Our Xianyun Mountain not only excels in summoning techniques, but also in cracking formations. Would you be interested to see? Abel smiled wryly. It was indeed difficult for him. Every moment seemed an opportunity to break through Zoltan's defenses. Zoltan pondered for a moment, then pointed in a direction and shouted, Teacher, that way? Abel's eyes lit up, and he patted the wind-hunt eagle, directing it toward where Jorge pointed. After flying for a while, Jorge indicated another direction, saying, Teacher, change to that direction. After several changes in direction, the mist abruptly cleared. The fog dispersed, revealing they were now inside the valley. Amazing! The Dominic of Xianyun Mountain exclaimed with wide eyes. You actually know how to break through the formation? Zoltan replied, My teacher found me a formation master, little year senior. The Dominic looked at Abel with surprise. Eyes wide, You got a formation master for little friend Jorge? Abel explained, Jorge is smart and talented in formations. That's not right. Not right. The Dominic interrupted immediately. Broad knowledge dilutes focus. Rhett's supposed to become a summoner. Why did you get him a formation master? Isn't that distracting him? If he didn't know formations, wouldn't we be trapped here today? Abel laughed. Fallacy. The Dominic huffed angrily. Breaking such a formation doesn't require learning it. Summon a giant bird to flap its wings a few times, and the mist would dissipate. That's no reason to learn formations. No, he shouldn't learn formations but should focus on summoning. Abel smiled awkwardly without arguing. Zoltan chose to learn formations because his body couldn't contain spirit energy. Initially, they thought it was due to a deep fire beast seal within him. Recently, they discovered there was no deep fire beast, but rather a branch of the summoning sacred tree inside him. This information couldn't be disclosed to the Dominic. The Dominic then asked, Little friend Jorge, have you systematically learned summoning yet? No, Abel answered for him. The Dominic suddenly cheered up, stroking his long beard. It seems you've done at least one thing right. Abel chuckled. Though puzzled by the Dominic's interest in Zoltan, Abel wasn't concerned as there was no ill intent. Past the fog, they arrived at a pear orchard. In the center stood an ancient courtyard. According to the map, this was the front. Leading them through the courtyard, they entered a large building. Inside, the hall was vast and bare, devoid of furniture. Opposite were 3 doors. The Marissa headed straight for the middle one. Behind the door lay a tranquil path. Pointing ahead, she said, Follow this path to Tuya Pavilion. That's the true entrance to Pear Blossom Valley. I can't escort you further. Abel thanked her, and led the group forward. Once inside, the Marissa shut the vermilion door with a loud thud. Without heading down the path, Abel tried pushing the door again, finding it immovable. Why not move forward? The Marissa's voice came from behind the door. There's clearly no path ahead, Abel laughed. You haven't walked it, how do you know? She challenged. This is a narrow path, but the true entrance to Pear Blossom Valley should be a broad road, Abel explained. It was your choice to take this path, the Marissa retorted. I did not mislead you. Abel smiled. Please open the door. We want the main road. The main road requires formal entry, not sneaking around, the Marissa scoffed. Do you think a mere letter would grant access to Pear Blossom Valley? If our guards were so easy to deceive, entering would be effortless. The Dominic of Sinyan Mountain nodded approvingly. True. But how did you know we weren't truly sent by your Dominic? Not hard, the Marissa laughed. Rhett left with 300 Darwins. Why would he trust outsiders to return with a letter? What if it's an emergency? The Dominic asked. Rhett'd need proper credentials, the Marissa grinned. Lacking both reasonable explanation and the Dominic's token, you naturally ended up here. This path was designed to lead nowhere, an endless formation boundary. Abel chuckled awkwardly. Apologies, this was a last-minute plan. It's natural it didn't work. So remember, always plan thoroughly. Turning to Zoltan, who nodded in agreement, as if understanding the wisdom. The Dominic, glaring angrily. You still dare teach lessons? Look where we are. Abel replied, learn from mistakes. The Dominic grumbled. I intended to help, but seeing your incompetence, perhaps you handle it yourself? Smiling indifferently, Abel pushed the door again. Stepping back, Shu Yun, try pushing this door. Nodding, Sage placed her hand on the door, infusing it with spirit energy, but the door remained stubbornly shut. The Marissa's voice sounded again. It's useless. This door cannot be opened from the outside. You'd better stay put until the elders return and decide your fate. Sage abruptly drew her long sword, while Abel led Zoltan back several paces. Spirit energy swirled around Sage like a whirlwind as she slashed down, the cold light congealing into frost. With a thunderous roar around, suddenly, the Marissa inside panicked and screamed. What's going on? What is this thing? Note, the translated text maintains the same paragraph structure and line breaks as the original Chinese text. Hashtag chapter 336, opening the gate. The front building was under attack, with the sounds of clashing and banging echoing incessantly. After a while, the door opened, and a stone-headed figure poked its head out. Is it a stone person? Zoltan exclaimed happily. Everyone managed to return to the building. The Alair was somewhat dazed. These stone figures were placed by Abel? When did he set them up, and why hadn't he noticed? They looked like Earthrock-type spirit beasts, but he had never seen spirit beasts of this kind before. At that moment, a Marissa inside the building was surrounded by over 10 stone figures. She struggled fiercely to break through, growing even more anxious when she saw Abel and the others opening the door. Despite her swift sword swings, she couldn't break the stone figures' encirclement. Abel waved his hand, and the stone figures retreated a few steps, clearing space. At this point, Sage stepped forward, pointing her crystal sword and sending a blast of frosty cold air toward the Marissa. The Marissa's face turned pale as she hastily retreated, twisting her body, but she was still hit by the cold air, injuring her arm. Who are you people? The Marissa trembled, demanding an answer. Who we are isn't important, Abel said. Take us into the Pear Blossom Valley. Impossible, the Marissa said firmly, her face turning livid. Sage wanted to step forward again but was stopped by Abel. Abel glanced at the Alair. This matter, you have to take responsibility. The Alair was taken aback. I said I wouldn't help. But this issue arose because of you, Abel insisted seriously. What does it have to do with me? The Alair was puzzled. Because your map is incomplete, Abel explained. Look, Abel continued. The map clearly marks that this is the entrance to the Pear Blossom Valley and specifies that opening the passage requires a special incantation from the valley. It also warns that only the correct incantation will lead to a road lined with pear blossoms, along with numerous precautions. But why doesn't it include the incantation? Why would I need all those precautions without the incantation? Abel rolled his eyes. Did you intentionally give me a deficient map? Nonsense. The Alair was angry, pointing at the Marissa. Didn't you already solve it? Capture this Marissa and make her open the gate. Wouldn't that be easier? If kidnapping someone from the Pear Blossom Valley is required to enter, why would I need a map? Binding a person directly would be more convenient. Such a useless map. Why should I exchange something for it? The Alair was speechless. So, you must take responsibility for this. At least, ensure we can get in, Abel insisted. With the map belittled so thoroughly, the Alair was fuming. But he suppressed his anger and waved his hand. Fine, since you're unwilling to kidnap, let me handle it. Let friend Jorge see the elegance of our Immortal Cloud Mountain summoning technique. You're from Immortal Cloud Mountain? The Marissa exclaimed in shock. The Alair froze. Abel laughed. Why did you tell her you're from Immortal Cloud Mountain? The Alair looked uneasy. Immortal Cloud Mountain prides itself on being a prestigious orthodox school, yet they resort to such despicable actions. The Marissa spat, berating loudly. You sneak into our Pear Blossom Valley and commit petty theft. Do you have any shame left to claim righteousness? The Alair gritted his teeth, glaring fiercely at Abel. Suddenly, he waved his sleeves, and a surge of spiritual energy erupted, forming a whirlwind within the building. Muttering incantations, his robe billowed like a balloon, and his hands rapidly formed seals inside the loose garment. After about the time it takes to finish a cup of tea, the Alair suddenly shouted, his voice thunderous. Rhett thrust his palms forward, causing the spinning spiritual energy to stop abruptly. As the whirlwind dissipated, a large, speckled snake emerged. Abel noticed the snake's eyes shimmered like starry skies, captivating and mesmerizing, causing one to feel dizzy if stared at too long. The Alair pointed at the Marissa, and the speckled snake slithered toward her, hissing menacingly. The Marissa, holding her weapon, watched the snake warily. After staring at the speckled snake for a moment, her movements became unsteady. Unconsciously, she wobbled over to the gate, closed it, and reopened it. The scenery behind the gate transformed dramatically. A path lined with pear blossoms appeared, leading to a pavilion at the end. The allaire looked at Abel. Satisfied? Abel nodded approvingly. Your summoning skill truly stands out, capable of summoning a spirit-type beast. The allaire turned to Zoltan and smiled. Little friend Jorge, compare my snake to yours. Which is better? As soon as he spoke, the speckled snake slithered toward Jorge, flicking its tongue and hissing. Jorge's small, limp snake on his neck suddenly raised its head and glanced at the speckled snake. The speckled snake visibly froze, then fled as if seeing a ghost. The small snake hung limply, unmoving. The allaire scooped up the speckled snake and retracted it into his sleeve. Surprisingly unperturbed, he grinned. It seems your snake library's location marked on the map? Do you think I'm a secret stealing thief? Abel chuckled. I'm not interested in your summoning techniques. Your methods indeed don't seem like standard summoning, the allaire remarked. Setting up those stone figures went unnoticed by me. Did you arrange them before we entered the gate? And the pink pig, you summoned it back without any detectable spiritual fluctuations. Didn't I demonstrate it to you earlier? Abel laughed. The allaire frowned. If you don't want to explain, fine, but don't try to fool me with trinkets. Trinkets? Abel looked at the allaire seriously, then flipped his palm to reveal the beast-suppressing seal. Rhett handed it to the allaire. Examine it closely. Is this a trinket? The allaire hesitated, but took the seal. It felt heavy, and when infused with spiritual energy, a burst of golden light emerged. However, he couldn't understand its function. Just as he was about to speak, his expression turned ghastly. The beast-suppressing seal vanished from his hand, and he looked up to find Abel holding it. During this entire process, he felt no spiritual energy fluctuation. This is absolutely not a summoning technique. The allaire gasped in disbelief. No one could use summoning to snatch something from his hand. Translation provided by the user is accurate and coherent, maintaining the original tone and style while ensuring the translation is natural, fluent, and free of grammatical errors. The storyline and logic are consistent with the previous content. Rhett was, after all, the Alwyn of the prestigious Immortal Cloud Mountain, the peak cultivator of Immortal Cloud Mountain. This is my summoning technique. Abel smiled, with a slight warning in his tone. Just like how Jorge is my Darwin, and the small snake is Jorge's spirit beast. No one can deny it. This is impossible, the allaire said, disbelief evident on his face. You can try again, Abel said as he handed the beast-suppressing seal to the allaire. The allaire swatted it away hastily. Yet no matter how many times he tried, no matter how tightly the allaire gripped the seal, the beast-suppressing seal always disappeared from his hand, reappearing in Abel's hand the next moment. Throughout the entire process, the allaire felt not a trace of spiritual energy fluctuation. Who are you exactly? The allaire stared at Abel, his face full of shock. Translation provided maintains the original tone and style while ensuring the translation is natural, fluent, and free of grammatical errors. The storyline and logic are consistent with the previous content, and the paragraph structure and line breaks match the original text. Hashtag chapter 337. The girl. The Xianyun Mountain allaire suddenly became much more obedient. Abel stealthily approached the Lihua Valley training ground and loitered around it for a while. Finally, he spotted a lone Darwin of Lihua Valley. Without hesitation, the allaire struck out, sending the speckled giant snake straight at the target. The Darwin was so startled that she let out a scream, but fortunately, she was quickly subdued before anyone else noticed. Abel cast a sidelong glance at the allaire. Your stealth skills are terrible. The allaire chuckled awkwardly. I've never done this before. The Darwin was soon hypnotized, swaying as she obediently pointed the way according to Abel's instructions. The Capri resides in the forbidden forest to the north of the valley, she mumbled. Only then did the allaire realize that Abel and company had entered Lihua Valley to find someone. Specifically, the Capri, who was inside the forbidden forest. This revelation made him feel that they were about to embark on something huge. On the map, the words Forbidden Forest stood out starkly in blood-red ink. Next to it were a few small lines of text. The Forbidden Forest is the restricted area of Lihua Valley, guarded by countless arrays, extremely dangerous. Only the honest of Lihua Valley, the Capri, and core elders are allowed entry. Any intruders will be eliminated by the arrays. Phew, Abel sucked in a breath. Rhett never imagined that Zoltan's mother would be hidden in such a perilous place. Based on your earlier remarks, Abel immediately addressed the allaire. You, as the allaire of Xianyun Mountain, can handle the twists and turns of Lihua Valley. The allaire felt his left eyelid twitch. His expression stiffened. Theoretically, yes. With you around, we have nothing to fear. Abel said. Let's go. Hold on, me? The allaire asked cautiously, feeling somewhat guilty. Rhett had never been inside the Forbidden Forest, and thus didn't know the power of its arrays. Bluffing might work outside, but entering Lihua Valley could get them into serious trouble. Sage couldn't help but laugh. Allaire, teacher is just teasing you. Rhett has his own methods. Why did you tell him that? Abel glanced at the allaire with a smile. This guy has been following us all along. I don't know what he's up to. You have a method? The allaire asked curiously. How could I easily divulge the secrets of my domain? Abel replied with a grin. Following the map, they soon arrived at the entrance of the Forbidden Forest. Lihua Valley was internally vacant, allowing Abel and his group to carefully avoid detection. They reached the edge of the Forbidden Forest without being discovered. They were momentarily surprised. Before them lay not a forest, but an extensive peach orchard. Though the blooming season had passed, the peach trees within the valley still bloomed magnificently, their petals carpeting the ground and emitting a sweet fragrance. Considering the potential dangers, Abel petals before collapsing. Their uniforms suggest they are guards here. So, someone infiltrated the Forbidden Forest? Sage exclaimed. Abel nodded. They acted faster than us. Rhett managed to reach the guards, but whether he could bypass Lihua Valley's formidable arrays remains unknown. Abel and his group cautiously moved northward. Soon, they came across the unconscious Darwin. Just minor injuries. Sage crouched down to examine her. She seems to have been knocked out and will likely regain consciousness within days if no complications arise. How long has she been unconscious? Abel asked. Not obvious, Sage answered. People might still be inside, Abel said. We need to be cautious. Suddenly, a wild animal's roar echoed through the forest, startling everyone. They looked up to see a massive, speckled white tiger swaggering towards them. On its back sat a girl with pigtails, her face flushed pink, looking incredibly adorable. As she approached, she called out, Who are you people? Abel and his companions were taken aback. Having snuck in, now being discovered made them feel uneasy, despite the girl being only 6 years old. We're here to find someone, Zoltan stepped forward and responded. Find someone? The girl asked. Do you know a man named Abel? Everyone gasped and glanced at Abel in surprise. Abel hesitated. How do you know my name? Are you Abel? The girl wobbled closer on the tiger's back, scrutinizing Abel. You look a bit like him. Like who? Like the one I met, the girl stated directly. Tell me, when did the eldest son of the Donghua Township family enter the family scripture library? Abel blinked and answered, at 6 years old. I'll ask another question, the girl continued. What comes after ask a wine shop where? Far away. A shepherd boy points to Apricot Flower Village, Abel replied. You really are Abel, the girl smiled broadly. Did you bring my brother and sister? Who? Everyone was stunned by her sudden change of subject. The girl explained, that person told me that the Lord of Wasteland Manor, Abel, would come here and bring my siblings. Red asked me to welcome you and lead you to my mother. Where is that person now? Abel asked. The girl responded. Isn't it obvious? Why don't you ask who my mother is? Abel laughed. That's what I want to ask. My mother used to be the strongest Capri of Lihua Valley. Everyone calls her the Capri of Shushan City, the girl said proudly. What? Everyone gasped in surprise. Are you the Capri of Shushan City's child? Abel asked incredulously. That's right. Zoltan and Sage's eyes widened in shock. The girl with pigtails was their sister? She nodded cheerfully. Finally, you guessed correctly. What's your name? Sage hurriedly asked. I'm Juniper, 6 years old, the girl replied. And the person who told you to welcome me, where is he? Abel persisted. Rhett's already gone, the girl answered. Rhett saved me from some bad people and told me you'd come soon to take me away. To see Therese, Zoltan said eagerly. The girl nodded happily. She led the way on the white tiger, followed by Abel and his group into the depths of the peach orchard. As they walked, the girl kept pointing and warning. You can't go that way. There's a trap ahead and another one to the left. We need to go around from here. If you fall into those traps, very few people can escape from them. Finally, she stopped at a small riverbank. Near the river stood a massive stone platform, atop which was a plain and unadorned stone house. The platform and roof of the stone house were covered in peach blossoms. The girl dismounted the white tiger and led everyone into the stone house. Inside, there was only one stone bed, on which a Marissa lay. The Marissa was dressed in luxurious robes, adorned with golden hairpins, her face as beautiful as peach blossoms, but utterly still. It seemed like she was sleeping. Even as everyone entered the stone house, she remained asleep. Sage was speechless, her tears suddenly bursting forth uncontrollably. She dropped to her knees beside the bed, softly calling out, Therese. Zoltan's pupils dilated, his body trembling as he looked at the Marissa lying on the bed, his nose and eyes running uncontrollably. Red had left his mother when he was very young, and deep down, her memory had long since faded. Now, he just wanted to see her clearly, to imprint her image deeply in his mind. But his blurred vision from tears made it impossible. Sage called out several times, but the Marissa remained motionless. Sage hastily checked her breathing. She was breathing evenly but remained unconscious. Panicked, she looked up at Abel for help. Abel frowned. At that moment, the girl climbed up to the edge of the stone bed and said, Therese is sleeping. She has been sleeping for a long time and doesn't play with Linger anymore. That person said Abel can wake Therese up. Has she been sleeping this whole time? Abel asked. How long? The girl shook her head. I don't know. Sage held her mother's hand, slowly channeling spiritual energy into her. Suddenly, she pulled back, her voice trembling. Retra's spirit veins are all frozen? Frozen spirit veins? What did that mean? Would you like me to take a look? Abel asked the Allaire. The Allaire nodded, grasped the Marissa's hand, and gradually infused his spiritual energy. After a moment, he withdrew his hand and said, It seems to be Lihua Valley's secret technique. Can you remove it? Abel asked. I can, the Allaire replied. Everyone felt relieved. But not now, the Allaire added abruptly. Why not? Sage demanded angrily. The Allaire explained. This sealing technique requires 5 sky-level experts working together to undo it. That's serious? Abel exclaimed, incredulous. This is Lihua Valley's exclusive skill, Mitchell Point sealing technique, the Allaire clarified. Zoltan anxiously asked, Are there 5 sky-level experts in Xianyan Mountain? The Allaire frowned. Xianyan Mountain has 3 sky-level experts. 2 more needed? Abel quickly said, I have 2 here. If Xianyan Mountain is willing to help, I will owe you a favor from the Lord's Manor. The Allaire suddenly became pleased, glad that the Lord's Manor finally needed something from him. Rhett nodded eagerly. Of course, we will help the Lord's Manor. Can Therese be woken up? The girl, who didn't understand their conversation, looked up and asked earnestly. Yes, Abel replied. But we need to leave here first. The girl nodded obediently. Where are we going? Home, Abel answered. Hashtag chapter 338, Reckoning. The sect Rani summoned the Great Pong, and Abel didn't hesitate to help everyone board it. The Alia of Shushan City lay on the Great Peng's back, while the girl climbed down from her white. She cried out heart-wrenchingly, as if releasing all the grievances of the past years. After crying for a while, the girl grew exhausted and fell asleep on Sage's lap. Indeed, she was just a 6-year-old child. Calculating the timeline, it had been 6 years since Jorge's mother left. During that time, she must have been pregnant when captured into Pear Blossom Valley, where she later gave birth to the little girl. Her name was Nia. Nia, Sage murmured as she gazed at the quiet girl lying on the great Ping's back, feeling a pang in her heart. Tears streamed uncontrollably down Zoltan's face. Even after the girl fell asleep, he still couldn't stop crying. Mom, I've finally found you, Zoltan sobbed, smiling through his tears. The great Peng flew much faster than the inspection bees. They had just reached the skies above Qingzhou when Abel's expression changed drastically. Not good. What's wrong? The sect Rani asked urgently. The Lord's mansion has been attacked. Abel exclaimed worriedly. Quickly, we need to hurry. The sect Rani nodded, and the great Peng let out a long cry, slicing through the sky. In Yuzhou, at the entrance of the treasure trove within Xian Mountain camp, several elders stormed in, demanding to see the Xian Mountain sect Rani. This time they were prepared with eloquent speeches, intending to cite scriptures to refute the sect Rani and force them to tremble under their righteousness, thereby agreeing to allow everyone to enter the treasure trove. Meanwhile, the servant was looking at a map on the table, his face contorted with anxiety. Where's the sect Rani? The elders scanned the room, finding no one, and loudly questioned the servant. The sect Rani. He went out, the servant stuttered nervously, taken aback by their sudden arrival. These elders, being senior and powerful, could usually be controlled when the sect Rani was present. But without the Rani, no one dared challenge them. One of you went out, an elder snarled. Where did he go? Can't hide anywhere, another elder shouted. Today, we must resolve this matter clearly. People from Pear Blossom Valley have already been inside for 3 days, yet we are still standing here uselessly covered in dust, the third elder grumbled. As elders, we are disgracing ourselves and our ancestors. The servant, torn between fear and frustration, tried to placate them. Rhett carefully hid the map under the table. This mustn't be seen. Hold on. What's in your hand? One elder noticed and quickly grabbed the map, frowning. This is just my little doodle, the servant stammered, trying to retrieve it. Elder, please don't tease me. The elder sneered and opened the map. Any longer. Swallowing hard, he confessed. It's something the sect Rani just received. Just received? The elder pondered aloud, astonished. So, he had this planned all along, one elder remarked, bewildered. Was he secretly collecting this information all along? Another elder speculated. Why didn't he tell us? Dumbass, some things can't be shared, especially with someone like you who can't keep a secret. Makes sense, several elders muttered in agreement. Rhett must have been keeping it hidden, one elder deduced. Now, where did he go? Rhett left with the people from the Lord's mansion, the servant replied helplessly. The Lord's mansion? What does this have to do with them? If he already has the map, why didn't he show us or consult us first? The elder wondered. Why did he go off alone? The servant shook his head. The elders became increasingly anxious, pacing around the tent, part excited, part uneasy. Now that we have this, the underground labyrinth is practically revealed, and Pear Blossom Valley stands no chance against us, one elder said happily. Wait, could Pear Blossom Valley have a copy of this map? Another elder suggested. No way, it must be unique to us. How can you be sure? If they had it, wouldn't the sacred tree be compromised by now? What should we do? Shall we investigate? The sect Rani hasn't returned yet, but we can't wait any longer. Well, maybe we can just check Pear Blossom Valley's progress. Good idea. We'll take a look around and gather intel. Besides, we need to verify if this map is real. Indeed. Let's go and take a look. The old men made up their minds and rushed out of the tent like the wind. The 5 great elders of Xian Mountain moved together to conduct a comprehensive search of the treasure site. At first, Pear Blossom Valley hadn't noticed anything unusual, but gradually they realized something was wrong. Along their path, many doors were found damaged. Secret chambers and passages had been dug open. Has someone already found this place ahead of us? Everyone wondered. Elwyn shook his head. I haven't explored this area yet. This door wasn't broken by me. As these occurrences increased, they discovered that it was the elders of Xian Mountain who had done this work, causing them panic. Previously, the Darwins of Pear Blossom Valley had followed Elwyn's experience in exploration. To prevent getting lost, they meticulously mapped each passage, marking every intersection. However, the people from Xian Mountain were charging forward recklessly, moving swiftly without frequent stops, yet seldom seemed to get lost. The Pear Blossom Valley Darwins encountered Xian Mountain people in the maze who all seemed very confident as they sprinted through. The Rani of Pear Blossom Valley broke out thoughts. They are the local snakes here and know this place very well. The Rani of Pear Blossom Valley frowned. So, Pear Blossom Valley has been helping Xian Mountain? Exactly, the 5 tyrants Rani replied. They likely have a complete map of the underground labyrinth. The Rani of Pear Blossom Valley pondered, saying, that's indeed possible. As you said, they have aligned with Xian Mountain. The 5 tyrants Rani continued. But with Pear Blossom Valley's strength, the Lord's mansion is mere child's play. The Rani of Pear Blossom Valley nodded. Alright, send Mira on a mission. The 5 tyrants Rani smiled mysteriously. Unable to settle accounts directly with the Lord's mansion, he would find someone else to do it for him. Hashtag chapter 339, Fire Disaster. A loud shout echoed through the sky, awakening the quiet night at the Lord's manor. Servants and retainers rushed out. Clarissa, Selma, and Isaac stood at the forefront, staring at a Marissa and an elderly man in front of the manor. The Marissa stepped forward and shouted, Where is your lord? Come out and see me immediately. How domineering, Isaac remarked as he took a few steps forward. Who are you? The Marissa replied, I am Fairy Mira from Pear Blossom Valley. Who's this fairy? I don't know her, Isaac said loudly. Whoever you are, it's midnight. You have no manners to be shouting so loudly. Little rascal, the Marissa shouted angrily, whipping out a lash toward Isaac. Isaac nimbly turned aside, narrowly avoiding the lash, which left a deep gouge in the ground. Without further words, she struck with lethal intent. What a ruthless Marissa, Isaac growled. Young man, you have some skill, the Marissa coldly snorted. Infusing her spirit energy into the whip, it coiled like a snake and shot toward Isaac again with a sharp whistle through the air. Isaac was taken aback, retreating rapidly as he poured spirit energy into his legs, stomping hard and flying backward. The whip moved faster, striking Isaac. Rhett flew sideways, spitting blood profusely. Clarissa wanted to move but hesitated, his eyes fixed on Hiroshi beside the Marissa with great apprehension. Isaac struggled a few times but couldn't get up, another mouthful of blood spurting out. Selma lifted him up, furious, saying, "Fairy, your heart is so cruel. This is what happens when you speak recklessly," the Marissa stated. "Let your lord come and see me." "Our lord is not in the manor," Clarissa responded. "Not in the manor? Where has he gone?" the Marissa asked. "We're not quite sure," Clarissa replied. The Marissa was about to raise her whip when the elderly man calmly interjected. "Rhett might have gone to those people at Immortal Cloud Mountain." The Marissa lowered her whip, frowning. If that's the case, things get complicated. With their combined strength, they could handle the Lord's manor, but directly confronting Immortal Cloud Mountain. The Marissa thought for a moment and then yelled, "If the Lord isn't here, hand over what we want." "What exactly do you want?" "The map of the treasure trove," the Marissa demanded. "Treasure trove?" Clarissa frowned. A servant quickly brought a piece of paper, which Clarissa flung at her with spirit energy. The Marissa effortlessly caught it. She glanced at the paper and sneered, "This is not what I need. I want the map of the underground labyrinth within the treasure trove." Clarissa's heart tightened. The labyrinth was dug by Abel, so having a map made sense. But how did Pear Blossom Valley know about it, enough to demand it? The Marissa was powerful, but the elder was even stronger, making Clarissa hesitant to act rashly. "That map can only be found with our lord," Clarissa stated. The Marissa didn't listen, waving her hand and striding into the manor. "Forget it, I'll find it myself." "Stop." Selma handed Isaac to a servant, raised his large hammer, and rushed forward. "Want to enter the Lord's manor? Ask my hammer first." "Hold it," Clarissa roared. It was too late. Selma had already attacked. The Marissa laughed scornfully. "Do you think you're worthy to fight me?" Suddenly, her long whip twirled violently in the air, transforming into thousands of serpents, lashing toward Selma. Startled, he swung his hammer defensively, thunder crackling around it. The whip sliced through the air like a storm, instantly reaching Selma and splitting apart the lightning. Strips of light whipped against the hammer. In an instant, Selma was thrown back, blood splattering everywhere as the whip continued its relentless attack. Clarissa roared with red-rimmed eyes, slamming into the ground and dashing in front of Selma. Spirit energy surged around him, forming a protective barrier. Yet, moments later, his robe tore and scattered in the wind. That night, the Lord's manor caught fire, flames shooting high into the sky. A few days later, a giant rock landed in front of the Lord's manor. Seeing the charred remains, everyone froze. Servants huddled together, rushing over upon seeing their lord return. "What happened?" Abel shouted, his face grim. Servants cried, "Lord, you're finally back." Honestly, Leong, Selma, and Ephraim Zach were all captured. "By whom?" "People from Pear Blossom Valley," the servants replied. "Pear Blossom Valley? They say if we want them back, we must go to town where they're waiting." Abel chuckled eerily. "They're waiting for me?" The servant recounted the events while Abel listened intently, his eyes filled with icy determination. Instead of going to town immediately, he summoned the stone beast. Within minutes, the stone beast erected a castle on the ruins of the manor. Seeing this display of power, the Alwyn's mind buzzed. He seemed to understand something. Abel settled Alicia in the castle and instructed the servants to take good care of her. To the Alwyn, he said, "Return now. I'm going to town. If anything happens, I'll contact you." "Alone?" the Alwyn asked. "They're well prepared." "I'm not going to fight," Abel replied. "But," Abel warned, "we haven't wronged Immortal Cloud Mountain. So, tell your people to withdraw from the underground labyrinth and retreat 300 miles away." The Alwyn was shocked. "Why?" "Don't ask why," Abel said. "You'll know in a few days." The Alwyn was puzzled, but Abel offered no further explanation. "Now I'm going to town. You don't need to follow. If everything goes well, Immortal Cloud Mountain will be the strongest sect among the summoner lineages after this," Abel added coolly. The Alwyn was stunned by this statement. The Marissa stayed at an inn in town, easily found. Abel approached, and the Marissa eyed him curiously. "You're the lord of the manor?" Beside her stood the elderly man, his eyes sharp and piercing. "Yes, I am," Abel nodded. "Do you have what we want?" the Marissa asked. "I do." Abel pulled out a stack of papers from his bag and placed them on the table. "It's all here." "Is this the same thing you gave to Immortal Cloud Mountain?" she asked. "Yes," Abel replied. "It seems you're smarter than those others," the Marissa smiled. "So, where are they? Can I take them back now?" "Not so easy," she waved the papers in her hand. "Capturing them wasn't simple. I can't just let them go." "So, what must I do to get them back?" Abel asked. "You already have the map. When did I say I would release them?" she asked. "What?" Abel exclaimed. "You shamelessly collaborated with Immortal Cloud Mountain, expecting us to let you go," the Marissa scoffed. "Do you think that's possible?" Abel remained silent, then suddenly laughed. "Then you won't let me go either?" The Marissa tilted her chin and smirked. "Of course not. As expected of a lord, you're clever." "Fine, I'll go with you," Abel agreed. Outside the town in a small forest, the trees spread their tender leaves beautifully. However, one spot was stained with blood, crimson and grotesquely vivid. Chapter 340. The Troubles of Pear Blossom Valley. The 3 members of the Simian army were bound inside a cave beside the woods, with guards standing in rows at a distance. "Ready," I said. "You stay back. Don't get too close." An intense tingling sensation throughout his body and groaned as he hunched over. "Odd," the Alexa said in surprise. "You don't have any spiritual power? What did you do to me?" Abel asked through the tingling pain. "I sealed your spirit points," the Marissa replied. I didn't expect you to have absolutely no spiritual power. Ha, such a waste, just a useless piece of wood. Underestimating your opponent will lead to losses, Abel said. Still trying to glorify yourself? Do you deserve it? The Marissa laughed condescendingly. Abel entered the stone cave, and the Marissa left without looking back. Inside the cave, Ewan and Selma lay in pools of blood, unconscious. Isaac lay weakly on the ground, breathing heavily, covered in wounds. Footsteps echoed as Isaac cursed, "Evil witch, despicable. When my young master returns, I'll make you pay." "Don't curse when you're injured," a voice said near Isaac's ear. Suddenly, he felt a warm chest pressing against him. Surprised, Isaac looked up and saw a familiar face. "Perry," Isaac sobbed, tears streaming down his face. "Perry, you finally came. Don't move." Abel took out a water flask from his bag and gave him a few sips. After drinking, Isaac felt significantly better. A flash of red light, and Anna appeared. "So badly beaten?" Anna frowned. These three were all under her training, considered half-Darwins. "Can you heal them?" Abel asked. Anna swiftly absorbed the blood from the ground into a bottle and handed it to Abel. "This blood is toxic, and your body is weak. Why did you dare come in here?" Abel smiled indifferently. Anna took out 3 pills and placed them in each person's mouth. "They need rest." Abel nodded. "With you here, I'm relieved." "If I were here, they wouldn't have been hurt," Anna said. "I thought the more heroes we brought in, the more prosperous Shenshan town would become. Now I see." Abel continued. "A disrespected lord's manor can be seen as easy prey." Just then, there was a commotion at the entrance. "Lord, good to see you." 2 figures walked in from the cave entrance. Seeing Ewan and others lying on the ground, they laughed triumphantly. "Why are you back?" Abel asked. "I have my reasons for returning," said the 2 men, the Rani of the 5 tyrants and the Brecken. "That's unexpected," Abel remarked. "Do you think you can control everything?" The 5 tyrants Rani laughed. "I admit the Lord's manor has decent strength, but I underestimated you. 1 Alexa plus an elder from the Yin River sect is enough to finish off your entire Lord's manor. So, you're here to mock me?" Abel was somewhat annoyed. "No," the Rani said. "We're here to kick you while you're down." Abel laughed, shuddering. Interesting. Even someone like you thinks our Lord's manor can be bullied. I plan to ignore you, but now it seems I can't let this slide." "Even in such a state, you still look unperturbed," the 5 tyrants Rani commented. "You're quite something." "Flattery won't save you," Abel replied. "Humph, big talker. What can you do now?" The Brecken behind the Rani yelled. "You injured 3 brothers and stole the sacred tree branch from my brother-in-law. It's time to settle this." "Time indeed," Abel laughed. Suddenly, a silk ribbon flashed, and everything disappeared before their eyes. When they opened their eyes again, they found themselves in a room, tightly bound and left aside, only their eyes and noses exposed. They hadn't even seen how Abel had acted. Abel carefully laid Ewan, Selma, and Isaac on stone beds, made some arrangements, and called out, "Prepare some bedding and water." Someone quickly ran up to assist. Abel busied himself with other tasks, and never once glanced at the 5 tyrants Rani who was bound nearby. No one cared about their thoughts, as it was utterly irrelevant. At Xianyun Mountain, the patriarch returned to the camp and immediately ordered everyone to retreat 300 miles south, nearly back to Shenshan town. "Alwyn, why?" several elders asked, confused. "Just follow orders, don't ask why," the patriarch replied, shaking his head. "If I knew, I'd tell you." Though puzzled, the elders did not object. They all thought the patriarch must have a secret plan but couldn't share it with them. Despite their suspicions, they kept quiet. Xianyun Mountain's large movement caught Pear Blossom Valley's attention. "Xianyun Mountain retreated?" Pear Blossom Valley's Rani asked, surprised. "What happened?" No one responded or knew. The Rani guessed. "Did they get the map but decided not to fight us? That's strange. How's the Lord's manor?" Cherry replied, "Everyone in the Lord's manor has been locked in the cave." "Did they fight?" the Rani asked. "They did," Cherry confirmed. The Rani frowned. "How strong are they?" "They have some strength, but compared to Pear Blossom Valley, they're insignificant, nothing to worry about." "Oh." The Rani nodded, feeling slightly reassured. Red initially wanted to act, but with the sacred tree being the priority, he didn't want complications. Red didn't expect Cherry to start fighting directly. Thankfully, the opponent wasn't strong. Otherwise, creating unnecessary enemies would make things harder. Since they're controlled, the Rani suddenly added, "The Lord's manor has many treasures we can take." The Rani thought of the sacred tree branch Abel held. "The Lord's manor's treasures?" Cherry paused. "It's already burned down." "What?" The Rani was shocked. "It's just a Lord's manor. It can't have anything valuable." Cherry dismissed it carelessly, inwardly mocking the Rani for valuing everything. The Rani stared at Cherry, his expression complex. "But there is a strange matter," Cherry suddenly said. "What's strange?" "In the Lord's body, there's no spiritual power," Cherry continued. "I noticed this when I sealed his spirit points." "Interesting." The Rani of Pear Blossom Valley was slightly surprised but did not show too much shock. Rhett was still preoccupied with the branch of the sacred tree. If it were the branch of the sacred tree, it wouldn't be destroyed even in fire. Therefore, even if the Lord's manor burned down, it should still exist. However, this time, he planned to send someone else to the Lord's manor. A few days later, the scorching sun remained hot, and the wind from the desolate mountain carried sand. People from Pear Blossom Valley were scattered throughout the labyrinth, eagerly looking for the sacred tree. But no one noticed that on Great Desolate Mountain, several raging rivers had abruptly changed their course. They turned a corner and flowed along newly opened channels. North, north, continuously north. Finally, the water converged at one point, forming a huge river that rushed toward a single location. That place was the entrance to the treasure chamber. The raging river surged forward, overwhelming everything in its path. Without warning, it flooded the area of yellow soil. The underground world instantly transformed into an underwater realm. Or maybe there was some foreshadowing. 300 Darwins from Pear Blossom Valley were scattered throughout the various branches of the underground maze. Initially, they only felt a slight tremor in the soil above them and some shaking in the tunnels. They thought this would stop quickly, but after a series of small tremors came larger vibrations. An earthquake. Everyone realized something terrible was happening. Then, a tremendous roar sounded, as if thousands of soldiers were charging overhead, creating an echoing boom that reverberated in their ears. Everyone froze, lifting their heads to listen. Suddenly, without warning, they were knocked down by surging water. Water infiltrated everywhere, flooding every tunnel. The crudely constructed gates and palaces offered no resistance. The underground maze quickly became an underwater maze. Ordinary river water couldn't harm them much. However, they were spread out among various branches of the maze, and even without the water, escaping wouldn't be easy. The underground world was now a watery swamp. Who did this? The Rani of Pear Blossom Valley raged. Red-eyed, he raised his long knife and shattered the soil above him, opening a passage from the underground to the surface. As soon as it opened, more water rushed in, forming a new waterfall. Rhett leaped up from the ground, glaring at the priest. How many of our people are injured? The Darwins have all come out. None have been killed, someone reported. Oh. The Rani felt a bit relieved. Good. But then the person added. But most of the Darwins have depleted their spiritual power and developed red rashes on their skin, which itch terribly. Red rashes? The Rani frowned. Elder Redivian River Sect heard this and felt uneasy. Rhett rushed to a Darwin, lifting the Darwin's arm to examine the dotted red rash. Rhett injected spiritual power into the Darwin's hand for examination, and his expression turned grim. What's wrong? The Rani asked, noticing something amiss. Valley leader, Elder Rhett looked troubled. Pear Blossom Valley may be in trouble this time. This scene marked the unexpected consequence of the river redirection and the impending danger faced by Pear Blossom Valley due to unforeseen complications arising from the attack. Hashtag Chapter 341. Return to town. The Valley Master's heart sank as she hurriedly asked, what happened? Elder Rhett frowned deeply and replied, Valley honest, it's poison. The Valley Master was taken aback. She quickly pulled her Darwin's arm and carefully examined the red rash on it. Poison? What kind of poison? The Valley Master widened her eyes and asked. A rare and highly potent poison that exists in the pink piglet lazily snorted, while the cloud-walking beast approached. The pink piglet nimbly jumped onto the cloud-walking beast, which then ran towards Shenshan town. A figure blocked their path. The cloud-walking beast stopped, cautious. How interesting. The man in white stared curiously at the pink piglet and the cloud-walking beast, saying, 300 people from Lihua Valley were outwitted by just a few spirit beasts. Truly remarkable. The pink piglet frowned, pretending to be clueless. The man in white laughed heartily. I've wandered these mountains for days without seeing the holy tree, but a little pig that can repair rivers? You dug a channel to the treasure site within days, undetected, filled it with water. Truly impressive. The cloud-walking beast stepped back, and soon words appeared on the ground. Who are you? Wow. The man in white's surprise grew even more. You can write too? The pink piglet snorted disdainfully. I'll introduce myself first, he smiled. I'm the Dovey of Ueshio Peak. The words on the ground disappeared and reappeared. Why block my way? The Dovey smiled, out of curiosity. Curiosity about what? The words reappeared. Where did you two spirit beasts come from? The Dovey asked. This shouldn't concern you, the words showed. Unless you want to help Lihua Valley. You misunderstood. I have beasts vanished instantly. Red had considered dozens of ways they might evade this attack, but disappearing instantly. This was the first time. To dodge my move, that's quite an exaggeration. The Dovey was momentarily stunned. Not bad, he muttered, standing there, amazed. In the distance, another figure rushed towards them, dust flying underfoot. This person was broad-shouldered, with a square face and a rugged expression. Most strikingly, he carried a gigantic strange sword on his back. The sword was wide, nearly matching his waist circumference, and long, surpassing his height. It had no edge, heavy and thick. Stopping near the Dovey, the burly Jaden exclaimed, Didn't you even see how they disappeared? Did you see? The Dovey glared back. I didn't either. The burly Jaden shook his head. Then why say that? The Dovey snapped. Do you think it's Cheyenne Mountain or the Lord's Manor? Why not say Wanchi Gate? The burly Jaden asked. Doesn't seem like it. The Dovey shook his head. Their mysterious tricks are most similar to Wanchi Gate, the burly Jaden said. Wanchi Gate specializes in formations, the Dovey disagreed. But I didn't sense any spiritual fluctuations. This is too strange. The burly Jaden nodded, asking, So where should we go now? Follow Lihua Valley's people and see where they lead, the Dovey suggested. Sounds good, the burly Jaden agreed. But, the Dovey paused. Won't there be problems if you keep following me like this? No problems, the Jaden assured. Our Lord instructed us that if we get lost, we can follow those from Ueshio Peak. Clive said this? I don't recall our relationship with you being that close, the Dovey remarked. The burly Jaden shook his head. Before we left, our Lord said the people of Ueshio Peak are smart. Following them would be right. The Dovey thought for a moment. Thank you for the compliment. Chapter 342. Ambush. Not far from Spirit Mountain Town, the vast wilderness mountain suddenly began to tremble violently. The spiritual energy in the heavens and earth converged toward one point, spiraling madly in the air. A whirlwind rose, churning up thick clouds of smoke. An enormous white mushroom cloud surged wildly, slowly turning black and dense, covering half the sky. Thunder flashed frequently within the dark clouds, rumbling loudly as it rolled into the distance. Beneath the cloud cover stood a lone figure. The black cloud stretched toward the person on the ground. The whirlwind intensified, and amidst it, the person emitted a dazzling burst of multicolored light that shot towards the sky, piercing through the clouds to form a column of light. Within this light pillar, shadowy figures flickered like streams of white water flowing through it. Accompanied by an immense, sharp roar, A gigantic spirit beast emerged from the light pillar. Boom! Massive feet stomped on the ground, causing continuous vibrations throughout the desolate mountain. The spirit beast roared loudly, unleashing a fierce wind that scattered the dark clouds in the sky. The entire mountain shook as the roaring wind swept across the land, carrying the sound far and wide. Daons from Pear Blossom Valley, who were en route to Spirit Mountain Town, witnessed this strange phenomenon from afar and were instantly shocked, their faces revealing astonishment. Is this a tier redevant spirit beast? No one understood such creatures better than the Darwins of Pear Blossom Valley. Valley Honest, is this? The attendant beside the Valley Honest stared incredulously at the distant scene and hurriedly asked. Mountain Mover, the Valley Honest said tersely, his heart pounding with shock as he furrowed his brows. Mountain Mover? Alexa Mira leaped from another large goose and landed beside the Valley Honest. Having overheard the two words, she quickly asked, Valley Honest, why did the Mountain Mover beast appear? Where's Genie? I sent Genie out to handle some matters, the Valley Honest replied, his voice growing coarse. Alexa Genie is always composed, the attendant remarked, hardly believing it. Could she have encountered some major trouble? Otherwise, why would she summon the Mountain Mover beast? Worried himself, the Valley Honest suddenly shouted, the main group will continue on its own. Alexa's Mira and Alicia, come with me. Yes, the Darwins of Pear Blossom Valley responded obediently. Alexa, Alicia, and Elder Red of the Yenha sect leaped off their geese, landing beside the Valley Honest's mount. Summoning a giant eagle, the Valley Honest had everyone boarded. With a loud eagle cry, the bird took off, soaring into the sky amid powerful gusts of wind. Valley Honest, what exactly did you send Genie to do? Alexa Mira couldn't help but ask. Alicia shared the same curiosity. After some thought, the Valley Honest replied, I sent her to observe the activities of other sections. Of course, the Valley Honest wouldn't reveal that he had sent Alexa Genie to Lord Abel at the Lord's Manor to request a branch of the sacred tree. The other sects? Alicia worried. If she was forced to summon the Mountain Mover beast, then she must be in grave danger. A chill ran through everyone's spines. Although they all knew this much, it felt different once spoken aloud. However, not many could force her to use that move. It had to be a formidable enemy. The Valley Honest's heart burned with anxiety as he slapped the eagle harder, making it cry out in pain and fly swiftly away. From afar, the ground continued to shake violently. The giant beast roared repeatedly, its sharp screams almost tearing through their eardrums, becoming increasingly frequent and shrill. But after about an incense stick's time, the sound suddenly ceased. By the time the Valley Honest's eagle arrived, there were no traces of the Mountain Mover beast in the wasteland, only signs of fierce battle. Not far away, Darwins of Immortal Cloud Mountain stood on a hilltop, their Ronnie among them, frowning as he gazed at the area. Are these people from Immortal Cloud Mountain? Myra's eyes widened, a fire burning in her chest. Before she could speak, the Valley Honest called out loudly to the Ronnie of Immortal Cloud Mountain. Where is Genie? His voice rang like a bell, echoing through the mountains. Anyone within 100 miles could hear it. They waited for a response, but none came. The Valley Honest shifted his gaze to the nearby Immortal Cloud Mountain party. The Ronnie of Immortal Cloud Mountain had already noticed the flying eagle belonging to the Valley Honest of Pear Blossom Valley. Rhett stepped forward and said, was this caused by a summoning spell from your Pear Blossom Valley? Wasn't it you who fought her? The Valley Honest retorted rudely. I also came here due to the strange phenomenon, the Ronnie replied. The Valley Honest's face turned grim. Who else if not you? Mira couldn't hold back, questioning loudly. It was indeed not me, the Ronnie of Immortal Cloud Mountain insisted. All my Darwins are present, unharmed. If I had battled Alexa Genie's Mountain Mover beast, even the aftershocks would have knocked down many. Would anyone on Immortal Cloud Mountain be unscathed? Mira looked carefully and saw that the Darwins of Immortal Cloud Mountain weren't just uninjured. They were spotlessly clean, without even a speck of dirt. It didn't seem like they had been involved in any battle. Could it really not be the people from Immortal Cloud Mountain? She pondered for a moment, preparing to speak, when the Valley Honest of Pear Blossom Valley asked, what is your relationship with the Lord's Manor? This abrupt question left everyone puzzled. The Ronnie of Immortal Cloud Mountain paused, then frowned and replied, consider him a friend. Did you save them? The Valley Honest questioned. Mira had mentioned how the members of the Lord's Manor were imprisoned in caves with their spirit points sealed. If Genie faced danger, it might be related to the Lord's Manor. Initially, Mira and Elder Rhett together subdued the Lord's Manor. If Genie confronted them alone, unexpected situations could indeed occur. Not really, the Ronnie of Immortal Cloud Mountain answered. The Valley Honest frowned, suddenly steering the eagle towards Spirit Mountain Town, leaving the Immortal Cloud Mountain group behind. Valley Honest? Everyone was confused. We're going to the Lord's Manor, the Valley Honest explained succinctly. The Lord's Manor? Mira frowned, asking, are the people from Immortal Cloud Mountain helping the Lord's Manor? Possibly, the Valley Honest said. Mira, guide us to that cave. Rhett needed to confirm something first. Mira pointed in a direction, saying, there. A bright eagle cry sounded as the eagle stopped before the cave entrance. Pear Blossom Valley Darwins guarding the cave rushed up, pale-faced. Valley Honest, the Darwin greeted. Is Lord Abel still inside? The Valley Honest demanded directly. The person is already gone, the Darwin stammered, sweating profusely. This morning, when we went to deliver food, we found the place empty. I dispatched many people to search the vicinity but haven't found them. Of course, the Valley Honest's expression turned sinister. They had escaped. But did someone from Immortal Cloud Mountain assist them? The Valley Honest clenched his fists tightly. Myra's eyes widened. How did they escape? Did Immortal Cloud Mountain rescue them? Their spirit points were sealed. They couldn't have escaped on their own. Don't know, the Darwin shook his head. We always had someone watching here but saw no one coming out. When we entered to deliver food this morning, they were gone. 2 other people disappeared simultaneously. What happened? Mira asked. Who were the other 2? The Darwin glanced at Elder Red of Yinha sect beside Mira, replying, Mr. Rhett's friends. Before he left, Mr. Rhett brought 2 friends, whom we allowed into the cave because we knew Mr. Rhett is a friend of Alexa Mira. We didn't expect. Were those 2 responsible for the rescue? Alicia glared at Elder Red of Pear Blossom Valley. The Valley Honest asked, who are those 2? The Dakari, Elder Rhett replied. They had grievances with the Lord's Manor. They couldn't possibly set them free. They wouldn't dare defy our Yinha sect's orders. And they are still under the influence of our poison. Strange, the Valley Honest exclaimed. Let's go inside and check. Just then, another roar echoed from the distance. Everyone jolted, looking in that direction. In the distance, 2 massive clouds formed and 2 colorful light pillars soared upwards. The Valley Honest's mind went blank, his face losing all color. Alexis, Mira, and Alicia were even more horrified, shivering. That direction. A terrible thought struck Alicia. Is it the direction we came from? Suddenly, everything went quiet. Even breathing seemed to stop. Back. A senior elder of Pear Blossom Valley shouted, leaping onto the eagle, which darted off like an arrow. A powerful enemy ambushed us as we were coming out, attacking our 300 Darwins of Pear Blossom Valley, and even forced the remaining 2 Alexas to simultaneously summon Tier Redovan spirit beasts. Chapter 343. Escape. A feigned attack? By the time the master of Pear Blossom Valley arrived, the battle had already ended. The air was thick with the acrid smell of scorched earth, and black smoke curled up, looking strangely beautiful in the sunlight. The land was deeply pitted, and the mountains were shattered. There was not a single human figure in sight. The master of Pear Blossom Valley stood there dumbfounded, her initial rage boiling over into sheer horror within mere minutes. In just a short while, her body trembled and her face turned deathly pale. 300 Pear Blossom Darwins. None could be found. Not even their bodies. How is this possible? Coraline rode on a summoned flying eagle, circling around nearby areas. All that met the eye was scorched earth. After an entire morning, the eagle flew 300 miles back and forth but found nothing. Spirit art, 1,000 bee kill. Cherry shouted, summoning millions of bees to search. These bees had low intelligence and would only mindlessly attack living creatures. But besides them, there was no other sign of life. Cherry's breath grew heavier, cold sweat drenched her back, and she felt as if she had fallen into an ice cellar, icy cold creeping through her heart. It's useless. The master suddenly spoke, her voice dark and hoarse. Rhett's aging body shuddered, appearing much older all at once. They were all poisoned. They couldn't have run far. Even the 2 Alexas and 2 Redovan grade spirit beasts couldn't fight back, let alone 300 Darwins. Silence hung heavy in the air, like a dead stillness. These facts were already known, but voicing them aloud felt different. It seemed to finalize the situation, pronounce a death sentence. Further searching seemed futile. The scorched landscape emitted a nauseating odor, with smoky yellow earth billowing black fumes under the scorching sun, eerie and ghastly. They came specifically for Pear Blossom Valley. Elder Red of Yinha sect said, first, flooding the treasure site, then attacking Gaspard to create a diversion, followed by the assault on the main forces of Pear Blossom Valley, one by one. They also have a method to counter Redovan grade spirit beasts, Elder Red guessed. Otherwise, it would have been impossible to deal with 2 Redovan grade spirit beasts so quickly. The master shivered, feeling like prey being targeted. Who did this? Cherry asked. Elder Red shook his head. He wasn't certain yet. A giant rock bird flew from the horizon, carrying the Wilfred and several elders. The Wilfred dismounted directly from the rock, and began tracing the scorched ground with his finger. Everyone from Pear Blossom Valley watched the Cheyenne Mountain people arrive with cold, blade-like gazes, except for the master of Pear Blossom Valley. Cherry's anger still simmered, and she shouted, "What are you doing here?" The Wilfred seemed to find something significant on the ground, stiffening momentarily before looking up, shock apparent on his face, but he didn't speak. Cherry, still indignant, raised her whip to strike the Wilfred, but was held back by the master. "Nonsense!" The master barked, her frail form trembling and breathing heavily from exhaustion. The Wilfred frowned, then remarked, "You've grown old." The master's lifelong arrogance vanished instantly, her aged white hair standing out even more prominently. The grudge between Cheyenne Mountain and Pear Blossom Valley seemed to fade somewhat. The master smiled bitterly, her tone soft. "I've made a fool of myself." It sounded like a casual greeting between old friends. She then stepped onto her flying eagle, which swirled in a gust of wind, flying towards Cheyenne Mountains. The Wilfred stood quietly, watching the eagle depart, his eyes filled with sorrow. One of Cheyenne Mountain's elders stepped forward, saying, "Honest, you're letting him go like this?" Ignoring him, the Wilfred gently shook his head. Another elder added, "Honest, this is the best chance to wipe out Pear Blossom Valley." The Wilfred froze, turning to glare sharply at the elder, who stepped back from the piercing gaze. "Destroying Pear Blossom Valley has never been my goal. Remember, our aim is to revitalize Cheyenne Mountain." The Honest took a deep breath, exuding disappointment and sadness. The rock bird from Cheyenne Mountain flew off towards the Lord's Manor. Some questions still needed clarifying with Abel. Night fell, and the moonlight was clear. The black smoke from the scorched earth hadn't dissipated yet. It hung in the air, gray and nauseating. A Jaden, carrying a massive sword, wandered at the edge of the scorched area, his eyes wide with disbelief. Rhett crouched down, picked up a stone, and scratched at the ground. Beneath the charred earth lay faint golden powder mixed with yellow soil, not easily discernible but not impossible to spot. "So, this is the work of Wanchi sect?" the Jaden asked. Not far away, the Dovey in white robes drew his sword, releasing a streak of light that cut through the blackened ground. "The lingering spiritual energy in the air tells me there was a large array here," the Dovey explained. "You're stating the obvious," the Jaden retorted irritably. 2 Redovan-grade spirit beast summons can make the air within hundreds of miles smell like an array. "There are subtle differences," the Dovey replied. 5, the Dovey laughed. That's just a self-appointed ranking by later generations of Jiuzhou. You should remember, there's only one true top-tier sect, the original masters of this land. The Star Sect. Wrong. The Jaden thought for a moment and protested. There's a flaw in your argument. What flaw? If Pear Blossom Valley really feared Wanqi Sect, why come to you prefecture at all? Wanqi Sect must have received news about the sacred tree too. So both the master of Pear Blossom Valley and the master of Cheyenne Mountain are gambling, the Dovey said. On what? On betting that Wanqi Sect wouldn't send high-level experts. After all, the 5 major sects are preparing for something important, but they lost their bet. Why didn't the master of Pear Blossom Valley flee when the first Redovan grade spirit beast disappeared? The Jaden asked. This translation maintains the structure, style, and tone of the original text, ensuring it remains coherent with previous content. The names and terms have been accurately rendered into English, preserving the essence of the narrative. This matter is also quite simple, the Dovey said, sheathing his sword and raising his index finger, because, that time, it wasn't the doing of Wanqi Sect. Chapter 344, The Great Battle. The Aowen of Immortal Cloud Mountain visited the Lord's Manor. The new reception hall was quite spacious, with only 2 people seated in it, the room rather empty. The furnishings were extremely thirsty. Rhett picked up his teacup and drank a sip. The tea was quite bitter, causing him to frown. 2 Redovanly tier spirit beasts and 300 Darwins from Pear Blossom Valley have disappeared, the work of Myriad Chess Sect. Abel was startled. The Aowen's body involuntarily trembled. Just now. Abel frowned. Not long ago. Indeed, 2 massive clouds had emerged in the sky. Rhett hadn't expected it to be a summoning ritual for Redovanly tier spirit beasts. Myriad Chess Sect has also acted. The Aowen continued. Including what you did, Myriad Chess Sect has lost 3 Redovanly tier spirit beasts and 3 alias. Now, the master of Pear Blossom Valley is preparing to flee. Do you know that I was involved? Abel asked. The methods of Myriad Chess Sect are well known to me. The disappearance of the first Alia wasn't their doing, the Aowen said. Abel nodded. Then, I have a request, the Aowen suddenly said. Abel was taken aback. Speak on. The Aowen cupped his hands in respect. Please release the Alia of Pear Blossom Valley and her Redovanly tier spirit beast. Abel was startled and exclaimed, You're pleading for Pear Blossom Valley? The Aowen explained, though Pear Blossom Valley and Immortal Cloud Mountain are long-standing rivals, Myriad Chess Sect is our common enemy. Abel furrowed his brow, pondering. The Aowen continued, Our summoning school, although not as powerful as the 5 major sects of Jiuzhou continent, is still among the elite first-tier sections. Not just us, even the individual might of Immortal Cloud Sect or Pear Blossom Valley alone far surpasses an average first-tier sect. Yet, why do we remain hidden from the world? They say the legacy of the summoning school is quite special, Abel replied. The Aowen sighed. Who doesn't wish for their school to flourish? Who wouldn't want many Darwins? What lies behind this? Abel asked. The Aowen explained, Myriad Chess Sect has specialized formations against us summoners. Any spirit beast is restrained by these formations. For centuries, countless spirit beasts have been captured by Myriad Chess Sect, including Redovanly tier 1s. At this point, the Aowen's body quivered. His face flushed red, anger unresolved. Captured? Abel questioned the choice of words. We once sent informants into Myriad Chess Sect, and the news we received was shocking. The Aowen swallowed hard and struggled to continue. Within Myriad Chess Sect, our spirit beasts are used as experimental materials for various formations. Abel was alarmed. Experimentation? They go to great lengths to capture spirit beasts, the Aowen said. In the eyes of Myriad Chess Sect, what outsiders see as majestic spirit honest who control beasts in battle are nothing more than prey. Normally, Immortal Cloud Mountain and Pear Blossom Valley would vie for dominance, but before Myriad Chess Sect, we must do something for each other. The Aowen fixed his gaze on Abel, awaiting a response. Abel thought for a moment and slowly said, The master of Pear Blossom Valley sent that Alia here to steal from me. Steal? Abel said, I have a branch from the sacred tree. The Aowen's pupils contracted sharply. One Alia came here intending to burn my manor to the ground, while another came to steal from me. Honestly, I'm quite irritated with their actions, Abel said. But since you've pleaded for them, I will grant you some favor. The Aowen looked slightly embarrassed. I truly didn't know she came to steal. No worries, Abel said. Shubao's mother is still unconscious. Please offer some assistance. The Aowen nodded repeatedly. Of course. Alia Gaspard was released, along with the massive moving mountain beast. Gaspard appeared disheveled, devoid of the pride of a Pear Blossom Valley Alia. She wore a look of vigilance and tension when she saw Abel again. You should thank the Aowen of Immortal Cloud Mountain. I released you because of him, Abel explained. Gaspard was stunned. Are you playing tricks on me? People from Myriad Chess Sect are coming, the Aowen of Immortal Cloud Mountain said. Gaspard's expression changed drastically. We need to cooperate, the Aowen of Immortal Cloud Mountain said, ops apart. If not for the celestial Redovan circle hovering above Divine Mountain Town, probably not an inch of land would have remained intact. At this moment, the celestial Redovan circle hovered above Divine Mountain Town, casting a golden light that brought tranquility and peace. Inside was a peaceful haven. Outside, a chaotic battlefield. The earth outside the town was ravaged by flames and gales over and over. The landscape transformed into scorched earth. Finally, the forest caught fire. What Abel didn't expect was that his planting points were rapidly dwindling. Rhett clenched his teeth, watching as the system kept warning, 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 planting points depleted, planting points depleted. Large swathes of trees outside the town were destroyed. As the trees died, the planting points turned negative. Then, the town beast seal vanished, followed by the disappearance of the cloud-walking beast. Hashtag chapter 345, battle ends. The explosions lasted for 3 days and 3 nights, completely altering the Barren Mountain. The Zhiyun mountain range had been severely eroded, now nothing but scorched earth. The air reeked of burnt odor, black smoke billowing everywhere. Spiritual energy danced in the scorching air, and spiritual winds swept across, lifting the black soil to reveal faint yellow beneath. Mountains shifted, deep craters spread everywhere. A middle-aged man in a black robe stood proudly, looking down at the fallen crowd with an unperturbed expression. I never thought that Pear Blossom Valley and Immortal Cloud Mountain would meet their end today. Truly unfortunate. In front of him lay a group of people bound by golden threads, unable to move. 3 enormous Redovenly grade spirit beasts were also tethered to the ground. The threads, which sprouted from the earth, were sharp and resilient, embedded deeply into their flesh, making them cry out in pain as they struggled, only to become more bloodied and mangled. Gradually, they stopped struggling. The threads seemed to sap away their strength. Once bound, their bodies slowly weakened until they were utterly exhausted, incapable of even flipping over. The Honest of Pear Blossom Valley was already unconscious, while the Dale could previously still shout, but now could only pant on the ground. Red had the most threads, each limb tied separately. The Anderson was still awake, but slightly dazed, incessantly repeating the same words. Redovenly chosen gate won't deceive me. Immortal Cloud Mountain is destined for great fortune and cannot perish here. The man in the black robe quietly admired his handiwork, greedily inhaling the smell of burnt air, lost in ecstasy. Uttering the words of the Rani of launched another attack. The Dion was startled, dodging rapidly, creating some distance, yet stumbling, clearly injured. A cut opened on his arm, blood streaming down. Only now did he see clearly what attacked him. A small black wolf. How is this possible? The Dion asked incredulously. A spirit beast unimpeded within my formation? Is my formation really that impressive? A voice echoed from behind the Dion. Startled, he turned sharply to find a Hideo, darker than his robe, standing not far behind him. The Dion's eyes widened in shock. Who are you? Guess, the figure replied. The Dion hesitated, a storm brewing inside him. Anyone who can stand within my formation undetected. Besides the Ranis of the 5 great sects, who else could it be? Your formation is really that impressive? Are you exaggerating? The figure asked. Did you detect my spirit beast? Is it a Rani of the 5 great sects too? Black light flashed as the Dion urgently dodged, gaining new injuries from the small black wolf's claws, dripping with blood. The wolf looked at him disdainfully, licking its lips. This is... The Dion finally realized, eyes wide with shock. A sky-gazing beast. Only a sky-gazing beast could remain unaffected by this formation. This formation imitated the overwhelming aura of ancient sky-gazing beasts, restricting other spirit beasts' power, especially Redovenly grade ones. Why? A living sky-gazing beast, the Dion exclaimed. Ah! The Dion shuddered, shouting loudly as thousands of golden threads burst from the ground around him, assuming a defensive stance. Rhett couldn't keep up with the sky-gazing beast's speed. Continuing the fight would mean certain doom. Shield? The figure immediately taunted. I didn't expect you to have a sky-gazing beast. I apologize. Very well, let you witness the true power of this formation. Even a sky-gazing beast cannot withstand this, made from countless hammer sky beast sinews. Hammer sky beast sinews? No wonder so many people were drained like this. You've tempered the essence of hammer sky beasts into red chains, the figure said. The Dion explained. These red chains are refined into golden threads, behaving almost like living creatures. Once touched, they absorb the victim's blood, flesh, and vitality. If even a tiny bit touches, flesh will gradually wither. There are thousands upon thousands of these threads in this formation. No matter how brave you are, you'll regret entering this mess. Even 3 Redovenly grade spirit beasts couldn't escape the consumption of the golden threads. Who could escape? Unless they were the Ranis of the top 5 sects. I didn't come to leave. Cold light flashed, and the figure charged forward. The Dion's eyes sparkled with intensity, shouting as countless golden threads surged from the ground toward the figure. The figure darted left and right, the golden threads missing him repeatedly. More threads emerged from the ground, forming vines to block his path. The figure's movements were incredibly swift and precise, evading the golden threads with ease. Indeed formidable, the Dion shouted. The ground began to rumble, roaring like rolling thunder, as if preparing for something immense. Suddenly, within a kilometer radius, countless golden threads shot out from the ground, transforming into vines and instantly forming a golden forest. Within a kilometer, no one could escape. Finally, the figure was ensnared. The Dion laughed as countless threads surged towards the figure, wrapping him tightly into a thick ball. The cocoon gradually glowed, indicating the golden threads were extracting the victim's blood, flesh, and spiritual energy. Soon, the person inside would be drained dry. Your master is done for, the Dion boasted triumphantly to the sky-gazing beast. These threads are indestructible. Once wrapped, if you can't break free initially, you'll never be able to. The victim just gets weaker. The sky-gazing beast closely inspected the large ball before giving a smile. A wild animal smile. Are you mocking me? Are you so confident in your master? Well, without talent, no one could gain recognition from a sky-gazing beast. Redder's a deal. If I defeat your master, will you follow me? The sky-gazing beast opened its mouth and cackled, finding the Dion's proposal too absurd to resist laughing. This chapter vividly describes the aftermath of an intense battle and the introduction of a powerful and unexpected entity, the sky-gazing beast. The tension escalates as the protagonist showcases superior agility and combat skills, while the antagonist, emboldened by his formation's supposed invincibility, becomes increasingly paranoid and desperate. The Dion couldn't help but feel some irritation. You are of the lineage of an ancient giant beast. How can you acknowledge a loser as your master? Follow me, and you'll have your benefits. Otherwise, these golden threads aren't for show. See those giant beasts lying there? They were disobedient, so I bound them with golden threads, leaving them in agony. The sky-gazing beast lazily yawned and looked at the Dion with disdain, which greatly infuriated him. Rhett planned to teach this impolite sky-gazing beast a lesson. A voice came from within the golden ball encased by the golden threads, Sky-gazing beasts are rare ancient divine beasts. You think you can take one away with just a few words? That's far too naive. My sky-gazing beast doesn't respond to coercion. Your methods won't work. The Dion paused, his eyes spinning before he suddenly laughed. So, what do you suggest I should do? If you let me tame your sky-gazing beast, I might consider releasing you. Ha, you've misunderstood, the voice replied. I'm not pleading for mercy. It doesn't matter if you plead or not. The Dion waved his sleeves. I want the sky-gazing beast. Give it to me, and I'll release you now. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Aren't you? You'll find out soon enough. The Dion's expression turned serious. The person inside the golden ball did not scream or struggle fiercely, which was completely unexpected. Whether it was the honest of Pear Blossom Valley or the Rani of Immortal Cloud Mountain, the golden threads only needed to bind them a few times before they started screaming. The several Redovenly grayed spirit beasts also cried out pitifully when bound by the golden threads. But this person, wrapped by tens of thousands of golden threads into a ball, remained remarkably calm. You are truly extraordinary, the Dion couldn't help but say. Refhe. The voice chuckled. The golden threads shone brightly as they transported blood, flesh, and vital energy. But at that moment, countless threads began to shimmer, and the entire golden ball emitted a dazzling light. There is so much blood, flesh, and essence. The Dion was surprised. Such a quantity surpassed, unharmed but looked fatigued. Still, he was somewhat smug, even more than after defeating Pear Blossom Valley and Immortal Cloud Mountain. After all, winning against them was too easy and didn't bring him satisfaction. Pity, I didn't want to give you another chance. A voice emerged from the center of the dust, cutting off the Dion's smugness. The Dion froze in terror, his body chilled as if he'd seen a ghost. How is this possible? Why wouldn't it be? The dust was blown away, revealing the person inside. The black armor had faded, revealing a clear and handsome face. His hands still clutched golden threads, which continued to shine as they absorbed essence. What kind of monster are you? The man screamed in terror, backing away. You still don't know who I am, the figure said calmly. You're not human. You can't be human. The Dion stared blankly. Who says I'm not human? You're exaggerating, the figure replied. No, you can't kill me. You can't kill me. The man fell to the ground, crawling backward. Wimp, the figure sneered. The sky-gazing beast rushed over. The figure frowned. Injured? The sky-gazing beast looked at the Dion. Terrified, the Dion said, You can't touch me. I have a companion who will see the abnormality in the formation and rush here. Rhett's stronger than me. If you harm me, he won't let you go. Another companion, the figure asked. Where is he? Lord's Manor. The Dion pointed in a direction. Not far from here. We speak a bit louder, and he can hear. Why would he go to the Lord's Manor? The figure asked. The Dion didn't answer. The figure didn't mind either, looking toward the Lord's Manor, muttering, Dragon's Lair or Tiger's Den can be challenged, but it's best not to provoke the Lord's Manor. Just then, a thunderous roar echoed from the Lord's Manor. They were still some distance away, yet they saw a brilliant white light appear, twist in the sky, and head straight towards them. Was he coming? The collapsed Dion became excited, expecting his companion's arrival. His companion must have noticed the formation's abnormality and rushed to check. The white light flashed swiftly, followed closely by a more vibrant green light. The green light intensified, speeding up, quickly overtaking the white light, which vanished. Then, the green light transformed into an enormous snake. They swore they had never seen such a massive snake in their lives. Its head was almost as tall as half of the Zhiyun mountain range, dominating the world. The Dion waited, but the white light never reappeared. After a while, a cry echoed through the air. Black-robed, come save me, ah! The Dion trembled, sitting motionless on the ground. The speed of light is faster than sound, the figure said casually. Let's go. I'll take you to visit the Lord's Manor. This chapter builds upon the intense confrontation, introducing a twist with the arrival of the protagonist, whose superior combat skills and strategic planning foil the antagonist's plans. The scene ends with a mysterious development involving the Lord's Manor, setting the stage for further intrigue. Hashtag chapter 346, transformation. The Cash slowly regained consciousness. As he opened his eyes, he saw an enormous green snake nearly blotting out the sky, and his heart almost leaped out of his chest. Truly massive, even a Redovan-class spirit beast would look like a child next to it. If it stood upright, it could tower over the tallest peaks of the Zhiyun mountain range in Juzhou. The reflection off its scales was blindingly bright, hard as iron, and glittering like crystal. Its blood-red eyes were fierce and cruel, like those of a colossal beast from ancient mythology, stripping away all life. Yield before treasure, bow before the serpent. The Cash not only did not fear, but was so excited that he trembled all over. Clenching his teeth, he struggled to stand up unsteadily. I have finally found it. Exhaustion and pain distorted his face, but this giant snake was the embodiment of his faith. Redovan's chosen one did not deceive me. The giant snake flicked its tongue and opened its massive jaws to display its authority. Then, it visibly shrank at a rapid pace until it vanished completely. The place returned to silence, making one doubt if it had all been a hallucination. The array was broken. The golden threads had lost their original color, withered, and fallen off. They resembled dead leaves or old vines, cracking and breaking apart. The wind blew through, reducing them to dust and scattering them into the ground. What on earth was that? The Dion was drenched in cold sweat, staring blankly at where the giant snake had disappeared. Red had never seen such a huge snake before, not even in the legends of the Johto continent. It seems he has collected something truly terrifying again. That person finished extracting the last bit of flesh from the golden thread and tossed it aside. Come, I'll take you to the Lord's Manor. The Lord's Manor? The Dion asked. Who are you, exactly? That person smiled and said, guess. But what was that thing? A voice came from behind, belonging to the Cash, who exclaimed, that giant snake. It wasn't my hallucination. It couldn't have been. Without turning around, the person replied, "If you want to know what that monstrous thing was, go ask at the Lord's manor. If he answers you, then so be it." A small wolf under his feet suddenly grew larger, and he skillfully mounted it, grabbing the Dion and speeding towards the Lord's manor. The cash gritted his teeth, dragging his exhausted body towards the Lord's manor. By the next morning, he finally arrived at the Lord's manor. The servants were astonished by the battered state of the cash and invited him inside. Rhett sat in the reception hall and drank a cup of strong tea. But when Abel came, he had already fallen asleep. When he woke up again, there was no one around. Rhett walked out of the Lord's manor and saw the Montague who defeated the Dion standing on the empty ground in front of the manor, talking with Abel. The cash was about to walk over when Abel called out, and Zoltan ran over from afar. The Montague seemed to say something, and Zoltan obediently nodded, taking off a green snake from his neck and showing it to the Montague. The Montague grabbed the snake by the tail, lifting it up for a closer look. The little snake hung limply, seemingly displeased with Tadeo's action, flicking its tongue slightly in protest. The Montague shook his head and returned the snake to Zoltan. Zoltan took the snake, placed it on the ground, and spoke to it. The snake lifted its head and shook it. Zoltan grew anxious and raised his voice, which allowed the cash to hear him say, "Quick, transform, grow bigger, and show Uncle." Uncle? So the Montague who defeated the Dion is Zoltan's uncle? Then he must be Abel's senior brother? Zoltan called out twice, but the snake remained unchanged, lazily moving towards Zoltan, rubbing against his leg affectionately, and climbing up to his shoulder. The Montague almost laughed but held back. Zoltan's face turned slightly red. Rhett took the snake down again and loudly shouted, "Transform now, or there will be no dinner tonight." The threat seemed effective. The snake lowered its head sadly and began to glow. Golden light, green light, and white light alternated, and the snake's body started to inflate like a balloon being blown up. The elder of Immortal Cloud Mountain felt a sudden rush of dizziness. His heart pounded fiercely, almost bursting out of his chest. The snake stopped growing after reaching 3-story tall, looking pitifully at Zoltan with its tongue flicking. "Why did it stop?" Tadeo asked. Zoltan looked annoyed and replied, "Jagger is asking if we can add a chicken leg to his dinner." Ever since eating the summon holy tree, the little snake refused to eat toxic things and became obsessed with chicken legs, frequently requesting extra meals. A true foodie. Tadeo chuckled and waved his hand grandly. "Add 10. These words energized the snake, its eyes gleaming brightly. With a powerful roar echoing across the sky, the entire wasteland mountain trembled. Multicolored spiritual energy enveloped its body, expanding rapidly. The sky was overshadowed as if a colossal mountain had appeared suddenly. Each scale shimmered like crystal, beautiful yet chilling. The reappearance of the giant snake left everyone speechless. Even witnessing it for the second time was awe-inspiring. Air itself seemed to freeze. The cash gasped repeatedly, but could not calm his racing heart. Rhett collapsed onto the ground, looking up with trembling excitement, tears streaming down his face. "Ancestors above, the destiny of Immortal Cloud Mountain. I have found it." The next day, Tadeo left with the sky-watching beast. "Where is Senior Uncle going?" Zoltan asked. "Senior Uncle seems to have discovered something significant," Abel replied. "Rhett's taking it home." "Does this matter relate to the Chin family?" Jorge asked. "Very much so," Abel answered. "Will you return too, teacher?" Jorge asked. "I want to, but with Yujo in this state due to the fire, it's not advisable to travel," Abel said. "Oh," Zoltan nodded. On the same day, the cash arrived at the Lord's manor with his Darwins. Half a day later, the Honest publicly announced that the lineage of Immortal Cloud Mountain would now belong to the Lord's manor, subject to its dispatch, and would re-establish itself in Yujo, recruiting new Darwins. Retroic invitations were immediately created and sent throughout Jojo. The first rickshaw, and line breaks while ensuring fluency and coherence in English. "Go to the Lord's manor to apologize to Abel and congratulate the cash," the Valley Honest of Pear Blossom Valley said. "Take the opportunity to ask where our 300 Darwins and 2 alias are now." Translation provided aims to maintain the original tone, style, paragraph structure, and line breaks while ensuring fluency and coherence in English. ##### Chapter 347. Re-establishing the Mountain Gate. The news of the Xianyun Mountain sect's Alwyn reopening the sect and submitting to the Lord's manor astonished everyone. However, only 2 elders came forward in opposition at the scene. Both had witnessed the formidable array tactics of the Wanchi sect that nearly obliterated Xianyun Mountain, with only one person managing to break through it, the younger brother of Lord Abel from the Lord's manor. They had also seen the colossal serpent that could blot out the sun, a spiritual beast belonging to the Lord's manor. Everyone gained a new appreciation for the strength of the Lord's manor, but more importantly, they were struck by the unwavering resolve of the Xianyun Mountain sect's Alwyn. "Anyone who disagrees can leave Xianyun Mountain on their own. Even if I become an isolated figure, I will re-establish the mountain gate here." The Alwyn's loud declaration echoed clearly among the 500 Darwins of Xianyun Mountain. Abel gladly accepted the sudden allegiance of Xianyun Mountain. Red agreed on behalf of Zoltan to serve as the chief elder of Xianyun Mountain, and provided them with substantial support. With a wave of his hand, he allocated a large tract of land in Yujo to Xianyun Mountain and promised to lend stone beasts to help build their new headquarters. Ret set only one rule. Everyone entering the new site of Xianyun Mountain must plant 100 trees. Ordinary Darwins must plant 1,000 trees, while inner Darwins must plant 10,000. This rule surprised the Alwyn of Xianyun Mountain, but was not unacceptable. Planting trees wasn't difficult. Trees were indeed needed to embellish the barren lands of Yujo. It would beautify the place over time. Thus, the Alwyn earnestly implemented this rule, even adding an additional requirement. All newcomers to Xianyun Mountain must first plant 300 trees, 100 fruit trees, 100 flowering trees, and 100 pine trees. Within just over a month, the new site of Xianyun Mountain was completed. Wagons laden with various materials came from the Zhiyun Mountains and passed through Shan Mountain Town. Kimberly, still recuperating in Shan Mountain Town, felt a myriad of emotions. I never thought Xianyun Mountain would openly recruit Darwins. It took them so long to take this step. The invitation from Xianyun Mountain has been carried to Qingzhou by Eastons in Shan Mountain Town. The news of Xianyun Mountain establishing itself in Yuzhou and widely recruiting Darwins will be known throughout the continent. Widely recruiting Darwins? She scoffed. It was unimaginable. Do they no longer need to worry about the Wanqi sect? The Lord's Manor indirectly saved our lives by capturing the Wanqi sect members and returning our 300 Darwins and 2 Saintesses. We haven't repaid this debt yet. How can we ask for benefits? Gaspard smiled. Honest, we are different from Xianyun Mountain. We already have a relationship with the Lord's Manor. Exploit connections? Kimberly grimaced. Not mentioning it would be better. Recalling it caused her heartache. If only we had treated Nia and her mother better back then, this connection might have been useful now. Unfortunately, Lihua Valley hadn't treated them well. Who would have thought that Taylor from Shushan City is Zoltan's mother, and Nia is his sister? Stacy Mira sneered. Life's cruel twists. They already knew Abel had infiltrated Lihua Valley, but those trivial matters were overshadowed by regret for missed connections. Owing a significant favor, how could they repay it? Rettering this, the honest grew even more vexed. To trap Taylor, we made her unconscious using 13 acupuncture points. Now those same points have been unlocked by Xianyun Mountain's elders, giving us nothing but ill will while they received goodwill from the Lord's Manor. But regardless, Taylor grew up in Lihua Valley. Gaspard tried to reason. The kindness of raising her should count for something. Not likely. Don't forget, it was long ago. Mira doused her hopes. And Sage, I've also grown beautiful. Nia snuggled into her mother's embrace playfully. You've worked hard taking care of your brother and sister, she said to Sage. It wasn't hard. Sage smiled through tears, finally reunited. A few days later, the Xianyun Mountain Alwyn visited. Madam, he respectfully bowed. Xianyun Mountain has just opened its gates in Yuzhou, and I'd like to invite you to be the founding elder. Founding elder? Such a majestic title left Zoltan's mother momentarily speechless. I belong to Lihua Valley, so it might be inappropriate, she responded. Alwyn replied, Madam still identifies with Lihua Valley despite their treatment of your family. As a founding elder of Xianyun Mountain, you will stand beside Lord Zoltan, who is already our chief elder. After pondering for a moment, she nodded. All right, I accept. The Alwyn beamed with joy. Construction at Xianyun Mountain proceeded rapidly, and trees multiplied at an unprecedented pace, accelerating day by day. The establishment of Xianyun Mountain in Yuzhou became a hot topic among the spirit master community of the 9 states continent, attracting numerous aspiring scholars to flock into Yuzhou. The Shen Mountain town became bustling with activity. What? Those who first enter the new site of Xianyun Mountain must plant 100 trees. Yes, that's the new rule. Scholars seeking entry into Xianyun Mountain must first plant 300 trees, fruit trees, flowering trees, and pine trees? What? If more sects had settled here, Yuzhou would have been lively much sooner. Amnon said, I slept for a while and so much happened. You really have your hands full. Abel replied, even bigger things are coming. Don't be surprised when they happen. Just this one event has already left me amazed for quite some time, Amnon said. Xianyun Mountain is a legitimate summoner lineage, stronger even than Zhou Palace. I never dreamed you could bring them under your control. If you use Xianyun Mountain's strength to help Mercy rectify Zhou Palace. Wait. Abel suddenly interrupted. We can't help Mercy against Zhou Palace. Amnon was taken aback. Why not? Recently, we received word from Hawk that the Palace Honest of Zhou Palace has gone missing, Abel explained. Do you know where he went? No idea, Amnon replied. Follow me, Abel said. Note, the paragraph structure and line breaks have been maintained as requested. Hashtag chapter 348, still alive. In the white grand hall of Shangtian Circle, a colorful array shimmered. Inside the array were 2 people, one in a black robe and one in a white robe. At this moment, Senior Carey was standing outside the circle, speaking to the 2 people inside. Abel entered Shangtian Circle with the Simian army and heard the black-robed person say, Senior Albi, if you release us, we will speak well of you to the Alair and ensure your return to the Wanqi sect. Senior Carey replied, I don't belong to your Wanqi sect. What would it mean for me to return? The black-robed figure responded, you can't see it that way. Although your master left the Wanqi sect to establish a new sect, we're still one big family. How could one side help outsiders attack their own family? Senior Carey said, if I return to the Wanqi sect after my master branched out, wouldn't it be disloyal and disrespectful to my master? Just a misunderstanding from back then, the black-robed figure smiled. Even the Alair often regrets the small misunderstandings he had with your master and speaks fondly of them both. Then there are more than just 2 of us as master and Darwin, Senior Carey chuckled. But among them, he misses you 2 the most, the black-robed figure replied. Abel and the Simian army approached, and the black-robed person glanced at them before falling silent. Abel said to the Simian army, these are the 2 black-robed envoys of the Wanqi sect, second only in strength to the Alair. How is Zhou Palace's disappearance related to the Wanqi sect? The Simian army asked, puzzled. The connection is significant, Abel replied. Why is Senior Carey here? The Simian army asked. I've been studying formations here for a long time in Shangtian Circle. I just emerged from seclusion, Carey explained. They come from the same lineage, the Simian army noted. So these 2 can't break Senior Carey's formation, yet you said they are second only to the Wanqi sect Rani in strength. Abel nodded. Therefore, Senior Carey now matches the Wanqi sect Rani in strength. The Simian army was completely stunned. Abel continued, in fact, the matter of the Zhou Palace Honest began with the Wanqi sect. What do you mean? The Simian army asked. Do you remember when the Fairy Cloud Mountain Alair and I went to Lihua Valley to find Therese Sultan? Abel asked. The Simian army nodded. When we infiltrated Lihua Valley, we found the guards in the Forbidden Forest already knocked unconscious, Abel explained. Someone had entered the forest before us. Later, we met Nia who mentioned that an older brother saved him. That older brother was Nigel. Why did Nigel infiltrate Lihua Valley? The Simian army asked. Nigel, being part of the Blood Alliance, has reliable intelligence. When he learned about the holy tree appearing in Yuzhou, he guessed it was a setup, Abel said. Last time when 10,000 bones appeared, you had your 3 brothers dig tunnels to ambush Qingzhou heroes, Senior Carey added. Your 3 brothers were chased by Qingzhou for a while. Yes, Abel confirmed. So, using the same trick, Nigel would have known the holy tree wasn't really in Yuzhou. Rhett deduced my real intention and decided to infiltrate Lihua Valley first. Why did he go ahead first? The Simian army asked. Abel smiled helplessly. Rhett likes competing with me whenever possible. Abel smiled again. Thus, he infiltrated Lihua Valley before us, expecting we would come too. When he reached the Forbidden Forest, the guards were already knocked out. Nia was held captive, and Nigel saved him. Who got into the Forbidden Forest earlier than Nigel? Who was it? The mantis catches the cicada, while the oriole watches behind, Abel said. When I gave a fake map to Carmelo, my goal was to trace the hidden lineage of the summoning tradition and find Zoltan's mother. However, the news reached major factions like Fairy Cloud Mountain and Lihua Valley, even the 5 great sections. Someone spread the news widely. Carmelo? Not Carmelo. The more people involved, the less chance he had to get the holy tree. Carmelo isn't that stupid. Only 2 groups were invited by Carmelo. The Dakari and Lone Sword of Lihua Valley. Lone Sword? It was Lone Sword. Red hasn't appeared since then, the Simian army exclaimed. Indeed surprising, Abel agreed. Nigel encountered Lone Sword during his infiltration of Lihua Valley. With the Palace Honest and the Stacy leading the Darwins to Yuzhou, Lone Sword took the opportunity to enter the Forbidden Forest but was seen by Nigel. What happened next? The Simian army asked, confused. How does this relate to Zhou Palace? It sounded like internal affairs within Lihua Valley. After saving Nia, Lone Sword tried to escape but couldn't shake off Nigel. Despite his skills, Nigel tracked him to his hideout where Nigel saw a familiar face, Abel explained. Who? The Zhou Palace Honest, Abel said. They were together, the Simian army exclaimed. They were plotting something, Abel said. This plot involves the Wanchi sect. This is so complicated, the Simian army felt chilled. How many schemes and conspiracies are hidden from him? Over these years, the Zhou Palace Honest used all resources to restore the Churchill Tianlin to counter the Wanchi sect, Abel explained. Wanchi sect is one of the 5 top-tier sections. Zhou Palace is just a first-rate sect. Isn't trying to challenge the Wanchi sect beyond their capability? The Simian army scoffed. She always does such foolish things. Abel sighed. Soon, you won't think that way. Abel continued, the previous Zhou Palace Honest and the senior Darwin of Zhou Palace are actually still alive. What? The Simian army jumped up, eyes wide, gripping Abel tightly. What did you just say? Did you say Honest is still alive? The Zhou Palace Honest said they are still alive, Abel said. She said they are alive? What does that mean? The Simian army demanded, agitated. Where are they now? Where? Abel pointed to the 2 envoys in black and white robes. We need to ask them. Hashtag chapter 349. A fragment of the sky. Years ago, the Palace Master and eldest Darwin of Zhou Palace went missing, and the second eldest Darwin became the new Palace Master. The new Palace Master was independent and decisive, with unconventional methods, quickly offending many senior members within the palace. Many of these senior members, dissatisfied with her actions, left Zhou Palace. However, the new Palace Master did not care at all and instead became even more autocratic. Under her control, Zhou Palace gradually lost the support of its people. Churchill Tian silk is the most treasured possession of Zhou Palace, but restoring it does not mean revitalizing Zhou Palace. The new Palace Master used the revitalization of Churchill Tian silk as an excuse to sacrifice the cultivation levels of many elders, yet the results were minimal. Consequently, many loyal supporters of Zhou Palace became deeply disappointed. Without the original Palace Master, Zhou Palace was no longer what it once was. Zhou Palace has long ceased to be what it once was, said the current Palace Master from a dark cave. When my master and eldest brother were captured by the Wonkamen, I knew there was already a traitor within Zhou Palace. But isn't it a pity to give up on the real Zhou Palace like this? Briggs asked. Without honest and elder brother, Zhou Palace is merely a tool in my hands, the Palace Master replied. Now that Churchill Tian silk is also gone, what use is this tool? There might still be spies of Wonkamen hiding within Zhou Palace. To make contact with you, I must first shake off all their spies. Haven't you caught that spy yet? Briggs asked. It doesn't matter anymore, the Palace Master replied. Zhou Palace is no longer useful. Those who should be expelled have already been driven away. Zhou Palace is now just a hollow shell. Even if Wonkamen wants Zhou Palace to do something, it can't happen anymore. For so many years, you drove away those seniors within Zhou Palace with great effort. Briggs said. Just for this? Who knows? The Palace Master replied. Perhaps I was just angry at them. After all, they didn't even know why the Palace Master went missing. They are truly useless. The spies of Wonkamen have hidden themselves quite deeply, Briggs remarked. The Palace Master sighed and said, Honest and elder brother were too naive and easily deceived. Most heroes have an innocent heart, Briggs replied. As they spoke, Nigel, unnoticed by both, followed Briggs outside the cave, blending into the night. As long as Honest and elder brother are still alive, Zhou Palace won't die. Everything else doesn't matter, the Palace Master said. We just need to follow my plan to save them, Briggs said. Do your informants have any news? I just received new information, Briggs replied. What does it say? Wonkamen sent Black Cloak's second messenger to Yuzhou, Briggs said. To summon the sacred tree? The Palace Master asked. No, I suspect they're targeting Lihua Valley and Xianyan Mountain, Briggs replied. Wonkamen specializes in taking others' things. How reliable is this information? The Palace Master asked. Reliable? What do we need to do? There's nothing we can do, Briggs said. We just need to keep this information in mind. Should we just sit and watch as Wonkamen targets Lihua Valley and Zhou Palace? The Palace Master asked. If we interfere, it will expose us, Briggs explained. We don't act, But we can pass on the information to others, the palace master suggested. Let others intervene. Others? Briggs frowned. Like the Blood Alliance, for example, the palace master said. Wonkaman and Blood Alliance have always been rivals. Passing the information to them, they would be willing to act. Only a few people know about the black and white messengers going to Yuzhou. If the information leaks to the Blood Alliance, my informant will be suspected, Briggs explained. It took a lot of effort to cultivate this informant. Sacrificing him wouldn't be worth it. So you'll just watch Lihua Valley and Xianyun Mountain fall? The palace master asked. Briggs shook his head and said, there's nothing we can do. We have to bear with it. The palace master hesitated. Speaking of feelings for Lihua Valley, Briggs had the deepest ties. Rhett was originally a guardian of Lihua Valley. If he could endure it, what could she say as an outsider? Our time is running out, Briggs said. We need to prepare properly. How confident are we? 50-50, Briggs replied. You really don't inspire confidence, the palace master commented sarcastically. Briggs took out a blueprint from his pocket and said, for research on spirit beasts, apart from Wonkaman, no one is better than Lihua Valley. I hope so. We need another item, Briggs added. What? Donglu Town family's secret treasure, Briggs explained. It's something left by the Star Sect. My informant says the Rani of Wonkaman is wary of it. We must go to the Chen family first. Donglu Town family? The palace master pondered and furrowed her brows. Isn't Lord Somber of Yuzhou also from Donglu Town family? Yes. Try to avoid involving the governor's mansion, the palace master instructed. Why? Briggs asked. My eldest brother's only daughter is currently at the governor's mansion, the palace master frowned. I don't want her involved in this. Briggs paused and smiled bitterly. You're a good parent. But this is serious. Sacrifices need to be made without being overly emotional. I've lost everything, the palace master lamented. If I can't even protect my elder brother's daughter, what's the point of all this? Your master and elder brother are still alive, Briggs reminded. So many years have passed, the palace master sighed. Of course, I hope they're still alive. The atmosphere fell silent. Briggs continued. Going to Donglu Town family is your responsibility. Handle it carefully. All right, the palace master agreed. Tell me clearly what you need to borrow. The best treasure of the Donglu Town family, Briggs said. Go directly to the patriarch. How do I persuade him? The palace master asked. Just tell him someone wants to destroy the Star Sect's relics, Briggs replied. What if I can't persuade him? The palace master countered. Some people value their treasures more than their lives. Figure it out yourself, Briggs frowned. Inside Shangtian Circle, Yuan listened in shock as Abel recounted everything. Abel said, Nigel tailed Briggs and overheard his conversation with the palace master. Later, he came to the governor's mansion to report back and check if the black and white messengers really came to Yuzhou. They are the two you see here. Inside the 5-color array, the faces of the two messengers turned grim. Could it be that the palace master was? Briggs's expression showed disbelief. Then, when she expelled me in mercy, she might have been preparing for a final showdown, Aaron suddenly interjected. Yuan was stunned, thoughts swirling. Abel looked at the two messengers and said, they seem to know quite a lot. The two remained silent. Aaron threatened. To spare yourself suffering, you should speak up. The Alberic laughed. Aaron, you know our purpose. Why force us to speak? I know your purpose, Aaron replied. But I've been in seclusion for years, unaware of how much you've wronged the world. The Davidson passionately argued. Aaron, we're on the same side. Why side with the weak? The strong should become stronger, not restrained. Why don't you understand our Rani's ideals? For humanity, Aaron said. We all exist under heaven and earth. The strong already dominate the weak. Your Rani seeks to tear open the sky. That path leads to destruction. Black Cloak argued. That is not the sky. It's merely something left behind by the Star Sect. The Star Sect has been gone for over 1,000 years. That thing should have been phased out long ago. But for us, that is the sky, Little Year Senior said righteously. Pathetic, truly pathetic. Black Cloak laughed aloud. Why should we, people of this era, be bound by the constraints of the Star Sect from 1,000 years ago? We could do better than the Star Sect. Why should we hide within the rules set by them? Can't someone redefine the rules? Who has the qualification? The 10,000 Chess Sect? Ezekiel shouted loudly. They are not fit. This edit ensures that Zugura qualification is properly translated and integrated into the sentence, maintaining fluency and natural readability. Additionally, Wonkaman is translated to the 10,000 Chess Sect for consistency and clarity. There's no question of being fit or unfit, Blackcloak said. We spirit masters absorb the essence of heaven and earth to change our fates. Without this aspiration, what kind of spirit masters would we be? The Patriarch is right. This sky is too low. We serve the Patriarch without any regrets. Senior Year, does this matter concern the Star Sect? Abel couldn't help but ask. Of course, Little Year Senior replied. All these rats' actions target the relics of the Star Sect. Relics of the Star Sect? I've heard about it, Abel said. The Star Sect vanished, leaving many secret treasures, most of which were obtained by the 5 major sects. Not those, Little Year Senior pointed upward. It's this piece of the sky. Even though the Star Sect has left, they bestowed us with this piece of the sky. A piece of the sky? In this exchange, the tone of reverence and conflict remains consistent. The characters continue to express their differing views on the legacy of the Star Sect, emphasizing the deeper significance of what is at stake. Chapter 350. 9 Stars in Conjunction. Night had fallen deep, and the grand hall of Tianxian sect was lit by a luminous crystal. The Dominic stood with his hands behind his back. Outside the door, a man with purple hair entered, respectfully bowing. Honest, I have returned. Inside the hall, the brilliant crystals cast light on the man's delicate face. The Dominic called out loudly, Orlando, you're finally back. I've been waiting for you here for quite some time. Honest, I should be punished for making you wait, Orlando replied. You indeed deserve punishment. The Dominic turned around. helping Orlando up. But since you were gravely injured recently, I couldn't bear to do it. Thank you, Honest, Orlando said. Orlando, let's not talk about other matters first. I have something important to tell you. The Dominic spoke loudly. Something major is about to happen in this world. During this period, none of us in the Tianqian sect shall perform divination, no matter who seeks our help. Even if someone comes to ask, we must turn them away completely. Yes, I understand, Orlando replied. Satisfied, the Dominic nodded and waved his wide sleeves, saying, that's all. You just need to acknowledge this order. You may leave now. This. Orlando stood still, surprised. Honest. Did you call me back from afar just to tell me this? Times change and heroes rise. Heaven itself is about to shift. Orlando, the Dominic sighed. My words are extremely important. What exactly has happened? Orlando asked. Could Honest enlighten me further? The Dominic took a deep breath, swinging his long green sleeves. A few days ago, while performing divination for the Xianyan Mountain Dominic, I accidentally interfered with your divination, causing you to get injured, didn't I? Orlando answered. Daeon recently performed a divination regarding the appearance of a sacred tree branch in Yuzhou. Indeed, the Dominic nodded. My divination also had something to do with that incident. So, our divinations clashed. Due to your insufficient cultivation, you got injured because you couldn't control it well. Are you alright now? I am fine now, Orlando replied. The Dominic chuckled. Such a severe impact. Saying you're fine is just for show. It must have been very painful. Orlando remained silent. Do you know why two conflicting divinations can cause injury? The Dominic asked. Because the spirit techniques of Tianqian sect are too powerful, capable of predicting everything, disrupting natural cycles. Therefore, they are constrained by the Redevenly Tao, Orlando responded. Redevenly Tao? The Dominic laughed. Do you understand what the Redevenly Tao is? The Redevenly Tao is the law governing all things in this world, Orlando explained. Not bad, the Dominic nodded, slowly walking towards the entrance of the hall and beckoning Orlando to follow. Come here. Together, they walked outside. The night sky was clear, studded with countless stars. The Dominic looked up, saying, this is the sky above us. His words carried hidden meanings, which Orlando did not fully grasp. These stars weren't always as they are. Among the celestial bodies in our sky, 9 stars were artificially added, the Dominic explained. Artificially added? Orlando was puzzled. Who has such capability? Starsong sect, the Dominic replied casually. They are truly capable of creating stars, hence the name Starsong sect. They are the unmatched top sect in Jiuzhou continent, unchallenged for 1,000 years. Have you heard of any other sect that can create stars? Never. Orlando shook his head. That's right. The Dominic laughed heartily, pointing a finger and tracing a line in the sky. From south to north, then east to west, these 9 stars form a straight line, all created by the Starsong sect. They've quietly watched over this continent for thousands of years. This sky is part of the Redevenly Tao of Jiuzhou continent. Redevenly Tao? Orlando asked cautiously. You guessed it. We call these 9 stars in conjunction. And this is the Redevenly Tao of Jiuzhou continent, the Dominic explained. They embody the rules set by the Starsong sect. Violating these rules invites punishment, for they oversee us from above, leaving no one immune. 9 stars in conjunction? Orlando quickly responded. Honest, when I was injured, I seemed to glimpse a vision of 9 stars. 9 stars connected? The Dominic asked. Yes, Orlando nodded. Exactly, the Dominic confirmed. Our divinations clashed, leading to that vision. Does that mean I violated the rule? Orlando asked. What do you think? The Dominic countered. I don't understand, Orlando admitted. Ha! The Dominic laughed, raising a finger. The rule of the 9 stars in conjunction is simple. No using spirit techniques beyond the Redevenly level. Beyond the Redevenly level? Orlando was bewildered. Isn't the highest rank for spirit masters already at the Redevenly level? Where could there be anything beyond that? There is, the Orlando asked. Yes, the Dominic confirmed. Is the 9 stars in conjunction specifically targeting our Tianqian sect spirit techniques? Orlando questioned. If so, what's its purpose? The Dominic asked back. Fear that we might uncover too much? Orlando ventured. Haha, certainly not. The Dominic laughed heartily. The Starsong sect does not fear us. Our spirit techniques originated entirely from them. Entirely? Orlando was astonished. Yes, the Dominic emphasized each word. All. How surprising, Orlando muttered. The greatest sect has the greatest breadth of mind. In ancient times, many spirit masters within Starsong sect were above the Redevenly level. Even what we consider the Redevenly level today might not have been so back then. The more powerful a spirit master, the more likely their techniques would harm Jiuzhou continent. Rents, Starsong sect established this rule. No spirit techniques beyond the Redevenly level. The 9 stars in conjunction enforce this rule, the Dominic explained. Starsong sect aimed to protect this continent. Orlando sighed. Precisely. Great beings of old could move mountains, fill seas, and manipulate weather. 2 experts battling could easily destroy a nation, harming countless lives. The 9 stars in conjunction is both a legacy of the Starsong sect and their attitude towards Jiuzhou continent. Powerful beings should protect the weak, not indulge themselves, the Dominic concluded. In fact, the 9 stars in conjunction ensured Jiuzhou's survival in critical moments, the Dominic continued. 1,000 years ago, when the Ruin Gate suddenly appeared, unleashing uncontrollable beasts into Jiuzhou, it was nearly catastrophic. However, any beast exceeding the Redevenly level was instantly slain upon emerging from the Ruin Gate by the 9 stars in conjunction. Great merit indeed, Orlando agreed. But now, Someone feels the sky is too low and suffocating. The Dominic said as he gazed up at the sky with a chuckle. They know not their limits. Someone wants to disrupt the 9 stars in conjunction? Orlando exclaimed in shock. The more one plays chess, the more they see heaven and earth as merely a chessboard, the Dominic remarked. Someone from the Myriad Chess sect? Orlando asked in surprise. The Dominic remained silent. Honest. What are the other 3 major sect stances on this? Orlando inquired. They won't step in unless it's absolutely critical, the Dominic explained. The Myriad Chess sect's formations are formidable, and no one wants to provoke them. Moreover, there are those within the other 3 sects who also feel constrained. So what should we do? Orlando asked. The Tianxian sect isn't adept at martial prowess, the Dominic replied. Even if we wanted to do something, we can't. We can only watch helplessly. This? Orlando felt frustrated and said, Honest, we could still divine? How? Have you already forgotten what I just told you? The Dominic's face turned stern and severe. I clearly told you to halt all divination. If you cause the 9 stars in conjunction to strike again, even deities cannot save you. Orlando was wrong. Orlando lowered his head and admitted. Humph. The Dominic sighed. Don't act rashly. Always assess your capabilities before doing anything. Yes. Orlando responded. The atmosphere fell into silence. The Dominic glanced sideways at Orlando and continued. However, over these years, the number of individuals blessed with good fortune we've encountered has been few. Orlando looked up at the Dominic. Let's gather them, the Dominic instructed. Saving or preserving the world is best left to those naturally endowed with exceptional luck. So that's it? Orlando beamed with joy. For all these years, Honest had us approach the Sons of Destiny with such deep planning. Use your brain more often. You think about divination all day long, the Dominic chided. Can't we do anything else? If we don't use the resources we've collected, when will we? I misunderstood you, Honest, Orlando admitted sheepishly. I thought our purpose for finding Sons of Destiny was to follow behind them and benefit from their luck. Indeed, being near a Son of Destiny meant encountering treasures and rarities easily. Picking up leftovers? The Dominic raised an eyebrow. What, do you have a bias against scavenging? What's wrong with picking up after them? The Dominic asked sarcastically. Well, there's nothing wrong with it, Orlando said cautiously, feeling embarrassed. Your problem is that you're all too aloof. The Dominic pointed at the Grand Hall and shouted. Look at the Redheavenly Selection Instrument. Do you think the ancestors of the Tianxian sect obtained this treasure by being picky? Orlando's mind struggled to keep up. Could it be picked up? Of course. The Dominic knocked Orlando's head, exasperated. It was found among the ruins of the Starry Song sect. How can you look down on scavenging? Is it so shameful? This? Orlando shook his head vigorously. Not at all, not at all. A bunch of wastrels, the Dominic grumbled. Go and inform the Darwins to contact those Sons of Destiny we've found scattered across the lands. They must join together to preserve the 9 stars in conjunction. Yes, Orlando agreed. Hashtag chapter 351. Methods of destruction. In the Shangtian circle, Senior Coulter explained to Abel and others what the 9-star conjunction was. The black and white envoys remarked, the strong have their own way of strength. Those who do not seek progress will always find excuses for themselves. This world is inherently a world of spirit honists. What's the point of restricting spirit techniques? Like you're very powerful, Senior Coulter sneered. You can't even leave my array. If the 9-star conjunction were broken, how would it benefit you? The black and white envoys felt embarrassed and annoyed. Abel asked, Senior Coulter, since the 9-star conjunction was left by the Stellar Sect and is far away, could the Wan Shi Gate really break it? If Wan Shi Gate really had this capability, wouldn't they be unbeatable? Senior Coulter sighed. Only the 9-star conjunction itself can destroy the 9-star conjunction. What do you mean? The 9-star conjunction is something left behind by the Stellar Sect to protect the 9 provinces continent. But if the 9-star conjunction itself becomes a threat to the 9 provinces continent, then it will destroy itself first, Senior Coulter explained. This is the extremely malicious method thought up by the head of the Wan Chi Gate. A self-destruct sequence? Abel exclaimed in surprise. How is that possible? Senior Coulter replied. The only thing that can restrain Redheavenly level spirit techniques is a power higher than that. Therefore, when the 9-star conjunction detects someone on the 9 provinces continent using a spirit technique surpassing the Redheavenly level, it will unleash a restraining spirit technique. The power of this restraining technique is no trifling matter. To limit a Redheavenly level spirit technique, its power must be above that of the Redheavenly level. That makes sense, Abel said. Our world is very fragile, which is why the Stellar Sect established the rule against using spirit techniques above the Redheavenly level, Senior Coulter continued. But if dozens or even hundreds of energies surpassing the Redheavenly level appear simultaneously on the 9 provinces continent, the 9-star conjunction will punish all these techniques at once, emitting an even stronger energy. And if these energies collide, the 9 provinces continent may not be able to withstand it. This? Abel was shocked. Senior Coulter nodded. When the 9-star conjunction realizes that its restraining force will cause massive destruction on the 9 provinces continent, the restraint will not appear, and the 9-star conjunction will destroy itself first. Is this a gamble to destroy the continent? Abel asked in shock. If the 9-star conjunction doesn't know its restraining force would destroy the continent, wouldn't the continent truly be destroyed? No, it will know, Senior Coulter replied. We still call the 9 secret treasures left by the Stellar Sect in the sky the 9-star conjunction, but in reality, there are only 8.5 left now. 8.5? Abel seemed to realize something, his face turning unusually grim. Decades ago, the Wan Chi Gate used this method to destroy half of one, Senior Coulter said. What? Amnon was stunned. It seems they conducted an experiment already, Abel said. An experiment with the entire continent as the cost. Dozens of Redheavenly level spirit techniques were triggered, yet the 9-star conjunction did not impose punishment. Soon after, the star closest to the 9 provinces continent exploded, Senior Coulter added. Abel and Amnon were overwhelmed by shock. Senior Coulter coldly laughed. The head of the Wanqi Gate is a madman, and someone is willing to go mad with him. Rhett captures various spirit beasts for experimentation, aiming to simultaneously trigger hundreds of relatively level spirit techniques on the 9 provinces continent. This sounds too absurd, Abel bitterly smiled. But it's true, Senior Coulter said. Isn't Zoltan's little snake unwilling to grow bigger? Nigel nodded. Senior Coulter explained, that snake is highly sentient and senses the threat from the 9-star conjunction, so it remains small, concealing its spiritual power. So that's why. Currently, there are 2 keys to stopping the Wanqi Gate. Senior Coulter looked at the black and white envoys, saying, these 2 know much about the Wanqi Gate's layout, which is 1 key. Ref heh, we won't say anything. The black and white envoys coldly laughed. The other key, Senior Coulter ignored them, has always been low-key, maintaining a 1,000-year-old lineage while seeming like just a minor clan. Most people think so, but the 5 major sects know the Chen family has hidden motives. But what these motives are, perhaps only the Chen family patriarch knows. Even I don't know about the Chen family's situation, Abel muttered. Amnon asked, what about the Blood Alliance? What is their goal? About 1,000 years ago, the Blood Alliance was founded, Senior Coulter explained. Its original intention was to re-enter the collapsed gateway and search for the Stellar Sect. The Stellar Sect still exists? Abel exclaimed. The Blood Alliance firmly believes it does, Senior Coulter said. The collapsed gateway can tear apart anything that enters it. Abel recalled threatening King, wanting to throw him into the collapsed gateway, causing his fearful expression. Senior Coulter explained. That's because you don't know how powerful the Stellar Sect was back then. 1,000 years ago, the mastermind behind the founding of the Blood Alliance was one of the few powerful figures on the 9 provinces continent. Even today, he would undoubtedly be considered the world's top expert. Back then, he was just an ordinary inner Darwin of the Stellar Sect. Everyone gasped. To say the Stellar Sect disappeared like that is unacceptable, Senior Coulter remarked. The reason the Blood Alliance is called the Blood Alliance is that over the centuries, each generation's Grand Elder would risk entering the collapsed gateway. Some came out, some didn't. It's a blood-soaked path of death. Is that true? Abel listened as if hearing celestial scriptures, finding Senior Coulter's words vague and unreal. Anna mentioned neither he nor Shang Tian Circle could pass through the collapsed gateway, Abel added. The Blood Alliance actually takes such risks? The terror of the collapsed gateway cannot stop the determination of generations of Blood Alliance Ronnies, Senior Coulter stated. Over the centuries, many organizations and sects have risen and fallen, but the Blood Alliance's initial intention has never changed. Just for this, they are truly admirable. But the Blood Alliance acts recklessly and brutally, Abel commented. Senior Coulter explained, this is also due to the Blood Alliance's helplessness. An organization that has operated for 1,000 years, intertwined with various powers, attracts many people with ulterior motives trying to join the Blood Alliance for a piece of the pie. In just the last few hundred years, the Blood Alliance has seen new factions, old factions, conservative factions, radical factions, traditionalist factions, and expansionist factions, each vying for real power and suppressing the others. The struggle for power is indeed intricate and complex, Edwin sighed. The Blood Alliance is a vast organization spread across the continent. To simplify management, the Blood Alliance appoints an elder in charge of each province, who has full authority over all matters within that province. Each provincial elder is appointed by the 3 senior elders at the Blood Alliance headquarters. 1,000 Alliance Gathering? Abel asked. This ensures the translation is natural and fluent in English while accurately conveying the meaning of the original text. It also maintains consistency in terminology and style. Translation. Power struggles are indeed intricate and complex, Amnon sighed. The Blood Alliance is vast and spread across the continent. To simplify management, the Blood Alliance appoints an elder in charge for each state, responsible for all matters within that state. These elders are appointed by the 3 great elders at the Blood Alliance headquarters. The 1,000 Alliance Conference? Abel asked. Chapter continuation. Methods of destruction. Yes, Senior Coulter said. The 1,000 Alliance Conference is where the elders in charge of each state report their achievements, while inviting various martial artists to witness it. The 3 senior elders will evaluate them during this conference to decide promotions or demotions. Since the Blood Alliance is a staunch supporter of the Stellar Sect, Amnon remarked, the Blood Alliance would absolutely not allow the Wanqi Gate to destroy the 9-star conjunction. The Wanqi Gate is the eternal enemy of the Blood Alliance, Senior Coulter said. Decades ago, when they destroyed half of one of the 9-star conjunction, deep enmity was already sown between them and the Blood Alliance. In that case, it won't be easy for the Wanqi Gate to succeed, Amnon commented. Senior Coulter looked at the black and white envoys and said, it's not certain. Decades ago, they managed to collect several dozen relatively level spirit techniques, and now there are likely even more. If these techniques were not discovered and eliminated in advance, unleashing them simultaneously would mean that even if the Blood Alliance wanted to stop it, it would be too late to reverse the situation. This, Abel murmured. We can only prevent it in advance, Senior Coulter said, looking at the black and white envoys again. These 2 are key. We won't talk, the black-robed envoy laughed. You can forget about that. In the Grand Hall of the Wanqi Gate, the sect Ronnie sat in the main seat, with rows of Darwins standing shoulder to shoulder. An elder stepped forward and reported, Alair, the black and white envoys haven't transmitted back any news within the designated time frame. It has been 14 days already. The Wanqi Gate Ronnie frowned. It seems they've encountered some trouble. Alair, should we send someone to investigate? Sweat trickled down the elder's forehead. No need. If the black and white envoys encountered trouble, it must have been quite difficult to resolve. The Ronnie waved his hand indifferently. Yes, the elder replied. Is there any recent situation regarding the Blood Alliance? The Ronnie asked. The elder responded, approximately in 6 months from now. 6 months, the Ronnie mused. Then let's wait another 6 months. Yes, the elder answered. What about the black and white envoys? I said, leave them alone, the Ronnie snapped. Are you questioning my orders? I wouldn't dare. I wouldn't dare. The elder hurriedly knelt and touched the ground with his forehead. I was being careless. The Rani coldly snorted. These are special times. You must try to avoid contact with the outside world. Be especially cautious of Blood Alliance members. Yes, the elder acknowledged. The Rani waved his hand and announced loudly, from today on, the Wanchi Gate will operate covertly, lying low until the right moment arrives. Once the opportunity comes, we can astonish everyone. Yes, the elder responded. Everyone, take a good look at this sky, the Rani shouted, his voice shaking the hall. Very soon, this world will no longer be as it appears. Recreate the heavens, our master is wise. Recreate the heavens, our master is wise. The Darwins chanted in unison, their voices resonating through the hall like waves. This translation maintains the original tone, style, and paragraph structure while ensuring it is natural and fluent in English. ##### Chapter 352, Brothers. Thornton had mentioned that defeating the Wanchi sect hinged on two key elements, the Blood Alliance and the Black and White Envoys. However, these two envoys seemed ready to die a martyr's death. They were clearly the antagonists. Abel said, separate the two of them. Another colorful array lit up within the Shangtian circle, isolating the black-robed figure inside it. You can remain silent, but there's no guarantee that the white-robed one will stay silent, Abel said. I admit you have an extremely powerful array, but your attempt at sowing discord is too clumsy to succeed. The black-robed figure laughed coldly. As long as you answer a few questions, I'll release you, Abel said directly. The black-robed figure frowned. How about this deal? Abel asked. Don't think about it. I won't betray our sect Rani, the black-robed figure said. You might not do it, but can you be sure your companion won't? You need to improve your skills at provocation, the black-robed figure laughed. Clap, clap, clap. Abel clapped his hands and said, impressive, truly impressive. You've seen through my plan so quickly. Truly fitting for Sir Reddy Paomi. Humph, the black-robed figure sneered. Well then, since you're unwilling to talk, we can't really do anything with you. We might as well just release you, Abel said. But only you. What kind of trick are you playing now? The black-robed figure frowned. If I release you but not the white-robed one, what do you think he'll think? Abel asked. Do you think he would believe what you say? The black-robed figure countered. Rhett might think you've already betrayed the Wanchi sect, Abel replied. The black-robed figure's expression darkened, and he coldly retorted. Rhett wouldn't think like that? Really? Abel asked. But if I only released him, would you think differently? Of course not. The black-robed figure laughed coldly. Abel clapped his hands and said, indeed, you're loyal and righteous, a true hero. Knowing that, I can rest assured. What does that mean? It doesn't mean much, Abel laughed mischievously. Actually, I've already let the white-robed one go. I'm just here to inform you. Himph, do you think I'd believe you? The black-robed figure snapped. If the white-robed one had really betrayed us, why would you come here to tempt me? That makes sense, Abel admitted. Indeed, you're quite perceptive, but how could someone else break such a formidable array? Abel continued. Is there anyone in this world who can decipher your arrays besides the Wanchi sect Rani? The world is vast, and there are many talented people. What's so strange about that? The black-robed figure thought for a moment before replying. Do you know how Nigel broke your array? Abel asked. Rhett has his methods. How can you be so sure no one betrayed you? Abel smiled. Joan Palace and Lihua Valley's Lone Sword have placed spies within the Wanchi sect. The black-robed figure frowned deeply. Do you know who this spy is? Abel asked. Are you trying to tell me that the spy is the white-robed one? Ha, how ridiculous. The black-robed figure laughed. Abel shook his head and said, I didn't say that. Don't start doubting things yourself. Have some faith in the white-robed one. You. The black-robed figure was visibly upset. Ha, very funny. I never said I suspected him. Abel replied, you heard my conversation with Thornton. We have a spy within the Wanchi sect. Someone needs to report such critical information to the sect Rani, right? So, it's normal for the white-robed one to want to get out sooner, Abel added. You mean, you've already let him go? The black-robed figure asked. It wasn't me who freed him, but you, Abel responded. What do you mean by that? The black-robed figure frowned. Abel waved his hand, and a shape-shifting monkey appeared before him. Abel introduced, this is my spirit beast with transformation abilities. The shape-shifting monkey jumped around, and after a moment, it transformed into another black-robed figure, identical to the original. The black-robed figure felt a jolt. There are two envoys beneath the Wanchi sect Rani, Abel pointed out. It wouldn't be easy to divide the position. Such obvious manipulation. Do you think the white-robed one would fall for it? The black-robed figure's voice trembled slightly. Abel glanced at the shape-shifting monkey, which immediately mimicked the black-robed figure's voice. Such obvious manipulation. Do you think I'd fall for it? The mimicry was perfect in both sound and demeanor. The black-robed figure's expression turned even darker. One side offers the possibility of becoming the Wanchi sect Rani, while the other allows you to push the blame onto the fake black-robed envoy if exposed, Abel reasoned. Such a great deal. Where can you find one better? The white-robed one wouldn't do it, the black-robed figure dismissed. Human hearts are hard to fathom, but men's hearts are relatively easier to guess. Why? Because they don't get caught up in emotions like women do. They usually have grand ambitions, just like your sect Rani's vision of reshaping the world. Would the white-robed one's heart only focus on your friendship? Naturally, he seeks higher goals. You, the black-robed figure gritted his teeth. The Wanchi sect Rani ship, Abel stated. Who wouldn't want it? But the current Rani is so formidable that no one dares to challenge him. This may be the only chance. Collaborating with me carries no risks, and even if we fail, it won't harm you. I've already given you the perfect shield. If we succeed, you, the black-robed figure seethed with black-robed figure suggested. Instead of letting the white-robed one do this, I should be the one to handle it. Rettered that the white-robed one is stronger than you, Abel remarked. I can speak more convincingly than the white-robed one, the black-robed figure argued. I know the situations within the Wanchi sect better. Very well, Abel clapped his hands and said, we could choose either the white-robed one or you. But as a sign of goodwill, would you please tell me some arrangements within the Wanchi sect first? The black-robed figure hesitated for a moment and then said, in the Blackstone Forest, there is a hidden door. Behind this door lies a red-heavenly grade spirit beast sealed away 100 years ago. A red-heavenly grade spirit beast cannot trigger the 9-star alignment, Abel pointed out. In the Wanchi sect, we have a pill that can instantly boost spiritual power levels, the black-robed figure explained. As long as it's taken at the right time, one can break through that barrier. I see, Abel said. Anything else? Abel went to the white-robed figure and said the same things. The white-robed figure remained unmoved. Black-robed would never betray me as you described. We've been through life and death together. How can you, a despicable person, drive a wedge between us? Excellent, Abel clapped his hands and laughed. You are indeed much more resolute than the black-robed one. Humph, the white-robed figure sneered. Abel continued, however, actions speak louder than words. I'm afraid this might disappoint you. Abel took out a crystal from his chest. This is a recording crystal, which has captured my conversation with the black-robed one. Rhett activated the crystal, projecting the black-robed figure's image. The white-robed figure's pupils dilated in disbelief as he watched the projection of the black-robed figure. This is fake, the white-robed figure shouted angrily. You can make someone impersonate the black-robed one. You can also fabricate such a record. But, Abel replied, the many secrets of the Wanchi sect mentioned by the black-robed one are known only to you two. If not revealed by him, how would I know about them? Rhett, he actually did it. The white-robed figure's face turned red with anger. How could he do this? See, Abel said casually, Rhett's willing to forsake you for the position of Ronnie in the Wanchi sect, yet you still think of your friendship. Isn't that too self-deceptive? You, the white-robed figure glared at Abel. You devil, you've betrayed our brotherhood. Tisk, TSK, Abel chuckled. You still call him brother? The word brother suits you, but not him. Rhett no longer deserves it. The white-robed figure lowered his head, tears streaming down his face. Looks like you're much more loyal and righteous than the black-robed one, Abel noted. Rhett has wronged you. Why do you keep considering him? But I cannot wrong him, the white-robed figure smiled weakly. Abel continued, for the position of Ronnie in the Wanchi sect, he has already sacrificed you. As soon as he becomes the Ronnie, the first thing he'll do is get rid of you. Who knows the inside story, Abel added. Isn't this the final move in a game of power struggle? Siblings turning against each other. You, the white-robed figure stared furiously at Abel. Abel urged, think carefully. You are not alone in this world. Do you only have the black-robed one in your life? Are there no others who need your care? Even if not, do you want to watch as he climbs over your body to reach the throne of the Wanchi sect? What kind of brother is he? Translation ends here to maintain the original tone and style while ensuring natural and fluent English. Chapter 353. The Chun Family Secret Treasure. At the Donglu Town Chun family residence, in the main house, Nigel stood respectfully, like a young man being trained just a few years ago. At that time, both the Valley Master of Pear Blossom Valley and the Sect Ronnie of Immortal Cloud Mountain were already on the floor, being rubbed against. How did you break the array set up by the Black Cloak envoy of the Myriad Chess Sect? The head of the family asked in surprise. He broke the Black Cloth envoy's array. Compared to us old folks, your two sons are truly outstanding. My father flatters us, Nigel said. But my position as head of the family can only be passed down to one person. The head of the family paused, looking troubled. How am I supposed to choose? Hampton, I misunderstood. I did not return for the position of head of the family, Nigel clarified. You two have big hearts indeed. The head of the family laughed bitterly, pausing before continuing. However, you asked about the family's secret treasure. An ancestral rule dictates that only the current head of the family may know about it. To find out what it entails, one must first become the head of the family. Nigel scratched his head, finding it overly complicated. Why make it so troublesome? This matter is very serious, the head of the family stated. The Chen family has preserved this treasure for 1,000 years while remaining obscure in Ijo, all to protect it. We cannot be too cautious. Nigel sighed. Hampton, please allow me to speak frankly. This rule no longer applies. It's nothing more than self-deception. Huh. The head of the family was surprised. If it were truly confidential, known only to the head of the family, how did I find out? You never told me, Nigel asked. That's exactly what I was going to ask you. How did you know? The head of the family replied. I heard it from others, Nigel answered. An outsider who heard it from another outsider. The head of the family's face twitched. You make it sound like everyone on the continent knows. Who said it? The Myriad Chess Sect leaked the information to a spy in Pear Blossom Valley. The spy then informed Joe and Palace's palace master. I overheard this from a corner, Nigel explained. Indeed. The head of the family stared wide-eyed in disbelief. So many people already know? Yes, Nigel confirmed. You still consider it a secret, not telling your own son, but outsiders are already planning to borrow it. Borrow it? The head of the family stared at Nigel. They wish to borrow our family's secret treasure to combat the Myriad Chess Sect, Nigel explained. What does the Myriad Chess Sect have to do with us? The head of the family angrily retorted. We have no connection with them. It was because I overheard this news that I rushed back to ask Hampton about it, Nigel replied. The head of the family pondered for a moment. Sigh, logically, your character and strength are enough to inherit the position of head of the family. But there is also your elder brother. Are you still worried about this? Nigel was frustrated. But elder brother doesn't care about the position. Yes, the head of the family reminisced. Your elder brother is shrewd. Rhett left for Yuzhou to avoid sibling rivalry over such trivial matters. Rettering this, Nigel's expression was somewhat unnatural. If I give you this today, he wouldn't be angry, the head of the family remarked. Nigel frowned in annoyance. Hampton underestimates me. If you gave the secret treasure to Abel, I wouldn't frown either. But you are frowning now, the head of the family pointed out, glancing at Nigel. Nigel, our family has guarded this treasure for over 1,000 years. It is not something trivial. The head of the family gazed seriously at Nigel and sighed. Follow me. Beneath the head of the family's bed was a hidden passage. Carrying a candle holder, they walked for quite some time before entering a secret chamber. Inside the chamber were stone tables and benches, and 3 passages leading elsewhere. A maze? Nigel raised an eyebrow. It seems the head of the family also likes puzzles. No wonder Abel picked up this knack from him. The secret treasure is not kept at the forked paths. They are just meant to confuse others. For 1,000 years, no outsider has entered this chamber thanks to our family's low profile, the head of the family explained. Nigel nodded in agreement. The head of the family smashed a stone bench with a palm. Beneath it lay a jade box, which contained a rusted, dilapidated tower when opened. Redder it is. The head of the family solemnly took out the tower. Nigel's eyes widened in shock. The tower before him was covered in rust, barely holding together. It seemed to lack any special qualities. Seeing the look in Nigel's eyes, the head of the family said, "When I became head of the family, I had the same reaction. But this is indeed the authentic Tower of 10,000 Monsters." The Tower of 10,000 Monsters? Nigel carefully received the tower, examined it closely, and asked, "What is its origin and function?" Speaking of its origin, the head of the family continued earnestly, "Do you know about the collapse gate?" Nigel nodded. "You know quite a bit," the head of the family remarked. "The Tower of 10,000 Monsters contains 10,000 monsters that escaped from the collapse gate." What? Nigel almost dropped the tower in shock. "There's another layer of significance to this tower," the head of the family added. Nigel listened intently. "Do you know about the 9 stars alignment?" The head of the family smiled strangely. "Actually, this is the 10th star. No one knows how the 9 stars alignment was created, but everyone knows that the star sect, although considered the greatest sect in the world, developed something that limited spirit techniques. The first head of the Chen family, Barren, was an inner Darwin of the star sect," the head of the family recounted. "Back then, when the collapse gate suddenly appeared on the continent of Jojo, the star sect sent it. Why did it fail?" Nigel's voice was slightly hoarse. "If the star sect was so powerful, why did it fail?" "We don't know." The head of the family shook his head. "Our ancestors' notes do not mention this. Rhett survived that disaster, obtained this Tower of 10,000 Monsters, and founded the Chen family. That's the whole story. So, does this Tower of 10,000 Monsters have any proven use?" Nigel asked. "I've never used it," the head of the family replied. "With your current strength surpassing mine, you should explore it yourself." Nigel slowly infused spirit energy to probe. The Tower of 10,000 Monsters did not transform into a radiant, golden object as he had imagined. It remained dull and lifeless, with the spirit energy sinking into it like stones into a deep sea. Nigel sensed there was a space inside the tower, but it was immensely vast. His spirit energy seemed to go on endlessly without reaching the bottom. Though puzzled, he did not give up, continuously infusing more energy. Half a day passed, yet nothing changed within the space. "Truly formidable," Nigel remarked, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Continuously releasing spirit energy taxed even Nigel. However, he finally detected some clues. A vague silhouette appeared within the scope of his probing spirit energy. It looked like some kind of spirit creature. Nigel felt a surge of hope. When the figure touched Nigel's spirit energy, it did not retreat. Instead, it moved forward. With a large gulp, it sucked away Nigel's spirit energy. "What the? This thing eats spirit energy." Nigel struggled as the figure seemed to find the spirit energy delicious. Following its scent, it reached the initial point of Nigel's exploration. Nigel accelerated the flow of spirit energy, enveloping the spirit creature in a ball before pulling forcefully. Thud! The spirit creature suddenly appeared outside the tower. It worked? Nigel was surprised. It was that simple to pull it out? Red had only tried, but unexpectedly succeeded in extracting the spirit creature. The head of the family jumped up, exclaiming, "What is this?" "It was pulled from the Tower of 10,000 Monsters," Nigel said, somewhat excited. "Is this one of the strange creatures sealed inside?" The head of the family examined it closely, startled. "This spirit creature looks peculiar. Such an odd appearance has never been seen on the continent of Jojo." Nigel, however, was stunned. "Is this one of the creatures that escaped from the collapse gate?" Nigel asked. "It seems so," the head of the family replied. "But I've seen it before," Nigel said. "You've seen it? Where?" the head of the family asked curiously. "In your eldest vanish without a trace." Nigel sensed a vast space within the tower, but it was so large that his spiritual energy seemed to reach no end. His brows furrowed, but he did not give up, continuously infusing more energy. Half a day passed with no change inside the space. "Truly formidable," Nigel muttered, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Continuous release of spiritual energy began to tire even Nigel. Eventually, he detected something. A vague shadow appeared within his probing range. It looked like a spiritual creature, which made Nigel hopeful. Instead of retreating when it touched Nigel's spiritual energy, the figure advanced, swallowing the energy greedily. "Well, this one eats spiritual energy." Nigel felt the strain. The figure seemed to find the spiritual energy delicious, and followed the energy trail back to where Nigel had started his exploration. Nigel increased the flow of spiritual energy, wrapping the creature in a bundle and pulling it outward. With a thud, the spiritual creature appeared outside the tower. Did it work? Nigel was surprised. Was it really this simple to pull it out? Red had only tried, never expecting it would actually work. The patriarch jumped up, exclaiming, "What is that?" "It came from the 10,000 Beast Tower," Nigel said excitedly. "Is it one of the strange creatures captured before?" The patriarch inspected it closely, astonished. This spiritual creature looks unusual. The continent of Jojo has never seen such a peculiar creature. Nigel was taken aback. Is this one of the strange creatures that escaped from the collapse gate? Nigel asked. It seems so, the patriarch replied. But I've seen it before, Nigel added. You've seen it? Where? The patriarch asked curiously. On your eldest son, Nigel answered. Eldest son? Abel? This creature had a dragon's head, a cheelant's body, and horse hooves. Wasn't this Abel's cloud walker beast? However, this cloud walker seemed unusually aggressive, glaring with red eyes, ready to attack. What is going on? Nigel felt a chill run down his spine. Does Abel have many spiritual creatures because they all came from the collapse gate? Note: in translating names, Chunlan becomes Nigel, Chunmu becomes Abel, and Bunghuai Zhirman is consistently translated as collapse gate throughout the passage for consistency and clarity. Hashtag chapter 354, doubts. 3 days later, the palace honest of Joan Palace arrived. Nigel intercepted her on the rooftop. The two stood high up, facing each other as the wind blew past them. I know your purpose, Nigel said straightforwardly. The night fell like a veil, obscuring their faces. You know? The palace honest of Joan Palace asked. The item won't be handed over to you, Nigel replied. The palace honest of Joan Palace raised an eyebrow. Can you stop me? The black and white envoys of the Wansi sect were defeated by me, Nigel said. Do you think you have a chance? The palace honest laughed. Black and white envoys? Who's black and white envoys? Who else's? Nigel responded. From the Wansi sect. Young but quite presumptuous, the palace honest remarked. I also know you need the item to deal with the Wansi sect, and you want to deal with the Wansi sect to save someone, Nigel said. The palace honest frowned. You know quite a bit? Lonely sword. Nigel uttered these two words. The palace honest was taken aback. How much more do you know? She asked. Everything I should know. I know, Nigel replied. Are you his man? The palace honest asked. No, if he were Lonely Sword's man, Lonely Sword wouldn't have sent someone to the Chun family to retrieve the secret treasure. So, who are you really? The palace honest demanded loudly. I am a member of the Chun family, Nigel replied. Nigel, the second son of the main branch of the Chun family. Nigel? The palace honest seemed to recall this person and said, So, you're from the Blood Alliance. No, I am a member of the Chin family, Nigel corrected. The Blood Alliance defeated the black and white envoys, the palace honest asked. No, I did, Nigel replied. Does the Blood Alliance plan to stop me? The palace honest inquired. This is a matter for the Chin family, Nigel replied. May I borrow the item for a while? The palace honest of Joan Palace asked. The Chin family's secret treasure is too important to entrust to others, Nigel replied. The palace honest of Joan Palace. But I am willing to help you. You can come with me to Yinzhou, Nigel offered. You help? The palace honest of Joan Palace laughed. Can you really help? I have what you've been dreaming of, Nigel replied. You know what I want, the palace honest of Joan Palace countered. The black and white envoys, Nigel replied. They are old members of the Wansi sect and are now imprisoned in Yinzhou. If interrogated thoroughly, they might reveal the whereabouts of the former palace honest of Joan Palace. The palace honest of Joan Palace was suddenly startled and stared at Nigel in astonishment. This young man truly knew everything. Nigel smiled and said, It's getting late. I must set off. Whether you follow or not is up to you. Watching Nigel's retreating figure, the palace honest gritted her teeth and followed him. Yinzhou, Lord Manor. Under Senior Coulter's control, the black-robed and white-robed envoys met face-to-face and completely fell out. You betrayed the sect Rani, the white-robed envoy shouted angrily. Do you still have the nerve to blame me? The black-robed envoy retorted. What about our decades-long friendship? The white-robed envoy lamented bitterly. You still care about our friendship? The black-robed envoy yelled. Are you really going to step over my body to claim the position of sect Rani? The white-robed envoy asked. Why not? Do you expect me to let you step over my body? The drama of brothers turning against each other is truly ugly, Andres commented. Your move was brutal. Once the mask falls, there's no turning back. If not, I wouldn't be entirely comfortable letting them go, Nigel replied. Are you really going to let them go? Andres asked. Everything has been explained. Why keep them locked up? Nigel responded. Sending one of them as a mole will put them to good use. Fair enough, Andres nodded. After all the hesitation, once the masks fall, it becomes easier mentally, Nigel smiled. I'll let the black-robed envoy go. Compared to the white-robed envoy, he's easier to control. I agree. Nigel had transforming monkey disguise as the white-robed envoy and placed 2 patrol bees on it, leading the real black-robed envoy away from the Lord Manor. Thus began the mole's journey. The next day, Nigel and the palace honest of Joan Palace arrived at the Lord Manor. In the reception hall, when Andres saw the palace honest, his body involuntarily trembled. Although he already knew that the palace honest was not the murderer of his master and senior master, his hatred towards her remained intense. This hatred had brewed for over a decade and would not disappear so easily. Palace honest. Andres clenched his teeth and shook all over. The palace honest ignored him as if she didn't remember him and walked past him without a glance. Where are the black and white envoys? She demanded loudly. Nigel looked at Andres. Andres approached, took out a map from his chest, and handed it to the palace honest. This is where they admitted. The palace honest glanced at Andres, furrowed her brow, took the map, and opened it. Her hands trembled slightly. It was a Jiaozhou map with a red circle marked on it, labeled with some text, Jiaozhou Offshore Island, headquarters of the Wansi sect. They're in the Wansi sect headquarters? The palace honest's face turned pale. Andres' voice trembled as well. According to the black and white envoys, the master and senior master were held there. The palace honest sharply turned around and glared at Andres, shouting, Why are you interfering? Andres took a step back in fear. This is none of your business, the palace honest ordered sternly. Rhett took a deep breath and said, Aunt, I am the Darwin of the original Joan Palace Ronnie's Darwin. The Palace Honest scoffed and turned away. You don't want to involve your brother's daughter, do you? Blanche doesn't know about this, Andres replied through gritted teeth. And I don't intend to tell her. Can you keep it hidden? The Palace Honest asked coldly. Humph. The Palace Honest was about to leave with the map. Hold on, Nigel interjected. Directly storming the Wansi sect headquarters isn't wise. I've dispatched informants. Once they gather intelligence, we'll make a decision. That would be safer. The Palace Honest stopped. Informants? Nigel asked. You got informants so quickly? The black and white envoys, Nigel replied. They defected to you? Reliable? Nigel asked. They might have no choice, Nigel smiled. Good. Nigel looked deeply at Nigel, paused and said, we have a lot to discuss. Same here, Nigel replied. They left the reception hall and entered the study. Nigel only knew Joan Palace wanted the Chun family's secret treasure, but was unaware of the Wansi sect's conspiracy regarding the 9 stars alignment. Nigel only knew the Wansi sect's goal, but not the connection between Ancestor Braden and the secret treasure. Exchanging information unraveled the mysteries one by one. But the last question arose. Nigel's spirit beast. Where does your summoning magic come from? Nigel asked seriously. Why does your spirit beast, unheard of in the 9 provinces, look exactly like the spirit beasts in the Minyi Tower? Minyi Tower. Even Nigel was shocked. It's related to the Minyi Tower? Or perhaps the Collapse Gate, Nigel suggested. Didn't you know? Nigel shook his head and pondered for a moment. Show me the Minyi Tower. Nigel took out the Minyi Tower from his chest. Ordinary looking and rusted. It appeared ready to fall apart, yet felt heavy in hand. Nigel carefully examined the Minyi Tower from all angles, but found nothing significant, deepening his frown. You keep it, Nigel sighed, handing back the Minyi Tower. Perhaps I should visit the Collapse Gate. Chapter 355. The Collapse Gate. Deep within the great desolate mountain lies a door, known only to a few. Senior Coulter is one of those few. Back then, when I chose to retreat into the great desolate mountain, it wasn't just because of its remoteness. I also wanted to witness this legendary Collapse Gate, Senior Coulter said in a raspy voice. Deep within the great desolate mountain stood an enormous vortex. Surrounding the vortex was a layer of purple light, towering twice as high as the Cloud Veil Mountains, nearly obscuring the sky and blotting out the sun. Countless specks of purple light were flung outward by the swirling vortex, scattering through the air. The world around them was dotted with shades of purple, both eerie and enchanting. At the center of the purple vortex lay a colossal dark green circle, resembling a starry sky or a giant beast's maw, perpetually rotating and exhaling thick, black fumes. It seemed alive, making anyone standing before it shiver in trepidation, wary that it might suddenly widen its jaws and swallow them whole. Just gazing from a distance was enough to make one tremble uncontrollably. This is the Collapse Gate that turned Yuzhou into a desolate wasteland, Abel said with evident excitement in his tone. As powerful as the star sect was, they couldn't subdue it. Palace Honest Joan remarked, her expression pensive. Nigel, carrying the 10,000 fiend tower inside his robe, felt a sense of surreal disorientation wash over him. Could the star sect have actually intended to fit such an enormous Collapse Gate into the tower in his possession? Wasn't that far-fetched? The Collapse Gate has been suppressed by the 9-star alignment for centuries. Thus, it has maintained this size for over 1,000 years, Senior Coulter lamented, his voice raspy. If the 9-star alignment ever fails, who knows what form it would take? Perhaps no one would be able to control this Collapse Gate anymore. Even at this size, it was still under suppression. Doesn't the Myriad Chess sect realize the problems that the Collapse Gate could cause if they break through? Nigel asked. The problems caused by the Collapse Gate are beyond anyone's control, Palace Honest Joan replied. And those people from the Myriad Chess sect never cared about others' lives. Indeed, they're madmen, Nigel agreed. Abel asked curiously, currently, the Collapse Gate is suppressed by the 9-star alignment, and it was similarly suppressed 1,000 years ago. So why did the Collapse Gate suddenly devastate Yuzhou 1,000 years ago? Why did the star sect disappear so abruptly? A force that had already been suppressed. How could it cause such immense damage? Or was it that the 9-star alignment failed back then? Senior Coulter pondered for a moment and said, your reasoning makes sense. Theoretically, under the suppression of the 9-star alignment, the Collapse Gate shouldn't be capable of releasing such power. However, the incident had occurred, and it had happened over a millennium ago. Undeniable. This is indeed strange, Abel said. And very important, Nigel added. If the 9-star alignment is so formidable, why did it fail? The question hung over everyone's minds. The Wind Hunter Eagles dared not approach the Collapse Gate. They circled at a distance for a while before landing far away. Everyone dismounted the Wind Hunter Eagles and saw 2 figures already standing before the Collapse Gate. Kaylee, Abel recognized the man. She beside him, Nigel noted. Should be Jemima. Palace Honest Joan said, Jemima, the guard accompanying Blood Alliance's young Lord Jerry? I've heard he's inseparable from Jerry. Does this mean Jerry is here too? People from the Blood Alliance, Senior Coulter frowned, puzzled. Everyone walked towards the Collapse Gate. Kaylee and Jemima also noticed the group, looking up at them. Stop right there. What are you doing here? Kaylee shouted loudly, his voice echoing across the mountains. Upon hearing this, everyone halted. Senior Coulter stepped forward and said, why has the timing been moved forward by half a year? Kaylee appeared surprised. You know quite a bit. Senior Coulter shook his head. I don't know much, which is why I'm asking. Who are you? Kaylee inquired. The Junfa teacher of the Lord's Manor, Senior Coulter replied. Correction. The formation teacher of the Lord's Manor, Senior Coulter replied. The Manor of the Lord? Kaylee glanced at Abel. Both groups silently stared at each other. Nigel asked, Senior Coulter. What do you mean by half a year? Senior Coulter explained. While the cycles of the Collapse Gate are irregular, every 30 years, there is a particularly active period. During this time, it's especially easy to obtain treasures thrown out by the temporal turbulence inside. Crossing through the collapse gate also becomes relatively easier. The other side of the collapse gate is temporal turbulence? Abel exclaimed in surprise. Senior Coulter nodded. But isn't it more dangerous when the temporal turbulence is active? Abel questioned. It might be easier to find treasures, but crossing should be more perilous. Senior Coulter nodded. In theory, yes. However, while the danger increases, finding things becomes easier. Do you know why? Why? Because if the temporal turbulence inside the collapse gate is inactive, it's pitch black and utterly dark, Senior Coulter explained. Although temporal turbulence is chaotic and dangerous, if it's active, careful observation can reveal traces. Like finding the source of wind in a valley. If there's no wind, you wouldn't know which direction to go. Even though the wind is dangerous and can tear everything apart, it's the only way to determine direction. Everyone was astonished. You seem to understand this well, Kaylee called out loudly. I know a little, Senior Coulter responded. However, now isn't the most active period for the collapse gate. Yet here are the Qingzhou Elder of the Blood Alliance and the personal guard of the young lord. Has the plan been advanced by half a year? Half a year later is when the collapse gate would be most active. So you mean, Nigel deduced, the Grand Elder of the Blood Alliance is about to enter the collapse gate? Maybe he's already inside, Nigel continued. Why move ahead by half a year? Senior Coulter asked in a shaky voice. Isn't the risk greater for the Blood Alliance? Do the actions of the Blood Alliance need outside judgment? Kaylee arrogantly retorted. Not for judgment, Senior Coulter replied in his raspy voice. We plan to seek you out today even if we hadn't met here. Kaylee narrowed his eyes. It concerns the Myriad Chess Sect, Nigel said. Beside him, Jemima suddenly spoke. I've heard you clashed with members of the Myriad Chess Sect. You know about it? Abel asked. With the commotion created by the black and white envoys of the Myriad Chess Sect in Yuzhou, causing heavy losses in Pear Blossom Valley and Immortal Cloud Mountain, how could the Blood Alliance not know? Kaylee stated. So, you must know the Myriad Chess Sect's objective, Abel asked. Kaylee and Jemima exchanged glances. This isn't really a secret. The Blood Alliance and the Myriad Chess Sect have never been allies. I know why you've come to seek the Blood Alliance, Jemima continued. I also know of the connection between the Star Sect and your Qin family. In this matter, our stances align. But even so, what the Blood Alliance will do still requires approval from the Grand Elder. Senior Coulter nodded. Then please assist us in consulting the Grand Elder. That's unlikely now, Jemima said. You're too late. You mean? Everyone gasped internally. Yes, Jemima confirmed. The Grand Elder and the young lord have already entered the collapse gate. Anything else must wait until they return. Wait until they return, but they might never come back. After all, it's the collapse gate, and entering half a year earlier greatly increases the risks. Why did the timing get moved forward? Senior Coulter trembled slightly. Without the temporal turbulence as a guide, getting lost within the collapse gate's darkness is highly likely. Since we're on the same side, there's no harm in telling you, Jemima said. We publicly announced that we would enter the collapse gate in 6 months. Therefore, the Myriad Chess Sect will launch their plan when the Grand Elder enters the collapse gate in 6 months. To deal with the Myriad Chess Sect? Nigel said. Did they offset the timing? The collapse gate has an active period every 30 years, and every Grand Elder of the Blood Alliance has never missed it, Senior Coulter said in his raspy, weak voice. This is their mission. So, the Myriad Chess Sect would never guess that the Grand Elder changed the schedule. Jemima added, half a year later, the Grand Elder will have already returned from the collapse gate. By then, if the Myriad Chess Sect wants to do anything, they'll have to be more cautious. Ah, so that's the reason, Senior Coulter remarked in his hoarse voice. Everyone stood there, listening in stunned silence, thoroughly taken aback. Hashtag chapter 356, connection. The Blood Alliance's Grand Elder had put in considerable effort to deal with the 10,000 Chess Sect. Even the once in 30 years entry into the collapse gate was moved forward by half a year. Although the 10,000 Chess Sect's Alwyn was wary of the Blood Alliance's Grand Elder, the latter also held the 10,000 Chess Sect in high regard. Otherwise, he wouldn't have made such a critical decision because of them. Entering the collapse gate ahead of schedule was a life or death gamble. Senior Coulter was stunned, and so was everyone else. Senior Coulter shouted loudly, Grand Elder's actions cannot help but command respect. Kaylee said, the Blood Alliance doesn't need your empty words. This was the domineering nature of the Blood Alliance. They acted without needing criticism or praise from others. The Blood Alliance didn't care what people thought or said about them. Purple light points were continuously ejected as the vortex spun. They floated in the air, landing on people's heads. Abel suddenly heard the system's prompt in his mind. Host, detected large amounts of Therese energy. Host, detected large amounts of Therese energy. Abel froze for a moment, then looked up at the collapse gate. Therese energy? Could the collapse gate be a form of energy? Rhett walked toward the collapse gate, and everyone followed him. What are these purple light points? Abel suddenly reached out, touching one of the purple light points in the air and asked. These purple light points would vanish upon contact with the human body, as if they were merging into it. Nigel also extended his palm and said, strange spiritual power. Strange spiritual power? Abel asked. It resembles electrical spirit power that we know, Nigel frowned. But it isn't. It's a type of spiritual power we don't recognize. Senior Coulter added, these purple light points only exist here. You won't find them elsewhere. A unique form of spiritual power exclusive to the collapse gate? Abel nodded, seemingly understanding, and moved closer to the vortex. Kaylee and Jemima didn't stop him, curiously watching to see what he would do. As he got closer, the purple vortex was blindingly bright, illuminating everyone's faces. Abel's expression was strange, conflicted. Rhett reached out to touch the vortex but was pulled back by Senior Coulter. Be careful, Senior Coulter warned. Abel immediately withdrew his hand and asked, can't touch it? Senior Coulter shook his head. Proceed cautiously. This is the collapse gate. Don't easily attempt anything. Oh. Use your stone beast, Senior Coulter instructed. Abel nodded and summoned the mountain rock beast, which in turn summoned a stone figure. The stone figure slowly approached, crossed the vortex, and then vanished before their eyes. Can we bring the stone figure back? Abel asked the mountain rock beast. The mountain rock beast stared at the vortex for a while, mumbled something indistinct, and then shook its head in confusion. It wasn't a matter of losing contact, but rather that the stone figure couldn't exit the collapse gate. Being a low-rank spirit creature, it was predictable that it couldn't return after entering the collapse gate. Another stone figure was summoned, this time only reaching out to touch the vortex without stepping inside. The stone hand stirred within the vortex for a moment, then withdrew, undamaged. The stone figure took a few more steps forward, standing partially outside and partially inside the vortex. After standing there for a while, it retreated again, still intact. It seems that only by truly entering will it disappear, Abel concluded. Seeing Abel and company merely exploring the collapse gate, Kaylee and Jemima lost interest. The Blood Alliance had conducted similar explorations thousands of years ago. To them, this behavior seemed like children playing, quite naive. I'll try. Seeing the stone figure was undamaged, Abel stretched out his hand, ready to touch the vortex but was stopped by Nigel. Let me try first. Nigel extended his hand. Rhett slowly touched the vortex, moving it gently within, remaining calm. How does it feel? Senior Coulter asked carefully. Though he knew much about the collapse gate, this close proximity was new to him. Nothing special, Nigel replied, pulling his hand back and examining it closely. Feels like mist, ethereal. My turn. Abel also extended his hand. As he neared the collapse gate, the system's alerts grew frequent. Host, detected large amounts of Therese energy. Host, detected large amounts of Therese energy. Now, he plunged his hand into the vortex, sliding it slightly. Instantly, the system's prompt changed. Host, contact established with the system Therese. Connect to the Therese. Host, contact established with the system Therese. Connect to the Therese. Therese? System Therese? The system's voice startled Abel, leaving him momentarily frozen. Though he'd suspected it, the confirmation shocked him profoundly. Is the collapse gate the system's origin? Then what about this system? What's wrong? Nigel asked, concerned. Abel's body trembled slightly. Rhett took a deep breath and stiffly turned his head to face Nigel. Little brother might be in serious trouble. Huh? Nigel froze. Rhett had never heard Abel speak this way before. In trouble? Could Abel be afraid? What happened? Nigel asked seriously. Abel retracted his hand, looking up at the vortex towering twice as high as the Yunja mountains. Rhett felt an urge to laugh or cry. This collapse gate that caused the disappearance of the Star Clan from the continent was his system? No wonder Nigel's spirit creatures matched those in the 10,000 Strange Tower. I'm in deep trouble, Abel sighed. What's going on? Senior Coulter asked anxiously. Abel took a deep breath and said, Senior Coulter, I have a question. Ask. How did the collapse gate initially appear on the 9 provinces continent? Abel asked. It appeared abruptly, Senior Coulter frowned. Why? Have you discovered something? Everyone turned to look at Abel. Do you mean there were no celestial anomalies, like a meteorite falling? Abel asked. The appearance of the collapse gate was itself an anomaly, Senior Coulter replied. But why mention a meteorite? Are you suggesting it's extraterrestrial? I can be certain, Abel pointed at the vortex. It's from outer space. Have you figured out the origins of the collapse gate? Senior Coulter asked. Kaylee and Jemima turned to look, filled with shock. Abel exhaled deeply. Let me gather my thoughts first. Abel walked away and directed the mountain rock beast to build a stone hut. Red entered and sat down. The system continued prompting, Host, System Therese detected. Connect to Therese? Host, System Therese detected. Connect to Therese? Should I connect? Abel asked. What happens after connecting? The system did not answer but kept prompting, Host, System Therese detected. Connect to Therese? Well, since I'm the host, it shouldn't harm me, right? Abel gritted his teeth. Connect. Instantly, the purple vortex emitted a loud ka sound, like metal colliding. Everyone was alarmed. The purple vortex abruptly stopped spinning, the light dimming gradually. Then it spun wildly again, ejecting a large number of purple light points. However, instead of scattering, all the purple light points converged towards one point. They formed a purple ribbon, the other end leading to Abel's stone hut. What's happening? Everyone exclaimed in shock. Nigel roared and split the stone hut with a sword beam. The sight left everyone stunned. Abel sat on a stone bench, enveloped by countless purple light points, appearing like a dazzling purple light ball. The system's prompt was relentless. System is connecting to the Therese. Connection progress. 10%, 12%, 15%. This was too dazzling. Everyone stared with wide eyes, incredulous at what they were witnessing. They couldn't figure out why merely touching the collapse gate had caused such a reaction from Abel. You brother, what kind of sinister cult? Chosen a master? Who chose whom? Did the collapse gate choose a master? Such an outlandish idea. Chose a master? And who is it? Jemima pressed. Abel pointed at himself. The scene fell silent instantly as everyone stared at Abel in disbelief. Nonsense, Kaylee snapped coldly. A secret treasure that the Blood Alliance had explored for centuries, choosing Abel as its master? Preposterous, Jemima sneered. What sinister cultivation technique have you practiced that needs to remain so secretive? If you don't want to speak, fine. Why lie to us? Jemima said. Leave this place. The purple spiritual energy of the collapse gate isn't something you can absorb as you please. Abel stood there dumbfounded, awkwardly twitching the corner of his mouth. No one believed him when he told the truth. Perhaps it was time to return. Summoning the Huntwind Eagle, the group flew back toward the Lord's mansion. Watching the Huntwind Eagle fly away, Jemima remarked, the young master said that the Chun family had produced a formidable individual, but I didn't expect this guy to be quite the liar. Kaylee gave her a stern look. Due to Jerry, he favored the Chin family. She herself didn't want to offend Nigel too much since he worked under her nominally, and she would need his cooperation in the future. Pursuing Abel now could lead to a falling out with Nigel. Therefore, both refrained from investigating the matter further. No one fully believed Abel, except Nigel. Coulter remained skeptical, thinking Abel was likely lying to cover up the bizarre occurrence, trying to avoid further questioning. Only Nigel knew that Abel's spirit creatures didn't belong to the 9 provinces continent. Abel, you've really gotten yourself into trouble. Nigel pulled out the 10,000 strange tower seriously. I'm putting your secret treasure inside. Abel chuckled, with a brother like you, I've really gotten myself into a big mess. Hashtag chapter 357. Intruders. System scanning the matrix. Please wait. Matrix scan successful. Restarting system. Order will be restored after restart. System restart successful. Order has been re-established. Matrix damage rate, 3%. Condition, good. Repair required? Repair. Repairing the matrix will consume tree points. Continue? Continue. Matrix repair successful. This repair consumed 1 million tree points. System restarting. Please wait. System restart successful. System damage rate, 0%. Condition, good. Warning. System has detected an intruder. Automatic expulsion activation required? There are still intruders? Abel was startled. Through a system vulnerability, they invaded and existed within the system during disconnection or disorder. The system said, please confirm if automatic expulsion should proceed. Hold on. Abel suddenly thought of something. Can I see these intruders? You have the authority to activate surveillance, the system said. Would you like to activate it? Please confirm. Confirm, Abel said. Surveillance function is being activated. Target location. Intruders. The system scanned and detected 2 intruders. Please determine the order of surveillance. 2. Abel asked. Let me see the more powerful one first. Based on energy fluctuations, selecting the intruder with stronger energy. Localization successful. Surveillance activated. Abel closed his eyes, and in front of him, everything lit up. This is. Abel was surprised. His vision wasn't in a dark tunnel but in a world filled with blue skies, white clouds, green mountains, and clear waters. Rhett was hovering in the air, overlooking the vast mountain ranges below. A familiar chirping sound echoed through the sky as a rain swallow flew by, leaving behind drizzling rain over the forest. On one side of the forest, a massive hungry snake coiled around itself, waiting for prey. On another mountain peak, a group of stone men were chasing each other, followed by a pink pig issuing orders. This is the system's world? Abel was astonished. Looking at the familiar spirits, Abel was excited. So they all came from here. The scene shifted, revealing a towering mountain. At the peak of the mountain stood a grand complex of buildings, elegant pavilions, terraces, bridges, streams, bamboo houses, and various architectural styles. People were talking within the complex, moving about in small groups through the mountains. People exist in the system's world? Abel asked in surprise. Host, these are intruders who have been in the system for quite some time. Should they be expelled? The system asked. They are intruders? Abel was shocked. They aren't natives? These are intruders and do not belong to the system replied. Please confirm if expulsion should proceed. Abel hesitated, staring at the mountain entrance where 3 golden characters, Star Sect, were intricately carved. This is Star Sect? Abel's eyes widened. They're actually here? Please confirm if intruders should be expelled, the system prompted. No expulsion, Abel hurriedly said. Yes. Host confirmed no expulsion of intruders, the system responded. I didn't expect to find Star Sect so quickly, Abel mused. I thought it would take much effort. If you need to find something, the system can mark it here for easier future location, the system suggested. Good. Mark this entrance, Abel said. Mark set successfully. Abel thought for a moment and asked, System, if I expel the intruders, what method would the system use? The system would use its power to manipulate mountains, rivers, thunder, earth, spirit energy, and creatures in unpredictable ways. Methods can also be determined by the host, the system explained. Move mountains and fill seas? Really ruthless, Abel said, his mouth twitching. Our safety features are comprehensive, including thorough scanning and elimination capabilities, the system stiffly replied. What about the other intruder? Abel asked. In the corridor, would you like to switch surveillance? Yes. Before Abel's eyes, a purple corridor appeared. At the end of the corridor, there was a glowing barrier leading to the system's world and the other side, the ruined gate in the great desolate mountain. At the corridor's end stood a massive cauldron from which 2 injured figures emerged. One person said, all the spatial fragments near the ruined gate suddenly vanished. We don't know why. We found an exit so easily, it's unbelievable, another remarked. Is that the end of the ruined gate? The elder nodded. Step aside, let me break through. The giant cauldron emitted red light, and suddenly according to historical records of the Star Sect in the Greater World, in the year 1121, the most mysterious existence in this world, the World Host, appeared above the Star Sect. That day, countless black clouds gathered over Star Sect, forming a gigantic human face larger than a mountain. Star Sect was alarmed, preparing for battle. The face spoke, People of Star Sect, I am the World Host. You have distant relatives visiting. You may send people to welcome them. Elders rushed to the square and shouted, Who are you? What is this World Host? We've never had relatives. How do you know? Trust me, go see for yourselves, the face said. Then, the black clouds formed an arrow pointing in a direction. Star Sect members were amazed. The elders dispatched Darwins uncertainly. Soon, sword lights illuminated the sky as Darwins flew toward the direction. Though the world was vast, the cloud arrow patiently guided until the Darwins found the 2 men. Injured and battered, they were brought back to Star Sect. There from that world, the Star Sect Ronnie was stunned. It's been over 1,000 years, yet they found us, the elders said. They carry the Sorrow Cauldron, which is indeed a relic from 1,000 years ago. That World Host? The Ronnie pondered. Who could that be? The elder shook his head. Never heard of it before. Chapter 358. Return. Final chapter. 1 month later, the Blood Alliance Grand Elder returned. Compared to when he left, his return was much easier, as if someone had opened the door for him. The spatial rifts within the passage had vanished, and a light constantly guided him, ensuring he wouldn't take a wrong turn. I found it. This was the first thing the Grand Elder said upon his emergence. Kaylee and Alicia witnessed this historic moment. The Grand Elder also brought back a young man, a Star Sect Darwin whose strength had not yet reached the celestial level. The Grand Elder intended to announce the existence of the Star Sect to the 9 provinces continent, showing everyone that the Blood Alliance's millennium of efforts had not been in vain. The news spread throughout the Blood Alliance, causing the entire alliance to erupt in excitement. Elders from several regional shops hurried over to offer their congratulations. When the 5 major sects heard this news, they all grew pale and sent envoys to investigate. The results confirmed that the news was true. The various sect Ranis harbored mixed feelings, but all had poor expressions. In the absence of the Star Sect, the 5 major sects were the rulers of the 9 provinces continent. If the Star Sect truly returned, what would that make them? Note: I have maintained the term Star Sect for consistency and to ensure it reads naturally in English. The character Zhong is translated as sect to keep terminology consistent. They knew very well that the gap between them and the Star Sect was vast, akin to the difference between heaven and earth. If the Star Sect returned, perhaps they wouldn't even qualify to be called sects anymore. Note: to maintain consistency and clarity, I've made a slight adjustment. The term Star Sect is used instead of Star Zhong Sect to ensure it reads naturally in English. Zhong is typically translated as sect or clan in this context. Furthermore, the 9 provinces continent would once again fall under the shadow of the Star Sect's might, and no one would dare to oppose it. The agitated Ranis of the 5 major sects held a meeting. The Rani of 10,000 Chess sect raised his fist and shouted loudly, saliva flying everywhere. We absolutely cannot let the Blood Alliance reconnect with the Star Sect. It's not easy for the 9 provinces continent to maintain its current balance, and now everything is peaceful. The Rani of Yinha sect expressed his views tactfully. If the Star Sect returns, we don't know what it will bring. Moreover, we have no idea whether the Star Sect from 1,000 years ago is the same as the one reappearing now. So, if it doesn't appear, it's better that it stays hidden. What do you think, Zongjin Peak Rani? Note: I've maintained the term Star Sect for consistency, assuming Star Zhong Sect was meant to refer to the same entity, and simplified for natural English flow. The word Zhong in Chinese typically refers to a sect or lineage, which is why it can be translated simply as sect in English. Yuhua Peak Rani, what's your opinion? Zongjin Peak Rani had been observing. The Star Sect is unknown, but the character of the Blood Alliance is well known across the 9 provinces continent. Yuhua Peak's Rani remarked, their finding of the Star Sect is probably not a good thing. Zongjin Peak Rani nodded, saying, that makes sense. Tianxian sect chuckled. Since the 4 Ranis are in agreement, I'll refrain from giving my opinion. Our Tianxian sect isn't skilled at fighting, so merely stating our stance is meaningless. Looks like there's no opposition. The Rani of 10,000 Chess sect became smug and shouted, very well, since that's the case, we can act jointly. Over the years, my 10,000 Chess sect has collected many formation spirit beasts, which will be perfect for this occasion. Dealing with the Blood Alliance, our sect can contribute greatly. Let the 5 major sects act together to attack the Blood Alliance headquarters. We must completely eliminate the Blood Alliance to ensure there are no future troubles, especially concerning the Grand Elder. No one present opposed this plan. Dealing with the Blood Alliance met with no objections. Preventing the return of the Star Sect met with no objections. Using the array spirit beasts of the 10,000 Chess sect to launch a spirit art assault on the Blood Alliance met with no objections. As for the fact that this action would cause the alignment of the 9 stars to explode, an outcome everyone was aware of, there were still no objections. For centuries, it was so many superpowered experts acting simultaneously would definitely cause the alignment of the 9 stars to explode. I didn't expect things to develop like this, the Palace Honest of Cloudy Palace said fiercely. The Grand Elder of the Blood Alliance was originally someone we wanted to seek help from, but he has now become the trigger of this situation. They also didn't expect the 5 major sects to be so sensitive to any traces of the Star Sect, wanting to destroy them at all costs. There's no need to say more. Lone Sword waved his hand, looking dejected. Dealing with just one 10,000 Chess sect is difficult enough, let alone the 4 major sects added. Ha, we're going up against the 5 most elite sects of the 9 states continent. Who could win? Ha, there's no chance, we have no chance. But you still have a chance, Lone Sword sighed, then turned to the Palace Honest of Cloudy Palace. When the 10,000 Chess sect starts the battle, their headquarters will inevitably be weak. You can take this opportunity to enter and rescue your master and senior brother. This should be considered good news for you. And you, Lone Sword turned to the informant. I previously promised to help rescue your wife if you served as a mole in the 10,000 Chess sect. It seems that my efforts are no longer necessary. Pear Blossom Valley suffered a setback in U State, and your wife and children are now in the governor's residence in U State. The Palace Honest of Cloudy Palace has stayed in the governor's residence for a long time and has seen them. As the city lord of Book City, you should quickly go to the governor's residence to find your family. Ha, leave now, all of you. Lone Sword looked up at the sky, tears streaming down his face. The heavens are truly changing, and I have no way to stop it. Let me take a good look at it. The heavens are changing. What can you do? In the governor's residence of U State, Abel and Nigel were playing chess in the room. Clarissa rushed in and reported to Abel about the situation of the 4 major sects besieging the Blood Alliance. Abel remained calm, only pausing slightly while making a move on the chessboard. Red asked Nigel, do you plan to help? Why should I, to fight? Nigel shook his head, placing a piece on the chessboard. I just want to play chess. Oh. Abel smiled. All right, stay with me then. Nigel looked up at Abel, but I'm unsure about something. Give me some advice. What is it? Abel said. I want to write a letter to the Grand Elder of the Blood Alliance, asking him to send Jerry to U State. What should I call him? Nigel asked. As a subordinate, you should address him as Grand Elder, Abel smiled. As the head of the Qin family, you should call him Grand Elder of the Blood Alliance. It's only 2 characters different, why complicate it? Not the same, Nigel said. This letter needs to convey the might of our Qin family, we can't settle for less. As you wish, Abel smiled. Clarissa was puzzled beside them. Abel laughed, don't worry, we'll just plant trees in U State and won't go anywhere. At the headquarters of the Blood Alliance in the Divine Sword Manor, E State, Kaylee delivered a sealed letter, signed by the head of the Qin family, Nigel. The Grand Elder of the Blood Alliance carefully read the letter several times and immediately ordered, notify all branches to return to headquarters, avoid engaging the 4 major sections. Also, have Jerry come here. Grand Elder, is the strategy in the letter feasible? Kaylee hesitated. The Grand Elder did not respond but said, the Qin family has been around for over 1,000 years. This family head is quite interesting. In the main hall of Redovin's choice sect, Purple Lady asked worriedly, Alwyn, how will this situation develop? Very auspicious, the patriarch of Redovin's choice sect happily drank tea, waving his hand. No need to worry. Are you sure, Alwyn? Purple Lady was surprised. Have you divined it? But with so many factions vying, the complexity of divination was unimaginable, definitely exceeding the Redovinly level. For thousands of years, the 5 major sects rarely agreed on anything so unanimously. The Rani of 10,000 Chess sect was exceptionally pleased and laughed heartily, since we all agree. Anyone who obstructs the plans of the 10,000 Chess sect is your enemy. Please give us more support. 2 months later, apart from the Tianqian sect, the other 4 major sects gathered troops and marched toward Shenzhen Manor in Wing Province, intending to subdue the Blood Alliance Grand Elder and rid the martial world of this threat. The 10,000 Chess sect's preparations in various regions were also launched early. Upon learning the news, Loneliness Sword, the informant placed within the 10,000 Chess sect, was shocked. Rhett immediately informed Loneliness Sword, who was greatly alarmed, and relayed the information to the Palace Honest of Joan Palace. This game seemed lost. The 10,000 Chess sect has prepared celestial-level formations and celestial-level spirit beasts, all guarded by people from the 4 major sects, plus those ultra-powerful celestial-level spirit masters, Loneliness Sword said with a bitter smile. If a battle breaks out, celestial-level experts from the Blood Alliance will also get involved. So many experts surpassing the limit acting simultaneously would undoubtedly trigger the explosion of the alignment of the 9 stars. Never thought it would come to this, Joan Palace Honest said sternly. The Blood Alliance Grand Elder was supposed to be an ally, but instead, he became the catalyst. They also hadn't anticipated how sensitive the 5 major sects were to any hint of the Star sect, wanting to destroy it at all costs. No need to say more, Loneliness Sword waved his hand dejectedly. Dealing with just the 10,000 Chess sect was already difficult. Now add the 4 major sections. We're up against the most powerful 5 sects of the 9 provinces continent. No one stands a chance. But, you still have one opportunity, Loneliness Sword sighed, changing his tone to address Joan Palace Honest. When the 10,000 Chess sect attacks, their headquarters will inevitably be empty. You can seize this chance to rescue your master and senior brother. It's also good news for you. And you, Loneliness Sword turned to the informant. I promised you before that if you spied on the 10,000 Chess sect, I'd find a way to save your wife. Now it seems unnecessary. After Lihua Valley suffered a setback in Tranquil Province, your wife and children are now at the Lord's Manor. Joan Palace Honest has seen them personally while staying there. Go to the Lord's Manor quickly to find your family. Go, all of you. Loneliness Sword gazed at the sky, tears streaming down his face. The sky really is changing, and there's nothing I can do. Let me take one last look at it. As the heavens change, what can you do? At the Tranquil Province Lord's Manor, Abel and Nigel played chess in the room. Simeon army rushed in, informing Abel about the 4 major sects' siege on the Blood Alliance. Abel remained calm, only pausing slightly as he made a move. Red asked Nigel, do you plan to help? Why should I fight? Nigel shook his head, making a move on the chessboard. I just want to play chess. Oh. Abel smiled. Fine, then stay here. Nigel glanced at Abel. But, I have something I'm unsure about. Can you give me some advice? What is it? Abel replied. I want to write a letter to the Blood Alliance Grand Elder, asking him to send Jerry to Tranquil Province. How should I address him? Nigel asked. As a subordinate, you should call him Grand Elder, Abel smiled. As the head of the Qin family, you should call him Blood Alliance Grand Elder. Just 2 words. Why overthink it? Different, Nigel said. My letter needs to show the Chun family's majesty. It shouldn't be sloppy. As you wish, Abel smiled. Simeon army was confused beside them. Abel laughed. Don't worry. We'll plant trees in Tranquil Province. Nowhere else. At Shenzhen Manor in Wing Province, Blood Alliance headquarters, Kaylee delivered a sealed letter signed by the head of the Qin family, Nigel. The Blood Alliance Grand Elder read the letter carefully several times before issuing orders. Inform all Blood Alliance branches to return to headquarters. No entanglements with the 4 major sections. Also, have Jerry come here. Grand Elder, is the strategy in this letter feasible? Kaylee hesitated. The Grand Elder didn't answer directly. The Chun family has a history spanning over 1,000 years. This head shows some promise. In the main hall of Tianqian sect, Purple Jade asked anxiously, Leader, how will things unfold? All's well. The Rani of Tianqian sect sipped tea cheerfully, waving his hand. No need to worry. You're so sure? Purple Jade was surprised. Have you divined it? Even with so many factions involved, the complexity of the situation exceeded the celestial level. The Rani glanced at Orlando and sighed. Orlando, don't always rely on divination. You have your own mind. Why don't you think for yourself? About this matter. The Rani continued. Orlando, divination is actually a form of calculation. Since all things in the world are interconnected, you can deduce one thing from another through calculations. So, for some things that can be figured out with just a bit of thought, there's no need to resort to divination. Leader, some matters are quite complex. Complex? The Rani waved his hand. Not at all. This? Orlando clasped her hands and said, Please enlighten me, leader. The Rani chuckled. Let me ask you this. Since the Blood Alliance has found the Star Sect and brought back a Darwin from there, what does it imply? Orlando pondered for a moment. It means the Star Sect still exists. The Rani asked. Then why hasn't the Star Sect returned? Perhaps this Darwin is only here to explore the way, Orlando replied. The Rani nodded. So no matter how you look at it, the path has already been found, right? Orlando thought for a moment and nodded. Now, what else could be restraining the Star Sect from returning? The Rani questioned. It is. Orlando's eyes suddenly widened. Roland and the Star Sect Darwin returned to Yuzhou once again. The great battle was imminent. The preparations of the 10,000 chess sect were unleashed, and over 100 formations of celestial-level spirit arts appeared simultaneously. The 9 stars in the sky kept shining with light, but no restraint was activated. Suddenly, the 9 stars burst into strong light, only to gradually fade away. 9 times in succession, each star fading, marking their extinction. The Rani of the 10,000 chess sect looked up at the darkening stars and laughed heartily. From now on, nothing could suppress their cultivation anymore. They would be the most powerful existence on the 9 provinces continent. The Rani of the Blood Alliance raised his head, seeing the stars darken, and smiled as well. Far away in Yuzhou, Roland gazed at the sky. At the moment of the star's extinction, he immediately rushed into the collapse gate. At the Blood Alliance headquarters, a bloody and earth-shaking battle erupted. However, just as the battle reached its climax, everyone froze, struck by an overwhelming wave of fear. To the north, in the direction of Yuzhou. Was that praise? I'm going back to the Chen family, Nigel said. What about you? What do you plan to do? Abel replied, I'll continue planting trees in Yuzhou and create a large field of flowers. In the future, if you get tired of being the head of the Chen family, come stay for a few days. I have plenty of space. I also want to see the world beyond the collapse gate, Nigel said. You're always welcome if you wish to go, Abel smiled. The end. Note asterisk this chapter ends the story while tying up loose ends, showing the aftermath of the events and providing closure to key characters. The translation maintains the original tone and style, ensuring the storyline and logic are coherent with the previous content.